Chapter 1 Space Rift. Brother Phone, the warrior assessment will be held in 7 days. Are you confident? A fat man asked a young man with a melancholy face. I'm not sure at all. I just took a test in the training room the day before yesterday, and my chi and HP were only 37 cards. It seems like we're destined to never become warriors in this life. The melancholy young man looked back at the fat man, shook his head and sighed. But I heard from the grapevine that Qin Mengyao is about to get a special recruitment contract from Southeast University of Martial Arts, and it's because of Du Haitao's father's relationship. Now the two of them are showing off their affection at school every day, as if they have forgotten about your ex. When Yifeng heard the fat man's words, his heart suddenly ached. Thinking back to the past, he and Qin Mengyao were so sweet and loving, but since half a month ago, everything has shattered like bubbles. He still clearly remembered what Qin Mengyao said that night. Yifeng, I got the special recruitment contract from Southeast Wuda University. We are destined to take different paths in the future. Don't come to me again. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand me. Yifeng knew in his heart that Du Haitao was definitely behind this, and that guy had long harbored ill intentions towards Qin Mengyao. The reason why Qin Mengyao was able to refuse in the past was because she had not awakened her talent for cultivation, but the situation is different now. After a new round of testing, Qin Mengyao's chi and blood values have reached the threshold for warriors to apply for the exam. All she lacks is an opportunity. Perhaps it was for this opportunity that Qin Mengyao cruelly chose to leave him. Brother Feng, why is there such a huge gap between people? Is talent something that is predetermined from the moment one is born? The fat guy kept chattering there, making Yifeng feel very annoyed. Yifeng once struggled for the word warrior for many years, but ended up in failure in the end. 8 years ago, he traveled to this world and entered the body of a young man also named Yifeng. However, he soon discovered that this world was completely different from his previous life. There were not only warriors, but also extraordinary powers. According to the memory in Yifeng's mind, a powerful warrior is omnipotent. He can fly, move mountains and fill the sea, and even destroy a city with his bare hands. In Yifeng's original understanding, these things were extremely mysterious, but they actually happened in this world. Just over 300 years ago, a demon beast world called Darkness suddenly merged with this world, instantly creating countless space cracks. A mysterious substance later called source energy gushed out from the cracks and spread across the globe in a very short time, eventually causing the animals and plants on the planet to evolve. The originally docile and cute cat suddenly turned into a bloodthirsty beast. The loyal dog turned into a brutal demon. Even the potted flowers and plants at home evolved into man-eating monster plants. As for the wild, those ferocious beasts and birds that originally followed the law of the jungle have evolved into terrifying monsters that can destroy the world. The disaster broke out, and countless ferocious beasts, and demonic vines frantically attacked the human gathering place. Humans rose up to resist, only to find that the thermal weapons they once prided themselves on were rendered ineffective in the face of these evolved ferocious beasts, monsters, and plants. This cruel fact caused humans to fall from the top of the food chain to the bottom in an instant. Countless people died, cities were destroyed, and countless families were torn apart. In just a few years, the world's population dropped from 8 billion to 3 billion, and more than half of the population died tragically at the hands of evolved ferocious beasts and evil plants. In order to resist the invasion of these evolved species, humans began to practice martial arts, while also constantly exploring their own potential, and gradually became part of evolution. Humans today have made significant improvements in speed and strength compared to the past. Some people have even experienced genetic mutations, awakening talents suitable for martial arts. The emergence of warriors gave humans the ability to fight against ferocious beasts and monsters. With their help, humans quickly established survival bases, and thus humans were able to survive. When Yifeng first traveled to this world, he thought he was the destined protagonist who could save humanity, suppress all monsters, and become the supreme being. But 8 years later, he still hasn't reached even the most basic level of a warrior. What frustrated him the most was his own system, which was like a defective product. Every time he completed a task, the reward he received was always experience value +1. In these 8 years, he has completed countless tasks and accumulated experience points to 9,999 points, but the system panel remains unchanged. Name, Yifeng. Experience points, 9,999 points. Oh, it would be great if I could become a powerful warrior. Yifeng subconsciously glanced at the system panel and couldn't help but sigh. Just as Yifeng was sitting on the windowsill and sighing, suddenly a clear female voice came from behind him. Yifeng, you are here, I finally found you. He turned his head and saw a beautiful girl with bright white teeth, showing a clever and playful look, walking towards him. Her name is Mu Qingcheng. She used to be Yifeng's deskmate, but now she has transferred to the school's elite class. It's you. Long time no see. You look beautiful again. When he saw Mu Qingcheng, Yifeng's mood inexplicably improved. After all, she was one of his few good friends in school besides the fat guy. Really? How did you become prettier? Why didn't I notice it? The beautiful girl knew that Yifeng was not good at speaking, so she joked on purpose. This. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Does beauty have to be divided into different parts? This girl is still as straightforward as before. Seeing Yifeng's embarrassed look, Mu Qingcheng stopped teasing him and asked, I heard that you broke up with Qin Mengyao? Yifeng did not respond, but nodded silently in acknowledgement. He was not surprised that Mu Qingcheng knew about this. After all, Qin Mengyao was now in the elite class and was in the same classroom with Du Haitao and Mu Qingcheng. Seeing Yifeng admit it directly, Mu Qingcheng was actually a little delighted. Yifeng, don't be sad for that kind of woman, she is not worth it. By the way, I came here today to give you something. As he spoke, Mu Qingcheng took out a pill from his clothes. Is this a qi and blood pill? Yifeng couldn't help but scream when he saw the pill. You know, this thing is worth 1 million, and one piece can allow an ordinary person to directly step into the threshold of a warrior. Shoo, keep your voice down. This is my gift to you. Don't let others hear it. Mu Qingcheng glanced around cleverly and spoke in a low voice. Ah? For me? When Yifeng heard the little girl's words, he was touched, but the gift was too valuable and he dared not accept it. Don't put it off, I'm leaving soon. This time my dad got me a recommendation for admission to Kyoto Martial Arts University. You are my best friend in this school, and I really don't want you to give up your dream of martial arts just because of a pill. Haven't you always wanted to wait until you become strong and go to the space rift to find your father? With this pill, maybe you can get one step closer to your dream. After saying that, the little girl stuffed the pill directly into Yifeng's hand, then turned around and quickly left the classroom. Looking at Mu Qingcheng's departing back, Yifeng chased after her and wanted to say something, but he saw her secretly raising her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. It turns out that in some people's hearts, I am not insignificant. Mu Qingcheng quickly walked out of the school gate and got straight into a private car. Oh, why are you crying again? Are you really in love with that boy? A young man in his 20s sitting in the driver's seat joked with a smile. This man is Mu Qingcheng's brother Mu Ziming, who came to send his sister to Kyoto on his father's orders. No, I got sand in my eyes when I went out just now. Mu Qingcheng said stubbornly. You promised me that you would give the pill to him and never meet him again. Mu Ziming was worried that his sister would fall in love with that poor boy. Although Yifeng looked good, his aptitude for cultivation was really ordinary. What the hell is that to you? The little girl pouted and muttered softly. But at this moment, she was still wondering if that silly boy could understand her feelings. Also, would he be able to be admitted to a university in Kyoto in the future? Chapter 2, Fierce Beasts Attacking the City. Yifeng naturally didn't know what happened in the car. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Yifeng hurried home. His home is located in an old neighborhood built by the federal government in its early years. This type of community has a history of 70 or 80 years and has long been listed as a dangerous building. However, due to the low rent, many people still live here. Yifeng's father was once a federal warrior. 6 years ago, he went to the space rift to carry out a special mission and has not been heard from since. My mother also suffered severe brain damage due to this incident and became seriously ill. Although his condition improved later, he was left with a limp. Fortunately, he has a well-behaved and sensible sister who helps take care of his mother, so Yifeng doesn't get distracted from school. Mom, I'm back. Yifeng's home is on the top floor of the community, a small house of less than 40 square meters. The furnishings in the house are simple, but it is kept clean. At this time, his younger sister Yishoya was cooking in the kitchen, and the person sitting on the sofa listening to the radio was Yifeng's mother Mu Shulan. Xiaofeng is back. Your sister was just talking about it. We bought chicken breast today. The meal will be ready soon. My mother is very good to her 2 children. Although her health has not been very good over the years, she still insisted on opening a bun shop downstairs. Although the income is meager, it can provide enough food and clothing for the family. When the food was served, Yifeng specially placed 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks, one of which was reserved for his father. Although the father has been missing for 6 years, the family still firmly believes that he is still alive. After dinner, the younger sister went to clean up the dishes, while Yifeng went to the rooftop alone. He planned to take the qi and blood pill that Mu Qingcheng gave him. The qi and blood pill melted in his mouth, and then a stream of energy quickly flowed into his limbs and bones. The originally blocked qi and blood flowed smoothly in just a few minutes. As his tendons and veins became unblocked, the qi and blood pill began to gradually take effect. The huge amount of energy was converted into qi and blood, pushing Yifeng's qi and blood values to continue to rise. 100 calories, 110 calories, 120 calories. In the end, Yifeng's blood value stopped at 155 calories. Am I becoming a warrior? Ha ha! Yifeng was instantly ecstatic. At this moment he could truly feel his body full of strength. If he could only exert 300 kilograms of force before, now he was sure that he could at least exert 800 kilograms. Now that he has become a warrior, this has also given Yifeng tremendous motivation. After resting for just a short while, he sat cross-legged again, relaxed his whole body and prepared to practice his breathing method. This is one of the important courses in school, called source power breathing method. It is said that this is a common practice method for all students, and was accidentally obtained by the Federation's martial god Wei Xinghe. For the sake of the evolution and growth of all mankind, the Federation decided to share this practice method with all schools free of charge. As long as the qi and blood value is over 30 calories, anyone can practice it. I have to say that this source power breathing method is very magical. Yifeng followed the instructions of the method, just sat quietly and adjusted his breathing, and soon he entered a state of meditation. As he practiced the breathing method, he felt as if his mind had entered a chaotic space, and everything around him was shrouded in fog. However, what surprised him was that this training was different from the previous ones. The chaotic mist seemed to have eyes and began to gather towards where he was, and even continued to drill into his body. As the mist entered his body, he could feel his muscles and fascia changing subtly. If Yifeng could see the meridians and acupoints in his body, he would definitely find that at this moment there was an invisible energy flowing through his entire body. As the energy passed through him again and again, Yifeng found that his meridians were becoming more and more unobstructed and strong, and even made his body feel extremely comfortable. Yifeng didn't know what it was like for others to practice this breathing method, but he had practiced it for a whole night and didn't feel any fatigue at all. Just when Yifeng was immersed in his cultivation, he didn't know that a shocking event was happening in the wilderness dozens of kilometers away from Anyang City. I saw tens of thousands of ferocious beasts forming a huge team, led by several powerful beasts, and they were moving rapidly towards Anyang City. Wherever they passed, smoke and dust billowed and stone chips flew everywhere. A group of ferocious beasts of this size would undoubtedly be a disaster for Anyang City, which has a population of only a few million. The next day, when Yifeng opened his eyes again, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. After a night of practice, Yifeng's temperament has changed a lot from before. Perhaps it was because he had become a warrior, but at this moment, his eyes looked clear and deep, and even his physical and mental strength had recovered to their best condition. I didn't expect that after a night of training, my qi and blood would increase again. I think it's about 160 calories now, right? Yifeng took the bus to school as usual. Because he was in a particularly good mood today, he even took the initiative to give up his seat to an old man while riding the bus. But his good mood did not last long, as it was broken by the noise outside. Woo woo! Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded in the sky, which was the alarm of ferocious beasts attacking the city. Oh no, there are ferocious beasts attacking the city. The huge carriage suddenly became noisy. Obviously, the alarm just now was to remind everyone to quickly leave the street and hide in nearby buildings. What? Yifeng's expression changed drastically when he heard that. The last time he heard this sound was 5 years ago. He could still vividly remember the tragic scene of the ferocious beasts attacking the city, with broken walls, corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood. No, my sister and mom are still at home. At this time, the front and rear doors of the bus had been quickly opened by the driver, and the passengers immediately crowded out of the car. Yifeng was also quick-eyed and quick-handed. He jumped out of the window next to him and ran quickly towards home. The streets were now in complete chaos, with the crowded crowd running around like ducks being chased. Shouting, cursing, and crying were all mixed together. At this time, the outskirts of the city were also engulfed in flames, and a large number of ferocious beasts were constantly attacking the city walls. The defense forces stationed in the city rode on various military vehicles and began to rush towards the direction of the siege. Roar! A furious scream came from the north. Yifeng felt a sharp pain in his eardrum and couldn't help but frown, with a look of pain on his face. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the north, only to see a gorilla nearly 20 meters tall waving its fists wildly, smashing everything that stood in its way. The car was instantly smashed and flew away. The walls of the surrounding buildings were smashed to pieces by its punches and kicks, and even the glass of the nearby buildings was shattered to the ground by its roar. The most important thing is, how did this guy get into the city? Was the northern wall breached? Yifeng's heart sank. If such a powerful beast broke in, it would undoubtedly cause a huge disaster to the city. It seemed that the terrible scene 5 years ago would inevitably happen again. According to what I have learned, such a large gorilla must have a blood and chi value of at least 5,000 calories, and can be called a level 4 monster. This is a powerful person equivalent to the human grandmaster level, and usually only human warriors of comparable strength can deal with him. However, grandmasters usually guard medium and large cities. For a small city like Anyang with a population of millions, there are no such masters guarding it. Therefore, the appearance of this monster is a disaster for the entire Anyang city. However, while the gorilla was destroying things crazily, a level 3 monster, a bloodthirsty wolf about 8 meters tall, rushed in from the west. Now there are a group of ferocious beasts attacking the city outside, and there are 2 large monsters killing and destroying inside the city. The whole Anyang city is in deep despair. However, Yifeng didn't care about so much and he ran home quickly. On the cluttered streets, he jumped over congested cars, sometimes even climbed over a few railings, and kept running forward like a parkour master. Since most of the people on the street hid in the buildings on both sides, Yifeng's action quickly attracted the attention of the level 3 demon wolf. It leaped in front of Yifeng and blocked his way home. Woo woo! The bloodthirsty demon wolf roared at Yifeng, as if to say, "Boy, you still want to run away under my nose, do you think I don't exist?" Yifeng was almost vomited by the bloody smell coming from the bloodthirsty demon wolf's mouth. He held back his dry retching and immediately hid behind a car. Oh no, this guy is going to attack. At this moment, Yifeng was like a little puppet in front of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and could be killed with just one kick. Chapter 3 Bug Level Superpowers. But the bloodthirsty demon wolf is still used to attacking with its mouth. It wants to taste the blood, and that taste can make it even more excited. Call. With one claw, it slapped the car in front of Yifeng away, and then its body moved like lightning and rushed towards Yifeng rapidly. Not good. Without having time to think, Yifeng rolled over and narrowly avoided the bloodthirsty wolf's mouth, then ran wildly towards the middle of the 2 buildings. The bloodthirsty wolf missed its attack and became furious. It angrily slammed several cars in front of it away, then jumped again and chased after Yifeng closely. Fuck you, you damned beast, why are you targeting me? Yifeng was extremely anxious at the moment. It would not be a good thing if he was chased by this monster all the time. If he was not careful, he might become the peeing beefball in its mouth. Yifeng knew clearly that with his current strength, he could not contend with this monster at all. He did not care about much else at the moment and quickly fled towards the direction where there were densely packed buildings. The bloodthirsty demon wolf is arrogant by nature. Once it locks on its prey, it will never allow it to escape. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Yifeng, who was fleeing in front of it. It kept staring at Yifeng in front of it, jumping continuously, wanting to capture him. However, the monster was too huge, and every time it attacked, it would crash into the surrounding buildings. In an instant, the glass of the buildings was shattered, and even the protruding walls around the buildings were smashed everywhere. Wherever they passed, there was basically a mess. With his keen sense of danger, Yifeng managed to dodge the attacks of the bloodthirsty demon wolf several times. But even so, he was still scratched by many flying glass fragments and flying bricks and cement, and blood was flowing. However, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Even if you are lucky many times, you will inevitably stumble. Just as Yifeng jumped over a car in front of him, he was suddenly hit hard by the right claw of the bloodthirsty demon wolf and flew away. Yifeng felt dizzy and had a sharp pain in his chest. When he landed, he was stuck in the gap between 2 residential buildings. Puff! Yifeng couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. No matter how good his physical fitness was, after being hit by such a huge demon wolf and falling from such a high place, his body could not withstand such severe injuries. Yifeng felt that he had at least 4 or 5 broken bones, not to mention the dozens of abrasions all over his body. The worst thing was that he was trapped in this extremely narrow building, and the bloodthirsty wolf still did not intend to let him go. The bloodthirsty demon wolf exerted its strength and squeezed into the gap between the buildings. Even though its body was stuck between the two buildings, it still waved its front paws and kept squeezing towards Yifeng. At this time, Yifeng had completely lost his ability to move and was lying there quietly like a torn sack. Even at this moment, he could clearly smell the strong fishy stench emanating from the demon wolf's mouth. Am I going to die today? Yifeng watched the bloody mouth getting closer and closer, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. In a trance, the faces of his mother and sister appeared in front of his eyes. They were smiling and calling him to eat. As the warm picture gradually blurred, he saw a middle-aged man with a resolute face. It was his father. Although Yifeng had just traveled through time 2 years ago, he still clearly remembered the man's profound advice. Xiaofeng, Dad is not around, you are the only man in the family, you must protect your sister and mother, understand? No, I can't die. My mother and sister are still waiting for me. If anything happens to me, there will be no hope for my family. At this moment, a hysterical roar broke out from the bottom of Yifeng's heart. It was an unyielding struggle against fate and an unwillingness to accept the desperate situation in reality. At this critical moment, the system that had been silent for a long time suddenly responded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You are not afraid of the cycle of life and death, dare to fight against fate, do not forget the original intention of growth, and understand the true meaning of a warrior. The system rewards 1 experience point. Hearing the familiar electronic sound in his mind again, Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. But then, the next prompt from the system made him stunned for a moment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, your experience value has reached 10,000 points. The system will be upgraded soon. Please wait patiently. This is. Yifeng shuddered and subconsciously looked at the system panel in his mind, only to see that the layout that usually had only 2 columns had now been replaced by the large words system upgrading. Please wait. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately understood that the golden finger he had been waiting for 8 years was finally going to be upgraded. But in this critical situation, can he really wait until the system upgrade is completed? Ding dong, congratulations to the host, this system has been upgraded in 1 second. This upgrade will help the host awaken bug-level mental abilities, and instill a set of matching mental combat skills into the host's brain secret magic. I hope the host will like it. In addition, I would like to remind the host that the system has activated the store function and will provide experience value exchange and upgrade services in the future. The host must work hard to accumulate experience points. Hearing the system prompt, Yifeng immediately looked at his system panel. Name, Yifeng. Level 1 mid-level warrior, level 45 magic master. Chi and blood, 160 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial arts, bug level secret magic 1000. Experience points, 10,000 points. Bug level psychic ability? Level 45 magic master? The system also added a store function? Looks like my luck is about to change. Seeing that the system panel had changed, Yifeng was overjoyed. Although he didn't know whether this psychic ability was powerful, but based on the 10,000 points of mental power, he felt that this thing was definitely not simple. As the fighting skills from the secret sect of magic flooded into his mind, Yifeng suddenly felt as if he had mastered thousands of magic secrets. His entire temperament suddenly changed. A powerful aura of a superior radiated outwards for hundreds of meters with him as the center. Even the bloodthirsty demon wolf was instantly suppressed on the spot by this momentum. Woo woo! The bloodthirsty demon wolf was like a frightened puppy, lying on the ground and trembling. This was a suppression from the depths of the soul and had nothing to do with physical strength. Yifeng dragged his wounded body and slowly got up from the ground. However, in the eyes of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, this scene was like seeing the resurrection of an old demon ancestor who had been sleeping for 10,000 years, exuding a terrifying aura. How dare you chase me? You really don't know how to live or die. Explode! Yifeng cast his mental pressure over the bloodthirsty demon wolf. With a loud shout from him, the demon wolf instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist. Looking at the blood plasma spraying everywhere, Yifeng smiled at this moment. As the laughter grew louder, his body gradually became weak and he fell headfirst. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed a level 3 monster, the bloodthirsty wolf. The system rewards you with experience points. In the last moment of his coma, Yifeng vaguely heard the system prompt sound, but the sound became smaller and smaller until it gradually disappeared. The battle in which the ferocious beasts attacked the city came to an end with the timely assistance of the two great masters, and Anyang City was finally saved. In this attack by ferocious beasts, there was a total of 1 level 4 monster, 2 level 3 monsters, and hundreds of level 1 and 2 monsters. There were also more than 40,000 other beasts of no rank. Even with the help of 2 Grand Masters, the defense forces guarding Anyang City still suffered heavy casualties, with nearly 4,000 people dying heroically and countless more injured. At this moment, the importance of high-end combat power is fully demonstrated. The next morning, all kinds of machines were dispatched to start clearing the ruins of the city, and emergency personnel were also busy everywhere, trying their best to rescue the wounded. At the area where the bloodthirsty demon wolf died, a team of people in military uniforms rushed to the scene. "You guys, take some blood samples back and check what kind of ferocious beast this blood comes from," a leading female officer ordered the people around her. This person is Mu Xiyan, the governor of Anyang and also the person in charge of the entire Anyang defense. Early this morning, a defense force reported to her that a large area of plasma appeared in the area, and the radiation range reached hundreds of meters. Upon hearing the news, Mu Xiyan immediately led a team to the scene, trying to find out what had happened. Judging from her many years of experience, this should be caused by the explosion of the corpse of some ferocious beast, but what is strange is why this happened. After all, even if a powerful missile exploded, it would leave some flesh and blood debris, but here it was all blood plasma, which was extremely weird. Chapter 4, Second Level Warrior Middle Stage. Use equipment to test the DNA and see whether this piece of blood plasma came from one ferocious beast or a group of ferocious beasts. Mu Xiyan has always been decisive in her actions. She doesn't like to drag things out, and she disdains to please others by putting on a show. Although she had served as admiral in Anyang for 10 years and had participated in many fierce battles with beasts, her straightforward personality had offended many people, and her path to promotion had been blocked. "Admiral Mu, there is a new situation over there. We found a young man in the deepest part of the plasma, and he is now in a coma." A defense soldier hurried over to report. "Oh? This is quite interesting. Let's send him to the hospital first. Maybe we can get some useful information from him." Mu Xiyan immediately became interested. 3 days later, Yifeng slowly woke up on the hospital bed. His first reaction when he woke up was to anxiously ask the nurse, "Has the beast tide receded? What's the situation in South City?" The nurse smiled and replied, "The group of ferocious beasts has been completely annihilated. Even the giant monsters were successfully killed by the Grandmaster who rushed over. South City was not damaged at all because it was far away from the place where the beasts attacked the city." After hearing the news, Yifeng's heart finally settled down. However, a few minutes later, he vaguely recalled some things, especially the moment when he used his mental power to crush the bloodthirsty demon wolf. That feeling was like a dream and not quite real. When he opened the system panel and saw the significant changes that had taken place on it, he couldn't help but smile. Name, Yifeng. Level 1 Mid-Level Warrior, Level 45 Magic Master. Chi and Blood, 160 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial Arts, Bug Level Secret Magic 0-1000. Experience Points, 10,900. It seems that everything is true. After waiting for so long, my golden finger finally appeared. Previously, he was being chased by a bloodthirsty demon wolf and had no time to carefully check the updated system. Now that he had some free time, Yifeng began to carefully study all the updated contents. The first thing he paid attention to was the bug-level supernatural power. From the introduction, it seemed that this was a set of mental techniques covering 5 major categories: object control, telekinesis, mental interference, soul attack, and mental shield, and each major category was further divided into many subcategories. The most important thing is that this kind of spiritual power will become more powerful as one's own cultivation level improves. It is indeed a rare set of spiritual combat skills. I am now a level 45 Grandmaster of Magic. I wonder if I can defeat a Grandmaster. Yifeng had this question in his mind. But the two have different focuses. One focuses on Qi, blood and strength, while the other focuses on consciousness and soul. It is really difficult to compare them directly. It seems that I can only explore it slowly by myself in the future. Yifeng tried to release his mental power and was pleasantly surprised to find that this mental power also had a function similar to radar scanning. He was sitting in the hospital ward, but his mental sense could clearly see the scene more than 10 miles away. If he releases his mental power to the fullest, it is estimated that everything within a radius of 30 kilometers can be covered by his spiritual awareness. It seems that the acquisition of psychic powers must be kept absolutely secret. If it gets out and the Federation catches me as a guinea pig for research, I'll be in big trouble. After reading the spiritual instructions, Yifeng turned his attention to the store functions. Currently, the store mainly provides blood value and mental power exchange services. The exchange ratio is 10 experience points for 1 drop of blood, and 50 experience points for 1 point of mental power. Isn't this exchange rate too low? The contribution points I have accumulated for 8 years can only be exchanged for 1,000 points of health or 200 points of mental power? Yifeng couldn't help but be amazed. Although 1,000 points of chi and blood can allow one to directly break through to the martial master level, what happens after that? Isn't there no experience points to exchange? Yifeng couldn't help but complain in his heart that this system was too tricky. After hesitating for a long time, he reluctantly exchanged 90 points of health value first, spending the 900 experience points gained from killing the bloodthirsty demon wolf. After some operations, he looked at the system panel again, and the information on it had changed to Name, Yifeng. Level 2 mid-level warrior, level 45 magic master. Chi and blood, 250 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial arts, bug level secret magic. Experience points, 10,000 points. Yes, it's really different with a system. Just a few clicks and my cultivation level will be improved. Yifeng was very happy when he saw the changes on the system panel. As his chi and blood values increased, Yifeng clearly felt his body was full of strength. Even his physique was much stronger than before. It seems I need to customize a few weapons. I now have the ability to control objects with my mind. Offensive weapons are the first choice. The divinely controlled flying knives can catch the enemy by surprise, but the flying sword seems to be cooler. Which one should I choose? Yifeng frowned and thought. Now, the attack range of his divinely controlled weapon can reach a radius of 300 meters, which is 1% of the distance covered by his divine thoughts, and the attack speed is extremely fast. Basically, wherever he looks, his divine thoughts can control the weapon to lock on and attack. This method is truly against the will of heaven. But he also knew that his body was still very fragile, and a martial arts master could easily kill him. It seemed that in order not to attract other people's attention, he had to keep a low profile and grow. Yifeng closed the system panel, and when he looked up he inadvertently saw the calendar on the wall. March 28th? Yifeng found it hard to believe. It had been 3 days since the beasts attacked the city, which meant he had been in a coma in the hospital for 3 days. No, my sister and mom are waiting for me at home. I haven't been home for 3 days. I don't know how worried they will be. Yifeng's clothes were torn beyond recognition when he was dealing with the bloodthirsty wolf, and had long been taken off and thrown away by the nurse. Now he has no clothes to wear and can only go home in his hospital gown. Fortunately, the hospital implements public medical care and the costs are subsidized by the federal government, otherwise he would have been chased by the nurse for payment. Since the ferocious beasts and the monsters that broke into the city were eliminated in time, the South City area was not greatly affected. But Yifeng disappeared for several days in a row, which made his sister and mother very anxious. The last time ferocious beasts attacked the city, more than 2,000 people went missing in Anyang City alone. Some of these people were eaten by the beasts, and some were buried by collapsed buildings. Every time a new corpse was dug out, the mother and daughter were worried. Especially when the defense forces notified them to identify the bodies of the missing, the uneasy feeling they felt was simply indescribable. Mom, I'm back. Yifeng, wearing a hospital gown, gently pushed open the door. When the mother and sister saw that it was their brother who came back, they immediately rushed over excitedly. They have been so worried these days, fearing that their brother might have met with an accident. If that really happened, they really don't know how they will survive in the future. Xiaofeng, where have you been these days? Your sister and I were so worried. The mother looked at her son and her eyes instantly turned red. Mom, the beast attacked the city that day. I was on my way to school and was hit by a brick. I was then sent to the hospital and didn't wake up until today. Yifeng made up an excuse and said, Are you okay? Was you seriously injured? Are you okay now? Mom asked hurriedly with concern. It's okay, the wound is almost healed, otherwise I wouldn't dare to come back today. Yifeng hurriedly comforted his mother. That's good, that's good. The mother was so excited that she was a little overwhelmed. Xiaoyao was honest, brother must not have eaten well in the past few days in the hospital. How about I go out and buy some meat to nourish brother? Hearing his sister being so considerate, Yifeng quickly said, Xiaoya still understands me the best. Yifeng returned to the room and changed his clothes. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Mu Qingqing calling, so he quickly pressed the answer button. Yifeng, are you okay? I heard that there was a beast tied in Anyang. I called you many times but no one answered. I was so worried. Mu Qingqing's clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone, her words full of worry and concern. I'm fine. The beasts that attacked the city have all been destroyed, even those level 3 and 4 monsters are dead. Yifeng said it lightly, but Mu Qingqing knew in her heart that things were definitely not that simple. After all, her aunt Mu Xian was the governor of Anyang, and it was not difficult for her to find out many things. Chapter 5, Rooftop Cultivation and Campus Disputes. Upon learning that Yifeng was safe and sound, Mu Qingqing finally felt relieved. After all, this was what she was most concerned about. Yifeng, have you taken the pill I gave you before? How was the effect? Mu Qingqing asked curiously on the other end of the phone. Yifeng instantly became excited when he mentioned this, and his voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. I have taken it, and now I have successfully become a warrior. I will take the warrior assessment in 2 days, and I will definitely surprise those people then. That's good. By the way, for the warrior assessment in 3 days, number 3 middle school will invite several staff members from the Special Recruitment Office of Wuhan University. See if you can take this opportunity to sign a special recruitment contract. Mu Qingqing said on the other end of the phone. Special recruitment contract? Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this word. Now that my health value has reached 250 calories, it shouldn't be difficult to sign a special recruitment contract. The two chatted on the phone for more than 10 minutes. From the information revealed by Mu Qingqing, for universities, namely Kyoto Wuda, Beijing North Wuda, Southeast Wuda, and Beijing South Wuda, will send people to participate in this martial arts assessment. Which of these 4 universities should I choose when the time comes? After hanging up the phone, Yifeng fell into deep thought. Brother, it's time for dinner. At this time, his sister's voice came from the hall calling him to eat. Coming. Yifeng responded and stopped thinking about this problem for the time being. There was still plenty of time anyway, so he might as well check the information of these 4 universities first. After dinner in the evening, Yifeng went to the rooftop as usual and began to practice his breathing method. As Yifeng's consciousness immersed in that chaotic space, a large number of cyclones seemed to be attracted and quickly gathered towards him again. If someone came to the rooftop at this time, he would definitely see that a strong cyclone was forming around Yifeng, and the source energy within a radius of several kilometers was continuously gathering towards his body. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and discovered that the sky in the east was already turning pale. I didn't expect that I would practice on the rooftop for a whole night. Yifeng himself was quite shocked. Ever since he took that pill, the time he spent in meditation had become longer and longer. But this is a good thing. The practice process will not make him feel tired, and it can also increase his qi and blood value a little bit every day. Why not do it? Yifeng walked down the rooftop and returned home. At this time, his mother and sister had already gone to the steamed bun shop, but they still left breakfast for him. Yifeng hurriedly ate a few buns and drank a bowl of rice porridge before leaving home contentedly. He hadn't been to school for several days, and the martial arts assessment was imminent. He wanted to use this time to go to the school's training room to test his palm skills. As soon as I walked into the classroom, the fat guy came over immediately and said mysteriously, Brother Feng, guess who I saw just now? It was Qin Mengyao and Du Haitao. They just came out of a hotel near the school. When Yifeng heard this information, he was immediately disgusted. Du Haitao is so shameless. Just a few days later, he dragged Qin Mengyao to a hotel. Although Yifeng knew in his heart that the two had broken up, he still couldn't help feeling a little sour. After all, he had been dating Qin Mengyao for 2 years, but we had never gotten to that stage. Did I have been too honest before? Why do I feel like I have suffered a huge loss? After 2 years of dating Qin Mengyao, Yifeng finally understood a truth. In this society full of temptations, even if some people once belonged to you, they may no longer belong to you after a while. Therefore, sometimes you must not hesitate when you should take action, especially when it comes to things between you and women. Otherwise, you will miss the chance and it will be gone forever. It is really impossible for an honest person to do that. Brother Feng, are you feeling very upset? How about I let Jia Jia introduce you to a girlfriend? Fatty San hurriedly said when he saw that Yifeng's face looked a little strange. Huh? Who is Jia Jia? Yifeng asked suspiciously. Hee, you may not know yet, Jia Jia is actually my new girlfriend. She is so beautiful and has a great figure. But I might be in trouble. Recently the fat man was talking and suddenly he couldn't continue. What's going on? Did you get her pregnant? Yifeng glanced at the fat man with his eyes slanted. No, what are you thinking about? One night not long ago, I saw a girl sitting there crying in the playground, so I went over to talk to her. It turned out that she was having a quarrel with her boyfriend and they were about to break up. Later, I invited her to a snack stand outside the school to eat some barbecue, but the girl got drunk, so I took her to the hotel. Oh my god, you slept with that girl? And then you two got together? Yifeng asked very bluntly. That's about it. Later we found out that Jia Jia's boyfriend is Yan Liang, Du Haitao's cousin. Now they seem to know about it. Fatty explained. You are really capable, you can even snatch away the girlfriend of Du Haitao's cousin. Yifeng teased with a smile. Well, this matter is rather troublesome. Yan Liang came to me the day before yesterday and said he wanted to talk about this matter. But after a few words, we started fighting, and in the end I beat that guy up. I guess that guy will definitely ask Du Haitao to come back and take revenge on me, said the fat man with a worried look on his face. The reason why the fat guy was able to beat Yan Liang was because he had the advantage in height and weight. But Du Haitao is different. That guy's blood and chi value has reached 180 calories. He is a real first-level high-level warrior. This cannot be contended with just height and weight. To be honest, Fatty San didn't have many close friends at school, so if the relationship wasn't strong enough, few people would be willing to help in a fight, not to mention that the other party was a first-level warrior. In fact, the fat man told Yifeng about this today because he wanted Yifeng to ask Mu Qingqing for help. After all, Mu Qingqing is also a student in the elite class, and has a close relationship with Yifeng. When Yifeng heard what the fat man said, he naturally understood what he meant, so he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. If Du Haitao dares to come, we promise to make him go back lying down." When Fatty San heard what Yifeng said, he thought that Yifeng agreed to ask Mu Qingqing for help, and he finally felt relieved. But how could he know that Mu Qingqing had left school a few days ago and went to Kyoto? The fat man chatted with Yifeng for a few more words, but when he looked at Yifeng, he suddenly asked in confusion. It's strange. Why do I feel like you've become different after not seeing you for a few days? When Yifeng heard him say this, he was startled, then he reacted immediately. As your strength improves, your entire mental outlook will naturally change. To be precise, he became more confident. However, it is not easy to explain this matter in detail, so Yifeng just smiled and made up an excuse to get away with it. The first class in the morning was Economics and Law, a course mainly designed for students in the general class. After all, most of them could not become warriors and would have to live in society in the future. By learning some practical courses, you won't have to work as a waiter in a restaurant when you enter the society in the future. However, this kind of course seemed a bit boring to Yifeng, who had already become a warrior. Instead of listening to this kind of class, it is better to use this time to practice my own martial arts, the Dharma Giant Demon Palm, and maybe I can increase my proficiency. Maybe I can apply to transfer classes? This thought suddenly flashed through Yifeng's mind. Anyang No. 3 Middle School has a class transfer system. As long as students in the ordinary classes meet certain conditions, they can apply to transfer to the martial arts elite class. Yifeng vaguely remembered that the condition for changing classes seemed to be that the blood value reached 100 calories and that one had to master a martial arts technique. At present, he has met half of the conditions, and the remaining half will be achieved in a short time. He planned to go to the training room today to test the Dharma Giant Demon Palm that he had practiced for many years. With the improvement of his cultivation, the power of that palm technique must have increased a lot, right? As soon as the bell rang, Fatty was the first to rush out of the classroom. Yifeng knew with his but that this guy must be in a hurry to meet his girlfriend. Yifeng didn't care too much and followed the crowd out of the classroom. After leaving the teaching building, Yifeng was about to go to the school's training room, but when he passed the corner downstairs, he suddenly stopped. On the lawn at the corner, the fat guy was surrounded by several strong boys. The two sides seemed to be arguing fiercely about something, pushing each other from time to time, and it seemed that they were about to fight. At this moment, the leading boy suddenly raised his fist and punched the fat man hard on the left cheek. The fat man suddenly lost his balance, staggered back several steps, and finally sat down on the ground. Yi Feng's eyes tightened and he rushed over quickly. Stop! Hearing the shout, the boys immediately turned around. Seeing that Yi Feng was the only one there, the leading boy immediately scolded him, "Get out of the way and mind your own business." The fat man sitting on the ground raised his head with difficulty and was stunned when he saw Yi Feng. Then he winked at him, indicating that he should leave quickly. But his little action was seen by the leading boy. He understood it all at once. It seemed that this boy who suddenly appeared knew the fat boy and was probably also a student in the ordinary class. But so what? He has invited 3 of his cousin's elite classmates this time. If this kid dares to meddle in other people's business, he will definitely be in trouble. Get out of here now, or I'll beat you up too. The man turned around and threatened Yi Feng. Seeing this scene, the fat man hurriedly shouted, "Yan Liang, this is between you and me, don't involve other people." Hearing that the fat man was still quite tough, Yan Liang glanced at him with his eyes slanted, then sneered. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. But I'm just mad at you today, so I'm going to beat up your friends too, huh?" The fat man was so angry that his face turned red, but he could do nothing. He knew clearly that Yan Liang had invited 3 elite class students this time, and it must have been at the instruction of Du Haitao. However, these elite class students all have extraordinary skills and are simply not something that the ordinary class students can deal with. It was obvious that these people were going to beat them up, and they were completely powerless to resist. But it would be fine if Fatty San got beaten himself, but he would feel bad if Yi Feng was implicated. Chapter 6, Martial Arts Breakthrough and Black Tiger Gang Provocation. The 3 elite class students had now begun to slowly surround Yi Feng. But when they saw Yi Feng standing there motionless, they thought that this guy had been scared silly, and immediately, several of them showed contempt on their faces. "This kid is so timid. He must be scared to death by us." One of them laughed. "There's nothing we can do. It's his fault for making careless friends. He wants to stand out without any ability at all. He really overestimates his own abilities." Another person echoed. "Well, let's be gentle this time. Just teach this kid a lesson and let him be more careful in the future, so as to avoid. Save your life. If you dare to touch my brother, you will have to pay the price." Yi Feng didn't take these little shrimps seriously at all and didn't need to use any mental power at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the guy in front of him in the throat, and the opponent was so fast that he had no time to react at all. Yi Feng only used 30% of his strength in this punch. After all, he was afraid of hitting too hard and seriously injuring the person. Even so, the young man still took 7 or 8 steps back and finally fell heavily on his butt. I saw him holding his throat tightly with both hands, his face flushed red, and he had obviously lost his fighting ability. After dealing with the opponent in front of him, Yi Feng's eyes were as fast as lightning and instantly locked onto the young man on the right. While the 2 men were still in shock and daze, he swung out with a swift left punch, accurately hitting the chin of the young man on the right, knocking him flying 6 or 7 meters away. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng turned around and kicked the boy on his left in the head with another fierce right whip kick, kicking him away instantly. Yi Feng's fighting style can be described as fast, accurate, and ruthless. His moves are simple but very crisp and neat. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have just successfully defeated 3 bullying students and upheld justice. The system now rewards you with 30 experience points. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Yi Feng's mind. He didn't expect that this move would actually bring an unexpected surprise. Yi Feng was immersed in joy because today he suddenly discovered a new way to gain experience points. However, the people around who loved the hustle and bustle were so shocked by this scene that their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and Yan Liang was no exception. 3 elite class students were knocked down with just 3 moves? How is this possible? Yan Liang stood there stupidly, his heart already filled with turmoil. Isn't this guy a student from an ordinary class? How can he have such terrifying combat power? He couldn't believe his eyes. With this kind of ability, you dare to imitate others and bully others? You really don't know your own limitations. Yi Feng looked at the 3 guys who tried to attack him but now fell to the ground. He casually brushed off the dust that didn't actually exist on his body, showing the demeanor of a master. But when he looked around, he realized that the situation was not good. After all, this was a school, and school rules clearly prohibited students from fighting with each other. Of course, those with background connections are excluded. His eyes rolled and he immediately put on a pitiful look in front of everyone. Everyone has seen it, it's really not my fault. It was this group of people who attacked my friend first. I just came out to mediate. I didn't expect they wouldn't let me go either. The key is that these three are students from the elite class. If I don't resist, I'm afraid I will be beaten to death today. So, if the school investigates this matter, please help me to testify. After hearing this, everyone was speechless. With your fighting ability, are you still afraid of being beaten to death by these three guys? I think they are lucky that they were not beaten to death by you. At this moment, Yan Liang was frightened to the point of being stunned, his face full of disbelief. Although the three boys who were knocked down just now were only of the middle and lower level in the elite class, they were at least first-level warriors with blood values exceeding 100 cards. Any one of them could easily beat 3 or 5 like him. But these three people were actually defeated by the young man in front of him with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Is this fucking student still in a regular class? When did students in ordinary classes become so amazing? Looking at the fat man sitting on the ground, his eyes were wide open and his expression was dull. Wow, so awesome. The fat man never dreamed that Jifeng could defeat 3 elite class students with just 3 moves. Why didn't Ti realize that Jifeng was so powerful before? You, just wait, this matter is not over yet. Yan Liang finally came to his senses, uttered a few harsh words, and ran over dejectedly, fearing that Jifeng would catch up and beat him up again. TSK, what is that? Yifeng looked at Yan Liang's receding back with a look of disdain on his face. However, he did not chase him, but walked straight towards the fat man. Are you okay? Yifeng reached out and pulled the fat man up, but seeing that his left face was already swollen, he couldn't help but ask a question. No, it's okay. The fat man looked at Yifeng with a strange look in his eyes. My buddy knocked down 3 elite class students in just 3 moves. I'm afraid even Du Haitao can't match his strength? Thinking of this guy actually grinned. Yifeng didn't stay there for long and soon arrived at the school's training room. His current major is a martial art called Dharma Giant Demon Palm. This palm technique is centered on combat skills, emphasizing long and short strikes, and the moves are swift and varied. It is said that when practiced to perfection, one can condense a huge palm shadow in front of the palm, which is called Dharma. Before this, due to the limitation of chi and blood, when Yifeng performed this set of palm techniques, the power was not much stronger than that of ordinary people. But now his chi and blood value has reached 250 calories, and both his strength and speed have been significantly improved compared to before. I believe that when he performs this set of palm techniques, the power will increase several times. In order to verify his current strength, Yifeng came here specifically to conduct a power test. However, this time when he used the Dharma Giant Demon Palm, a palm shadow as big as a basin really appeared in front of his palm. As the instrument tested the power of this palm, Yifeng himself was shocked. The strength value showed that the power of this palm was as high as 1,800 kilograms. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, your Dharma Troll Palm martial arts has reached the entry level and can now be included in the system. The system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Yifeng hurriedly checked the system panel. Name Yifeng. Level, mid-level second-level warrior, level 45 magic master. Chi and blood, 250 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial arts, bug level secret magic 0-1000, Dharma Giant Demon Palm 0-1000. Experience points, 10030. Yifeng saw that in the martial arts column, the skill Dharma Giant Demon Palm indeed appeared. What surprised him was that the system actually placed the set of palm techniques on the same level as the Secret Sutra of Magic. Could it be that this set of palm techniques is some amazing and advanced martial art? Yifeng was full of doubts. But on second thought, I felt it was unlikely. After all, this set of palm techniques has been widely circulated in the Federation for more than 200 years. Many people have learned it, but no one has ever heard of anyone being able to practice it to the level of perfection. Great, you can concentrate the spiritual power in your body into one point and then shoot it out of your body with your palm, increasing your power several times. This is a sign of transformation of Qi. Student Yifeng, have you reached the entry level of the Dharma Giant Demon Palm? Just when Yifeng finished the test, a man's voice suddenly came from not far away. Yifeng turned his head and saw a burly man standing not far away. Yifeng also knew this man. He was Lu Hongwei, the martial arts instructor of all the ordinary classes in the 3rd year of high school. I heard that teacher Lu was a mid-level 3rd-level warrior and had served in the military in his early years. Later, he retired due to injury and came to Anyang No. 3 Middle School. What puzzled Yifeng was why he appeared here. Oh, it's teacher Lu. I'm not quite sure what stage my palm technique is at right now. It's just that when I was practicing this set of palm techniques recently, I seemed to have some sudden enlightenment, so I wanted to come here to test it. Yi Feng made up an excuse to get away with it. The reason why he said this was because Teacher Lu already knew Yi Feng, and was relatively familiar with his previous strength. His martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, and his energy and blood had also increased significantly. If he didn't make up a suitable reason, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, Teacher Lu did not go into the details. He just encouraged Yi Feng and then turned and left. After school in the afternoon, Yi Feng went straight to his own steamed bun shop. What shocked him was that the bun shop had become a mess, and he could hear his mother and sister crying in the house. Yi Feng's face instantly turned gloomy and he rushed in quickly. When he saw his mother with gauze wrapped around her head and his sister's face was red and swollen, Yi Feng's anger suddenly rose. "Mom, what's wrong with you? What on earth is going on here?" When Sister Yi Xiaoya saw her brother coming back, she burst into tears and told her mother what had happened without waiting for her mother to speak. It turned out that in the afternoon, a group of thugs came to the bun shop and asked for protection money. The mother didn't want to cause trouble, so she planned to give them a few hundred yuan to get rid of them. However, she didn't expect this group of people to think the amount was too little, and they actually asked for a huge amount, saying that if they didn't give them 2,000 yuan, their bun shop would be closed. At this time, the mother became anxious. 2,000 federal coins were half a month's profit for the bun shop. If they were just handed over for nothing, the family would have a hard time in the future. So the mother took out her cell phone and prepared to call the nearby defense team. Unexpectedly, the mother's action completely angered the group of thugs. Without saying a word, they snatched the mother's mobile phone and smashed the bun shop. My sister and mother stepped forward to stop them, but they were also beaten by the group of people. After hearing what happened, Yi Feng was so angry that he was shaking all over. A group of hooligans actually dared to bully my family. If I punish them severely, I might not be able to open my business in the future. Xiaoya, do you know where that group of people came from? Yi Feng suppressed his anger and asked calmly. They claimed to be from the Black Tiger Gang and said that they controlled more than a dozen streets nearby. I've seen a yellow-haired guy among them. He often goes in and out of the gambling house on West Street. Yi Xiaoya answered with sobs. Xiao Feng, please don't be impulsive. These people are not easy to deal with. I heard that the Black Tiger Gang has hundreds of people. Let the defense team handle this matter. His mother was worried that Yi Feng would act on impulse and go head-to-head with the Black Tiger Gang. Not only would he fail to solve the problem, but he would also be beaten for nothing. But Yi Feng didn't think so. He had now become a warrior and possessed psychic powers. If he couldn't even deal with the Black Tiger Gang, wouldn't he be useless? Count on the defense forces to handle it? Forget it. Although these defense forces receive federal salaries and are responsible for maintaining public order, many of them form gangs and do private work. If I don't give them some benefits privately, I don't know when this matter will be resolved. The steamed bun shop is the only source of income for the family. My mother has devoted countless efforts to it over the years. I don't know how sad she would be if it went bankrupt because of this. Chapter 7, Dark and Windy Night of Murder. 12 o'clock at night. In front of a barbecue shop, a dozen big men gathered at a long table, drinking beer, smoking, and eating the skewers that the waiter kept handing them. Hey De Huang, how much did the street you're in charge of collect this time? A burly bearded man took a sip of beer and asked a yellow-haired man on the left. Boss, there are a total of 188 stores on the 2 streets I'm responsible for. We collected a total of 1.2 million federal coins in protection fees this month. Except for 12 stores with backgrounds, we did not collect the money from the only one, a steamed bun shop. The yellow-haired man said proudly. Oh? Why doesn't that bun shop hand it over? Is it because the protection fee you ask for is too much, or does this shop have a background? The bearded man asked again. Her family? What a shitty background. If she had a background, she wouldn't have opened a steamed bun shop. I've investigated this store before. The woman's husband disappeared a few years ago and is probably dead now. Her son is studying at Anyang No. 3 Middle School. I heard that his aptitude for cultivation is average and he didn't even get into the elite class. Her daughter is still in the 3rd grade of junior high school and is not yet old enough to learn martial arts. We didn't ask for much this time, we just offered 2,000 yuan, but the woman refused to give us any money and even wanted to give us a few hundred yuan to get rid of us, so we smashed her bun shop. After the little yellow-haired boy finished speaking, he picked up a roasted kidney on the table and started eating. That's right. People like this need to be taught a lesson before they behave. At that time, De Huang and I picked up iron bars and smashed their store. The mother and daughter wanted to come out to stop us, but we didn't let them. We hit them on the head with the bars a few times, and they started bleeding. At this time, a green-haired guy next to him added with a grin, his expression full of arrogance. Well, you did a good job. Some people need to be punished. If everyone follows these people, then our Black Tiger gang will be in trouble. The bearded man also nodded and praised. Their Black Tiger gang is a gang that has been established for more than 10 years, with more than 300 members. It mainly controls dozens of streets in the south of the city. Recently, they suddenly annexed a small gang nearby, and only then did they gain control of these streets. However, more than a dozen of their brothers were injured in this battle, and they spent a lot of money on medical expenses. Now they must make up for these losses as soon as possible. Okay, let's not talk about that bun shop anymore. I'll go there again some other day and I'll be sure to get the protection money. The boss invited us to drink today, so we must not go home until we are drunk," said the yellow-haired man as he stood up and raised his glass. "Yes, I won't go home until I'm drunk." "Let's do it." The cuckold also echoed. "Done." After saying that, everyone raised their glasses and drank them all. "You guys are still drinking so happily after beating someone up?" Just as this group of people were drinking crazily, a faint voice sounded in their ears. Everyone was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look back. They saw a young man in black clothes with a straight figure standing next to the long table, looking at them coldly. "Hey, what the hell is it to you what we brothers say? What's wrong with hitting others? If you say something else, be careful or we'll beat you up too." The yellow-haired man was a little drunk, so he picked up a beer bottle from the table and pointed at the young figure to threaten him. But before the man could finish his words, a young figure had already come up to him, and before he could react, he had already pressed his head on the table. The young man grabbed the beer bottle from his hand and smashed it hard on his head. Bang! The entire beer bottle broke into pieces in an instant, and immediately, a stream of blood flowed out from the yellow-haired man's head. But that was not the end. The young man thrust the broken half of the beer bottle in his hand into the yellow-haired man's neck. Suddenly, with a puff sound, the beer bottle with its jagged slit went straight into the yellow-haired man's neck. Then a stream of blood spurted out, splashing everywhere around. After doing all this, the young man ignored the yellow-haired man and turned his gaze to the bearded man at the table. That's right, the young man who took action was none other than Yifeng. At night, after Yifeng's mother and sister fell asleep, he took advantage of the dark and windy night and sneaked out of the room to take revenge on the Black Tiger gang. What Yifeng had to do was to make the gangsters who had hurt his family pay the price. Of course, if there was a chance, he wouldn't mind making the entire Black Tiger gang disappear. To be honest, Yifeng's series of operations just now had shocked everyone at the long table. By the time someone reacted, it was already a few seconds later. "Fuck you." At this time, Green Hair, who was the first to react, suddenly picked up his chair and was ready to smash it towards Yifeng's back, cursing under his breath, as if to give himself courage. But before he could finish his curse, his expression suddenly froze. It turned out that a flying knife had pierced his throat. With a look of unwillingness in his eyes, he fell sideways on the long table, instantly causing the entire table to collapse. When everyone saw how ferocious Yifeng was and how he had killed both of them in the blink of an eye, they became scared and hurriedly stood up and prepared to flee in all directions. However, the next second, several flying knives pierced through the chests of several people almost at the same time, and they fell down immediately. After killing these people, Yifeng went to the Black Tiger gang headquarters without anyone noticing. What he wanted to do was to cut the grass at its roots and leave no future troubles. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have just killed a total of 247 gang members who committed crimes. The system rewards you with 247 experience points. Soon a prompt sounded from the system. However, the people Yifeng killed this time were not warriors, so the experience points rewarded by the system were relatively small. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. My experience points have reached 10,277 points now. I should increase my HP by 20 points first. As he spoke, Yifeng had already opened the system panel, and then directly exchanged 20 points of health value in the store window. When the operation was completed, when he looked at the system panel again, the content on it had changed to Name, Yifeng. Level 2 High-Level Warrior, Level 45 Magic Master. Chi and Blood, 270 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial Arts, Introduction to Secret Magic in Bug 01000, Introduction to Dharma Giant Demon Palm 01000. Experience points, 10077. After leaving the scene, Yifeng went straight home to continue sleeping. However, what he did not expect was that the demise of the Black Tiger Gang angered a martial arts family in Anyang City, the Du family. That is Du Haito's family. The Du family is very powerful in Anyang City. More than 100 years ago, a master-level strongman appeared in their family. Today, although this family has declined, there are still nearly 40 warriors among its members. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level is Du Qingshan, the head of the family. He has reached the peak of martial arts master and is only half a step away from entering the ranks of great martial arts masters. The Black Tiger Gang is an underground force secretly cultivated by the Du family in Anyang City. Usually, this force is contacted by the housekeeper Li Xuanxi, who often helps the Du family deal with some shady matters. This time the Black Tiger Gang was wiped out, and the Du family suddenly lost an arm, which made the top leaders of the Du family extremely angry. In order to investigate the cause of death of these people, the head of the family, Du Qingshan, secretly sent a number of people to investigate the matter. However, this is an unsolved case. It was late at night and there were not many people passing by the roadside. Even the barbecue shop owner did not see the murderer. When someone suggested retrieving the on-site surveillance, they found that not only the surveillance within a radius of several hundred meters, but even the surveillance within a radius of more than 10 miles had all malfunctioned that night, which made the investigation difficult. Of course, Yifeng had no idea that he had accidentally offended the Du family, and he still went to school every day as usual. Chapter 8, Provocation. When I arrived at the classroom, the fat guy was already sitting in his seat. When he saw Yifeng, the fat man showed a complicated expression. Yesterday's experience had given him a huge shock, and he was still a little dazed. It felt like a poor loser who was similar to oneself suddenly revealed his hidden identity as a wealthy man. It caught people off guard and was difficult to accept. Yifeng looked calm and composed, sitting down next to the fat man with the same expression as usual. After hesitating for a few seconds, the fat man whispered, "Yifeng, Yan Liang will never let go of any grudge, so you better be careful recently." Yifeng took a look at this guy and said with a smile, "Just him? A waste who is not even a warrior. At most, he will bark twice in front of people. Don't worry." To be honest, Yifeng didn't really take this matter to heart. If you have spiritual powers, even if you are a master-level warrior, you have to lie down. If Yan Liang wanted to take revenge, he could simply ask his cousin in the elite class for help. As for Du Haitao, it would be fine if he didn't come, but it would be even better if he came, so that he could settle all the old and new accounts with him at once. After hearing what Yifeng said, Fatty San's worries increased instead of decreasing. Because what he was worried about was not Du Haitao. With the strength Yifeng showed yesterday, it should be enough to deal with Du Haitao. What he was worried about was the family behind Du Haitao. I heard that Du Haitao came from a family of warriors and had great power, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to easily get Qin Mangyao a special recruitment spot in one of the top 5 universities in Southeast China. After school in the afternoon, the fat boy came to the classroom with a girl. The girl was tall and had delicate features. Although she didn't have a pair of big breasts, she was more than enough to match the fat guy. At this time, the two of them were holding hands, looking particularly intimate. It seemed that this was the girlfriend that the fat man slept with. When they saw Yifeng, both of them blushed. Yifeng also laughed dumbly. "Why? Aren't you going to introduce your girlfriend to me?" After hearing this, the fat guy quickly introduced her. "She is the Song Jia I told you about." "Song Jia, this is my good friend, Yifeng." Song Jia greeted Yifeng shyly. "Yesterday I heard from Sanpang that when Yan Liang was looking for trouble with him downstairs, it was you who saved him. I really want to thank you very much. No need to be polite. Fatty San is my best friend in school. Since I have seen him, I will definitely not let him be bullied by others," Yifeng said with a smile. To express their gratitude, the two wanted to invite Yifeng to have dinner at a restaurant outside the school. Yifeng did not refuse. After all, it was the other party's good intention. However, as soon as the three of them walked out of the teaching building, they were stopped by a group of people. "Cousin, it was this guy who not only ruined our good deeds yesterday, but also injured your 3 classmates. You must avenge us today." Among the crowd blocking the road, Yan Liang was pointing at Yifeng and speaking to a tall young man beside him. Yi Feng also knew this tall young man. He was Du Haitao, who had snatched Qin Mengyao away. Du Haitao had actually met Yi Feng a few times before, but that was before Yi Feng and Qin Mengyao broke up. It's just that the two of them were not familiar with each other and could only barely recognize each other, so when Du Haitao saw Yi Feng, he still recognized that this man was Qin Mengyao's ex-boyfriend. Hearing Yan Liang's sad and angry narration, and thinking that Qin Mengyao had been touched by the man in front of him, Du Haitao felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he looked at Yi Feng with eyes as sharp as swords. Are you Yi Feng? I didn't expect that there is a student as talented as you hidden in the ordinary class. But I'm in a good mood today, and I have to rush to the hotel soon, so I won't embarrass you. Break your hands on your own initiative, and then kowtow to my cousin to apologize, and then I can let you go. As soon as Du Haitao said this, Song Jia and the fat man's faces changed at the same time. After all, this matter was caused by the two of them. Du Haitao, don't do anything rash. This is a school. If the teacher finds out about this, you'll be in big trouble. The fat man stepped forward and said. Du Haitao glanced at the fat man with disdain and ignored him completely, instead continuing to stare at Yi Feng. Kid, you can hide for a while but not forever. I won't touch you in school, but what about outside the school gate? So if you know what's best for you, do as I say, otherwise you can forget about staying in number 3 middle school. There were people coming and going at the entrance of the teaching building at this time, and Du Haitao's action of leading people to block the road soon attracted a lot of onlookers. Hey, these are students from the elite class, what are they doing? What else can I do? Just block them. These students from the elite class are too arrogant. They dare to block people in broad daylight in front of so many people? Shoo, don't talk nonsense, that man is Du Haitao, a peak level 1 warrior. I heard that he will soon be a level 2 warrior. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. In Anyang number 3 middle school, the elite class has an exclusive status, and the students who are about to enter the second level warriors are the elites among the elites. In addition, Du Haitao has a special identity and comes from a family of warriors, which makes him a person that no one in the school dares to mess with. In just a moment, the eyes of the people around them looking at Yi Feng and the other two were filled with sympathy and pity. Being targeted by such a ruthless person, you probably can't escape without suffering some pain. Listening to the discussions around him, Yan Liang's face suddenly showed a proud look. This was the reputation his cousin had earned. So what if I have good skills? There are so many people in the elite class, and many of them are better than you. As long as his cousin says a word, there will naturally be a lot of people willing to come out and support you. Faced with Du Haitao's threat, the fat man had cold sweat on his back and he looked at Yi Feng worriedly. Song Jia's face turned even paler, and she was extremely panicked at this moment. However, at the scene, only Yi Feng looked calm and composed. He looked at Du Haitao with a teasing look, and then suddenly a few words popped out of his mouth. You are worthy of it? This sentence may seem very brief, but it is extremely lethal because it has risen to the level of provocation. There was a sudden silence all around, and everyone's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief, as if they had heard it wrong. No one expected that a student in an ordinary class would not only show no fear when facing the threat of a warrior who was about to enter level 2, but also dared to challenge him. Everyone present was shocked at once. Du Haitao's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. After several seconds, the crowd below began to discuss again. I thought this ordinary class student was going to fail today, but it turns out that he didn't take Du Haitao seriously at all. Yes, if you dare to challenge the elite class students, who would believe you if you say you don't have some strength? You are worthy of it, TSK. These words seem very powerful. Listening to the discussions around him, Du Haitao's face turned from white to black, from black to blue, and from blue to purple. He stared at Yi Feng intently and said in a deep voice, I am not worthy? Do you know who you are talking to? Do you know what the consequences will be? Yi Feng's expression remained the same. I heard that your elite class advocates martial arts. If there are conflicts between students, they are often resolved by fighting in the ring. How about you and I have a fight? Do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. No one expected that after Yi Feng provoked the other party, he would actually dare to challenge him to a fight. Isn't this too bold? You have to know that the opponent is an elite student who is about to enter the level 2 warrior. Du Haitao was also surprised when he heard this. He didn't know whether Yi Feng had been kicked in the head by a donkey or had some other support to dare to challenge him to a fight in the ring. But soon an expression of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face again. How dare a student from an ordinary class challenge him to a duel? How ignorant of the world. Okay, I accept this fight. Du Haitao agreed immediately, but then a grim smile appeared on his face again. If you lose, you will cripple your hands, and then kowtow to my cousin in front of everyone to apologize. No problem. What if I win? Yifeng agreed and then asked back. Ha, you can't win. Du Haitao denied it directly with a smile. According to what you said, if I challenge you to a fight and lose, I will break both my hands and kowtow to apologize. Is it okay if you lose? Yifeng simply repeated the conditions that Du Haitao had just stated. However, it would have been better if he hadn't repeated this. As soon as he repeated it, discussions immediately broke out around him. Obviously, everyone thought that Du Haitao was too hypocritical. Listening to the discussions around him, all criticizing him, Du Haitao finally spoke up this time. You can ask for any conditions, as long as they are not excessive, I can agree to them. If you lose, let Yan Liang cripple one of his arms, and then never bother Song Jia and the fat guy again. Is this possible? I thought Yifeng would take the opportunity to bring up something about Qin Mengyao, but I didn't expect that she didn't even mention it. Okay, I agree. Du Haitao agreed immediately. Cousin, this is not good, right? Yan Liang said with a bitter face. What? Are you still worried that I will lose? Du Haitao's face immediately became displeased when he heard this. No, let's make the bet. I support you anyway. Yan Liang was also very smart. Seeing that his cousin was about to get angry, he quickly agreed. In fact, I was overthinking just now. Yifeng is just a student in an ordinary class. Even if he has some abilities, how could he be a match for my cousin? Okay. Then it's settled. See you at the martial arts competition arena in the playground tomorrow. Yifeng shouted in a deep voice, then pushed away Du Haitao, who was blocking his way, and walked forward with his head held high. Chapter 9. This student is not simple. Time flies, a day has passed, and the day for Yifeng and Du Haitao's duel has arrived. Because this incident was deliberately publicized on the campus website, it has now become big news known to everyone in the school. Interesting, a student from the ordinary class actually dared to challenge a student from the elite class. This is the first time I have encountered such a challenge since I started teaching at Anyang No. 3 Middle School. I wonder what the result of this challenge will be. An old man in his 60s with gray hair, holding a thermos cup in his hand, was browsing posts on the campus website and couldn't help but sigh. What other result can there be? The student in the ordinary class will definitely be severely beaten up, and then leave in disgrace, ha. A beautiful middle-aged woman nearby laughed. This beautiful middle-aged woman was none other than Liang Hongyu, the head teacher of the elite class in the senior year. Liang Hongyu has been teaching the senior high school elite class for 5 years and is naturally well aware of the gap between the elite class students and those in the ordinary class. Du Haitao is one of the top students in the elite class. His qi and blood value has reached 180 calories, and he can punch with a force of 800 kilograms, which is far beyond the reach of an ordinary class student. Oh? That's not necessarily true. I guess the student from the ordinary class will win this time. Do you believe it? The person who spoke this time was Lu Hongwei, the martial arts instructor of the senior high school ordinary class, who was the middle-aged man that Yifeng met during the test in the training room. Oh? Teacher Lu, what do you mean? Could it be that this ordinary class student has some hidden card? After hearing what Lu Hongwei said, the white-haired old man immediately became interested and asked curiously. Even the beautiful middle-aged woman next to her pricked up her ears at this moment. Liang Hongyu knew Lu Hongwei quite well. Since he said that, he must have his reasons. It seemed that she was a little too confident in what she said just now. But she was also very curious about what kind of trump card a student in an ordinary class had that could make Lu Hongwei stand on his side. Seeing that the dean and Liang Hongyu were both looking at him, Lu Hongwei took a sip of tea and finally told the truth. Although Yifeng is only a student in the ordinary class, he already has the strength to enter the elite class. If I am not mistaken, his qi and blood value is at least over 200 calories now. Hearing what Teacher Lu said, the head teacher and Liang Hongyu's eyes widened. To be honest, this news shocked them. After all, among the students in the elite class, there were only a few whose qi and blood values could exceed 160 calories. If what Teacher Lu said was true, then wouldn't Yifeng be able to rank among the top few in the elite class? Teacher Lu, you can't say that. You know, this is no small matter. If students with such qualifications don't get into the elite class, it would be our dereliction of duty. The dean of studies was obviously a little skeptical. After all, the school conducts blood and Qi tests on students every month. If a student's blood and Qi reach 200 calories but is not tested out, everyone will be responsible. Yes, Mr. Liu, let alone ordinary students reaching 200 calories, even for elite students to upgrade from 100 calories to 200 calories, it will take several months. Is your information wrong? Liang Hongyu, who was standing by, also shook her head and denied it after hearing this. Seeing that the two men didn't believe him, Lu Hongwei told them what he had seen in the practice room a few days ago. You mean that Ji Feng not only cultivated the Dharma giant demon palm to the entry level, but also hit with a force of 1,800 kilograms? The white-haired old man finally lost his composure this time. You have to know that the Dharma giant demon palm martial art is not an ordinary set of skills. That was a unique skill created by the Federation's god of war, Nan Batian. Because this set of skills was extremely difficult to practice, the inheritance was almost broken. In order to find successors, the federal government promoted this set of skills to all schools. Even students in ordinary classes were eligible to practice it, just to be able to discover suitable talents to practice this miraculous skill. Nowadays, many people regard this set of skills as the most common martial arts. They have no idea that such a secret is hidden in it. They didn't expect that by coincidence, there was actually someone who could practice this technique to the entry level, and he was an ordinary student in their school. This couldn't help but shock them. A warrior with a blood value of about 200 calories can use this set of martial arts to hit 1,800 kilograms of force. It can indeed be called entry level. It seems that Ji Feng is still a treasure. You should know that the power that a general first-level warrior can display is basically around 250 kilograms to 500 kilograms. After all, there is a range of values for Qi and blood at the same level. The strength that a level 2 warrior can exert can basically reach about 500 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms, and so on. With each level increase, the strength will increase by about 500 kilograms. If what Lu Hongwei said was true, Yi Feng could use the Dharma giant demon palm to hit a force of 1,800 kilograms. This force is at least comparable to that of a mid-level third-level warrior. This also indirectly illustrates the terrifying nature of the Dharma giant demon palm technique. No, we must take this matter seriously. We have to ask Yi Feng to come over when we have time, so we can test him on the spot. The gray-haired old man was very excited, even a little impatient. You know, if this matter were to spread to major universities, they might directly give Yi Feng a special recruitment quota, and at least a B-level contract. Director Pan, don't be anxious. It won't be too late to ask Yi Feng to come over after the duel is over. Lu Hongwei found the headmaster's anxious look a little funny. However, he was also glad that Yi Feng was a student of Anyang No. 3 Middle School. After all, as long as Yi Feng could make a name for himself in the future, no matter how great his achievements would be, this would always be his alma mater, and everyone would always be his teachers. Hey, it looks like Du Haitao is going to be in trouble. After learning the news, Liang Hongyu secretly prayed for her student. At the same time, in an open-air martial arts arena in the school, Yi Feng and Du Haitao had both stepped onto the stage. Because of this fight, with Du Haitao's deliberate publicity, the news has spread throughout the school, and the number of spectators on site has easily exceeded 3,000. There were even many students at the scene who turned on the live broadcast mode directly on their mobile phones, which also attracted many online fans to watch simultaneously. Dear fans, today our Anyang No. 3 Middle School will hold a duel between the students in the general class and the students in the elite class. It is said that these two people initiated this duel because they both fell in love with the same girl. It seems that beauty is really a disaster. However, this ordinary class student was brave enough to stand on the stage despite the difference in strength. It was said that the elite class student's Qi and blood value had reached 180 calories, making him an out-and-out high-level first-level warrior. Now that both of them have stepped onto the stage, will this handsome guy from the ordinary class defeat the strong with his weak strength, or will the student from the elite class win overwhelmingly? Let us wait and see. The host spoke eloquently, and text kept flashing on the screen of the live broadcast room. Some fans even impulsively threw beer and red flowers, which made the scene look very lively. Oh my god, a student from the ordinary class fighting against a student from the elite class? Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang? A fan named Funny Superman typed in the live broadcast room. I support the student in the ordinary class because he and I are both very handsome. Another person named Flying Pig floated by. Why don't you say that you two are weaklings? I wonder if this student in the ordinary class will be beaten to a pulp later. A fan named Funny Little Overlord passed by. Damn it, stop talking nonsense upstairs. I'm eating now. A voice called a pile of smell-good dung floated by. A student from the elite class challenged a student from the ordinary class. How shameless. Even if they win, it's not glorious. A fan named Nyonyo Loves Handsome Guys complained. Everyone was talking about it. Oh, I don't know if Brother Phone can do it this time. After all, Du Haito has been in the elite class for almost half a year, and his strength should not be underestimated. The fat man in the audience said worriedly. This time he organized a 5-person cheerleading team for Yi Feng. The reason why those people agreed was because this guy promised to treat everyone to a big meal, so they reluctantly agreed. Du Haitao, I bet you can kick this guy off the ring in 5 moves. Don't let us down. A group of students from the elite class formed a 20-member cheerleading team and stood opposite the fat man. It was obvious that they were confronting each other. They all came to support Du Haitao. Qin Mangyao also came to this battle, but she stood far away on the periphery. After all, there were rumors that the fight was caused by her, and the incident with Yen Lian was just a fuse. Qin Mangyao is a little conflicted now. To be honest, she still likes Yi Feng in terms of feelings. But now she has boarded Du Haitao's ship and he has taken her body, so she has no choice but to go on like this. Now he only hopes that Yi Feng will not be injured in this fight and that Du Haitao can win, so that it will be perfect. Chapter 10, Fierce Fighting in the Arena. Seeing so many people coming to the scene, Du Haitao felt proud. Yesterday he mobilized many of his friends to publicize this matter, and even spent money to hire a lot of internet trolls to post on the campus website. In his opinion, this kind of sure thing is the best way to increase popularity. Yi Feng, how do we compete? Just tell me. Whether it's a weapon competition or a fist fight, I'll do whatever you say. Du Haitao behaved extremely magnanimously. After all, he was standing here as a strong man. It would be somewhat unreasonable if he still argued with the opponent over the details of the fight. Yi Feng wanted to laugh secretly when he heard Du Haitao say that. I wonder if you will regret your righteousness when I beat you into a pig's head later. Well, I've never learned any weapon-related martial arts before, so let's just compete with fists and feet until one of us admits defeat. Yi Feng directly expressed his thoughts. Although he had learned shooting for several years before, the opponent was a student in the elite class and must be much better than him in terms of martial arts, so he planned to defeat his opponent directly with fists, kicks and strength. Okay, I agree to this, but before the competition, I have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Du Haitao said again. Okay, tell me what you think. As long as it's not too much, I can agree to it. Yi Feng also wanted to hear what this guy was trying to do, but in order to prevent the other party from making any excessive demands, he kept his mouth shut. The condition is very simple. No matter which of us loses, we will not be able to participate in tomorrow's special recruitment assessment for warriors. Du Haitao said directly. In fact, the reason why Du Haitao said this was that he wanted to block Yi Feng's special recruitment channel tomorrow. Although Yi Feng is only a student in the ordinary class now, he was able to successfully sneak attack 3 elite class students in a short period of time and injure them instantly. This means that Yi Feng has the qualifications to enter the elite class, and perhaps he can get the lowest level D-level contract with luck in the special recruitment assessment. Yi Feng didn't expect that Du Haitao would have such thoughts, but he didn't care. Anyway, he wasn't the one who would lose in the end. But by that time, I wonder if this guy will regret the condition he just proposed. Okay, I agree. Yi Feng agreed immediately. The two of them spoke very loudly, which was of course intentional, but when the content fell into the ears of others, it had a different meaning. Some people who think they are smart have already discussed it privately. It is obvious that they have seen that Du Haitao has ulterior motives in doing this. This ordinary class student can challenge Du Haitao, so he must be quite capable. Now even Du Haitao is worried that this kid might get a special recruitment contract. This student from the ordinary class is really stupid. He didn't realize that Du Haitao did it on purpose. It seems that he has fallen into Du Haitao's trap. Yeah, this Du Haitao is really insidious. He actually proposed such a condition on the stage. It is obvious that he is using his advantage to calculate the other party. I can't help it. This is a duel. If you dare to step on the stage, you must be prepared to pay the price. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. However, most people have actually anticipated the outcome of the battle. They came here more to watch the fun. After all, this was the first time that students from the ordinary class and the elite class had a duel in Anyang No. 3 middle school. Du Haitao saw that his goal had been achieved, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. At this point, he stopped talking nonsense and started to make the initial moves, and it seemed that he was ready. Yifeng, your strength is lower than mine, don't say that I am bullying you. Now I will give you 3 moves, come on. Du Haitao said with a righteous look. In fact, this guy had already planned it out. After only 3 moves, he could beat Yifeng up with justification. Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it. Yifeng will not indulge this guy. Since he is so arrogant, you will regret it. Now his cultivation has reached the high level of level 2 warrior, and his blood and chi have reached 270 cards. Even if he does not use his psychic powers and the Dharma Giant Demon Palm, his physical strength alone is enough to give Du Haitao a hard time. The fight is about to start, friends in the live broadcast room, please have some beer. I will move closer to the ring so that everyone can see more clearly. A group of anchors holding mobile phones saw that the 2 people on the ring were ready to fight, and they all shouted excitedly to the live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few fans in the live broadcast room who sent out big bottles of beer and small red flowers. In just a dozen seconds, some anchors' income exceeded 100 yuan. Yifeng on the stage would naturally not be disturbed by the crowd below the stage. He took the lead in launching the attack, rushing towards Du Haitao like a lion fighting a rabbit, with an extremely powerful momentum. At this moment, everyone in the audience was shocked. How could this momentum be like that of an ordinary student? Even Du Haitao, who was standing still, was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he was also shocked by the momentum of Yifeng's attack. Yifeng's blood and energy have now reached 270 calories, so his speed and strength have naturally increased several times compared to before. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Du Haitao and swung out with his right fist. This time he only used 50% of his strength, just to test his opponent's strength. As a student in the elite class, Du Haitao naturally had a good talent for cultivation. When he woke up from his shock, he immediately used his signature skill, the Thunder Fist, and collided with Yifeng's flying punch. When the 2 fists collided, there was a loud bang, and the entire ring exploded with a gust of air, making it impossible for everyone around to open their eyes. After the airwave passed, everyone looked towards the arena, but they were shocked by what they saw. Because at this time on the stage, Yifeng and Du Haitao each retreated 4 or 5 steps, and there was no one-sided situation. How is it possible? Isn't this Yifeng a student from the ordinary class? Why can he block Du Haitao's punch? Did he take some kind of powerful pill before going on stage? Yes, this Du Haitao is a genuine first-level high-level warrior with a blood value of 180 calories. Did he hold back when he punched? Everyone in the audience speculated. No, this Yifeng should also have the strength of a high-level first-level warrior, otherwise how could he be on par with Du Haitao? How is it possible? Can there be a high-level warrior among the ordinary class students? Incredible! Exclamations rang out one after another. Many people couldn't help showing surprise and shock. They would never have imagined that an unknown student in an ordinary class could be a warrior whose life energy had reached a high level of the first level. This discovery completely refreshed their understanding. Du Haitao was even more stunned, with his eyes wide open. How is it possible? Du Haitao's head was buzzing, because through the previous attack, he had already felt Yifeng's strength, and it was a strength that was no less than his own. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along? Thinking of this, Du Haitao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. I originally thought that the other party was a young man who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, but now it seems that he clearly has his own confidence. If that is the case, it is hard to say whether we can win. The 2 fought for several rounds in succession, and Yifeng gradually increased his strength. In just about a minute, Du Haitao keenly discovered that Yifeng's physical fitness was actually much stronger than his. Damn it! Is this guy really a student from the regular class? Du Haitao's blood value is 180 calories. If Yifeng's is much higher than his, wouldn't it be close to 200 calories? For someone like this, let alone entering the elite class, he will definitely have no problem getting a C-level contract during tomorrow's warrior assessment. Du Haitao's face was extremely gloomy and his eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and concentrated his energy. Bang! When Yifeng hit Du Haitao with a punch, it felt like he hit a piece of steel plate, and it actually made a dull metallic sound. Horizontal training martial arts. Yifeng's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of a martial arts technique that his teacher had introduced in class. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. Du Haitao said with a sneer. Horizontal training kung fu is actually quite common among martial artists. After all, if a martial artist wants to practice, the first thing he needs to do is to polish his body. However, it is difficult for ordinary warriors to spend most of their energy on such boring training. After all, warriors are also human beings and they can be lazy. What's more, practicing this kind of martial arts will cause certain damage to the skin and bones. Therefore, most women and men who care more about their appearance are unwilling to work hard on this. From Du Haitao's face full of acne and his rough skin, we can tell how much practicing this kind of martial arts will damage one's appearance. No wonder that when he was pursuing Mu Qingcheng, he was not favored by that little girl. However, the benefits of practicing this kind of kung fu are also obvious, which is to temper muscles, bones and internal organs. Once one has cultivated to the great perfection realm, one only needs to exert a little strength to turn his whole body into a steel plate, with amazing defensive power. From the metallic sound made by Yifeng's strike just now, it can be seen that this guy's horizontal training kung fu has obviously reached a certain level. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and began to think about how to deal with the situation. However, when the other party saw the scene, Du Haitao thought that this guy was cowardly. A grim smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he swung his fist and started to fight back at Yifeng. Chapter 11 shocked the audience. Yifeng flashed to the right like a ghost and easily dodged the fist. With his current level of cultivation as a high-level second-level warrior, his body movement speed would naturally be faster than Du Haitao's. Once Yifeng tried his best to dodge, Du Haitao couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Du Haitao threw several punches in succession, and almost all of them missed, which made him so angry that his face turned red. Is that all you can do? Want to fight me head-on? Fine, I'll grant you that. Yifeng sneered and stopped abruptly. The next second, he lowered his waist and squatted, gathering all his strength on his right hand. Then he changed his fist into a palm and slapped towards Du Haitao with terrifying momentum. Wherever the palm passed, the air quickly retreated to both sides as if it was burned, forming a distortion visible to the naked eye. At the same time, there was a deafening thunder, which made everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Seeing Yifeng attacking head-on, Du Haitao was very happy at first. But the scene that followed made his face change drastically. Because right in front of Yifeng's palm, a giant palm shadow as big as a basin suddenly appeared out of thin air, and this palm shadow could also change with the shape of Yifeng's hand. What kind of palm technique is this? Why is it so powerful? It actually makes me feel the fear of being on the verge of death? Du Haitao was still 2 or 3 meters away from Yifeng when he already felt the powerful pressure of the giant palm, which made him quickly display his horizontal training technique. He was prepared to use his best skills to withstand the attack. However, Du Haitao still overestimated his own strength. Yifeng has already practiced the Dharma giant demon palm to the entry level. The power unleashed by this palm is as great as 1,800 kilograms, which is comparable to the full-strength punch of a mid-level third-level warrior. With such a palm strike, even if there is a 2 or 3 centimeter steel plate in front of Yifeng, he can still penetrate it with one palm strike. Du Haitao's horizontal training technique is only comparable to a steel plate, but it is not a steel plate after all. How could he possibly block this palm strike? The giant palm shadow hit Du Haitao's body. With a dull bang, the guy flew backwards in an instant as if he was hit by a speeding car. It flew out of the ring and slid on the ground for more than 10 meters before it finally stopped. As soon as Du Haitao stopped, he spurted out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his whole body instantly became weak. It is obvious that this guy has suffered serious injuries. There was a sudden dead silence all around. The crowd watching the fight stared at Yifeng on the ring with their mouths wide open, their faces filled with shock. What kind of palm technique is this that can exert such power? This question popped up in everyone's mind. Obviously, not many people have seen this kind of palm technique. To be more precise, there should not be many people who can practice that seemingly ordinary set of skills to this level. This student from the ordinary class actually defeated Du Haitao from the elite class? After being stunned for a long time, someone at the scene finally told the result of the battle. This result was so shocking, especially to the elite class students who usually thought highly of themselves. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads this time. Amidst many shocked and astonished gazes, Yifeng walked down from the ring, and then slowly walked towards the direction where Du Haitao was. Du Haitao was seriously injured. He was struggling to get up from the ground when he saw Yifeng walking towards him. He was so scared that he opened his mouth to admit defeat. Yifeng did not make things difficult for Du Haitao, but Yan Liang, who came over to support Du Haitao, was in trouble. Yifeng raised his leg and kicked the guy's right arm. There was a crisp click and the arm was twisted into a terrifying shape. It seems that if I don't rest for a few months, it will be difficult for my body to return to normal. Before today, if someone said that Du Haitao would be defeated by a student from an ordinary class, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, at this moment, this incredible scene was actually happening before his eyes. The victorious Yifeng did not stay in the playground for long, but turned around and left. After his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, the quiet crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. He's really a hidden talent. I didn't expect Yifeng to be so powerful. Yeah, even Du Haitao was easily defeated by him. I guess his strength would rank in the top 10 even in the elite class. Not only that, I think he could be in the top 3. Yifeng clearly didn't use his full strength just now. Come to think of it, Yifeng is so amazing, why didn't he get into the elite class? Who knows? But with his current strength, it's more than enough for him to be transferred to the elite class. Many students were talking about it, and many of them were excitedly discussing what had just happened on the stage. It is unprecedented in Anyang No. 3 Middle School that students from ordinary classes defeated students from elite classes. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will be shocked. Next to the martial arts arena, the fat man stood there blankly, still not recovered from his shock. He didn't wake up until someone pushed him gently. He thought Yifeng was trying to give himself courage by saying even if Du Haitao comes, let him lie down anyway. Who would have thought that he actually had the ability to defeat Du Haitao? Suddenly, Fatty San felt that this good friend whom he had known for many years was a little strange. I don't seem to understand him. Fat guy, you have a good eye. It looks like you're going to be lucky in the future. A boy who was on the cheerleading team and was coaxed over by treating himself to a meal said excitedly. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this fat guy has the best relationship with Yifeng. Being able to make a friend who can become a warrior in the future is an honor to be able to tell others about it. Even if Yifeng's achievements in the future are limited, even if he only becomes a 3rd or 4th level warrior, he is still a privileged class. Problems that ordinary people cannot handle can be handled by just saying hello to them. This is something that cannot but make people envy. After leaving the training ground, Yifeng found a remote and deserted place and opened the system panel. Because he just received a notification from the system, saying that he had won the duel in the martial arts arena, and the system directly rewarded him with 10 experience points. Seeing that his experience value increased by another 10 points, Yifeng's face showed joy. It's not that these 10 points of experience points are a lot, but that he found that this method of earning experience points is really effective. After turning off the system panel, Yifeng found himself near the Academic Affairs Office. I originally planned to come to the Academic Affairs Office to handle the class transfer. Now that I'm here, I might as well do it today. But before he entered the Academic Affairs Office building, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. Yifeng, we are looking for you, come with me quickly. The speaker was Lu Hongwei, the martial arts instructor of the ordinary class. In fact, many teachers in the school went to watch the fight between Yifeng and Du Haitao in the martial arts field today, but they stood far away and did not alarm many students. When Yifeng knocked Du Haitao off the ring, Lu Hongwei wanted to call Yifeng directly and take him to the training room for a detailed test, but he didn't expect that this guy disappeared. Lu Hongwei searched for a long time and asked several classmates on the way before he found out that Yifeng was heading towards the Academic Affairs Office, so he came over. Teacher Lu, what a coincidence, do you want to talk to me about something? Yifeng was also a little surprised. Didn't Teacher Lu usually stay in the office? Why did he come to the Academic Affairs Office? And he looked anxious, as if he really had something to talk to him about. Lu Hongwei did not elaborate, but took Yifeng directly to the school's training room. When Yifeng entered the room, he found that the grade director Pan Guoping and the elite class teacher Liang Hongyu were also here. Student Yifeng, we are now going to test your blood and strength. If you meet the standards, you can transfer to the elite class in the afternoon. Pan Guoping said with a smile. In fact, they also watched the fight in the martial arts arena today. To be honest, they were also shocked by Yifeng's performance. It seems that what Teacher Lu said was right. This little fellow's Dharmadhata giant demon palm has indeed been cultivated to the entry level, otherwise he would not have been able to create the giant palm phantom as big as a wash basin. Seeing the anxious looks on the faces of several people, Yifeng knew that he could no longer hide the fact that he had reached the 2nd level warrior level. However, since he was tested here, he could directly transfer to the elite class, which would save him a lot of trouble, so he agreed immediately. Yifeng stretched out his right hand and touched the surface of the qi and blood tester. With a flash of light, several numbers immediately appeared on the screen. 270 calories. When several people saw the information generated on the screen, they all opened their mouths in shock. I originally thought that this guy could easily defeat Du Haitao, and he had practiced the Dharma Giant Demon Palm to the entry level, with a health value of 200 calories at most. I didn't expect that this guy had quietly increased his health value to 270 calories. You know, with this amount of chi and blood, if he were to enter the elite class, he would definitely be the first. Teacher Liang, what is the highest chi and health value in our elite class right now? Pan Guoping asked Liang Hongyu, who was standing beside him. He wanted to see how big the difference in chi and blood values was between the first and second place. Director Pan, the student with the highest chi and blood value in our elite class is Mu Qingcheng, whose chi and blood value has reached 198 calories. However, she was specially recruited by Kyoto Wuda University a few days ago and has now left the school. Boom! Pan Guoping felt as if his head had been hit hard, and he just stood there in a daze. With a health difference of 74 cards, Yifeng is simply a monster. Student Yifeng, let's test your strength again. Hit that instrument with all your strength. Don't hold back at all. Pan Guoping reacted and became even more enthusiastic towards Yifeng this time. He wanted to see how big a surprise this little guy could bring him. This time, Yifeng directly used his Dharma Giant Demon Palm. He knew that this test was very important to him. It might even affect his warrior assessment tomorrow and the special recruitment signing on the spot, so he did not make any reservations at all. Having these people recommending you is much more effective than having your own words speak for you. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the screen of the strength testing instrument kept jumping wildly, finally stopping on a string of numbers. 2,280 kilograms. It actually reached 2,280 kilograms. Pan Guoping jumped up excitedly. I originally thought it was just the 1,800 kilograms that Teacher Lu mentioned, but I didn't expect there would be an extra surprise. In fact, the reason why Yifeng can exert such great power is that his blood value has increased by 20 calories. Of course, there is also the factor that he performs beyond his level under pressure. In any case, he knew that his transfer to the elite class was successful, and he had also received recognition from 3 teachers, so his goal had been achieved. Chapter 12. The teacher wants to harm me. Student Yifeng, your transfer to the elite class can be confirmed today. This is the head teacher of the elite class, Ms. Liang Hongyu. She will handle your transfer procedures personally. You can go directly to her class later. Pan Guoping said to Yifeng with a smile, and at the same time did not forget to introduce him to the female teacher next to him. Hello, Teacher Liang. Yifeng greeted Liang Hongyu enthusiastically. Yifeng had naturally heard of Liang Hongyu's name a long time ago. She was a peak level 3 warrior and one of the few beautiful teachers in Anyang No. 3 Middle School. Teacher Liang asked Yifeng to go back to the classroom to pack up his things first, and she would personally take Yifeng to report to the elite class later. After saying goodbye to the 3 people, Yifeng walked out of the training room. At this moment, he was very excited and even a little emotional. When he first came to Anyang No. 3 Middle School, he thought it would be great if he could transfer to the elite class. But at that time, transferring classes was still a luxury for him. And now, this extravagant wish has become a reality. In just a few days, his life changed dramatically. Sometimes when Yifeng thinks back on it late at night, he still feels like he is dreaming. However, the sigh lasted only for a moment, and Yifeng quickly calmed his mind and stepped forward. It has just begun. The path of martial arts is tortuous and difficult, and there is definitely a long way to go in the future. Yifeng quickly returned to the classroom. At this time, his classmates were still discussing his previous battle with Du Haitao in the ring. Seeing that the person responsible for the incident had returned, everyone greeted Yifeng enthusiastically, completely forgetting the sarcastic remarks they had made towards him before going on stage. There is nothing we can do, this world is just so realistic. Seeing Yifeng packing up, everyone seemed to have guessed something and quickly shut their mouths, but the envy in their eyes could not be hidden. Brother Feng, remember to come back and visit us often. After all, you are also a member of our class 35 of senior high school, and we will all miss you. The speaker was the fat man. As Yifeng's best friend at school, he blessed Yifeng's departure. But Fatty-san also knew that perhaps from today on, the gap between him and Yifeng would become larger and larger, and even in the near future, the two of them would be divided into different classes. Fat guy, let's work hard together. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you. This was a promise Yifeng made to his friend before leaving, and it also meant that no matter how far he went, he would never forget his former good brother. No one would have thought that it was Yi Feng's promise that would allow the fatty to take off in the future and even join the elite class of warriors. Of course, this is all later. Yi Feng followed teacher Liang directly to the elite class. At first, everyone was a little shocked when they saw him, but soon everyone applauded and welcomed his arrival. This is how the world is, strength is everything. The fact that Yi Feng was able to defeat Du Haitao showed that he was qualified to join the elite class, and no one would find it inappropriate to study and practice in the same classroom with him. Yi Feng, please sit next to Lu Mengchen. There's an empty seat there. Teacher Liang said, pointing directly to a seat. Yi Feng didn't hesitate and walked straight over. After all, it is a happy thing to be able to sit at the same table with such a beautiful girl. However, after he sat down, he realized that the way his classmates looked at him was a little strange, but he didn't understand what was going on for a while. It was not until after class that a classmate told him the reason. It turned out that this seat was not open to everyone. If one wanted to sit next to the beautiful Mengchen, he had to get approval from all the boys in the class. After all, Lu Mengchen is the top student and goddess in their elite class, and she will not allow any boy to harass her. Yi Feng was also confused when he heard this reason. Did teacher Liang arrange him to sit in this seat on purpose? Was he trying to make him an enemy of all the boys in the class? Although Lu Mengchen was very beautiful, he had no intention of picking her. He knew that the elite class students were either from wealthy or noble families, and that was not something a poor guy like him could get involved in. Lu Mengchen was also a little surprised that Yi Feng could become his deskmate. She didn't know why teacher Liang made such arrangements. Could it be that he disliked Yi Feng and wanted to deliberately make trouble for this boy? There were a few boys in my class who used to sit at the same table with me, but they all moved out the next day with injuries all over their bodies. As for the reason, Lu Mengchen actually guessed it a little bit. It must be that he was beaten up by other boys. In fact, Lu Mengchen was not disgusted with Yi Feng. She was even a little curious about him because she had heard this man's name many times from Mu Qingqing before. But she was very puzzled at that time. How could Yi Feng, a student in an ordinary class, make Mu Qingqing, a school beauty, obsessed with him? What was his charm? But now is not the time to explore this, because she doesn't know whether Yi Feng will follow in the footsteps of his former classmates. Now she could only pray for Yi Feng in her heart. When Yi Feng learned that it would be dangerous to sit at the same table with Lu Mengchen, he became wary of the boys around him, but he didn't expect that things would happen so quickly. During the afternoon break, when Yi Feng went to the bathroom, he had just unzipped his pants to pee when more than a dozen boys followed him in, all of them from his elite class. The leader was a boy named Zhao Daong. He was very big and strong, and standing in front of him, he looked like a black bear. Yi Feng, right? Don't think you're so awesome just because you can beat Du Haitao. You should know that Du Haitao can only rank 5th in our elite class. Today is your first day here and you don't know the rules of our elite class. Now I'm going to explain them to you. Zhao Daong pointed his finger at Yi Feng's nose and said in a lecturing tone. Yi Feng was so angry that he laughed. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. He didn't expect to be controlled by this group of high school students today. However, he held back and wanted to listen to what this guy wanted to say. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't say anything, Zhao Daong thought that the other party was timid, so he became even more presumptuous. First, you can't sit at the same table with Lu Mengchen. Do you think you can get your hands on a school beauty like her? You have to move somewhere else before class tomorrow. Second, our elite class has a leader, and that is me, Zhao Daong. From now on, everything in the class must be approved by me. Third, you are not allowed to date girls in your class. There are only 7 or 8 girls in our class, and there are too many wolves and too little meat. There is not enough to share among the brothers, so it is not your turn yet. Fourth, the elite class students must be united in facing the outside world. If there is any problem, everyone must work together. Of course, if you are bullied, we will also protect you, but whoever stands up for you must pay a little reward. After all, we are not your fathers, and there is no such thing as working for nothing. Fifth, we boys have taken the initiative to take charge of the hygiene of the class, but you are new here, so you are solely responsible for the hygiene this week. Sixth, we must give the newcomers a beating, so that they will behave themselves and cooperate better with us in the future. This guy kept on talking about 6 things in a row, and Yi Feng almost couldn't hold his urine after listening to him. Chapter 13, Toilet Counterattack. Yi Feng, you can't escape this beating. After all, this is the rule of the elite class. We also know that you have some strength and can defeat Du Haitao, but there are more than one person here who can defeat Du Haitao, so I advise you not to resist, otherwise you will only be beaten harder. Zhao Daong's arrogant voice echoed in the small toilet, accompanied by a dozen pairs of hostile eyes, surrounding Yifeng tightly. Yifeng knew that these people were the troublemakers in the elite class, and most of their qi and blood values exceeded 150 calories. Even if they were placed outside, they would be considered small masters. But what if you're just a little expert? If you dare to bully me, Yifeng, you must be prepared to be beaten. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up imperceptibly. With 270 cards of health and a glimpse of the Dharmadhata's troll palm, he has the confidence to fight this group of people even without mental strength. Want to take action? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yifeng replied fearlessly. His eyes were as fast as lightning, scanning everyone one by one, and his brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to teach these guys a lesson. This group of people seemed to have formed a tight encirclement around him, but in fact, there were many loopholes, and the people at the back were standing loosely, which gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yifeng turned his mind and his mental power immediately and accurately impacted the bathroom's circuit system. With a click, the surrounding lights went out instantly, and the entire toilet was plunged into pitch darkness. Ha! Why is the bathroom light off? Go get someone to check what's going on. Zhao Daong was still careless and had no idea that danger was approaching. However, just as he finished speaking, Yifeng suddenly moved. He was like a flash of black lightning, and with the cover of darkness, he rushed towards Zhao Daong in an instant. He clenched his right fist, the blood in his body surged, and the power of the Dharma giant demon palm gathered in his fist and blasted out violently. Bang! The punch was so powerful that Zhao Daong felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him, as if he was hit head-on by a speeding car, causing him to fly backwards uncontrollably. Due to his huge size, he knocked down several boys behind him when he flew. For a moment, screams and curses were heard in the toilet. Don't panic, it must be Yifeng's doing. Everyone stay calm and don't lose your composure. Zhao Daong shouted in the chaos, trying to organize everyone to prepare for a counterattack. However, in the darkness, Yifeng's mental ability was like a radar that could clearly feed back the positions and movements of everyone around him in his mind. Those who tried to grope their way towards him in the dark were shot accurately by him. Yifeng punched with his left and kicked with his right, and every time he attacked, someone would cry out in pain. The power of the Dharma giant demon's palm was exerted to the extreme in the darkness. Wherever it went, no one could stop it. Those boys who were originally so aggressive were now dizzy after being beaten in the dark and had no idea which direction Yifeng's fist would come from. Ah! My nose! My waist is about to break. Screams continued to ring out, and the entire toilet was in chaos. Zhao Daong was extremely anxious. He never expected that the situation, which he thought was within his grasp, would be completely out of control because of the sudden darkness. Everyone, move to the middle. Don't let him defeat you one by one. Zhao Daong shouted at the top of his lungs and groped his way towards the crowd. But how could Yifeng give him this opportunity? With the perception of his mental power, he could see every move of Zhao Daong clearly. Yifeng flashed and rushed towards Zhao Daong again. This time, he not only used the Dharma giant demon palm, but also integrated his mental power into the attack to impact Zhao Daong's mental defense line. Ah! Zhao Daong only felt a sharp pain in his head and stars appeared in front of his eyes. Before he could react, Yifeng's fist had landed on him again. This punch knocked him to the ground, leaving him unable to resist. After getting rid of Zhao Daong, Yifeng turned his target to other people. With the dual blessing of darkness and psychic powers, he was like a dark knight god of death, moving freely among the crowd and constantly reaping the fighting power of this group of students. As time went by, the screams in the toilet became less and less. Those arrogant boys were now lying on the ground in a mess, groaning. Yifeng stood in the center of the chaotic battlefield, his breath steady and a look of victory flashing in his eyes. He won this Jedi counterattack in the toilet, and won very easily. A few minutes later, Yifeng left the bathroom calmly. The school bell rang sharply, breaking the tranquility of the campus. However, the dozen or so students who were supposed to be in the classroom were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Why are there so many fewer people in the class all of a sudden? They even dared to skip my class. This is outrageous. As soon as teacher Li Fuqiang stepped into the classroom, his sharp eyes noticed a large number of empty seats, which made him instantly furious. He paced back and forth in the classroom aisle, his brows twisted into the shape of a character, his heart full of confusion and anger. At this time in the toilet, Zhao Dayong and others were rolling on the ground in pain, unable to get up. Their faces were covered in bruises, some were holding their stomachs, some were hugging their arms, and their groans of pain were intertwined. When the school's principal, Wang Chang, received the news, his face instantly turned pale. A group of boys from an elite class were beaten in the toilet? This is simply lawless. He said this through gritted teeth as he paced back and forth in the office. If this matter gets out, the reputation of Anyang No. 3 Middle School in the entire education community will be seriously affected. Soon, the school infirmary was filled with people. The doctors were busy examining, applying medicine and bandaging the injured students. Wang Chang stood aside, looking at these students who were full of energy on weekdays but now in such a miserable state, and his heart was full of confusion. You are all first-level warriors with HP values over 150. Who on earth has such courage and strength to beat you like this? He glanced at every student, hoping to get an answer from them. Zhao Dayong was lying on the hospital bed with an expression of pain still on his face, but when he heard Wang Chang's question, his eyes instantly began to dodge. Director, we don't know who the other party is. Suddenly the light in the toilet went out, and then we were attacked by someone. Other students echoed this, saying that they did not see the attacker clearly. Wang Chang frowned. He didn't believe that things could be that simple. You'd better tell the truth and don't try to hide it. This is no small matter. The martial arts assessment will be held tomorrow, and several people from the Special Recruitment Office of Wuhan University will be here. If your performance is affected by this injury and you miss the opportunity for special recruitment of Wuhan University, don't regret it. There was a hint of threat in his tone. Hearing the dean say this, the students all looked at Zhao Dayong standing aside. After all, it was this guy who ordered everyone to go to the bathroom and teach Yifeng a lesson, but no one expected this result. At the same time, Yifeng sat down in his seat as if nothing had happened. However, his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. After all, he had injured so many people on the first day of joining the elite class, and they were all classmates in the elite class. Even he himself didn't believe that there would be no punishment. He knew that this matter was far from over, and perhaps the storm had just begun. Chapter 14, Having a Trump Card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have just successfully taught a lesson to the 13 troublemakers in the class. The system rewards you with 130 experience points. The system suddenly sounded a prompt. Oh. Not bad, I forgot that these 13 students are all first-level warriors, let's collect some benefits first. Yifeng, who was worried about being punished just now, felt better immediately after hearing the system's prompt sound. He opened the system panel and saw that his experience value had reached 10,217 points, so without any hesitation, he directly exchanged it for 20 points of health value. When he looked at the system panel again, the content had changed to Name, Yifeng. Level 2 High-Level Warrior, Level 45 Magic Master. Chi and Blood, 290 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial Arts, Secret Magic in BUG, Introduction to the Dharma Giant Demon Palm 1000. Experience points, 10017. As his Chi and Blood increased, Yifeng felt that his physical strength had also increased slightly. Even his previously thin body became thicker in an instant. Yifeng likes this feeling very much. It is visible and tangible, without any impurities, and makes people feel extremely at ease. Seeing Yifeng laughing foolishly, Lu Mengchen on the side was very confused. Is this guy mentally ill? However, she did not ask immediately, and found an excuse to talk. Yifeng, why didn't Zhao Dayong come to class? This matter is not related to you, right? Hearing Lu Mengchen talking to him, Yifeng reacted immediately. But the question she asked was quite pointed. Did she see something? Yifeng turned his head to look at Lu Mengchen. He thought that this girl was very pretty, but what you said was too direct. Didn't you see that the classmates around were looking at you? How is this possible? How can a group of them skipping classes still listen to me, the new kid? Yifeng immediately denied it. However, before Yifeng could finish his words, the moment of being slapped in the face suddenly arrived. Their head teacher Liang Hanyu walked into the classroom angrily and walked straight towards Yifeng. Yifeng, you are so bold. You just came to the elite class and you caused me such a big trouble. Do you think you beat up the 13 students including Zhao Dayong? Liang Hanyu went straight to the point as soon as she came in. It was obvious that she already knew about this. When the students around heard what the head teacher said, they all looked at Yifeng. No one expected that Zhao Daong and the others' absence from class was actually related to Yi Feng. What? Wait, what did the head teacher say just now? Zhao Daong and the others were beaten by Yi Feng? How is this possible? However, when many students reacted, they all opened their mouths wide in an instant. After all, this matter was too shocking. Seeing how angry the head teacher was, Yi Feng knew that he could no longer conceal the matter, so he stood up and explained, "Teacher Liang, things are not what you think. In fact, I am the victim." However, Lian Hongyu did not listen to Yi Feng's explanation, but interrupted him directly. "Student Yi Feng, you don't need to quibble anymore. Zhao Daong and others have already told the dean of teaching what happened. It was you who attacked them in the bathroom. Now all 13 of them are receiving medical treatment in the school's infirmary. I don't know why you were so harsh on your classmates. 2 of them are in a coma, 4 have broken ribs, and 3 have severe concussions. I think you should ask the parents to come and deal with this matter." What? So serious? Isn't Yi Feng too cruel? When the students around heard what the head teacher said, they all started to discuss in a low voice. Even Lu Mengran, who was standing next to her, covered her mouth in shock. Obviously they were all shocked by Yi Feng's ruthlessness. "Teacher Liang, you have to listen to my explanation of this matter. What happened is not what you think. Zhao Daong and the others did not tell the truth." Yi Feng wanted to continue explaining, but Liang Hongyu interrupted him again. "No need to explain to me. If your parents don't come to school tomorrow, you don't have to come to class tomorrow." After Liang Hongyu finished speaking, she turned around and left the classroom. She also needed to notify the parents of the injured students immediately, and also provide psychological counseling for those injured students. After all, as the class teacher, she is also responsible for this incident happening in school. Yi Feng was almost furious now. It was clearly those guys who provoked him first, so why did they turn around and bite him back? It was really unfair. However, Yi Feng was not afraid. After all, he had evidence in his hands. Even if Zhao Daong and others relied on their numbers to distort the truth, once the truth was revealed, these people would surely surrender. As for inviting parents, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't do that. The parents of these elite class students must be either rich or noble. Even if his mother came, she would only suffer humiliation in vain. He would never do such a stupid thing. It seems that I have to solve this matter by myself. Yi Feng made up his mind and went straight out of the elite class. He went to the school's electronic reading room, found a computer, and then uploaded a video from his mobile phone directly to the campus network. This video is Yi Feng's evidence to accuse Zhao Daong and others of lying, and it is also his trump card to resolve this crisis. In fact, when Zhao Daong and others broke into the bathroom, Yi Feng used his mental power to control the mobile phone and recorded the entire incident. The video is 8 minutes long in total, and the camera angle is extremely clear. Even when Zhao Daong was stating the 6 astonishing rules, the phone took a close-up of his face. I believe that as long as people are not stupid and can distinguish right from wrong, they can see what is really going on and will know that Yi Feng is not to blame at all. After finishing all this, Yi Feng left the school with his school bag. He was waiting for this matter to ferment. Since the school chose to believe Zhao Daong and others, it would have to pay the price for it. He didn't mind making a big deal out of this matter. After all, everyone had sharp eyes and he believed that someone would seek justice for him. Of course, Yi Feng also made the worst plan. If the school was afraid of offending the parents of those students or even wanted to cover up the truth, he would choose to transfer schools directly. I believe that with my HP value of 290 and bug level psychic ability, as long as I show them, there will be a lot of schools vying to accept me. Of course, unless it is absolutely necessary, Yi Feng would not expose the fact that he possesses bug level supernatural powers. After all, that is too horrifying. Chapter 15 Xingwu Club. When he learned that the system would reward him with a certain amount of experience points regardless of whether he defeated others or killed his opponents, he decided to quickly gain experience points in this way. So as soon as he left school, he went to the largest boxing gym in the city, Xingwu Club. Since the beginning of the martial arts era, in order to satisfy people's pursuit and love for martial arts, various martial arts schools and martial arts clubs have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Unlike martial arts schools, martial arts clubs, in addition to teaching martial arts, also provide opportunities for martial arts enthusiasts to learn from each other and communicate with each other, but these services are paid. In Anyang City, there are dozens of regular martial arts clubs, but the largest one is the Xingwu Club. It is said that the owner of this club is a master at the martial arts level. With this level of cultivation, he is probably ranked among the top 10 in the whole of Anyang. Yi Feng took a taxi to the building of Xingwu Club. Looking up, he could see the huge sign of Xingwu Club hanging on the roof. This is a 5-story building with a construction area of at least 3,000 square meters. The fact that the Mingxing Wushu Club can occupy such a large building in the city center where every inch of land is valuable is enough to show the strong strength of the club. The interior decoration of the building is very stylish and the lobby is spacious and bright. As soon as Yi Feng entered the gate, a sweet-looking young lady came to greet him. "Welcome, sir, how can I help you?" Yi Feng looked around and said directly, "I want to apply for membership." When she heard that Yi Feng was here to apply for membership, the smile on the young lady's face became even more enthusiastic, and she quickly led Yi Feng to the front desk. "Sir, please fill out the information first." The young lady handed over a form. Yi Feng took a look and saw that the form contained general information such as name, age, mobile phone number and home address. The only difference is the addition of qi and blood level. Noticing Yi Feng's gaze, the receptionist explained, "Sir, our club provides paid fighting services. Only if you write down your own strength clearly, can we better match you with more suitable members?" As the young lady spoke, she pushed an instrument over from the other side of the counter. "This is a blood and energy level detector. Just place your palm on it." Qi and blood detector, as the name suggests, is an instrument used to detect the levels of qi and blood. This instrument was invented and promoted by Federal. It can roughly measure a person's qi and blood levels, and the error generally does not exceed 5 calories. It is said that there are more sophisticated instruments that can even measure a person's strength, speed, agility, and other data. However, this type of instrument is basically in the hands of the military and extraordinary warrior organizations, and is rarely circulated on the market. Of course, Yi Feng knew how to use this thing. After all, he had experienced countless qi and blood level tests in school, so he did not hesitate and directly pressed his palm on the detection screen. As the light of the detection instrument flashed, he felt his palms slightly warm, and then a number appeared on the screen. 285 calories? Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. His blood value was actually 290 calories. It seemed that the data given by the instrument was not much different. This instrument could only measure approximate data, and Yi Feng was not surprised by this. However, when the data came out, the young lady at the front desk was surprised. Originally, seeing that Yi Feng was young, she thought that it was quite good for him to have a health value of 150 calories, but she didn't expect that he was actually a high-level level 2 warrior. Could such a young level 2 warrior be a student of some martial arts college? The look the front desk lady gave Yi Feng suddenly changed, and there was a hint of burning in her eyes. In today's society, students from Wuhan University are almost synonymous with a bright future. After graduation, whether you join the military, the local defense force, or a financial organization, there are great prospects. Especially the boy in front of me, he has a handsome face, which is the type that girls like most. The young lady's smile became more enthusiastic and her tone was gentle. She guided Yi Feng to fill out the form and then asked, "Mr. Yi, our Xingwu Club has 4 levels of membership: silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Which one would you like to choose? Is there any difference? Please introduce them." Yi Feng asked. The lady at the front desk immediately handed over a price list, which stated the prices for each level of membership and the privileged services they enjoyed. Among them, the annual fee for silver members is 5,000 federal coins, and they can enjoy one club-arranged battle service every day. The annual fee for gold membership is 10,000 federal coins. In addition to being able to arrange 2 battles every day, members can also use some of the venue's training facilities for free. The annual fee for platinum membership is 50,000 federal coins. According to the members' requirements, 3-5 battles can be arranged every day, and all venues and facilities are open free of charge. The annual fee for diamond membership is 100,000 federal coins. Members can freely select opponents based on the database information, and there is no limit on the number of battles. Of course, if necessary, the club can also provide one-on-one sparring services. After reading the list, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh secretly. Warriors are indeed all rich people. They charge this much as annual membership fee just for providing a venue and fighting services. The annual fee for diamond level membership is as high as 100,000 federal coins. You should know that many ordinary families may not be able to earn that much money in 5 years. Of course, Yi Feng is not among the wealthy warriors, he is just a high school student. I'll apply for a silver membership first. I'll take a look at the services here. If I'm satisfied with the venue and services, I'll switch to a gold membership. As he spoke, Yifeng took out his bank card and pretended nothing had happened. There was actually only 5,600 yuan in his card, which was the living expenses his mother left for him for half a year. Now 90% of it was gone in one go, and Yifeng felt extremely painful. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten some money from the Black Tiger gang before destroying them. Unfortunately, I was so happy to kill them that I didn't think about this. It seems that I have to find a way to make money as soon as possible, otherwise I will only be able to eat steamed buns and pickles in school. Chapter 16 Arrangement of Battle. Yifeng, holding his silver membership card, followed the guidance of the lady at the front desk and walked towards the battle area. Along the way, his eyes were attracted by the agile postures of the warriors around him. Those people were either practicing boxing or conducting combat simulations. Every movement was full of power, which made Yifeng's desire to become stronger even more intense. Entering the battle area, the noise hits you. On several arenas, pairs of fighters were fighting fiercely, their fists and feet flying, drawing cheers from the surrounding audience. Yifeng's attention was drawn to one of the arenas. The fighters there were skilled in techniques and agile in movements. They were obviously experienced masters. Mr. Yi, this is the fighting area of our club. There are a total of 6 arenas, and hundreds of fights are arranged every day for members to compete and exchange ideas here. If you are interested, I can arrange an opponent for you right now. The lady at the front desk introduced with a smile. Yifeng was also very excited at this time. It would be the best thing to be able to compete with others here. So he nodded slightly, his eyes still looking around. At this moment, he noticed a sturdy young man in the corner, who was punching a sandbag alone, and each punch made a dull sound on the sandbag. The man's arm muscles bulged and sweat dripped down his cheeks. It was obvious that his pursuit of strength was almost fanatical. That person is a platinum member of our club, named Li Mingyang. His qi and blood value has reached 220 calories, and he is also a second-level warrior. He practices here for several hours every day and also participates in 5 matches. His strength should not be underestimated. The lady at the front desk followed Yifeng's gaze and saw the man, then took the initiative to explain. Yifeng's heart moved, and he thought to himself, if I can fight against such a master, I will definitely gain a lot of experience points. As he was thinking, Li Mingyang seemed to notice Yifeng's gaze. He turned his head and glanced at Yifeng with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Boy, are you new here? From the looks of you, do you want to fight with me? Li Mingyang strode over and looked down at Yifeng with a hint of provocation in his tone. A surge of fighting spirit surged in Yifeng's heart. He met the man's gaze without fear and said, okay, I was just looking for an opponent to practice with. When Li Mingyang heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. Humph, then let me show you what real power is. The lady at the front desk saw that the 2 men were interested in competing and that their abilities were similar, so she spoke to the person in charge of arranging the matches, and soon a vacant arena was opened. Yifeng and Li Mingyang came to the designated arena. The referee was a peak level 3 warrior, who was enough to ensure the safety of both parties. When the warriors around saw that it was Li Mingyang who came on the stage, they all gathered around. After all, Li Mingyang is a frequent visitor to the Xingwu Club and has considerable strength. If one could watch him fight, one could learn a lot. As the referee gave the order, the game began immediately. Li Mingyang took the lead in launching an attack. He rushed forward and threw a straight punch with a whistling sound directly into Yifeng's chest. Yifeng was prepared and dodged the attack easily by moving sideways. After several fights, Yifeng discovered that although Li Mingyang's attacks were powerful, they lacked speed and flexibility. Yifeng decided to use his speed advantage to keep moving around Wang Liminjiang and then look for opportunities to counterattack. He dodged Li Mingyang's attacks flexibly, and at the same time threw out punches from time to time, each punch accurately hitting the weak point of Li Mingyang's defense. Li Mingyang was also a little annoyed by Yifeng's flexible fighting style. His attacks became more and more impatient, and there were more and more flaws. Finally, Yifeng seized an opportunity, squatted down to avoid the opponent's heavy punch, then quickly stood up and punched Li Mingyang in the chin with all his strength. This punch condensed all of Yifeng's strength. Li Mingyang was hit by this punch and flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The warriors around exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that this young-looking newbie could defeat platinum member Li Mingyang so easily. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the opponent and gaining 100 experience points. The system's prompt sounded in Yifeng's mind. Yifeng was delighted. These 100 experience points were too easy to obtain. Li Mingyang got up from the ground with a dark face. He glared at Yi Feng fiercely, then walked off the stage without saying a word. Yi Feng didn't care either. He knew that in this world where the strong are respected, only by constantly improving one's own strength can one win the respect of others. After this battle, Yi Feng became famous in the club. Being able to defeat Li Mingyang showed that this young man had at least the strength of a level 2 warrior, which could not but make everyone take him seriously. After personally experiencing a battle, Yi Feng was very satisfied. However, he was now limited by his silver membership and could not continue to participate in the battle today, which made him a little regretful. After returning home, Yi Feng took a comfortable hot bath, then opened his mobile phone to look at the post he had posted on the campus network. Unexpectedly, in just a few hours, the number of comments under the post has reached more than 800. It seems that this matter has fermented among students. This Xiao Daong is really shameless. He treats the school's elite class as his own home and has even formulated 6 major rules. I don't know who gave him the courage. Yes, it seems that this has been going on for a long time. If it weren't for classmate Yi Feng making this public, who knows how long it would have been concealed. It looks like this video was only half recorded. After the toilet light went out, there was only screaming. I wonder what happened to classmate Yi Feng afterwards. More than a dozen elite class students surrounded and beat up one person. What could happen? He must have been injured and hospitalized. No, the school must explain this to everyone. We can't let this student be bullied in vain. If this matter is not dealt with, there may be more victims in the future. When Yi Feng saw that almost all the comments under the post were in favor of him, he couldn't help but smile strangely. With such one-sided public opinion, I don't think the school can do anything to me. As for inviting parents, I can only laugh. So many elite class students are collectively beating me up, I have to pretend to be sick. When the school's public opinion expands to a certain extent, maybe I can get unexpected gains. Yi Feng had made up his mind. He planned to post a few more pictures of his injuries on the campus website. As for tomorrow's warrior assessment and special recruitment, let's first see the school's attitude. If the school values him, they will naturally coordinate. If the school cannot withstand the pressure from those parents and wants to hold him accountable, he can just transfer to another school. Anyway, my energy and blood values are here, and Director Pan, Teacher Liu, and Liang Hongyu have confirmed it. I believe that as long as the school is not stupid, they will not give up on me. You know, an elite class student with a blood value of 290 calories is rare even in the whole Anyang city. What Yi Feng didn't know was that he still underestimated his own strength. According to the test data from the college entrance examinations in previous years, the 3 high schools in Anyang City had the highest qi and blood value of only 207 calories. With this qi and blood value, he would be ranked in the top 3 even in the entire federation. What's more, there are still nearly 2 months left before the college entrance examination, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in my qi and blood values. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not only break the historical record of Southeast Province again in this year's martial arts college entrance examination, but will even rewrite the history of the entire federation. Chapter 17 Special Recruitment Contract. Early the next morning, Yi Feng went to the Xingwu Club again. This time, standing opposite him was a level 2 peak warrior with a HP value of 290 cards. At the beginning of the battle, Yi Feng felt tremendous pressure. After all, he had no advantage over you in martial arts, unless he used the Dharma Giant Demon Palm. The opponent's attack came like a storm, and each move was packed with fierce force. In the fierce confrontation, Yi Feng was in a tough fight. He kept dodging and blocking, and gradually several scratches appeared on his body. Just when Yi Feng was finding it difficult to defend, he suddenly activated his mental power, and an invisible force instantly enveloped his opponent. The second-level warrior seemed to be frozen in place for a moment, and his movements suddenly came to a halt. Yi Feng seized this fleeting opportunity and fought back. With a set of fierce punches, his opponent was left without any chance to fight back, and he finally succeeded in defeating him. Seeing the system prompt that he had obtained another 100 experience points, Yi Feng's heart instantly beamed with joy. After leaving the Xingwu Club, Yi Feng rushed to the largest hunter guild in the city. In Anyang City, there are strict regulations for leaving the city. Anyone who wants to leave the city must hold a nameplate or medal approved by the defense force. This is for safety reasons. After all, as long as you step out of the city, it is equivalent to entering the territory of ferocious beasts and evil plants. Without sufficient self-protection power, it is easy to die. The officially recognized passes are either the Warrior S nameplate or the Union S badge, because these organizations are qualified to identify the warrior's strength and are also officially designated cooperative units. For ordinary people, leaving the city is an extremely dangerous thing, but for some warriors, outside the city is a treasure land for obtaining wealth. Although there are ferocious beasts and demonic plants everywhere outside the city, there are also a large number of natural treasures. Even the ferocious beasts and demonic plants themselves are valuable materials. Ferocious beasts have spiritual crystals rich in life essence, and demonic plants have spiritual liquids rich in plant essence. These are the products of their evolutionary process and have great research value for improving human cultivation. The Federation has established many hunter unions and pharmaceutical companies for this purpose, and even purchased these rare materials at high prices to attract more warriors to participate. Yi Feng came to the Hunters Guild with the purpose of obtaining the badge to enter and exit the city. Now his blood value has reached 290 cards, and his cultivation has reached the high level of a second-level warrior. It is no problem for him to deal with ordinary ferocious beasts and plants. He planned to increase his experience points and earn some money by hunting ferocious beasts and demonic plants. The process of joining the Hunters Guild is relatively simple. There is no age requirement. Only the warrior's blood and chi are identified, and then the corresponding badges are issued according to the level of cultivation. Warrior badges are generally divided into 3 types: silver, gold, and platinum, corresponding to the levels of warrior, martial artist, and great martial artist respectively. As for those who are grandmaster or above, they basically do not need a badge to enter and leave the city, because they already have the ability to fly in the air, which is not something the defense forces can interfere with. Yi Feng walked into the Hunters Guild Hall and spent 10 minutes filling out forms and doing blood tests. When he came out of the testing room, he had a silver badge on his chest. Now that I have the badge, I still lack a suitable weapon, Yi Feng muttered to himself. However, thinking of the only 600 yuan he had left, he gritted his teeth and went to buy a wooden iron-headed rifle. The spear is 2 meters and 5 meters long and weighs about 8 kilograms. The spear head is made of D-grade alloy material, and the spear shaft is made of solid jujube wood. Yi Feng had planned to go out of town this morning, but at this moment, he suddenly received a call from Mu Qingcheng. Yi Feng, today's martial arts special recruitment assessment for Anyang No. 3 Middle School has been postponed. I heard it has been moved to tomorrow. Today my brother will organize a meeting for elite class students at a restaurant outside the school. See if you can go and participate. This time he is representing the Special Recruitment Office of Beijing North Martial Arts University. He has the right to sign D-level and C-level contracts. If it's appropriate, you can sign a contract with him to come to Beijing North Martial Arts University. How about it? On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingqing's voice was gentle, but her words were filled with concern and reminders. In fact, Yi Feng had also heard of Mu Qingqing's brother. His name was Mu Ziming. He was an elite third-year student at Beijing North Military Academy and also the vice president of the school's student union. His cultivation had reached the initial stage of level 5 as a warrior. Hearing Mu Qingcheng say this, Yi Feng agreed immediately. In fact, he was very much looking forward to entering a martial arts university. If he could learn about life at the university in advance, it might be an incentive for his future training. Yi Feng took a car to the dining place, which was a specialty restaurant near the school. When Yi Feng arrived at the designated box, he found that 4 people were already there. What surprised him was that Lu Mengchen also came this time. Lu Mengchen was not surprised at Yi Feng's arrival. After all, it was organized by Mu Qingqing's brother. Mu Qingcheng had such a good relationship with Yi Feng, so naturally she wanted to keep the benefits to herself and told Yi Feng about this matter. Yi Feng took the initiative to greet Lu Mengchen, and then sat next to her. After all, they were deskmates in class. Although they had only been together for half a day, they had still exchanged a few words. As for the others, although Yi Feng looked familiar, he couldn't remember their names. The expressions of the others when they looked at Yi Feng seemed a little weird. This guy caused quite a stir on the first day of transferring into the elite class. Not only did this guy beat up 13 boys in the class, he also posted a shocking video on the school forum. Now that this video has become known to everyone, I guess the school leaders are still worried about it. Just after everyone sat in the private room for a while, a few more people came in from outside. Among them, there was a young man who was particularly eye-catching, because he was obviously a few years older than everyone else, and looked somewhat similar to Mu Qingcheng. It seemed that he was Mu Qingqing's brother, right? Classmates, most people have arrived now. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Mu Ziming, and I am the elder brother of your elite classmate Mu Qingcheng. I am currently studying at Beijing North University of Martial Arts. I am a junior elite student and my cultivation has reached the initial stage of the 5th level warrior. Today, I organized this dinner exchange meeting on behalf of Beijing North University of War to see if there are any students suitable for special recruitment in our alma mater in Anyang. In fact, my sister has told me most of your situations, so I invited everyone here specifically to talk to you about tomorrow's warrior assessment and special recruitment contract. Mu Ziming introduced directly to the point. Everyone was shocked when they heard that this man was actually Mu Qingcheng's biological brother, and was also a level 5 beginner warrior from Jingbei Martial Arts University. After all, Mu Qingcheng is a well-known academic master in their elite class and has long occupied the top spot. His biological brother was studying at Jingbei Martial Arts University, a famous martial arts university in the Federation, and it was located in Kyoto. Its status was even higher than that of Southeast Martial Arts University in the same province. Actually, I came back this time because I was invited by Yen Huili, the principal of Anyang No. 3 Middle School. If you are interested in Beijing North University and want to consult, you can ask me at any time. I can sign a D-level or C-level contract with the students on behalf of the school. Of course, the results of the special recruitment still need to go through a series of rigorous tests before they can be determined. Seeing the food being served, everyone was no longer so restrained, so Mu Ziming took the opportunity to speak. Hearing Mu Ziming say this, everyone was excited. Even Yifeng, a student who was currently in deep trouble, was eager to try. With my HP value of 290 calories, plus the fact that I have awakened my psychic abilities, I should be able to get the contract. Yifeng thought to himself. However, considering that his psychic ability was too overbearing, and that he had recently wiped out the entire Black Tiger gang, he didn't know if it would bring him trouble if he exposed this ability too early, so he was a little hesitant at this moment. Senior Qin, I wonder what the benefits of the D-level contract and the C-level contract are. What standards need to be met to be eligible for these two contracts? Asked a girl in the elite class. Mu Ziming heard someone ask this question, so he smiled and explained, D-level contracts can enjoy a monthly subsidy of 1 bone tempering pill and 10,000 federal coins before the college entrance examination, and the blood value only needs to reach 170 calories. C-level contracts can enjoy a monthly subsidy of 2 bone tempering pills and 20,000 federal coins, and the blood value needs to reach more than 180 calories. Of course, if a classmate can awaken his special ability, the conditions can be relaxed. Not only can he enjoy twice the benefits of a C-level contract, but he will also be rewarded with a house worth 2 million yuan. When everyone heard this, they all gasped. Signing the contract not only allows you to distribute pills, but also provides you with such a high cash subsidy. You know, there are still nearly 2 months left before the college entrance examination. If you calculate it this way, even if you only sign a D-level contract, you can enjoy benefits worth nearly 100,000. This special recruitment treatment is really great. However, the blood value is a big problem, because there are no more than 10 students in their elite class who can reach more than 170 calories. It seems that the contract can only be chosen from these 10 people. Cousin, your blood and she have reached 190 calories, which has reached the standard for signing a C-level contract. Why don't you give it a try? Mu Ziming asked Lu Mengchen directly. No one expected that Lu Mengchen and Mu Ziming were actually cousins. If that was the case, then wouldn't she and Mu Qingcheng be cousins? But now is not the time to discuss this. When everyone heard Mu Ziming ask this, they all looked at Lu Mengchen, with envy clearly revealed in their eyes. No, my goal is Kyoto Wuhan University. It seems I will disappoint my cousin. Lu Mengchen replied with a smile. Although Beijing University of Science and Technology is not bad, it is still inferior to Kyoto University of Science and Technology. After all, it is the highest institution of learning in the Federation. Everyone felt jealous when they heard Lu Mengchen say this, even Mu Ziming shook his head and smiled bitterly. His cousin is talented, ambitious, and her family is not short of money, so she doesn't even look down on this kind of contract. Cousin, there is someone here who you may want to ask. Although I don't know what his current blood and chi value is, I dare say that his blood and chi value is not lower than mine. Seeing that his cousin was a little disappointed, Lu Mengchen added another sentence. Oh? Really? Which classmate is it? Hearing his cousin say this, Mu Ziming instantly showed a surprised expression. Higher than his cousin's blood value? That must be a very talented student. If he could specially recruit such a talent to Beijing North University of Martial Arts, then his mission for this trip would be solved. Of course, if this student is particularly outstanding, the school may give him an extra reward. 18th Palm 290 Card Monster. Look, it's Yi Feng. Lu Mengchen pointed his chin at Yi Feng beside him and said. Lu Mengchen's words immediately reminded everyone. Although the people present were not clear about Yi Feng's blood value, everyone knew that he had injured 13 elite class students. If we speculate based on this combat power, this guy's health value is indeed much higher than Lu Mengchen's. Mu Ziming looked at Yi Feng doubtfully. He always trusted his cousin's words, but he still found it hard to believe that the young man next to him had a higher qi and blood value than Lu Mengchen. You know, Lu Mengchen's current blood value has reached 190 calories. To be higher than hers, isn't that incredible? But since his cousin said so, Mu Ziming decided to ask clearly. But why did he feel that this name was familiar? And he seemed to have heard it somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where it was. Mr. Yi, right? What's your qi and health value now? When the people around heard Mu Ziming ask this, they pricked up their ears and stared at Yi Feng closely. Senior, I would like to ask if your school, in addition to D-level and C-level contracts, has any contracts for people with a HP value of more than 200 calories? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Yi Feng touched his nose with his hand and asked embarrassedly. In his opinion, this C-level contract is only for health values above 180 calories, and he has now reached 290 calories. If he only signs a C-level contract, he would be selling himself too cheaply. Boom! Everyone was so shocked by Yi Feng's question that their mouths opened wide. Could it be that Yi Feng's qi and blood value has reached more than 200 calories? This question mark popped up in everyone's mind, but it was too unbelievable. Yi, classmate Yi Feng, are you saying that your qi and blood value has exceeded 200 calories? Mu Ziming, who was standing by, stuttered when he heard Yi Feng's question. He wanted to confirm again whether he had heard it wrong or understood it wrongly. Yes, my blood and qi value is indeed over 200 calories, and it is not a little bit higher. To be precise, my blood and qi value should reach about 290 calories. Yi Feng admitted directly. Boom! Yi Feng's words shocked the whole audience again. No one expected that there was a monster with a HP value of 290 calories sitting on the scene. How could this not shock everyone again? You should know that when the 3 high schools in Anyang took the college entrance examination last year, the one with the highest qi and blood value was only 207 calories. If what Yi Feng said is true, then wouldn't he be a sure winner of the college entrance examination in Anyang City this year? No, he should be the top scorer in Southeast Province's college entrance examination. Mu Ziming instantly denied his previous thought, because he remembered that the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Southeast Province last year had a blood value of only 234 calories. Yi, classmate Yi, are you serious? By the way, I have a small blood and qi tester in my backpack. I will help you test it now. As he spoke, Mu Ziming took out a fist-sized object that looked a bit like a blue transparent crystal ball from the backpack next to him. It was the first time that Yi Feng had seen this type of blood and qi detector, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. But he didn't think much about it and just reached out and pressed on the surface of the tester. As a burst of energy was released, the crystal ball trembled slightly the next second. When he took his hand away, a number immediately appeared in the center of the crystal ball. 290. It is indeed 290 calories. It seems that what Brother Yi said is true. No, I must report this matter to the leaders of our school immediately. There can be no delay. Mu Ziming is now acting a little crazy, as if he had a sudden attack of madness after being bitten by a dog. He hurriedly took out his cell phone, found a phone number and dialed it immediately. Even at this moment, you could clearly see that his hands were shaking. Principal Chi, please come to Anyang as soon as possible. I found a treasure with a blood value of 290 calories. Yes, it is a senior student in Anyang No. 3 Middle School. I have tested it with a crystal blood tester. Yes, it is 290 calories. Tomorrow, the special recruitment offices of Southeast Wuhan University, Beijing South Wuhan University, and Kyoto Wuhan University will also come to the school and conduct tests on the spot. I am afraid that I can't control the situation alone. Mu Ziming's excited speech was somewhat incomparable, but there was no omission of the keywords in his words. Everyone at the scene stared at the scene in a daze, and no one dared to say a word. Good boy, you did a good job this time. If you can sign this student, I will give you the credit and double your contribution points. Now keep him here and I will rush over overnight. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like an old man, but from the way he spoke, it was clear that he must be a very powerful person. After the phone call, Mu Ziming finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he found that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, he realized his gaffe, so he quickly raised his glass and drank to apologize. "Cousin, how much is it if the contribution points are doubled?" Lu Mengchen joked. This. Mu Ziming felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that everyone had heard the conversation on the phone just now. Seeing Mu Ziming's constipated expression, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. But after laughing, everyone still turned their eyes to Yi Feng. After all, he was the real boss. He was a monster with a HP value of 288 cards. It was scary to think about it. No wonder this guy dared to beat up 13 troublemakers in the elite class by himself. It turns out he has the confidence. The meal lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening, and Mu Ziming took the initiative to pay the bill when leaving. "There is nothing I can do, he is happy today. Although it is too early to sign Yi Feng now, as long as Principal Chi comes here in person tomorrow, the chances of signing will be much greater. After all, he has the final say on what kind of contract to give." Yi Feng also knew that this matter could not be rushed. Just now, he heard Mu Ziming say on the phone that the special admissions offices of Southeast Wuhan University, Beijing South Wuhan University and Kyoto Wuhan University would also come tomorrow. Together with Wuhan University in Beijing and the Northern University of Wuhan, there are special admissions offices of 4 other Wuhan universities present. It would be even better if he could compare prices from 4 different vendors, or let the 4 parties come together for a big auction. After all, the higher the contract terms they offer, the happier he will be. Chapter 19, Night Fight. On the way back, Yi Feng kept thinking about the signing issue. According to Mu Ziming, even if he didn't reveal his psychic abilities, he could sign a C-level or above contract just based on his chi and blood points. But he didn't know what level this contract could reach? "It seems that I have to wait and see about the contract. It's a pity that my psychic powers are wasted," Yi Feng muttered to himself. Now he is both excited and a little regretful. It's like when you buy a lottery ticket, you know the winning number for the first prize, but you can only buy the second prize number, and you feel a little awkward. Is there any way to change the way psychic powers are presented? This idea suddenly popped up in Yi Feng's mind. From the types of contracts that Senior Qin mentioned, he knew that there was a big difference in benefits between the chi and blood value contract and the superpower contract. He really didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. I remember that the book of magic that I studied included spiritual magic such as object control, telekinesis binding, mental interference, soul attack and mental shield. When he was killing those pagans and the top leaders of the Black Tiger Gang, he basically used his supernatural power to control objects. It seems that this is a breakthrough. Yi Feng, who was walking on the road, was also excited about the idea that had just flashed across his mind, and he even hummed a little tune unconsciously. However, at this moment, bursts of shouting suddenly came from a distance. Following the sound, I could vaguely see several figures in the distance running towards this side quickly, and they would turn around and fight from time to time. When Yi Feng saw this scene, his expression was slightly startled. To be honest, the current public security in urban areas is not good. In particular, robbery and theft often happen, especially at night. It is taboo for knights to use force. Once people gain great power, they will become restless, especially those with bad character, who can easily go astray. In this world where martial arts are prevalent, both the number of criminals and the brutality of the crimes are incomparable to the harmonious society in Yi Feng's previous life. As far as I can remember, there have been more than 20 murders in Anyang City in the past month alone. This shows how dangerous this world is. Yi Feng didn't want to get into trouble, so he turned around and left in the opposite direction. But he didn't want to get into trouble, but trouble found him. Along with the sound of breaking air, a burly man rushed over rapidly, getting closer and closer to Yi Feng. Perhaps the burly man wanted to use Yi Feng as a shield when he was being chased, or he had already regarded Yi Feng as a punching bag to vent his anger. The moment he approached Yi Feng, he punched Yi Feng's back without hesitation. "Go to hell, haha." Before the fist arrived, the strong wind from the fist had already pressed the clothes on Yi Feng's back tightly against his body. When a man and a woman who were chasing closely behind saw the scene, their faces changed drastically. "Stop!" The 2 men wanted to stop him, but they were still 7 or 8 meters away from the burly man, and it was too late to save him. Seeing that the innocent passerby was about to die under the fist of the burly man, the man and the woman immediately showed expressions of pity. But the next moment, the 2 of them suddenly widened their eyes. because just when the burly man's fist was about to hit him, the man suddenly paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifeng moved a few steps to the right and avoided the punch. The attack missed and the burly man's expression changed slightly. He didn't know what happened to him suddenly. His body seemed to be under a spell and was somewhat out of control. Although it was only for a moment, he still failed. Because of this delay, the man and woman behind him caught up. The two men surrounded the burly man, one in front and one behind, and stared at him expressionlessly. The man and woman were actually both members of the city's defense forces. Tonight, while their team was on night patrol, they suddenly received an order from their superiors saying that a habitual robber named Su Hu had appeared in the South City. If any defense force personnel found any trace of him, please arrest him immediately. However, just half an hour later, their team happened to meet Su Hu. After a round of pursuit and blockade, the entire team was separated, and only Li Meng and Su Fei chased after them. Su Hu, surrender! Li Meng shouted in a deep voice. The burly man named Su Hu ignored Li Meng and glared at Yifeng fiercely. If this guy hadn't wasted his time, he would have run far away and would not have been caught up by the defense forces. Yifeng also walked out from the shadows at the side at this time. He also wanted to know who this burly man was and why he attacked a passerby like him for no reason. At this time, Li Meng and Su Fei also looked at Yifeng. They thought he was just an ordinary passerby, but they didn't expect that he could actually dodge Su Hu's fatal blow. You should know that Su Hu is a habitual criminal wanted by the defense forces, and his strength has reached the middle stage of level 2 warrior. Even among the strictly trained defense forces, it is estimated that at least 8 or 10 of them would hardly be his match. This young man was able to dodge Su Hu's sneak attack so quickly, his cultivation must be at least that of a level 2 warrior. But this young man looked too young, seemingly still a high school student, which surprised both Li Meng and Su Fei. However, the most important thing right now is to catch Su Hu. After all, this man is too dangerous. If he continues to be at large, who knows how many tragedies he will cause. Su Hu, you can't escape. Our people will be here soon. You are doomed to be unable to escape tonight. Li Meng shouted in a deep voice. Su Hu glanced at him sideways and snorted with disdain. Really? Do you think I will just stand here stupidly and wait for them to come? You know we have already run through more than a dozen streets in a row, and our location has changed countless times. I guess other people don't know where we are now. Do you think you can be my opponent with just the two of you? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Meng and Su Fei's faces changed at the same time. After all, the two of them were only high-level warriors of the first level. Without help from others, it would be difficult for the two of them to take down Su Hu. However, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Even if it takes time, Su Hu must be held back. As long as there is a sound of fighting here, the nearby defense forces will probably arrive soon. Thinking of this, Li Meng did not delay any longer. He and Su Fei looked at each other, and then immediately attacked Su Hu together. Facing double teaming from front and back, Su Hu showed no fear. Instead, he laughed wildly. You two still want to take me down? You're just dreaming. During this period of time, Su Hu was chased up and down by the defense forces. Deep down in his heart, he had already hated this group of federal lackeys. Today, he had the opportunity to take revenge on them, and he naturally would not let it go. I really want to see what expressions the other defense forces will have when they find the bodies of you two. Ha ha. After a sinister laugh, Su Hu's 5 fingers formed into tiger claws, and immediately with a sharp whistling sound, he grabbed Su Fei's face fiercely. Before the claws reached her, the extremely sharp gust of wind had already caused the woman's skin to hurt. It can be predicted that once caught by the tiger claws, the face will instantly become a bloody mess. Su Fei's face suddenly changed and he quickly dodged to the side. However, he didn't expect that Su Hu's attack was just a cover, and his real target was Li Meng, who rushed from behind. By the time Li Meng realized this, Su Hu's other tiger claw had already attacked his chest. There was a muffled sound of muscle tearing, and several streams of blood spurted out from Li Meng's chest, splashing everywhere around. After only 2 or 3 seconds of fighting, Li Meng was seriously injured. The shocking bloody holes on his chest alone were very creepy to look at. Li Meng was hit and retreated 5 or 6 steps. Su Hu wanted to chase him but was held back by Su Fei. Seeing that Su Fei was also in danger, Li Meng, who had recovered his breath, gritted his teeth and continued to attack Su Hu. He knew that if he couldn't capture this man quickly, both of them would die at any time. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for Su Hu. They were completely suppressed and could not even raise their heads. The situation was already very serious. Not far away, Yifeng watched this scene intently. Judging from what he just heard, this man and woman should both be defense forces, and this can also be confirmed by the same uniforms they wear. Chapter 20, Instant Kill. Yifeng had been watching from the side for a while and had a general understanding of the strength of these three people. The strength of this man and woman should not be very high, at most they are high-level first-level warriors. If he guessed correctly, these two people should not be from the warrior department. After all, the warrior departments of various martial arts universities are the gathering places for martial arts geniuses. Even in the most ordinary martial arts university, students can reach the level of level 2 warriors when they graduate. This man and woman look to be around 24 or 25 years old, and they are not yet level 2 warriors at this age. It can only be said that their martial arts aptitude is very ordinary. As for the wanted criminal named Su Hu, he is quite powerful. Not only has he practiced the tiger claw technique to the minor success level, but his cultivation level is also much higher than these two. With Yifeng's current cultivation level, although he couldn't tell what realm the other party was at, he could feel that this person's strength was at least much stronger than Li Mingyang, who had fought against him in the Xingwu Club. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out, interrupting Yifeng's thoughts. He looked up, and what he saw was the scene of Li Meng suddenly flying backwards. At this time, Li Meng was covered with bruises and spitting out blood after falling to the ground. He was wilting at a speed visible to the naked eye and had obviously lost his fighting ability. Soon Su Fei followed in Li Meng's footsteps. She was hit in the chest by Su Hu's punch and fell to the ground with pain on her face. Ha, the defense forces are just like this. Su Hu laughed loudly towards the sky, his face full of pride. Li Meng and Su Fei looked pale and their hearts were filled with bitterness. They thought that the two of them could capture Su Hu together, but who would have thought that this guy was so powerful? The consequences of misjudging the strength of both sides put them in a dead end. Don't worry, I won't let you two die easily, especially you, my little beauty. I will make you feel good in a while, maybe you will fall in love with me. Su Hu's words were like ice water pouring over Li Meng and Su Fei's hearts, leaving them both pale. Especially Su Fei, who felt Su Hu's venomous gaze constantly scanning her, and she couldn't help but shudder in her heart. But before dealing with the two of you, I have to deal with this extra person first. As he spoke, Su Hu suddenly turned around and looked at Yifeng not far away with eyes like sharp swords. At this time, Li Meng and Su Fei realized that the passerby had been standing there from beginning to end. Run away! Su Fei reminded urgently. What's wrong with this guy? How come he doesn't have any good eyesight? It's obvious that Su Hu must want to kill someone to silence him, and you're still standing there in a daze? Want to escape? It's too late. Su Hu approached Yifeng with a grin. Although he didn't know why this guy was able to dodge his punch just now, since he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, he couldn't let him go. Kid, don't be so curious about your birthmark in your next life, or you'll get killed. The moment the last word fell, Su Hu suddenly moved. His figure flashed and he was close to Yifeng. Then his tiger claws quickly grabbed Yifeng's head with the sound of tearing the air. It's over. Su Fei's heart sank. However, facing Su Hu, who was coming at him aggressively, Yifeng remained extremely calm. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Yifeng's voice was not loud, but several people at the scene still heard it clearly. He put his 5 fingers together, waved his hand, and directly faced Su Hu's fierce tiger claws, and this time he also used the Dharma giant demon palm. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly broke out, instantly tearing through the silent night. A claw and a palm collided heavily in the air without any fancy moves. In an instant, there was a deafening explosion, followed by a sharp, hair-raising sound of broken bones. When they heard the creepy sound of broken bones, Li Meng and Su Fei already knew the result. If they guessed correctly, that young man's life would be ruined. However, what shocked them greatly was that the person who screamed when the claws and palms collided was actually Su Hu. Only then did they realize that Su Hu's tiger claw, along with his entire arm, had been severely twisted and deformed, and there were even a few bones with slanted cuts that had penetrated directly through the skin, which was extremely creepy to look at. At this time, Yifeng was not idle either. He took advantage of Su Hu's open door and suddenly a giant palm shadow as big as a basin burst out from the front of his palm and hit him hard on the chest. Li Meng and Su Fei, who were standing by, saw a sudden flash before their eyes, and Su Hu's body was like a broken sack, and he suddenly flew out more than 10 meters away. It stopped only when it was deeply embedded in the wall beside it. At this time, Su Hu's chest was already blurred. His eyes were wide open, his head was drooping, and there was still an expression of disbelief and fear on his face. However, the person no longer had any breath. A breeze blew by, and a few pieces of gravel fell down with a crash. The crisp sound woke Yifeng from his daze. I didn't expect that the combination of psychic powers and martial arts would be so powerful. I was able to kill a level 2 warrior in an instant. Yifeng looked at his right hand and a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. In fact, the reason why Yifeng was able to knock Su Fei away in an instant was because of a trick. Because he used his psychic powers twice in a row, he first instantly froze Su Hu's attack, causing his attack power to instantly turn into 0. Then, taking advantage of his broken arm, he quickly used the Dharma Giant Demon Palm and slammed it directly into his chest, knocking him away. This kind of deliberate and unintentional behavior will cause you to suffer losses no matter how high your cultivation level is. What's more, Yifeng's current cultivation level has reached the high level of the second level warrior, which is much higher than Su Hu's. However, this scene left Li Meng and Su Fei completely dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them with dull eyes, their heads buzzing, and they were unable to recover for a long time. What just happened? Am I hallucinating? Su Fei rubbed his eyes, a little bit unable to believe it. Su Hu, who was so powerful that even the two of them couldn't deal with him together, was actually killed instantly by a single blow from the young man in front of them? A strong sense of shock filled the hearts of the two people, and for a moment they felt like they were dreaming. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed a wanted criminal in the middle stage of level 2. The system now rewards you with 100 experience points. In just a moment, a prompt sound came from the system. As expected, the experience points awarded to level 2 warriors are much higher. Before I knew it, my experience points have reached 10,117 points. Yifeng glanced at the system panel and secretly rejoiced. Now his chi and blood values are already very high among his peers, but Yifeng doesn't want to expose his strength too much. After all, he had just wiped out the Black Tiger Gang. If he acted too conspicuously, he might be targeted by certain individuals or forces. Let's wait until the situation with the Black Tiger Gang has calmed down before we talk about it. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng had made a decision. He looked up at Li Meng and the other man, then turned and left. Possessing special powers and powerful fighting skills, Yifeng does not want to be the focus of attention. Li Meng stared blankly at Yifeng's departing back until the latter disappeared into the night, then he suddenly woke up. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but gasp. The palm strikes out like a cannon, accompanied by a giant phantom. This is the characteristic of the entry-level practice of the Dharma Giant Demon Palm. Li Meng turned his head to look at Su Fei beside him, and happened to meet the latter's gaze. It was obvious that both of them were filled with shock. The Dharma Giant Demon Palm martial art is not like other skills. As long as you invest time and energy, you can eventually practice it to the highest level. For some unknown reason, although this set of martial arts is also one of the martial arts promoted by the Federation, the number of people who can be cultivated to the entry level is more than 90% less than that of other martial arts. This shows how difficult it is to practice this set of martial arts. For this reason, although many students have practiced this set of exercises, many of them gave up halfway and turned to practice other martial arts. There is no other way, this is also a helpless move. After all, for hundreds of years, no one has ever been heard of anyone who could practice this martial art to the highest level, so the theory of Dharmadhatu is just a dream. After watching this scene, it took Li Meng and Su Fei a long while before they slowly came back to their senses. What should we do now? Su Fei asked. Li Meng hesitated for a moment and said, let's notify our superiors first and have someone come to deal with the scene and the body. Having said this, he finally realized and felt thankful. If they hadn't met that mysterious young man, he and Su Fei would probably have ended up in a situation worse than death tonight. A brutal criminal like Su who has so many ways of torturing people. After a pause, Li Meng added another sentence. As for the matter of that young man, we also need to report it to our superiors. Su Fei nodded. It was the Defense Force's duty to investigate the appearance of such a mysterious young warrior in the city. Although I couldn't see the man's face clearly, but judging by his body shape. Su Fei's eyes suddenly widened. She suddenly realized that she couldn't even remember the body shape and appearance of the man just now. All that remains in my memory is a vague figure and a mosaic face. Li Meng, do you remember the figure and appearance of that man just now? Su Fei asked stutteringly. Li Meng was about to answer, but he suddenly froze in place, his eyes gradually widening. What happened? I seem to have forgotten what that person looked like. I only remember that he should be a young man. The two looked at each other, and both looked as if they had seen a ghost. In fact, the reason why the two of them were in this situation was because Yi Feng used his mental power to interfere with their memories. After all, Yi Feng is also afraid of trouble. Now his strength is still very weak and he can't withstand the torment of others. If his identity is exposed, he might be killed in seconds when he meets a master one day. What he needs most now is time. Chapter 21 Active Compensation. Teaching Department of Anyang No. 3 Middle School. More than a dozen parents of students and a group of school leaders sat in the conference room in silence. When the parents heard that their children were injured, they rushed to the school angrily, ready to ask the school for an explanation. However, when the school leaders forwarded an 8-minute video to them, these parents fell silent. 13 students from the elite class surrounded a classmate in the toilet and blatantly stated the 6 weird rules they had made. What is this? If we use federal law, this is a blatant crime. Not only will their children be beaten, they may even be expelled from school. Now these parents are scared. They no longer dare to shout at the school, let alone ask the school to compensate and punish the murderer. Everyone, is there anything else you want to say? Principal Yan Huili looked at everyone and asked calmly. Well, Principal Yan, these kids were wrong in this matter, but now most of them are injured and have received the punishment they deserve. I hope the school will show mercy and give them a chance to reform. To express my apology, I am willing to pay 30,000 federal coins to Yi Feng as compensation, and I ask the school to pass it on to him. The speaker was Zhao Tianxiong, the owner of Qingfeng Restaurant and Zhao Daong's father. He was the first to express his opinion. It can be seen from the video that his son Zhao Daong is the culprit of this incident. After all, those 6 strange rules were made by his son. Seeing that Zhao Tianxiong had expressed his stance, other parents were afraid that their sons would be implicated, so they followed suit and expressed their willingness to make compensation. It's just that the compensation amount they proposed was slightly lower than that of Zhao Tianxiong, basically around 20,000. Yan Huili felt relieved when he saw that this group of parents knew how to deal with the current situation. If we can transfer this 270,000 yuan compensation to classmate Yi Feng, he should be very happy. He tapped the table, already having a plan in mind. Ever since he learned that Yi Feng's blood value had reached 270 calories, the principal's attitude took a 180-degree turn, which shocked all the leaders of the teaching department. Of course, everyone knew why the principal did this. It was simply for the honor of the school. A student whose qi and blood value reaches 270 calories, this means that Yi Feng's cultivation talent has reached an incredible level. Not only can he break the martial arts examination record of Southeast Province, but he will even refresh the history of the entire federation. A student with such talent will surely have limitless achievements in the future. Even if Yi Feng cannot reach the extraordinary realm in the future, he will definitely become a powerful man in the Grandmaster realm. After all, there are many real cases in the Federation. Of course, becoming a Grandmaster is also something to be very proud of. You should know that in the entire Federation, there are only hundreds of strong people who can reach the level of Grandmaster, and most of them are in the beginner and middle stages. It can be seen how rare such talents are. Now the school's top brass have expressed their unanimous opinion that even if they have to expel these 13 elite class students, they will keep Yi Feng. Of course, this also depends on Yi Feng's attitude. If he is willing to accept the 270,000 yuan compensation and is willing to forgive these 13 classmates, the school would not mind doing him a favor in sparing these students. Now that these parents have seen through the school's attitude, they are willing to propose this compensation plan. After the group of parents paid the money and left, only 4 people were left in the meeting room: the principal Yan Huili, the grade director Pan Guoping, the martial arts instructor Lu Guowei, and the elite class teacher Liang Hongyu. Teacher Liang, you should know how to do the rest, right? Yan Huili turned his head and looked at Liang Hongyu standing beside him. Principal, don't worry. I will definitely handle this matter. I will let Yi Feng take part in tomorrow's special recruitment test. Liang Hongyu promised directly. Well, tomorrow is our chance to make a name for ourselves at Anyang No. 3 Middle School. We can't fail at the critical moment. Yan Huili nodded. Yan Huili couldn't help laughing when he thought about the special recruitment test tomorrow, when his No. 3 middle school would be able to crush the No. 1 middle school and No. 2 middle school that had been suppressing him for many years. After so many years, I can finally hold my head high. I don't know if it's bad luck, but since I took over Anyang No. 3 Middle School, every year in the Wuhan University Special Recruitment Test, the highest blood and qi value of the students is only 180 calories. I can't tell you how unlucky I am. This year, the elite class finally had a few students break through 190 calories. Although there is still some gap with the 220 calories of number 1 middle school, it can be said that it has broken the curse of number 3 middle school. Yan Huili was already very happy with Mu Qingqing's 198 calories and Lu Mengchen's 192 calories. Unexpectedly, another Yifeng suddenly appeared in their number 3 middle school, whose qi and health value reached 270 calories. This made him very happy. 2 years ago, there was a student with a grade 207 card in number 1 middle school. The principal kept nagging him for 2 years. He was so awesome. Now I have a 270 card. You guys haven't had one in number 1 or number 2 middle school for all these years, right? I'm going to make a move here, and I'll make you die. As long as Yifeng's qi and blood values are announced tomorrow, Yan Huili will be ready to call and confront those 2 old guys immediately. Especially the principal of number 1 middle school, the guy with a 207 card has been showing off in front of me for 2 years. Fuck you. Early the next morning, Yifeng went to the Xingwu Club again. He didn't want to miss his daily ring battle, after all, he had paid for it. This time, Yifeng's opponent is a woman whose qi and blood value reaches 280 calories. Judging from her age, she should be 1 or 2 years older than himself. Your HP value is 285 calories? The woman was also a little shocked when she saw that Yifeng was only 17 or 18 years old. She didn't know when such a young level 2 warrior came to the Xingwu Club? Well, come on, I have to rush to school after the fight. Yifeng admitted directly. Do you mind if we use weapons? The woman saw Yifeng carrying a spear when he came, and thought that he had practiced some kind of spear skills, so she asked directly. Don't mind, just go ahead. The reason why Yifeng said this was because he had previously practiced spearmanship, but at that time he was limited by his qi and blood level, so the power he exerted was not very strong. Now his blood and qi have reached 290 calories, and his speed and strength have been greatly improved. Moreover, without the assistance of mental power, he believes that he can fight for more than 10 rounds against a warrior of the 3rd level of cultivation. Seeing Yifeng agreed, the woman directly drew out her long sword. The spectators around saw that there were 2 high-level 2nd-level warriors fighting each other, and they all gathered around with great interest. Yifeng took a spear from the corner and stood upright on the stage, while the woman opposite him performed some sword moves and placed the long sword in front of her chest. As the referee entered the ring, the fight began immediately. Yifeng did not hesitate and took the lead in launching the attack. He pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed towards the woman like an arrow. He thrust the spear in his hand swiftly, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at the woman's throat. Look at the gun. The woman's eyebrows were raised, her eyes were wide open, and she shouted tenderly, "Come on." Then he dodged to the side, and the long knife in his hand drew a sharp arc, directly slashing at Yifeng's wrist holding the gun. Yifeng quickly pulled back his spear and used the gun barrel to block. There was a loud bang and the metal collided, sparks flying. The people in the audience were also stunned by this scene. They didn't expect that the 2 of them would use such ferocious moves in a mere fight on the ring. Yifeng's attack did not stop. He moved his feet and performed the flower dance. The shadows of the gun were heavy and he attacked the woman directly like a storm. This was the first time he had fired his gun so quickly since he had reached the 2nd level of martial artist. He felt that he could now fire 7 or 8 shots in 1 second. The woman's body was extremely flexible. She kept moving back and forth on the stage like a flying swallow, while constantly waving her long sword to defend herself. You think you can beat me with just this little ability? The more the woman fought, the more refreshed she felt. Since joining the Xingwu Club, this was the first time she had such a great time fighting with a warrior of the same level. Every time the 2 men clashed with their swords and spears, it was so deafening that it hurt people's ears, but the people in the audience were so excited that their blood boiled and they kept cheering. After several rounds, Yifeng and the woman were both tired and out of breath. After all, their battle was too intense. Yifeng didn't want to continue the stalemate with this woman. He came here to earn experience points, not to waste his physical strength and energy. He took a deep breath, then mobilized all his strength and shouted, "Take this move from me." At this time, Yifeng had already raised the spear in his hand high up, and with a tremendous force, he smashed it down hard on the woman's head with the force of splitting Mount Hua. If an ordinary person was hit by this move, he would definitely die. However, Yifeng knew that this woman's blood and energy were stronger than his. Even if he used this move, he probably wouldn't be really hurt. However, the woman opposite looked solemn when she saw Yifeng's move. Now she could feel the power of this gun. Judging from the strength, it was far beyond her own. But she didn't want to admit defeat. She was seen holding the long sword tightly in both hands, ready to hold it across her head to withstand the attack. Bang! Yi Feng's move was so powerful that the wooden board under the woman's feet began to crack. She was shocked by this move and took several steps back. Her arms were numb and she almost lost her long sword. Seeing this, Yi Feng also took advantage of the situation to pursue the victory. He waved his spear and attacked the woman opposite again like a storm. The woman was struggling and gradually could not resist anymore. In a moment of carelessness, the long sword in her hand was finally knocked away by Yi Feng's spear. The long sword fell to the corner of the ring with a clang. The woman was unable to react for a moment. She did not expect that she would lose to this young man. I lost this time. I really can't match your strength. The woman was also very free and easy and directly admitted her shortcomings. Yi Feng put away his spear and took a deep breath. He cupped his fists towards the woman and said, "Chang Rang, your swordsmanship is also very impressive, almost the strongest I've ever seen among people of the same level. You don't need to praise me, I know my own strength, let's make friends. My name is Mu Kaiyun, a sophomore student at Jingbei Wuda." The woman directly revealed her identity. Chapter 22, Grade A Contract? A student from Beijing University of Warsaw? The same university as Mu Ziming? Yi Feng was also shocked. I just don't know why she didn't go to school. However, this kind of thing should not be of concern to a stranger like me. Now that others are willing to take the initiative to make friends with me, I naturally won't offend them. My name is Yi Feng, and I'm a student at Anyang No. 3 Middle School. I have to leave now. See you again if we're lucky. Yi Feng briefly stated his identity and then left in a hurry. Now he has one very important thing to do, which is to take part in the school's special entrance examination today. After all, this is a major event that affects his future. Originally, I wanted to continue pretending to be sick to control the school, but last night my head teacher called me 5 times in a row and even sent me countless messages. What was said was an apology, compensation, and allowing him to participate in the school's martial arts assessment and special recruitment contract. A compensation of 270,000 Blue Star coins is really generous. This is equivalent to the net income of my own bun shop for 10 years. It seems that the families of these students are really rich. Yi Feng felt emotional. He knew that the money was earned by the school, and as for why the school did this, he actually guessed some of the reasons. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated Mu Kaiyun, and now the system rewards you with 100 experience points. The system suddenly sounded a prompt. After opening the system panel, Yi Feng found that his experience value had reached 10,317 points, which made him feel particularly good. Without being stingy with the 8 yuan fare, Yi Feng directly called a taxi. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the school. Today's school is a little different from usual. Perhaps to welcome the staff from the special admissions offices of 4 key universities, a huge welcome banner was posted at the school gate. Warmly welcome the leaders of the special admissions offices of Kyoto Wuhan University, Beijing North Wuhan University, Beijing South Wuhan University, and Southeast University to visit us for guidance. Yi Feng looked up at the content of the banner and couldn't help but grin, as if the banner was specially welcoming him. Just when Yi Feng stopped and looked up, a familiar figure suddenly came out from the security room at the door. This person was Lu Hongwei, the martial arts instructor of the senior year. Without saying anything, he took Yi Feng's arm and ran to the school training room. Student Yi Feng, you are here. The leaders of the special recruitment offices of the 4 universities of Wuhan University have arrived. You should go to the training room of the school as soon as possible. The principals are waiting anxiously. Teacher Lu, didn't you say the test would start at 9 o'clock? Could it be early? Yi Feng was also confused, because the time was clearly told to him by Teacher Liang, and there were still 10 minutes until 9 o'clock. The test was not scheduled ahead of time, but shouldn't we arrive ahead of time? This will leave a good impression on the leaders of the special recruitment offices of the 4 universities and make it easier to discuss the contract, right? Teacher Lu said it as if whoever arrived first would have the advantage, but Yi Feng did not refute it. When the 2 of them arrived at the school's practice room, they found it was already packed with people. In addition to all the students in the elite class, there were also quite a few school leaders. Next to the principal and the grade directors, there were several specially arranged tables. Looking at the people sitting on the seats and the signs erected behind them, one could tell that they were the persons in charge of the several Wuhan University colleges and universities that came to participate in this special recruitment test. Ha, our little genius from number 3 middle school is here. When Principal Yan Huili saw Lu Guowei arriving with a student, he burst into laughter. This also caused many people around to look in the direction where Yifeng was. Little genius? When the personnel in charge of special recruitment at several Wuhan universities heard what President Yan said, they were all curious. Only the two people from Beijing North University of Warsaw stood up and ran directly towards Yifeng, and took the initiative to shake hands with Yifeng. You are classmate Yifeng, right? I am Qi Bingchen, the president of Jingbei University. Mu Ziming has already told me about your situation. I came here from Kyoto specifically because I hope you can join our Jingbei University. Don't worry, this time we have brought you an A-level contract directly. As long as you sign the contract, Beijing North Wuda will provide you with 5 bone hardening pills, 2 blood qi pills and 80,000 federal coins in cash subsidies every month. In addition, the college will also give you a house worth 3 million. What do you think? Qi Bingchen, the president of Beijing North University of Warsaw, was very humble. He shook hands and promised an A-level contract. For a moment, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Especially the special recruitment leaders of the other 3 martial arts universities. They are all powerful people who have reached the level of martial artists, and their hearing is naturally extraordinary. They heard clearly what Qi Bingchen said just now. But they didn't know why the president of Beijing North Wuhan University came here in person, and was so polite to a student from Anyang No. 3 Middle School, and even promised him an A-level contract. Could it be that this student was a genius? The people from the 3 special admissions offices of Wuhan University looked at each other, because they had already sensed something strange from what Qi Bingchen had just said, but they were not sure yet. In fact, this cannot be blamed on them. After all, the fact that Yifeng has a blood value of 270 calories is still kept secret in the school. Only the school's top management and a very few other people know about it. In fact, what the school does not know is that this data has already been refreshed to 290 calories by Yifeng. As a master in the early stage of martial arts, Yan Huili naturally also heard Qi Bingchen's promise to Yifeng. Wow, he gave an A-level contract right away. It looks like our Anyang No. 3 middle school is going to be famous this time. Yan Huili was so excited that he was dancing with joy, and even the tuft of hair left on his slightly bald head began to sway. It seems like I can finally hold my head high this time. I wonder what the expressions of those 2 old guards from No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools will be when they find out. Ha ha. This time the old principal laughed out loud like a goose. At this time, Yifeng was also shocked by the conditions offered by the old man in front of him. A level contract, 5 bone tempering pills, 2 qi and blood pills, and a cash subsidy of 80,000 federal coins per month, plus a house worth 3 million? Wow, I'm about to take off. Yifeng stated the promise the old man had made to him, and at this moment he had already begun to calculate in his mind how much these things were worth. Although he had never seen these pills, he still knew their approximate prices. A bone hardening pill is worth 10,000 federal coins, and a blood qi pill is worth 50,000 federal coins. The pills alone are worth 150,000 federal coins. If you add the 80,000 monthly cash subsidy, that's 230,000 federal coins. This is just 1 month's benefit. There are still more than 2 months before the college entrance examination. If you add the 3 million yuan house, wouldn't the total value be more than 3.4 million yuan? Yifeng was already stunned by this sudden benefit. He looked at the old man in front of him stupidly, feeling that this man was simply a boy who brought wealth. Chapter 23, Fighting for Yifeng. Although the old man in front of him had offered Yifeng an A-level contract, he suppressed his excitement and neither agreed nor refused. After all, Qi Bingchen had never seen his qi and blood value with his own eyes, and there were also personnel from the special admissions offices of several other universities present here. Yifeng also wanted to show his qi and blood value in front of everyone. Of course, it would be even better if people from other universities were also interested in me and had a big auction on the spot. Yifeng slowly walked to a sophisticated tester, then pressed his palm on the surface of the screen. With a flash of light, a string of numbers soon popped up on it. 290 calories. It's 290 calories. Oh my god. When the people around saw this data, they all exclaimed in shock. Especially Yan Huili, the principal of Anyang No. 3 Middle School, whose wrinkled old face now looks like a chrysanthemum with a smile. He also didn't expect that Yifeng's blood value had increased again. It was no longer the 270 calories he knew, but 290 calories. 290 calories, my god, this has already broken the federal college entrance examination record. Everyone was extremely shocked. This time, even the heads of the special admissions offices of Kyoto, Jingnan, and Southeast Wuhan University took out their cell phones and started calling the presidents of their colleges. There is only one goal, and that is to capture Yifeng. Their academy must get such a genius. Seeing that the heads of the special admissions offices of several universities were all on the phone, all the students in the elite classes at the scene stared at Yifeng with envy and jealousy. Now they finally understood why the president of Beijing North University of Warsaw took the initiative to shake hands with Yifeng. It turns out that the old man knew about this a long time ago. Hello, Lao Wang, I'm Yan Huili. Well, I'm not very busy. People from the special recruitment offices of several universities came to our school today. I just finished testing a student. The blood value is not too high, only 290 calories. Well, of course it's real. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. Yes, Lao Li, it's me. Yes, I'm not busy. People from the special recruitment offices of the 4 major universities are here today. I just tested a student and found that his qi and blood value is average, only 290 calories. If they can fake such a small thing, then I'm going to save my reputation. People from the special recruitment offices of the 4 major universities are still here. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. Yan Huili made 2 consecutive phone calls, one to the principal of number 1 middle school and the other to number 2 middle school. His words were understated, but the information he conveyed shocked the 2 old men on the spot. Ha, it feels so good. I haven't been this happy in years. I must have a drink when I go home tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yan Huili's mouth was grinning to his belt. There's nothing I can do. Today is a good day and I can't stop laughing even though I want to. Student Yifeng, we at Kyoto Wuda are also willing to sign an A-level contract with you. The treatment is the same as that of Jingbei University. Why don't you come to our Kyoto Wuda? We are the number 1 university in the federation. Student Yifeng, our Jingnan Wuda has the same contract, also an A-level contract. In addition, in terms of cash subsidies, we are willing to add another 30,000 per month. Student Yifeng, although we can't offer such a high contract, Southeast Wuhan University is the highest institution of learning in our province, and it's also relatively close to home. Would you like to consider it? After the phone call, the heads of the special admissions offices of the other 3 universities also joined the ranks in the competition for Yifeng. After all, talents are rare and no one wants to miss them. Seeing that some people were willing to increase the salary based on the A-level contract, Yifeng was very happy. To be honest, he didn't really care which Wuhan university he could go to. After all, these universities were things he had never dared to think about before. What matters to him most now is the welfare benefits. After all, his family is poor and he has had enough of the life without money. Now that he has the system, he is not worried at all about improving his cultivation and combat power. Now he just wants to make his mother and sister live a better life through his own efforts. Seeing that the other 3 universities also offered conditions, Xi Bingchen's face darkened. It seemed that he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Student Yifeng, I have a daughter named Qimingjiao, who is only 1 year older than you. She is a school beauty in our Beijing North University. If you can come to our college, I will introduce you to each other. You know what I mean. When Xi Bingchen said this, everyone at the scene was stunned, especially the persons in charge of the special admissions offices of the 3 universities. They looked at this old man in disbelief and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yifeng was also shocked by the old man's strange words. Is this okay? Yes, classmate Yifeng, junior sister Qi is very beautiful, I can guarantee that. Mu Ziming, who was standing by, saw some changes in Yifeng's expression and thought that this boy was moved, so he struck while the iron was hot and quickly agreed. Now it seems that these 2 people are really desperate. In order to sign Yifeng, they are even willing to give up their reputation. Of course, if his sister Mu Qingqing knew about this, she would definitely break up with her brother. Couldn't he see what he was thinking? Ahem, well, you 2 are joking. Actually, it doesn't matter which university I go to. The most important thing is that I can take care of my family. However, before Yifeng could finish, old man Xi spoke directly. No problem, I actually already know about your family's situation. How about this? Bring your mother to Kyoto directly, and we will arrange a house for her. If she wants to continue making buns, we will set aside a place for her in the cafeteria of Beijing North University to open a restaurant. As for your sister, she is still in the third year of junior high school. We can find the best school for her in Kyoto. When she is in the third year of high school, we will directly reserve a special enrollment quota for her in Beijing North University, so that she can also come to Beijing North University. When Yifeng heard him say this, he was surprised and moved. He didn't expect that this old man would even consider his family. In fact, the reason why Qi Bingchen knew the situation in Yifeng's family was thanks to Mu Ziming's homework. Just last night after they came out of the hotel, Mu Ziming specifically asked his sister Mu Qingqing about the situation of Yifeng's family, and later told Principal Qi this information. Unexpectedly, when this information reached Principal Qi, it turned out to be a big bomb. Now Yifeng was so moved that he was almost in tears. At this time, the leaders of the other three universities knew that they had already lost the battle, and even if they offered the same conditions, Yifeng would choose Beijing University of Technology. After all, their principal is very awesome. Chapter 24: The Original Aspiration of Martial Arts. To be honest, this little old man has brought me enough surprises today. Although he was not going for the other person's daughter, Yifeng still decided to sign this special recruitment contract with Beijing North University of Warsaw. To give his mother a good life and his sister a good future, this is what Yifeng has always pursued. After the first special recruitment contract was signed, number 3 middle school seemed to have good luck, and several students' blood and Qi tests met the special recruitment standards. Among them, Lu Mengchen's blood and Qi were 194 cards, and he signed a C-level contract with Kyoto Wudali Guankai's blood and Qi were 183 cards, and he signed a C-level contract with Jingnan Wuda. This time, a total of 13 students from Anyang No. 3 Middle School successfully signed special recruitment contracts with 4 Wuhan universities, which is also the largest number of special recruitment contracts signed in history. To this end, the principal specially booked several tables at a nearby hotel to celebrate. Signing a special recruitment contract means that these students do not have to take the college entrance examination and can directly obtain a place in Wuhan University. But this does not mean that everyone can sit back and relax and do nothing. According to federal law, all specially recruited and signed personnel must participate in special military training in their province before entering the martial arts university. After all, the various benefits they signed up for come from the federal government and taxpayers, and everyone will eventually have to pay for the federal government and the people in the future. To be honest, the current situation of mankind is actually very bad, with small homes and scarce resources. It requires countless warriors to work together to open up the wilderness and kill ferocious beasts. Only in this way can we restore our past glory bit by bit and allow the human race to once again reach the top of the food chain. This process will be extremely long. For hundreds of years, our predecessors have been working hard to fulfill this long-cherished wish. Warriors are mankind's most powerful weapons. They can be said to be shields protecting humanity and swords in the hands of the human race. When the tribe needs them, they should be fearless and fight for the tribe. This is also the reason why the people of the Federation pay taxes to support them without regrets. Yifeng, this is what Beijing North University of Martial Arts prepared for you. Qi Bingchen handed Yifeng a paper bag. Yifeng opened it and took a look. Inside was a bank card, a smart bracelet, 2 bottles of pills and a book on spear techniques. The bank card will be used to distribute cash subsidies to you in the future. The password is 123456. This smart bracelet is a miniature intelligent brain that is connected to the Federal Big Data Network and is mainly used for identity recognition, contribution collection, and positioning. From now on, every time you kill a ferocious beast in the wilderness, this thing can automatically record your merits and directly convert them into contribution points. The pills will be distributed to you regularly every month. We will certify them for you online. You do not need to come to the academy in person. You can pick them up at any regular pill store in the Federation. We have also prepared a book of spear techniques for you, called Fiery Spear, which is a heavenly martial arts technique. You must practice it seriously. Qi Bingchen explained the items inside to Yifeng one by one. As for the matters concerning Yifeng's parents and sister, Qi Bingchen also promised that arrangements would be made when Yifeng officially reported to Beijing University of Warsaw. Yifeng could understand this. After all, there were still nearly 10 months before he reported to Beijing University of Technology, so it was impossible for him to make arrangements now. However, Qi Bingchen could make a promise about the house worth 3 million. As long as Yifeng decided on a location to buy the house, the money would be in his account at any time. Of course, Yifeng still needs to discuss this matter with his mother. After all, buying a house is a big deal. It may even affect his future development in marriage, so he has to take it seriously. However, there is still nearly a week before the military's unified special training, so he needs to prepare in advance. After returning home, Yifeng told his mother and younger sister that he had been specially recruited and signed. The two were shocked and surprised when they heard it. The mother even lit a stick of incense for her father at home, saying that she wanted to tell her missing father about the happy event, hoping that he could bless both children to grow up healthily. After dinner, Yifeng went to the rooftop alone and continued to practice his own set of source power breathing method. Every time Yifeng practices, he can get a little improvement in his qi and blood value. Although it is not much, Yifeng likes this feeling very much. After all, source energy not only brings about an increase in qi and blood, but also a subtle transformation of body cells. Early the next morning, Yifeng went to the Xingwu Club after breakfast, but he didn't expect that the person he would fight against this time would still be Mu Kaiyun. "Are you a diamond member? Otherwise, how could you challenge me to a fight?" Yifeng asked the other party with some curiosity. "It's not diamond level. I won't spend so much money to apply for this kind of membership. After all, I only play about 2 games a day. I mainly want to use the venue's facilities for free for training," Mu Kaiyun explained. After hearing what Mu Kaiyun said, Yifeng guessed roughly that perhaps the other party was a gold-level member. The reason why he met him again today might be a coincidence, or maybe he knew someone here. Yifeng didn't bother about this and went straight onto the stage with Mu Kaiyun. The two fought for dozens of rounds in the ring. Although Mu Kaiyun almost knocked Yifeng down several times, she still lost in the end. "You are quite skilled, but I don't know which martial arts university you plan to apply to in the future?" Mu Kaiyun asked. It's okay to tell you. Yesterday I was specially recruited by your Beijing North University of Martial Arts. The A-level contract was handled for me personally by President Xi Bingchen," Yifeng said with a smile. "Oh? So we can meet often at school? Leave me your contact information first, and I will definitely come to see you when I have time in the future." Mu Kaiyun didn't waste any time. She asked Yifeng for his contact information and left. "This person is quite interesting, she is very pretty, but she acts like a man." This is Yifeng's impression of Mu Kaiyun. After gaining 100 experience points, Yifeng's experience value has reached 10,417 points. "When I leave Anyang for special training in a few days, I will improve my qi and health and martial arts." Yifeng looked at the string of experience points and already had a plan in mind. Through spiritual detection in the past few days, he has discovered that the Black Tiger Gang is related to the Anyang Du family, and he also saw Du Haitao in the Du family. But Du Haitao is really despicable. Although he did not participate in yesterday's special training, he secretly asked his family to help him get a place in Southeast University of Warsaw. It seems that their Du family has quite a bit of influence in Southeast Province. After returning from the club, Yifeng went straight to his own steamed bun shop. This shop is very small, only about 20 square meters, and the equipment and utensils alone take up nearly 1/3 of the area. Looking at his mother and sister busy in the store, Yifeng suddenly felt a sour feeling in his nose for some reason. He has been in this world for 8 years. Although he is with his mother and sister every day, he has never told them about his life story. To be honest, he really didn't know what to say. Should he tell them that their son and brother had died in the beast tide 8 years ago? But it was better to keep it a secret, so that they could still have relatives. "I also had someone to care about." For a moment, Yifeng was wondering, does this world really exist? Or is he in a dream state in another life? But this thing cannot be verified at all. When the mother saw Yifeng standing not far away and looking at this side, she immediately called out, "Xiaofeng, you are here. Are you hungry? Eat a meat bun first." "Mom, I'm not hungry, I just came to take a look." As he spoke, Yifeng picked up the rag beside him and started helping to clean the tables in the store. "Boss, this is your specially recruited son who is a warrior, right?" a diner asked when he saw Yifeng helping with the work. Yes, he was selected by Beijing University for special recruitment yesterday, and he will go for special training in a few days," said the mother proudly. Chapter 25, Special Training in Advance. Seeing his mother introducing herself with pride, Yifeng's heart suddenly moved. Perhaps this was the reason why he worked so hard. Recently the business in the store has been much better than before. I don't know if it's because the neighbors know that this store has a special student who is a warrior, or if it's because my mother's skill in making buns has improved, but in any case, a lot of people come to buy buns. Yifeng was busy in the store for more than an hour, until the lunch break was over, when he sat down to rest. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and found that the call was from Mu Qingcheng. So Yifeng answered the phone directly. "Hello, it's you. What do you want to talk to me about? Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong?" "Really?" There was a hint of resentment in Mu Qingcheng's words. Yifeng also knew that he had said the wrong thing and was about to apologize, but Mu Qingcheng on the opposite side directly changed the subject. "I'm telling you a piece of news in advance. The time for this special military training will be moved up. We will be heading to the important military town Wuhan Town. You should take advantage of these 2 days to spend some time with your family. We may be leaving in 3 days." After Mu Qingcheng finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Yifeng to say anything. "Oh, it seems that school beauty Mu is angry. I really need to be careful with my words in the future," Yifeng said with some self-blame. But he soon thought of what Mu Qingcheng had just said, and it seemed that he would have to leave soon. Yifeng said hello to his mother and left. He planned to buy a few more handy throwing knives before going for special training. "Some time ago, when I was dealing with the top leaders of the Black Tiger Gang, I bought a few throwing knives on the roadside. However, I had no money at the time, and the quality of the throwing knives I bought was very poor. A flying knife of that quality would be no problem against ordinary people, but it would not be enough against ordinary ferocious beasts or stronger warriors." Arriving at the warrior shop, Yifeng selected at the counter and finally chose a C-grade alloy throwing knife that was about 50 centimeters long and weighed about 2 kilograms. Although he only bought 6 swords, it still cost him nearly 48,000 federal coins. In recent days, Yifeng has been studying his mental power, and inadvertently opened up a small space in his body. Although the space is only 2 square meters, it is enough to hold a lot of items, and these 6 throwing knives can fit in it. After buying the flying knife, Yifeng also went to the store to buy some elixirs and potions commonly used by warriors. He didn't have money to buy such things before, but now it is different. "Mom, our special training may have to be brought forward. There are 100,000 federal coins in this card. Keep it at home." As soon as he returned home, Yifeng told his mother about the early start of the special training. "Xiaofeng, our family is not short of money, so you should keep this money for your cultivation." Mom pushed the bank card back. Although she was just an ordinary person, she knew that it was extremely expensive for a warrior to practice martial arts, and this money was given by the school to Yifeng for his training, so his family could not accept this money. Seeing that his mother refused to accept it, Yifeng had no choice but to put the bank card away again. "However, I heard that this special training requires going to a frontline military stronghold, and it is not known how long it will take to come back, so Yifeng plans to stay at home and spend the next 2 days with his family." April 5th is the day when special recruits report to the military headquarters, and the Anyang municipal government also attaches great importance to it. Not only did they send 2 armored buses for transportation, they also sent a 50-man defense team to provide accompanying protection. After getting on the bus, Yifeng realized that there were as many as 50 people participating in the special training in Anyang this time. Not only that, Yifeng even saw a special person in the crowd. That was the muscular young man he had fought against for the first time at the Xingwu Club. "Is he a student from number 1 middle school or number 2 middle school?" Yifeng asked with some confusion. But on second thought, it didn't feel right, because this person's blood and qi had already reached 220 calories. If he was also a senior high school student, he would have come here long ago. Seeing Yifeng looking at him, the muscular young man was slightly stunned, but he quickly responded with a smile. Yifeng did not expect that the young man who used to be extremely arrogant and proud actually had such a humble and friendly side. In fact, Yifeng had no idea that this young man was only friendly to him and still looked down on other people. After all, he had suffered losses at the hands of Yifeng and knew that Yifeng was stronger than himself and worthy of his friendship and respect. "Yifeng, do you know Li Mingyang?" Lu Mengchen, who was standing by, saw Yifeng nodding to the muscular young man not far away, so he asked curiously. In fact, Lu Mengchen knew the muscular young man opposite him. After all, he was the young master of the Anyang Li family. However, this guy is not as absurd as his brother, who is not involved in affairs of women everywhere. Instead, he is more interested in martial arts. The man opposite has a HP value of over 220 calories. I have read his information and fought with him before. He is quite powerful. Yifeng whispered in Lu Mengchen's ear. How is this possible? Mu Qingcheng was also shocked by what Yifeng said. Although the young master of the Li family is very fond of martial arts, his chi and blood should not reach 220 calories. Could it be that he has taken some kind of rare treasure? You know, it is normal for children from big families to take medicinal pills. After all, their families are rich and they also have channels to obtain rare treasures. Two buses started slowly. For many students, this was the first time they left Anyang City and they all looked extremely excited. The border wall of Anyang City is in front of us. You haven't been here yet, right? The driver, Lao Wang, is also a talkative person. He would introduce the group of students to each place he went to. Border wall? Is it the 100-meter high wall outside the farming area? Outside the wall is the wilderness area. It is said that monsters are rampant, corpses are everywhere, and even plants can kill people. That is a battlefield for warriors, a restricted area for ordinary people. Everyone, including Yi Feng, became extremely curious. The border wall is the guarantee of security for every base city. There are two different worlds inside and outside the wall. Outside, there are dangers at every step. It is a wilderness area that ordinary people cannot imagine and can only be seen on TV. Under normal circumstances, civilians are not allowed to go up the border wall. Because there are a large number of heavy weapons installed on it, if civilians accidentally touch or fire them, it will cause great losses. But today is different. Not only can they see the border wall with their own eyes, but they will also pass through hundreds of kilometers of wilderness areas. Even in the near future, they will often have to fight with ferocious beasts and monsters on this land to seize the territories that once belonged to humans. The border wall is majestic and tall, with a height of hundreds of meters. The entire wall is very flat and smooth, without even a steppable gap, which is also to prevent ferocious beasts from using it to climb up. As the border wall got farther and farther away, the bus arrived in the wilderness area. But this place is not as peaceful as everyone imagines, because huge and ferocious beasts can be seen everywhere. Look over there, it should be the mutant blood wolf mentioned in the book. I didn't expect it to be so big. It must be at least 800 kilograms. Damn, there's a titan rhinoceros on the left. It must weigh more than 10,000 kilograms based on its size. I didn't expect the rats in the wilderness to be this big. They must weigh hundreds of pounds. Many students were leaning against the windows, looking out constantly, and occasionally letting out a cry of surprise. As people saw more ferocious beasts, their curiosity was gradually replaced by a sense of powerlessness. Only then did they realize how dangerous the outside world was and that humans were so weak in front of these ferocious beasts that they could be ignored. Seeing that many students had fallen into silence, the driver Lao Wang naturally understood what everyone was thinking. Students, don't be so depressed. After you practice at the martial arts university for a few years, you will be able to easily kill most of the ferocious beasts in the wilderness. When you reach the martial arts master level, even giant beasts that are 5 or 6 meters tall can be easily killed. So, don't worry. What you lack is time and growth. Lao Wang encouraged. Really? Can we really kill these ferocious beasts easily in the future? Everyone became excited when they heard the driver say this. Of course, you will become powerful warriors in the future, and you will have to face the army of ferocious beasts head-on. Our defense forces are generally of lower level, and can only rely on technological weapons to defend the city. The gap is huge. What Lao Wang said is actually not wrong. This is almost the current situation of the entire Federation. Chapter 26, The Mountain Wolves Attack. Lao Wang's words instantly inspired all the students present. Yes, they are all going to be powerful warriors in the future. How could they be frightened by the ferocious beasts in the wilderness? However, the next moment, the radar on the top of the bus suddenly sounded an alarm, which also made the driver Lao Wang's face change. Oh no! A group of ferocious beasts are targeting us. They are a pack of wild mountain wolves. Several guards sitting in the front row immediately drew the long swords at their waists and began to stand guard. Many students were also frightened by this sudden scene. They looked out the window and saw a group of black and ferocious beasts approaching their bus hundreds of meters away. Vehicles ahead, please pay attention. Vehicles ahead, please pay attention. A large group of mountain wolves are approaching our vehicles. A large group of mountain wolves are approaching our vehicles. It is estimated that there are about 80 mountain wolves. Please prepare for battle. A walkie-talkie in the car suddenly rang, probably a warning from the vehicle following behind. We have encountered a pack of mountain wolves. What should we do? Yeah, I didn't expect to be so unlucky. I don't know if this group of defense troops can deal with so many mountain wolves. At this time, the students in the car were in chaos. They were babbling and some were even crying out loud. Shut up, everyone. Look at how ugly you are. Are you still warriors? Li Mingyang, who was sitting not far away, suddenly shouted at everyone, which made the carriage quiet instantly. Master Wang, are there any weapons in the car? Give them to everyone. At least we can protect ourselves. When the defense forces heard that some students wanted weapons for self-protection, they spoke before the driver could even open his mouth. Yes, come with me. The defense soldier led Li Mingyang directly to the back row of the carriage, and then pulled out a wooden box from the bottom, which contained dozens of weapons. Everyone come over and take a hand. We are going to fight to the death this time. No one is allowed to be a coward. Li Mingyang carried the box of weapons to the center of the carriage and yelled at everyone. Seeing that the box was filled with swords, spears, and other weapons, Yifeng went forward without hesitation and picked out the heaviest spear. Now my blood and chi have reached 290 cards, and there are still a lot of idle experience points in the system. As long as I want, I can enter a higher level at any time. Seeing that Yifeng had already chosen his weapon, Lu Mengchen also stepped forward and picked out a long sword. Now is a life and death moment, and it is definitely not enough to rely on this group of defense forces alone. Although no one had experience fighting ferocious beasts, they were all warriors with a health value of more than 170 calories. Even if they were smashing with weapons, they could exert a force of several hundred kilograms. When the wolves were about 50 meters away from the vehicle, everyone really noticed the size of the wolves. They have strong hind limbs, slender forelimbs, arched backs, slender waists, and abdomens. Each one is more than 1.2 meters tall at the shoulder. Looking at their size, one can guess that each of them weighs at least 300 kilograms. The most terrifying thing is that they have a pair of sharp claws that are more than 10 centimeters long, which looks very scary. The pack of wolves followed the vehicles for 7 or 8 kilometers, and using their numbers to surround and block the two buses, eventually forcing them to stop in a sparse woods. Obviously, this is a battle that cannot be avoided. Everyone, get ready for battle, work together in groups of 3 or 5, and don't get separated by the wolves. The captain of the bus at the back made the final deployment to the team members before the battle. If they stayed in the car, they would surely die. So they planned to rush out of the car before the wolves attacked, and then use the terrain to fight with the wolves. Perhaps they would have a chance of survival. Then let's fight. Yifeng, holding a 2.5-meter long spear, was the first to push the door and get out of the car. At this time, the desire to fight was already burning in his heart. Both of us together, back to back. Seeing that Yifeng had already gotten out of the car, Li Mingyang also rushed out with a spear. He knew that Yifeng's fighting ability was not weaker than his, and it might be safer if two people cooperated with each other. Those who are brave, get out of the car with me. Those who are not brave, stay in the car and protect yourself. The driver said, and several guards around him also got out of the car. Yifeng, wait for me. At this time, Lu Mengchen also followed with his long sword. As people got off the bus one after another, there were less than 10 people left, and they were all students who had lost their courage. In fact, the defense forces knew very well that although the bus was installed with thickened steel plates, it was actually difficult to withstand the repeated attacks of the ferocious beasts. In addition, it is difficult to move around inside the carriage, and even if you have weapons, you cannot use them. As long as a wolf gets into the carriage, with its flexibility and strength, the people left inside are almost certain to die. This is also the main reason why the defense forces chose to get off the vehicle and fight the mountain wolves. Seeing hundreds of people coming out of two buses one after another, the wolves did not attack for a while. Instead, they kept wandering around the periphery, as if looking for an opportunity to attack. Oh! Everyone get ready, the wolves are preparing to attack. Yifeng reminded everyone. Because from the roar of the mountain wolf leader, he could already feel the excitement in the leader's heart, which was the signal to attack. Sure enough, they are really going to attack. Li Mingyang, who was standing behind, thought that Yifeng was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that the group of wolves would really start moving. Could this guy understand animal language? This thought suddenly popped up in Li Mingyang's mind. But now is not the time to be distracted. Seeing the wolves running faster and faster, everyone tightened their weapons. The scene of 70 or 80 mountain wolves launching an attack was still very spectacular. In just one encounter, 20 or 30 people were knocked to the ground. After all, they weigh several hundred kilograms, and the impact they cause is far beyond the ability of ordinary people to withstand. At this time, a gray-white mountain wolf also pounced on Yifeng. Yifeng seized the opportunity and shot directly at the belly of the mountain wolf pack in mid-air. The mountain wolf let out a scream and was then picked up by Yifeng's spear and thrown out. Instantly, a stream of blood spurted out, splashing everywhere around. After the mountain wolf fell like a sandbag not far away, it twitched slightly a few times and then became motionless. Brother Yifeng is amazing. He killed a mountain wolf with just one shot. Li Mingyang, who was standing next to him, glanced at Yifeng and immediately praised him. Chapter 27, Killing the Mountain Wolf King. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have just killed a primary mountain wolf beast, and the system rewards you with 10 experience points. The system immediately sounded a prompt. It seems that the strength of the mountain wolf is equivalent to that of a first-level human warrior. Through the experience points rewarded by the system, Yifeng quickly figured out the combat power level of this group of mountain wolves. Now he no longer had any worries, so he rushed directly into the wolf pack and started killing. He first jumped high, and then while falling, he shot a mountain wolf in the head. Then he swung the gun and swept 360 degrees around, this time injuring 3 more wolves. Then he quickly put away his gun, and then quickly thrust it out, shooting directly into the neck of a wolf in front of him. In just 1 minute, Yifeng made 4 mountain wolves lose their combat effectiveness. Li Mingyang also performed well. When a mountain wolf was struggling with Lu Mengchen, he stabbed the wolf in the abdomen with a spear, directly making the mountain wolf lose its combat effectiveness. The performance of the many defense forces around was somewhat disappointing. They worked in groups of 3 or 5, standing back to back to defend against the attacks of the mountain wolves. Although they killed several wolves in the chaos, this defensive style of play was too slow. Looking at the group of special recruits, their performance was even worse. They just stood there waving their weapons and shouting, with no intention of going forward to fight with the mountain wolves. There was even one student who didn't pay attention to his feet and was tripped by the corpse of a mountain wolf. As for the 10 students on the bus, they are totally unworthy of being warriors. They huddled together and cried bitterly. Even the weapons that had been distributed to them were thrown on the ground. If a wolf gets into your car, you'll probably just become their food. Yifeng looked around and couldn't help shaking his head. But now is not the time for him to relax. After all, every time he kills a mountain wolf, the system will reward him with 10 experience points. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? In order to quickly increase his experience points, Yifeng directly used his mental power this time. He first instantly restrained the nearby wolves, and then shot them directly through their hearts or heads. This kind of killing was like chopping melons and vegetables. After all, those mountain wolves lost their ability to resist in an instant. The only difference is that the mountain wolf's fur is thicker and its head is harder, so Yifeng needs to use tremendous force every time he draws his gun. As time passed, the number of wolf pack members remaining became smaller and smaller, and humans gradually began to gain the upper hand. The 38th. Number 39. Every time he killed one, Yifeng secretly counted the number in his mind. At this time, the leader of the wolf pack also discovered that something was wrong, because among this group of humans, there was a person with particularly strong fighting power, and he alone almost caused the loss of half of the entire wolf pack. Perhaps the mountain wolf king wanted to avenge his men, or perhaps he wanted to show off his unique fighting power in front of his companions. This leader, who was larger than ordinary mountain wolves, had already set his sights on Yifeng and was ready to attack at any time. It bared its huge teeth and went around Yifeng's back, then suddenly rushed towards Yifeng's back at lightning speed. Yifeng, be careful! When Lu Mengchen saw this scene, he shouted out loud. Even many people around saw this scene, but they were so scared that they covered their eyes. They didn't dare to watch the next scene. You know, that is the Wolf King of the Mountain Wolf Pack. A giant beast weighing more than 800 kilograms. His strength is comparable to that of a peak level 2 warrior. However, the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. Yifeng seemed to have eyes on his back. He turned around and slapped out with his palm. A giant palm as big as a washbasin appeared out of thin air and hit the Mountain Wolf King heavily in the air. The crisp sound of bones accompanied the body of the Mountain Wolf King as it flew more than 10 meters away. When the Mountain Wolf King fell heavily to the ground like a giant sandbag, a thick cloud of dust was even stirred up around it. When the dust settled, we saw that the Mountain Wolf King was lying on the ground twitching. The 40th one. Yifeng threw the spear in his hand towards the direction where the Mountain Wolf King was lying. When the spear landed on the ground, it actually pierced the heart of the mountain wolf king with great accuracy. This. Oh my god. The people around were all petrified, and even the remaining dozen mountain wolves were stunned where they were. With a wolf's howl, the group of dazed wolves finally reacted and immediately started running away. We won. We won. Yeah, for a moment just now, I thought I couldn't go back. Watching the scattered group of mountain wolves flying away, everyone roared in victory. Yifeng, you are so fucking strong. It was worth it to lose to you in the ring last time. Li Mingyang couldn't help but shout. Yifeng, your fighting power seems to be wrong. Lu Mengchen also widened his eyes and said in shock. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Yifeng. Originally, everyone thought that life or death was unpredictable this time. After all, such a large pack of mountain wolves was too difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Yifeng took the lead and killed 40 mountain wolves by himself, and even killed the Wolf King. At this moment, everyone looked at Yifeng with admiration. This 17-year-old boy is so powerful that he hardly looks like a human being. Don't waste time, clean up the battlefield quickly. We need to leave here as soon as possible, otherwise the bloody smell will attract other ferocious beasts. The captain of the defense force immediately instructed. Although 63 mountain wolves were killed in this battle, 11 defense soldiers and 7 special recruits were also killed. Originally, several defense soldiers wanted to dispose of the wolf corpses and take them away, but they were stopped by the defense captain. We are now in the wilderness, and we have a mission to complete. We cannot let this thing worth hundreds of thousands of federal coins put us in danger again. 10 minutes later, the 3 buses set off again. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was relatively smooth, and when the sun set in the afternoon, everyone finally arrived at Wuhantown safely. Wuhantown is not very large, only 7 or 8 kilometers in radius, with a population of about 300,000, but 80% of the population here are soldiers. The entire town is surrounded by a wall that is 100 meters high and more than 30 meters thick. The material of the city wall is also quite special. It is composed of rocks, concrete, and steel bars. It is poured layer by layer and is extremely solid. Even a nuclear bomb cannot destroy it on a large scale, which shows how strong it is. The reason why such an important military town was built here is because it is located at the intersection of the wilderness and the mountain forests, so it can always keep an eye on the movements of the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 mountains. If a beast tide is formed, an early warning can be given. Of course, this important military town is also responsible for the supply of rare materials and the regular elimination of scattered herds of ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Chapter 28, Is there a fee for special training? There are more than 800 special recruits who came to Wuhantown to participate in the special training this time, from 58 high schools in the province. When Yifeng and his friends arrived here, quite a few people had already arrived. The upstairs is where you usually live. The rooms have been assigned to you in advance. You can move in according to the dormitory number corresponding to the list. The restaurant is on the first floor and the training venue is in the basement. The instructor will tell you the details later. You will get familiar with the environment here for the next 2 days. The special training will officially begin in 2 days, and there will be special instructors coming. The person in charge of the contact led Yifeng and others directly to a 5-story independent building in the city, and then left after giving instructions. Yifeng was assigned room 201. After entering, he realized that it was an independent single room equipped with a water heater and a bathroom. Yifeng was quite satisfied with this accommodation environment. After simply tidying up the room, Yifeng began to check his system panel. Today he killed 40 mountain wolves, including a mountain wolf king, and the system directly rewarded him with 490 experience points. Seeing that his experience value had reached 11,090 points, Yifeng did not hesitate this time, but directly spent 2,000 points to upgrade his secret magic and Dharma giant demon palm from entry level to elementary level. When he looked at the system panel again, it had changed to Name, Yifeng. Level 2 High Level Warrior, Level 45 Magic Master. Chi and Blood, 290 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial Arts, Secret Magic Elementary Level 05,000, Dharma Giant Demon Palm Elementary Level 05,000. Experience points, 9,990 points. The benefit of reaching the elementary level of the Secret Sutra of Magic is that my control and understanding of the magic has been greatly improved, and the power I exert has also doubled. Now Yi Feng felt that as long as he wanted, even if he had to deal with several grandmasters at the same time, he could easily kill them with just his energy magic. After the Dharma giant demon palm was upgraded to the elementary level, the shadow of the giant palm that was originally the size of a wash basin has expanded to the size of a door panel. He feels that now any strike he makes can have a force of more than 5,000 kilograms. After dealing with the system panel, Yi Feng looked at the smart bracelet again. As Qi Bingchen said, this thing had the function of recording merits and converting them into contribution points. There are 42 contribution points in total. Does it mean that killing a mountain wolf king only gives 3 contribution points? Yi Feng was a little confused, but when he saw the calculation method for the exchange of contribution points, he understood it instantly. It turns out that primary ferocious beasts only give 1 contribution point, intermediate ferocious beasts give 3 contribution points, and high-level ferocious beasts give 5 contribution points. Of course, this is just a general algorithm. The specific situation depends on the type, size, and combat power of the beast. However, this is assessed autonomously by the smart bracelet when recording. The next level up is the first level monster, which rewards 10 contribution points. The second level monster rewards 30 contribution points. The third level monster rewards 90 contribution points, and each level will triple, and so on. Calculated in this way, it is more cost-effective to kill the ferocious beast. After all, to rise from a ferocious beast to the level of a demon beast, one has to cross a great realm. If one does not have the cultivation of a martial artist, it is very difficult to kill a first-level demon beast. Yi Feng, let's go downstairs to eat. Just as Yi Feng was checking the smart bracelet, Li Mingyang's voice came from outside. Yi Feng opened the door and found Lu Mengchen following him. After the battle in the wilderness, Li Mingyang had already regarded him as an idol, and this guy wished he could stick to him. As for what Lu Mengchen thought of him, Yi Feng had no idea. After all, he only stayed in the elite class for half a day, and the two of them only sat at the same table for a few hours. The three of them came to the first floor and found that the food here was very good. There were many kinds of meat dishes alone, but there were very few vegetarian dishes. Perhaps this had something to do with the geographical location of Wuhan town. However, such food is a good thing for Yi Feng. After all, he comes from an ordinary family and rarely eats meat. Li Mingyang and Lu Mengchen were dumbfounded when they saw Yi Feng put 3 servings of meat dishes, 4 steamed buns and a bowl of vegetable soup on a dinner plate. Now is the time for growth, and nutrition must keep up. Yi Feng saw that the two of them had strange looks in their eyes and knew what they were thinking, so he took the initiative to find an excuse and spoke. Hearing Yi Feng say this, both of them rolled their eyes at him. I thought to myself, you are the only one who lacks nutrition? You are already 1.85 meters tall. While the three were eating, the conversation between the people next to them caught their attention. Hey, everyone should cherish the food. We may not be able to eat such good food in 2 days, said a fat man with a sigh. What do you mean? Will this training base not provide us with meals in 2 days? A thin man asked curiously. You don't know yet, right? I heard from a special recruit last year that when the special training officially begins, you will have to pay for meals, and they are very expensive. No matter breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it's all 100 yuan per meal. The D-level contract we signed only gives us a cash subsidy of 10,000 yuan per month. How can that be enough? Explained the fat man. There is such a thing? After hearing this, the students around felt that the food no longer tasted good. What do you think? Not only that, even the facilities downstairs that can assist in training are charged. The only difference is that what needs to be paid there is contribution points instead of cash. This is forcing us to go outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Hunting ferocious beasts? Everyone was even more confused when they heard the next words. No wonder the federal government organizes special recruitment of students to participate in special military training every year. It turns out that if you take taxpayers' money, you have to work. Hey, that's a good idea. I signed a Class B contract, which means I get 50,000 in cash every month, which is enough for food. When Li Mingyang heard the news, he actually praised it. How do you deal with contribution points? This is not something that can be bought with money. Lu Mengchen on the side directly retorted to Li Mingyang. After all, he had only signed a C-level contract and only received a cash subsidy of 20,000 yuan per month. Why should we be afraid? We have Yi Feng here. We can form a team with him and go outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Won't the contribution points increase rapidly? I didn't expect that Li Mingyang would set his sights on Yi Feng. But this is indeed a good idea. Even Lu Mengchen's eyes lit up when she looked at Yifeng, and it was obvious that she also agreed with this idea. After staying at the training base for 2 days, some specially recruited team members arrived one after another. On the third day, the instructor finally came. The military sent 2 instructors for this special training. The man was named Du Chunlei, about 30 years old, a third-level martial artist. The woman was named Mu Kaiqing, 28 years old, a first-level martial artist. It's just that Yifeng had an illusion that he seemed to have seen this Mu Kaiqing somewhere before. Mu Kaiqing? Mu Kaiyun? Are they related? At this moment, Yifeng suddenly thought of a person in his mind, the woman who fought against him in the ring at the Xingwu Club, because the two of them looked almost 80% similar. Chapter 29 Border Wall. On the first day of the special training, the 2 instructors took 820 special recruits to visit the border wall of Wuhan town. The person in charge of the connection was a second lieutenant officer here. Dear students, my name is Su Yugua. Today I will be responsible for explaining the situation of our Wuhan town border wall to you. Thank you for your help. Instructor Du Chunlei said politely. You're welcome. I'm honored to be able to explain this to these future pillars of the Federation. Su Guiyu smiled and replied, then said, Okay, everyone please follow me. More than 800 cadets lined up in 4 teams and followed the second lieutenant in an orderly manner. The top of the border wall is very wide, and there is a road on it that can accommodate 5 trucks running side by side without congestion, but visiting groups usually walk. There are relatively few ferocious beasts within 5 kilometers outside the border wall, and we have even opened up a lot of protective fields. The harvest is good in normal years. Extending outward for more than 10 kilometers, there are underground bases set up by our military headquarters, which are usually guarded by 100 soldiers. Su Guiyu led the group, introducing them as they walked. Last year, Wuhan town encountered a beast tide, and the harvest from the protective fields outside was very bleak, not even 20% of the previous harvest. The beast tide not only destroyed the farm, but also attacked the town. We used guns and other technological weapons to fight back desperately. Although we won the battle, we also lost more than 25,000 soldiers. We destroyed a lot of equipment in that battle, and it was only when Grandmaster Chen Guozhong personally led a group of high-level warriors to arrive in time that we were able to completely drive away the vicious beasts. Everyone was shocked to hear that more than 20,000 people died in a single battle. However, Su Guiyu mentioned a great master just now, which shocked everyone. After all, there are very few strong people at the Grand Master level in the entire Federation. According to data released by the Federation last year, there are currently only 37 warriors who have reached the Grand Master level, and all of them are provincial governors of the Federation. Relying on their powerful military force, they guarded various provinces of the Federation, and each of them even ensured the safety of dozens of cities. Before they knew it, everyone followed Su Guiyu to the outside of a fortress's high wall. The area outside the border wall is a wilderness area where a large number of ferocious beasts live. Generally, we just monitor their movements here. Only when we encounter a large group of ferocious beasts will we send out troops to encircle and suppress them. This is also to prevent them from reproducing too quickly or easily forming a beast tide. Su Guiyu continued to introduce. Then why don't we take the initiative to attack? Doesn't the army have advanced technological weapons? Someone raised the question. This is a bit complicated. We do have some technological weapons, but these weapons can generally only deal with low-level beasts. If we encounter powerful high-level beasts or demon beasts, even technological weapons will be useless. Moreover, technological weapons usually make a lot of noise. If used directly, it will not only anger the ferocious beasts, but may even attract a beast tide. Therefore, the best way to deal with them is to use cold weapons, Su Guiyu explained. Use cold weapons? Then we can directly send out troops to fight those ferocious beasts, just like the battlefields in ancient times. Someone said. Su Guiyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, we also want to go out and kill those beasts, and then take back the land that the human race once owned, but we can't do it. You may not know that most of the soldiers in the army are ordinary people. They simply don't have the ability to confront these huge beasts head-on, so they can only rely on cities or bunkers and use hot weapons for defense. This is a helpless move. Yes, the number of warriors is too small after all. You can tell from the proportion of elite students in your senior year. This time it was Mu Kaiqing, the female instructor, who spoke. After Instructor Mu's reminder, everyone suddenly realized. Yes. In Anyang No. 3 Middle School, where Yifeng is studying, there are 20 classes with more than 1,200 students in the senior year, but only more than 60 students have a blood and chi of 100 calories and are eligible to enter the elite class. This shows how low this ratio is. If we expand it to the entire Southeast Province, or even the entire Federation, it is estimated that the ratio of warriors is the same, basically maintained at a ratio of 20:1. And this is only the proportion among students. If ordinary people are included, the proportion will not even reach 100:1. This directly shows how valuable warriors are. Thinking about the fact that these soldiers did not have strong strength but were still able to be at the front line and fight for the countless civilians behind them, and even that more than 20,000 soldiers died in a beast tide last year alone, everyone fell silent. This is not just a simple number, but more than 20,000 living people. They also have families and relatives, and the sacrifice of each person is an extremely heavy blow to his family. When we become powerful warriors, we will definitely charge into the wilderness and take back mankind's former home. Yifeng clenched his fists and said with high fighting spirit. Yes, charge into the wilderness area and kill all the ferocious beasts. Li Mingyang was also somewhat moved and echoed. When Su Guiyu heard that the two men were eager to fight, a rare smile appeared on his serious face. With this kind of heart, we will be comrades in the future. He patted them lightly on the shoulders, as if to express his approval of them. Brother Su, how are we going to get food for so many people in Wuhan town? Yifeng felt that Su Guiyu was a very sincere person, so he simply called him Brother Su. However, Su Guiyu did not mind, and continued to explain, this place is geographically remote, and the food supply is inconvenient. In addition to a small amount of vegetables, fruits, and nutrient solution food supplied by the military, most of the food is left to us to solve on our own. Therefore, the output of the protective fields outside and the ferocious beasts killed in the wilderness will be used as food for the soldiers. Hearing this, Instructor Mu also interjected, yes, food has been scarce in recent years, and beast meat has become the main food for soldiers on the front line. In fact, eating more beast meat has many benefits. Their meat is rich in energy and can be said to be a high-end food. If it can be transported back to the city, the price will be very high. Oh? Since we are on the front line now, won't we be able to eat ferocious beast meat every day in the future? Someone joked with a smile. You can eat the meat of ferocious beasts every day. When you become stronger, I will throw you into the wilderness. Not only can you eat the meat of ferocious beasts every day, but I will also eat you until you vomit. Instructor Du Chunlei also added. But when he spoke in a half-joking and half-serious tone. Brother Su, if we want to go to the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts, how do we get out? At this time Yifeng asked a question that he was more concerned about. After all, he wanted to take advantage of the special training period to gain a large amount of experience points and contribution points, and his target was the ferocious beasts in the wilderness area. The ferocious beasts in the wilderness naturally have no idea how much disaster Yifeng's idea will bring to them in the future. Unconsciously, the gears of fate have begun to turn, and the fate of some ferocious beasts has already been determined. Upon hearing that Yifeng actually had the idea of going to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, Su Guiyu looked at him with even greater respect. Look over there, there is a special passage leading out of the city, and it is heavily guarded. There is a master in charge, so it is easy to go out. All you need to do is apply for an official pass. Su Guiyu explained, pointing in a direction. In fact, the military did this to encourage everyone to go to the wilderness and actively hunt ferocious beasts. Everyone looked in the direction Su Guiyu pointed, and saw that there were indeed a large number of soldiers guarding a few hundred meters away, and the heavy weapons around them were obviously much more than in other places. Everyone followed Su Guiyu and listened to his explanation for 2 hours. It was not until the agreed time came that the two instructors led more than 800 people away. Chapter 30, Evil Student. As soon as we returned to the special training base, the two instructors organized a meeting for everyone. The purpose of taking you to visit the border wall today is actually very simple, which is to let you deeply understand the world we live in now. You are the elites in the school and the ones who have the greatest hope of becoming strong. The Federation provides you with a large number of benefits in the hope that you can become stronger quickly. Of course, the road to becoming stronger also requires courage and boldness. I hope you will not become flowers in a greenhouse, hiding behind others with great abilities, unable to make any contribution to the Federation and the people. In order to inspire everyone's enthusiasm and to train everyone's courage, there is a certain link in the military's special training every year, which is hunting ferocious beasts. So starting today, you must be mentally prepared for this. Here is the manual and requirements for our special training. Please read it carefully after you pass it out. After Instructor Du finished speaking, he handed each of them a thin booklet. However, when the students saw the contents of the booklet, they were stunned. The meal fee is 100 yuan for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The charging standards for some paid facilities in the venue are as follows. The Gravity Training Room requires 1 contribution point per day, the Source Power Training Room requires 2 contribution points per day, and the Virtual Battle Training Room requires 3 contribution points per day. Many students read the contents of the booklet one by one, and their faces looked very ugly. No one expected that the so-called special training of the military was all centered around hunting ferocious beasts, and many paid facilities could not be entered without contribution points. Just as the fat man said, many projects are charged. Fortunately, these special recruits receive some contract benefits every month, otherwise they would starve to death if they came here. However, for this special military training, the instructors also reserved sufficient preparation time for everyone, which means that everyone is not allowed to participate in hunting activities in the first month. Oh my god! Oh my god! There's a big gift package on the last page. At the end of the special training, the trainees will be ranked according to the number of ferocious beasts they have killed, and the top 30 will receive a big gift. The prizes include contribution points, weapons, martial arts, and elixirs. The one who spoke this time was Li Mingyang. When he saw the last page of content, the first thing he thought of was to team up with Yifeng. At this time, Lu Mengchen also looked at Yifeng. It seemed that the team formation plan mentioned by Li Mingyang would be implemented soon. Yifeng didn't care about this. He was concerned about the venues and facilities that required payment with contribution points. The Gravity Training Room can train people's physique, increase body strength, and improve blood circulation. The Source Energy Training Room is made of Source Energy Stone. If you can practice the Source Energy breathing method here, the training speed will be increased several times, and the Virtual Combat Training Room conducts 1:1 simulated combat based on the real strength of warriors or fierce beasts. Not only does it make people feel like they are in the scene, but it also helps them quickly improve their actual combat ability. Yifeng became more and more excited as he read the contents of the booklet. He had heard in class before that there were such training facilities in universities and colleges, but he didn't expect that he would be able to experience it in person during this special military training. Seeing that everyone had finished reading the contents of the booklet, the two instructors began to organize everyone into classes. We have a total of 820 students here, who need to be divided into 10 classes, with 82 students in each class. According to the previous rules, you can form teams freely. Now let's start choosing your team members. Instructor Du said directly. No one expected that the so-called class division would be like this. But there was no other way. Since the instructor had spoken, they could only follow his instructions. Soon the venue became noisy. Some social experts have strong communication skills and can approach and talk to people whether they know them or not. Of course, there are also some who think they are relatively strong and start to recruit people from the school in order to become the class monitor. Yifeng naturally also has a group of followers, especially the 50 students from 3 high schools in Anyang. They witnessed the whole process of Yifeng killing the mountain wolf on the road, so they will naturally follow his lead. Everyone, pay attention. We have a monstrous student with a blood value of 290 calories. He is the third-year student with the highest blood value in the entire Southeast Province and the entire Federation. If you want to join our team, come and sign up. Li Mingyang stood directly on the table and shouted loudly to everyone in the audience. In fact, what Li Mingyang didn't know was that Yifeng's blood value had reached 295 calories a few days ago, and this 290 calories was just the test result on the day of his special recruitment signing. However, even so, Li Mingyang's voice still attracted the attention of everyone present. 290 calories? Damn, is this still a human being? Of course he's not a human. He's a great god. With his cultivation aptitude, he will definitely become a master or a great master in the future. Why don't you hug him now? What are you waiting for? That makes sense, count me in. In just half a minute, hundreds of students gathered around Yifeng. When Yifeng saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The two instructors also widened their eyes. They had not expected that there was a 290-calorie monster hidden among the students they were teaching this time. It seemed that they would also become famous this time. Lu Mengchen, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and record it. Li Mingyang quickly reminded Lu Mengchen, who was a little dazed. Oh well. Lu Mengchen reacted and quickly took out paper and pen to register the people. My name is Xiao Xiaomao, and my health value is 183 cards. And me, Zhao Jiawei, my health value is 187 cards. Zhang Sini, 175 calories. Meng Tingwei, 177 cards. Stop, stop, stop. 82 people are enough now, everyone stop pushing. In just a few minutes, Yi Feng's team had gathered 82 people. Some people who did not have time to sign up had to leave regretfully. The first class has been selected, the other classes should hurry up. When Du Chunlei saw the name list submitted by Lu Mengchen, he shouted directly to everyone present. A quarter of an hour later, all 10 classes were revealed. As for selecting a class monitor, it was even simpler. The instructor just asked a question on the spot, and the core members immediately emerged. Chapter 31, The Show-Off Instructor. After the classes were divided, the two instructors led everyone directly to the underground venue. This is the first time for everyone to come underground, and we didn't expect it to be so big. There are 3 underground floors in total. The first underground floor is the testing area. Strength, speed, reaction, resistance to blows, etc. can all be tested here. The second floor below ground is the strength training area, which contains many weights made of special materials. Combined with the gravity facilities, it can achieve a higher training effect. The negative third floor is a paid area. The gravity training room has specially configured pressurized equipment. It uses multiple times the gravity environment for training, which can compress cells and force them to grow faster. To practice here, you need to pay 1 contribution point a day. The source power training room is made of source energy stones and can provide 3-5 times the source power supply. If you practice meditation here, the speed of absorbing source power will increase several times. To practice here, you need to pay 2 contribution points a day. The virtual battle area is even more amazing. It can simulate the combat power of real warriors or beasts at a 1-to-1 ratio. Fighting against them can quickly improve everyone's combat ability. To practice here, you need 3 contribution points a day. Don't think that the paid area is expensive. The training effect here is very worthwhile. Practicing here for 1 day is equivalent to practicing for 3-5 days. Even if you are a level 1 warrior with a blood value of 150 calories, if you can stay here for a year, your blood value can be increased to at least 500 calories, making you a genuine level 5 warrior. Instructor Du introduced the place to everyone wherever he went. Especially when introducing the charging area, the functions of each training room were also introduced in detail. Hearing this, everyone's heart was beating fast. They had heard from their teachers in school that the students who graduated from martial arts colleges could at least reach the level of a 2nd-level warrior, and the best could even become a 7th or 8th-level warrior. The reason for this was that these colleges could provide some training rooms that could improve their cultivation. I didn't expect that their special training camp actually has this kind of facility. If everyone makes good use of it, perhaps they can really become 3rd or 4th-level warriors. It's exciting to think that a freshman is a 3rd or 4th-level warrior when he just enters the academy. Coach Du, if we have these contribution points now, can we enter the training room at any time? Yi Feng was a little impatient, so he asked directly. Of course you can. As long as you stick the smart bracelet on the smart door lock of the training room, the contribution points will be automatically deducted and the door will open automatically. Instructor Du explained. That's great. I now have 2 contribution points in my smart bracelet. I can use it to experience the gravity training room for 2 days. This time it was Li Mingyang who spoke. The last time this guy fought with a pack of mountain wolves, he killed 2 wolves and naturally got 2 contribution points. The 2 instructors were also very surprised to hear that some of these students actually had contribution points. Because the way to obtain contribution points, in addition to killing ferocious beasts, and demonic plants, is to kill criminals wanted by the Federation. These are all recorded through smart bracelets and automatically converted from federal big data. Seeing confusion in the eyes of the 2 instructors, Yi Feng directly told them about the wolf pack they encountered on the road. You mean you killed 40 mountain wolves? And one of them was a mountain wolf king? The 2 instructors were so shocked that their eyes widened, and they even thought they had heard it wrong. Looking at the 2 instructors' faces full of disbelief, Yi Feng took out his smart bracelet directly this time, then lightly tapped it, and then a light screen appeared. Not only was the amount of contribution points shown on the light screen, but there was also a video of killing a mountain wolf on the spot. After seeing this scene, they finally believed it this time. Classmate Ji Feng, can you let me copy this video so that I can use it as a teaching material for practical training in the future? Mu Kaiqing on the side couldn't help but speak directly. At this moment, she was even a little nervous when she spoke excitedly. Du Chunlei naturally knew what Mu Kaiqing meant by this. She must want to show off this video to the instructors from other provinces. See, my student, with a HP value of 290, killed 40 mountain wolves on the way to the special training base, including a mountain wolf king. Isn't that amazing? Du Chunlei immediately imagined a scene in which instructor Mu showed off. However, it seemed really fun to do this, so why not try it himself? Yes, classmate Yifeng, this kind of video of fighting against ferocious beasts is very valuable for teaching. Please help me make a copy too. Du Chunlei was so shameless that he echoed the words from the side. Yifeng was naturally willing to cooperate with this request, so he passed the video footage to the two of them. However, what he didn't know was that after the video reached the two instructors, they sent it to the general group of federal special training instructors, and it soon attracted the attention of federal senior officials. Of course, this is all later. After introducing the underground venue to everyone, we officially entered the special training phase. According to the course schedule issued, from Monday to Saturday of the first month, strength and speed training will be conducted every morning, martial arts and practical teaching will be conducted in the afternoon, and effect testing and summary will be conducted in the test area in the evening. We can have a day off on Sunday. As for those students who have contribution points, they can enter the training room to practice at any time without participating in special training. No one at the scene dared to object to this regulation. After all, there are some things that they cannot envy. At this point, the hard life of this group of special recruits officially began. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng rotates between the gravity training room, source force training room and virtual combat training room every day, and his blood and martial arts are also improving rapidly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated the 3rd level virtual warrior Shangguan Mingyue, the system rewards 200 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated the 3rd level virtual warrior Li Shuqin, the system rewards 200 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated the 3rd level virtual warrior Meng Haijun, the system rewards 200 experience points. Yifeng did not expect that when he entered the virtual combat training room, the system would reward him with experience points for all the people he defeated. This made him very happy. In these few days alone, he had gained more than 4,500 experience points by defeating virtual warriors and virtual beasts, and now his total experience points had reached 14,490 points. 2,000 experience points can be exchanged for health, and 5,000 points can be used to upgrade the Dharma Giant Demon Palm to an intermediate level. After the operation was completed, when he looked at the system panel again, it had changed to Name, Yifeng. Level 5 Warrior Beginner, Level 45 Magic Master. Qi and Blood, 515 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial Arts, Magic Secret Sect Elementary 05,000, Dharma Giant Demon Palm Intermediate 020,000. Experience Points, 7490. Yifeng glanced at the system panel and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. You said that practicing in the energy training room can speed up your training. That's just bullshitting. This week, I only increased my Qi and Blood by 20 calories through my own training, but with just a little bit of experience points, it increased by 200 calories. There's no comparison at all, right? Yifeng was complaining, but he was very happy in his heart. After all, not everyone has a system. After the Dharma Giant Demon Palm reached the intermediate level, the area of the Giant Palm Phantom that could be cast was expanded 3 times again. It has changed from the original size of a door panel to a giant palm shadow that is 6 meters high and 3 meters wide, and the power it can exert directly reaches 15,000 kilograms. This strength alone is enough to compete with a 3rd-level martial artist. However, performing this palm technique consumes a huge amount of Qi and Blood. With his current Qi and Blood value of 515 calories, he can only perform 3 palm strikes at most before his Qi and Blood value will be drained. Chapter 32 Preparation before the trial. After leaving the virtual fighting room, Yifeng came to the 2nd floor below ground, where many students were conducting strength and speed training. When people saw Yifeng appear, they all gathered around him. Student Yifeng, how is the training room? Tell us about it. Apart from Yifeng, only Li Ningyang and Lu Mengchen had entered the paid training room. It's just that because they both have relatively few contribution points and have been in the experience for a relatively short time, there are some things that they simply cannot explain clearly. The effect is very good. 1 week of training inside is equivalent to 1 month outside. So if you want to train quickly, you must earn contribution points first. Yifeng was speaking from personal experience, so it was naturally very convincing, which made everyone's envious eyes glow green. Squad leader, you are quite strong and have experience in killing ferocious beasts. Can you take us out for a walk sometime? The person who spoke was Zhao Xiaomao from Class 1. Yifeng still had some impression of this man. If he remembered correctly, this person should be the first external person to sign up to join their team besides the group of students in Anyang. Yes, squad leader. We are studying and training here every day, it's too boring. I think it's better to go out and gain some experience. The key is to kill ferocious beasts and earn contribution points. Zhang Xini also echoed. Yes, monitor, all the students in our class are waiting for you to lead the team, you can't let us down. A big guy named Zhao Zhouwei also made this request. At this time, the two instructors were standing not far away, watching this side quietly, and they did not step forward to stop it. Sometimes preaching doesn't work, especially for new students who have no fighting experience. But now that we have Yifeng, this monstrous student, leading the way, it might be better. Yifeng exchanged a glance with the instructor not far away, and saw that they both nodded slightly at him. At this time, Yifeng also understood what they meant. So he said, it's not impossible to go out for trials, but you also know that it is very dangerous outside. If you don't have any skills, going out is tantamount to suicide. When I lead people, I have 3 rules. First, you must be able to protect yourself and not always drag down the team. Second, you must not be timid, you must be brave and have a team spirit. Third, you must have execution ability and absolutely obey orders when you hear them. Squad leader, you agree? When everyone heard what the monitor said, they all understood what he meant and became excited. Yifeng looked at the group of people cheering and decided to take them out to see some new things. After all, classroom training and killing ferocious beasts are 2 different things. However, there is a prerequisite for what he said. In the early stage, I can lead 10 people. After all, more people means a bigger target and it is easy to be targeted by ferocious beasts. As for who these 10 people are, we have to select them carefully. Yifeng added. Li Mingyang was also very surprised when he heard this. It seemed that the opportunity to go out and earn contribution points had come. He shouted to everyone, Lu Mengchen and I have both fought against ferocious beasts with the squad leader, so we have taken the first 2 spots. As for the remaining 8 spots, everyone should show your strength first and let the squad leader and I see it. After Li Mingyang finished speaking, he looked at Yifeng's face like a lackey. Seeing Yifeng nodded in agreement, he began to discuss the conditions for selecting team members with Lu Mengchen. After hearing what Li Mingyang said, of course no one dared to object, so they all waited on the side. I didn't expect Yifeng to be so smart. I thought he would act on impulse and rush into the wilderness with the whole class. When Instructor Du saw this scene, he also praised it. Do you need to tell me that? After all, he is the #1 genius in the Federation. He can't achieve that by blindly practicing. First of all, he has to have a good brain. Instructor Mu joked. In fact, the 2 of them also wanted to see how Yifeng would do it, and even more wanted to see whether his way of leading the team was worth promoting. If it was really effective, maybe the 2 instructors could even be praised by the Alliance. 10 minutes later, the conditions for selecting the players were finally announced. First, those whose chi and blood values are in the top 50 in the class will be included in the candidate list. Second, priority will be given to those who have special skills, including strength and speed, medical care and rescue, and weapons proficiency. Third, the actual combat capability must be strong, not just for show. At the same time, you have to sign a voluntary statement when you go out to prevent accidents. The entire selection process took nearly 2 hours, and the remaining 8 team members were finally confirmed. Zhao Xiaomao and Zhao Zhouwei are both tall and strong. Like Li Mingyang, they are good at using spears. Zhang Xini and Li Yanran are good at archery, and also have some experience in medical assistance. The brothers Wang Zhaolong and Wang Zhaowu are not only good at sword and shield combined attacks, but also have certain experience in terrain exploration and vigilance. The last 2 are brother and sister Yi Jun and Yi Ting. They are twins and come from a family of animal tamers. They not only have a certain understanding of the habits of ferocious beasts, but have also studied the materials and value of ferocious beasts. With them around, the profits can be maximized. After the 10-person list was finalized, Yifeng had a private chat with the 2 instructors for a while, in order to ask them to help with the documents required to leave the city and the equipment required for travel. The two instructors also wanted to set Yifeng's leadership this time as a benchmark, so they naturally agreed readily. In just 2 hours, all the preparations were completed. Yifeng, I know that you are very strong, but I still want to give you some advice. In the evening, the two instructors pulled Yifeng into the office alone and talked to him. Please speak, instructors. Yifeng was also all ears. After all, there were some things he really needed his senior's guidance. Instructor Du saw Yifeng's serious expression and nodded secretly. The wilderness area is a lawless place. There is no surveillance, no police, and no restraint on crime. The dark side of people's hearts is easily exposed. Some people will even rob and kill their companions for profit. So when you go out this time, in addition to being careful of the ferocious beasts outside, you must also be careful of the free warriors nearby. Well, Instructor Du, rest assured, I will definitely pay attention to this. Yifeng had naturally also heard about some things about the free warriors. These people had complicated backgrounds. Some were members of the Hunters Guild, some were affiliated with pharmaceutical companies, and some did not even belong to any force, but relied purely on hunting ferocious beasts and selling them for money. Of course, many of these people are criminals on the run, so they have to be on guard against some things. Instructor Du saw that Yifeng had understood what he meant, so he continued, the weapons provided to you this time are all made of D-grade alloy, and the leather armor is also made of mid-level beast skins. They are all very expensive. They are specially loaned to you by the special training base, and you still have to return them in the future. Yifeng naturally understood what Instructor Du meant. After all, these things were public assets issued by the Federation to the special training base. Even the instructors of the special training base could not take them privately. As for the tents, backpacks, and daily supplies for the trip, these were purchased by the students themselves and asked the two instructors to purchase them, so there is no need to emphasize this here. After explaining the precautions, Yifeng took all the belongings back to the dormitory. At this time, the 10 team members had already received the news in advance and were waiting at the door of Yifeng's dormitory. Squad leader, you still have face. Even the two instructors are helping us. That's right. Our class leader is the most powerful genius in our class. He will become a master or a great master in the future. How can the two instructors not flatter him? When Li Mingyang and Zhao Xiaomao saw Yifeng coming back, they immediately started to flatter him. Stop flattering me. Everyone come and collect the items you reported. Lu Mengchen, help distribute them to everyone. Yifeng now holds a very high status in everyone's mind. Even Lu Mengchen, who used to be as aloof as Mu Qingcheng, has now become his little follower. Chapter 33, First Harvest. Early the next morning, Yifeng brought everyone directly to the West City Gate. At this time, there was already a long queue of people preparing to leave the city. Judging from their attire, most of them were warriors preparing to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. In Wuhan town, there are a large number of free warriors and hunters. It is located in a remote wilderness area and is also the only human city within hundreds of kilometers. In order to attract a large number of warriors to hunt ferocious beasts and relieve the combat pressure of frontline soldiers, the federal government specially built many accommodation, entertainment, and trading places here. Here, as long as you don't cause trouble, the army won't bother with you even if you are a criminal. Everyone waited for a few minutes, and finally it was Yifeng and others' turn. The officer in charge of security check was a captain in his 30s. He looked at everyone's passes, then raised his head and asked, "Are you all the students who came to Wuhan town for special training this year?" "Yes. We are preparing to go out of the city for the trial this time." Yifeng replied directly. "Oh? The wilderness outside is quite dangerous. Try not to spend the night outside. I have a simple map of 100 miles with some dangerous areas marked on it. Maybe it can be of some help to you." As he spoke, the man took out a map from the drawer under the table and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the map and thanked him quickly. "You're welcome. You are all geniuses among warriors. We also hope that you can grow up quickly and kill more ferocious beasts in the future. This way, we can save many lives of warriors." The captain's words were simple and direct, but from his eyes one could see that he was very sincere. After saying goodbye to the captain, Yifeng led everyone along the road that the free warriors often traveled on, and walked for more than 10 kilometers. Within a dozen kilometers around Wuhan town, the number of ferocious beasts is still relatively small. After all, there are often free warriors here. The ferocious beasts seem to be aware of this and deliberately stay away from this area. Along the way, we saw many abandoned towns and ruins left by humans. Seen from a distance, these cities are overgrown with weeds, with ruins everywhere, and look desolate. Humans are constantly fighting against strange beasts, and the urban areas are constantly changing. If humans occupied the safe zone, they would rebuild a city-state there. If the beasts broke through the city, people would evacuate the city and it would become a deserted city. Perhaps there were many people living in these abandoned towns before. Yi Feng looked at the scene in the distance and sighed. But at this moment, a stone suddenly flew over, and the target was their group of people. Everyone be careful, something's happening. Yi Feng suddenly roared, then immediately drew his gun to block it. With a clang sound, the stone was knocked more than 10 meters away by the spear in Yi Feng's hand. When everyone heard Yi Feng's urgent reminder, they were also frightened, so they quickly looked around with weapons in hand. Everyone does not have as strong mental power as Yi Feng, so naturally they are not as sensitive to their surroundings. Even though Yi Feng had just blocked an attack for everyone, some people still didn't know what was going on. Yi Feng, what's going on? Lu Mengchen asked uneasily. Someone just attacked us. Yi Feng explained, then walked directly into a patch of grass and picked up the stone that he had just knocked away. This stone is just an ordinary stone, about the size of an egg, but when I blocked it just now, it contained enormous power. If it hits the head, it will at least cause a bloody break. After weighing it twice, Yi Feng threw the stone casually. The stone was like a hidden weapon and shot directly in the direction it came from, a tree tens of meters high in front of the right. Swish, swish, swish. There was a rustling of leaves falling, and as stones hit the leaves, a scream came from the top of the tree. I saw a humanoid creature falling from the tree. It was an ape about 2 meters tall. The monkey's hair is brown-black and it is obviously an adult judging by its size. But now its right arm was hanging limply, and blood was flowing from its fingertips. It was obvious that its arm had been broken by the stone that Yi Feng had just hit. It bared its teeth and grimaced, and it looked extremely painful having fallen from a tree several dozen meters high. This is actually an adult gorilla? It's not a ferocious beast, why do you want to hit it? Lu Mengchen asked with his big eyes blinking. Isn't it a ferocious beast? The stone just now was thrown by it. If I hadn't blocked it, my head might have been blown up. Yi Feng said with a wry smile. How is this possible? Maybe it just wants to play with us. Lu Mengchen explained. Who cares? If he dares to attack us, he can't stay. Li Mingyang waved the spear in his hand and was about to take action, but Lu Mengchen stood in front of the gorilla. Hey, can we not be so cruel? It didn't hurt us anyway, so why not let it go? As she said this, she turned to the gorilla and said, just go home and be good, okay? Don't attack us again next time. The gorilla seemed to understand what she said and turned around and ran away, but before leaving, it gave Yi Feng a vicious look. Puff! A long spear pierced directly through the gorilla's back. It was Yi Feng who took action. How could you kill it? I promised to let it go. Lu Mengchen said angrily to Yi Feng. Li Mingyang, tell her what this is. I forgot to. Li Mingyang scratched his head awkwardly. Where did you read all this book? Yi Feng explained to Lu Mengchen, this thing is called a throwing ape, a primary beast. Although it is not big, its arms are very powerful. The stones it throws are as damaging as bullets. Judging from its size, this guy is already an adult. A primary ferocious beast? How is that possible? Lu Mengchen was a little bit unbelievable. Not only does this thing live in groups, but it also holds grudges. If we let it escape, it will definitely come back to take revenge on us. Yi Feng explained further. Knowing that this creature holds grudges, you still killed it? Lu Mengchen was still a little unconvinced. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. He knew that Lu Mengchen had the temper of a young lady. After all, she and Mu Qingchun came from a big family. Maybe this was the liking she developed at home. Don't worry about it. Since this guy appears nearby, maybe other gorillas are not far away. Let's go quickly. Yi Ting reminded from the side. Yi Ting was born into a family of animal trainers, so she naturally had some understanding of the habits of ferocious beasts. Now that they had killed a gorilla, if they did not leave quickly, they would most likely be retaliated by the gorilla family. Yi Feng's ears moved, and he listened to the voice coming from the front and said, it's too late, they are already here. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, there was a cry of an orangutan coming from the woods ahead, but because the leaves were too dense, I couldn't see where the orangutan was at all. I could only hear the rustling of leaves, accompanied by the sound of swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless stones hit everyone like raindrops. No! Hide quickly! Everyone hid behind the tree trunks. Bang, bang, bang. The stone hit the tree trunk, and bark mixed with wood chips flew everywhere. Obviously, the stone thrown this time was much more powerful than the previous one. If they hit you on the head, your brain will explode. It's all your fault. Who told you to kill that gorilla? Lu Mengchen rolled his eyes at Yi Feng. Is now the time to talk about this? Yi Feng let out a low shout, and immediately swung the spear in his hand and began to continuously whip the flying stones. However, all the stones that were hit flew in the opposite direction and shot towards the dense forest ahead. Now his mental power and perception are enough to cover a distance of several hundred meters, so it is naturally easy to find the location where the group of gorillas are hiding. After the stones were pulled back in the opposite direction, they hit the group of gorillas on the opposite side accurately like bullets. In an instant, gorillas were seen falling from the big trees in the distance like rain. Is this also possible? When the team members around saw Yifeng's godly operation, they all opened their jaws in shock. After dozens of gorillas fell from the trees, the stones thrown at them gradually stopped. Everyone listen up, rush over and kill those fallen gorillas. Yi Feng roared and rushed forward first. Go ahead, there are contribution points ahead. Li Mingyang was the first to react and jumped out immediately. The gorillas that fell from the trees must be injured now. This was the boss giving contribution points to everyone. When the others heard what Li Mingyang said, they all understood and rushed into the dense forest. The battle was over after 5 minutes and everyone was smiling. This time they killed a total of 43 primary ferocious beasts, gorillas, and almost everyone received contribution points. Among them, Yi Feng killed 24, Li Mingyang killed 3, Lu Mengchen killed 2, and Jia Xiaomao killed 2. Chapter 34: Entering the Deserted City. Everyone opened their smart bracelets and were delighted to see contribution points appear on them. But everyone knows that these contribution points were given by Yi Feng to everyone. After all, the gorillas they killed were all extremely seriously injured. Boss, I will follow you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never. Li Mingyang was about to flatter Yi Feng, but Yi Feng told him to shut up. In the future, you should do less flattery. I won't do this often when I bring you out, so everyone must grow up quickly. Yi Feng spoke directly from his heart. After all, this is letting him give money to everyone for free. You know, one contribution point is equivalent to 10,000 federal coins in reality. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself? Yi Feng, I know I was wrong just now, I will listen to you from now on. This time Lu Mengchen also realized his problem and took the initiative to apologize to Yi Feng. After all, they are not at home now, and no one owes her anything. No one will tolerate her spoiled temper forever. Seeing that Lu Mengchen took the initiative to apologize, Yi Feng felt very relieved. Now humans and ferocious beasts and plants have become mortal enemies, and it is no longer the harmonious society of hundreds of years ago. He does not want there to be anyone in the team who is too chaste, otherwise it might harm the entire team. Everyone took some high-value materials from the gorilla. If they could take them back, it would at least be an optimistic income, and maybe it would provide money for food in the future. Boss, where are we going next? Li Mingyang asked when he saw Yi Feng looking at the map. Let's go check out the abandoned city area in front of us on the left. Yi Feng put away the map and pointed to a deserted city in front of him on the left. Because according to the map, there are only some small, primary ferocious beasts there, so doing this will not cause everyone to take excessive risks. Everyone was very careful along the way, for fear of being suddenly attacked by some hidden ferocious beasts. Although Yi Feng was using his mental power to explore the surroundings at all times, it was always good for everyone to remain vigilant. Yi Feng and his friends didn't know much about the deserted city. They just thought it was safer than other areas in the wilderness. In fact, it was a place frequented by free warriors. Although the deserted city is abandoned, it has complex terrain, countless hiding places, and the buildings can protect against wind and rain. It can be said to be a perfect shelter. Some free warriors would choose to rest here after hunting ferocious beasts in the wild. There are also countless treasures in the deserted city, some of which are buried deep underground. These are things that the ferocious beasts failed to move away before occupying this place. If you can encounter it, it would be considered an unexpected gain. Some warriors even come here specifically to explore and search for treasures. Of course, there are also some fierce people who occupy the mountain and act as king in such abandoned places, specializing in robbing free warriors passing by. In short, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This should be the abandoned Tianxiang city. It was deserted by a large beast tide 30 years ago. It hasn't been too long. Yi Feng said. Then how long will we stay here? Are we going to spend the night here tonight? Lu Mengchen asked with a frown. It depends on the situation. But with so many of us, even if it's dangerous in the wild, it should be safe to find an abandoned building to spend the night. Yi Feng said to Lu Mengchen. However, everyone should follow me closely. In addition to some primary fierce beasts, there should be many free warriors here. If you encounter danger, everyone should act accordingly. Lu Mengchen nodded with her big eyes blinking, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. In the past, she often heard Mu Qingqing mention Yi Feng, but in her eyes, Yi Feng was at most a useless person with a pretty face but low health. However, ever since Yi Feng transferred to the elite class last time and suddenly showed super high combat power, her mind changed. So what if he is a gifted student of Kyoto Wuda University? Can he compare to Yi Feng? He is the one who broke the record in the history of federal special recruitment. With the qualifications he has demonstrated, he is destined to be admired by everyone in the future. Maybe if I can walk with him, I will definitely be very happy in the future. Lu Mengran didn't know why this idea suddenly popped up in her mind. The reason why she is willing to be close to Yi Feng now is because she can always get an inexplicable sense of security when she is with him. Even in the dangerous wilderness, she feels that there is nothing to be afraid of. Ha! Lu Mengchen, why are you blushing suddenly? Li Mingyang suddenly pointed at Lu Mengchen and smiled. What's it to you? Lu Mengchen snorted and was about to teach this nosy guy a lesson, but unexpectedly she fell into Yi Feng's arms and was kissed by him. Yi Feng was also at a loss for what to do by this sudden scene. Originally, he just wanted to look back to see what the two people behind him were doing, but he didn't expect this beautiful woman to bump into him head-on. Oh my, we've already kissed each other. It's okay. Just treat me as a blind person who can't see anything. As he said that, Li Mingyang actually ran to the front. Everyone was amused by Li Mingyang's funny personality, but they didn't know what to say about the scene before them, so they could only pretend to enjoy the scenery and shift their eyes elsewhere. Let's go. Yi Feng looked at Lu Mengchen's blushing cheeks, smiled at her, and said nothing else. After all, this thing is hard to explain. After entering the deserted city, everyone looked around. Although this place has been abandoned and even full of ruins, one can still see its former glory, with high-rise buildings, hotels, restaurants, supermarkets. Seeing all the prosperity turned into ruins, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. No matter how prosperous a place is, it will eventually become a ruin. Look there. Lu Mengchen pointed to a more than 10-story building a few hundred meters away. The stairs of the building were cracked and half collapsed. But it left several shocking scratches. Each scratch was nearly 7 or 8 meters long, obviously left by a very huge creature. The scratches almost penetrated the building horizontally. This should be what was left behind by the bloodthirsty heavenly wolf, the level 5 monster that attacked this city. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The fall of Tianxiang City was due to this level 5 monster. The bloodthirsty heavenly wolf led many ferocious beasts and monsters to attack the city. Later, this level 5 monster was injured by 2 extraordinary heroes at that time, and no one knew where it escaped to. Tianxiang City fell as a result. After all, there is a world of difference between demon beasts and ferocious beasts. What's more, the one who destroyed the city was a level 5 demon, which is equivalent to a human master in the extraordinary realm, which is one major realm higher than the Grandmaster. Tianxiang City is adjacent to Wuhan Town. If the one that came to Wuhan Town last year was also a level 5 monster, it would probably follow the same fate as here. Chapter 35, A Shocking Poem. Hey, are these high school students? How dare they come to the wilderness area? Just then, a team of 6 people came over from the fork in the road. However, they consisted of 5 men and 1 woman, and they were all around 20 years old. This group of people were all wearing the same school uniform inside and wolfskin armor outside, but from the special symbols on the cuffs of their clothes, it can be seen that they are all students of Southeast Wuhan University. Are you the students specially recruited by Wuhan University this year? Why don't you just stay in the greenhouse and dare to come here to die? You are really bored. A sturdy boy sneered. That's right, quickly find a place to hide. Don't be scared to pee your pants if you encounter a powerful beast later. A girl inside said disdainfully. Ha ha. As they spoke, the six of them burst into laughter at the same time. After hearing what they said, Li Mingyang showed anger on his face and roared, "What the hell are you talking about? Say it again to me if you dare." "Oh, I didn't expect there's someone with balls." "What, do you want to practice with us?" The girl said disdainfully. "Why would Lian be afraid of you?" Li Mingyang took a sudden step forward. He is 1.9 meters tall and weighs more than 220 kilograms. He is much bigger than the other young man who was very strong. "Hey, do you want to fight? We are all elite third-year students at Southeast Martial Arts University. The worst of us are high-level second-level warriors, and the best have even reached the middle of third level. Even if you are special recruits, so what? You are just first-level warriors with a HP value of 160 to 170 calories. The girl said arrogantly. "So what? I wasn't brought up to be scared. Besides, there are so many of us here. How could I be afraid of you?" Li Mingyang said aggressively. Although they are all special recruits, even Li Mingyang himself doesn't believe that they have no chance of winning. You have to know that Yifeng has a record of killing 40 mountain wolves, and just now he led everyone to hunt more than 40 gorillas. With such combat power, it is estimated that the other 6 people will definitely not be able to do it. Li Mingyang, don't meddle in other people's business. We are here to gain experience, not to make enemies with others. Just treat it as a fart and bear with it. At this time Yifeng walked forward, pulled Li Mingyang's arm and persuaded him. However, although his words were meant to stop the fight, they were more hurtful than Li Mingyang's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 people on the opposite side got furious. "Who are you talking about? If you don't make things clear today, this matter will not be over." The woman pointed at Yifeng and said, "Yes, this matter is not over yet. You must apologize, otherwise you can't leave." The strong man also echoed. "That's right. Kneeling down to apologize is the least we can do. We still have to make compensation. We are students of Southeast University of Martial Arts. We are not the kind of people who can be insulted by anyone." The remaining 4 young men also started arguing, and some even took out their weapons as if to block the road. Yifeng turned his head to look at them, with a strange smile on his face. "Oh? Do you think you are very strong? How about we make a bet? Whoever can take my palm can set the conditions." When the 6 people heard what Yifeng said, they instantly became quiet. This kid is so confident, is there something he can rely on? Or is he bluffing and trying to scare us on purpose? The 6 of them looked at each other. With their tacit understanding, they naturally knew what everyone was thinking. "Li Xinghai, let's make a bet with him. I don't believe that he, a special recruit in the 3rd year of high school, can be better than you." After exchanging glances, the woman spoke directly to the muscular man. "Yes, Li Xinghai, you are a mid-level 3rd-level warrior, and your blood and chi have reached 356 cards. Even if this kid is very powerful, he is definitely not your opponent." The remaining 4 people also cheered him on. Hearing what everyone said, Li Xinghai also stepped forward and said, "Okay, I'll make a bet with you today. If I win, give us all the weapons and armor in your hands. As for those 2 or 3 girls, forget it." Li Xinghai wanted to make some excessive demands, but when he saw the woman next to him looking at him with some unfriendly eyes, he immediately changed his mind. "Okay, but if you can't block my palm, I will take all the contribution points in your smart bracelets." After the other party made his request, Yifeng also stated his conditions. "Yifeng, isn't this too risky? Our weapons and armor are all borrowed." When Lu Mengchen behind him heard that Yifeng was betting so big, he hurriedly stepped forward to remind him. However, this action was seen by the other 6 people, who thought that the other party was timid and wanted to find an opportunity to regret. Now that the terms have been agreed upon and the bet has been made, no one is allowed to break the contract. If anyone dares to violate it, I don't mind letting him try out the sharpness of my knife," the sturdy man urged. "Don't worry, it's okay." Yifeng pushed Lu Mengchen's little hand and comforted her directly. Seeing that Yifeng had made his decision, the people behind him were worried for him. After all, they had never seen Yifeng actually take action, especially now that he was facing a mid-level 3rd-level warrior. "I'm ready, are you ready?" Yifeng walked up to the strong man and asked. "TSK, do I need to prepare to take your palm? Just attack me." The sturdy man obviously did not take Yifeng seriously. Okay, then I'll show you the power of my palm first. If you think you can take it, then take it. If you can't, you might die. As Yifeng spoke, he circulated the qi and blood in his body, then slapped a 5-story building next to him in mid-air. TSK, just bluffing. Several people snorted in disdain. However, before they could finish their words, they saw a giant palm shadow 6 meters high and 3 meters wide suddenly appear out of thin air in front of Yifeng's palm, and then quickly slammed towards the building 5 meters away. This palm carries a force of 15,000 kilograms. There was a loud bang and a huge hole was directly created on the wall of the 5-story building. The scene was like the Tathagata palm in the kung fu movies of the previous life, with enormous power. Even around the broken hole, you can clearly see countless thumb-thick steel bars exposed. The visual effect is so shocking that if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would have thought it was a special effect created by someone using a computer. However, all this really happened in front of everyone, and there were so many people watching, it could have been faked. In fact, Yifeng also tried his best this time, and even spent 200 calories of his own blood and energy at once. Of course, he did so for his own purpose, which was to get the contribution points from this group of people. Okay, now that the display is complete, if you're ready, I'm going to take action. Seeing that everyone was still staring stupidly at the big hole in the wall, Yifeng gave a reminder. This. Everyone now looked at the muscular man in unison, and some even began to predict the consequences of this palm strike. If it hit a person, would he be turned into a meat patty? Don't do it, I give up. Seeing that Yifeng was about to strike out with his palm, the sturdy man quickly opened his mouth to stop him. What a joke! Even with such a shocking palm strike, it's still unclear whether I can survive. Aren't they just contribution points in the smart bracelet? If I lose them, I can just earn them again. If I lose my life, what's the point of those contribution points? In an instant, the strong man understood a lot. Li Xinghai, how can you admit defeat without trying? But what if you can catch it? The woman was reluctant to give up the more than 30 contribution points in the smart bracelet. After all, she spent several months accumulating them. The same was true for the others, with contribution points basically between 30 and 40. Only the strong man had more contribution points, reaching more than 70 points. What the hell, you're just trying. This palm strike will turn you into either meat patties or meat paste. It'll be hard to make you a cripple. Whoever wants to try can try. I won't try. The sturdy man refused directly. Okay, accept the loss and quickly hand in your contribution points. After all, health is the capital of revolution, and having a healthy body is more important than anything else. Yifeng took the smart bracelets of several people directly, and then operated them like a tiger. In just half a minute, his contribution points increased by 240 points. If he added the ones he had left and those he gained from killing the gorilla today, the contribution points in his smart bracelet now reached 285 points. Chapter 36, Rats Attack. After returning the smart bracelets to the 6 people, Yifeng originally wanted to say something to educate them. However, at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the southwest corner in the distance. Boom boom. The ground also began to shake violently. What's going on? Everyone was startled and looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the distance I saw a cloud of dust rising straight up into the sky. Oh no, something happened. Yifeng's mental power immediately covered the area, and then he warned loudly. Because a large number of giant man-eating rats suddenly emerged from the ground a few hundred meters away. They were chasing dozens of free warriors, and some of them had no time to escape and directly detonated the explosives on their bodies. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of figures dressed in different clothes appeared at the end of the street in the distance. They ran wildly in a panic, and behind them were densely packed man-eating rats as big as wild boars. Some of the slower runners were devoured by the rats in an instant, leaving not even a bone behind. The combat capability of a single man-eating rat of this type is very average, and it cannot even be considered a primary ferocious beast. Sometimes it will be scared away when encountering humans. But if tens of thousands of them act together, their combat power will be terrifying, and even high-level ferocious beasts will avoid them when they see them. When the number reaches tens or even millions, it will form a terrible rat tide, and even human armies will have to relocate their positions immediately when they see it. There have been several cases in history where rat swarms attacked human cities. Before rescue could arrive, hundreds of thousands of people were eaten alive by them, and in the end not even their bones were found. It's a man-eating rat, everyone run. Yi Feng pulled Lu Mengchen beside him, turned around and ran. Wait for me, Li Mingyang reacted and followed quickly. Seeing this, the others also ran away quickly. The most important thing at this time is to save their lives. The rats moved very quickly. Some of them tried to get away with it by climbing up the surrounding buildings. The man-eating rats, who were very familiar with the environment, also had a way to deal with it. They opened their sharp fangs and began to bite the buildings with people in them frantically. In just a few minutes, the building collapsed, and those hiding inside eventually became food for the man-eating rats. The man-eating rats, having tasted human blood, were naturally not satisfied with just this little bit of food. Seeing that there were still many people ahead, they quickly chased after them. No, running like this is not a solution. I think these man-eating rats are targeting us. Yi Feng said, looking back. What should I do? I can hardly run anymore. Li Mingyang asked while gasping for breath. Or I'll stay and stop them for a while, and you guys continue to run forward. Yi Feng said directly. In fact, Yi Feng didn't want to run at all. These man-eating rats were worth a lot of experience points and contribution points. However, he had to pretend, otherwise he would become a monster in people's eyes. When they heard that Yi Feng was willing to sacrifice himself for everyone, they were so moved that they didn't know what to say. Don't hesitate, run quickly, and remember to give me some gifts during the New Year and other holidays. After Yi Feng said this, he turned around and went back. Boss, I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely give you some gifts during the New Year and other holidays. Li Mingyang cried as he ran. Li Mingyang, what nonsense are you talking about? We should burn some paper during festivals and New Year. Lu Mengchen shouted angrily. At this moment, she was crying like a cat, and her usual beauty and charm were now gone. But that's what the boss just said. Li Mingyang explained. Yeah, what I just heard was about giving gifts during the New Year and other festivals. Could it be that the boss was wrong? At this time, Zhao Xiaomao also came over and said. Hey, what's going on? Why did Yi Feng say that? Lu Mengchen suddenly became confused. After running a few hundred meters, they could no longer run, so they stopped. When they turned around, they found that the man-eating rat had not followed them. Is the boss going to be okay? Li Mingyang asked everyone. But no one spoke. Because even a master at the Grandmaster level would choose to escape when encountering so many man-eating rats. So the silent answer actually represents the result. Several girls were already crying loudly at this point, and the boys around them were all dejected, without their usual liveliness and noise. Even the 6 students from Southeast Martial Arts University had forgotten about Yi Feng's bad deeds. Hey, brother, have a nice journey, said the strong man with a sigh. Just when everyone was moved by Yi Feng's fearless spirit of sacrifice, Yi Feng was now starting to kill the man-eating rats. He rushed to the man-eating rats and slapped them with his Dharmadhata palm, killing dozens of man-eating rats directly. He felt that it was not enough, so he took out his 6 throwing knives and chopped directly at the rats. Wherever the throwing knives passed, the man-eating rats were pierced through the chest. In less than a minute, hundreds of dead man-eating rats were left at the scene. Oh, too slow. Yi Feng was still not satisfied with the killing speed of the flying knife. After all, such large-scale ferocious beasts were rare. So he put away the flying knife and directly activated the mental pressure. In just a moment, all the rats that were so ferocious just now were pressed to the ground. Explode for me. With Yi Feng's loud shout, all the man-eating rats within a radius of several hundred meters turned into a bloody mist. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You just used mental pressure to kill 8,177 man-eating giant rats. The system rewards you with 8,177 experience points. A prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Damn, this is still so cool. I killed more than 8,000 man-eating rats in one go. It looks like I'm going to get rich. Yi Feng said excitedly. However, at this time, the man-eating rats that were not within the range of the mental pressure also realized that something was wrong, and they fled the area one after another, soon disappearing without a trace. Hey, I only killed 8,847 man-eating rats this time. If Li Mingyang and the others weren't here, I could probably kill twice as many. Yi Feng felt a little regretful. He felt that he couldn't use his ultimate move, which was really a bit unhappy. Chapter 37 Hunting Plan. Yifeng opened the system panel and found that his experience value had reached 16,361 points, so without hesitation, he spent 5,000 points to upgrade secret magic from the elementary level to the intermediate level. The skill improvement instantly took effect on his mind, and Yifeng only felt that his understanding of magic had deepened a lot. Faintly, he even felt a hint of the law. After some reflection, Yifeng looked at his system panel again. He felt that his chi and health values were still a bit low, so he directly took out 1360 experience points to exchange for 136 cards of chi and health values. When he looked at the system panel again, he felt much more refreshed. Name: Yifeng. Level 6 mid-level warrior, level 45 magic master. Chi and blood, 651 calories. Spirit, 10,000 Hz. Martial arts, secret magic intermediate 0-20,000, Dharma giant demon palm intermediate 0-20,000. Experience points, 10,001 points. After putting away the system panel, Yifeng quickly chased towards where Li Mingyang and others were staying. At this time, the dozen people were still standing there crying and feeling sad about the passing of time. Hey, what are you doing here? Why haven't you left yet? Suddenly, everyone heard a familiar voice coming from a distance, and they all turned around. Only then did he realize that the person who was speaking was none other than Yifeng. Boss, you're not dead? Li Mingyang wiped the tears from his face and instantly became surprised. The others also swept away their previous sad expressions and all regained their energy. Yifeng, you're okay, that's great. We thought. Lu Mingchen wiped the tears from her face, but she burst into laughter halfway through her words. Boss, where are those man-eating rats? Zhao Xiaomao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I killed some of them, and most of them retreated? Yifeng's words were very vague, so as for what everyone else thought, they could only rely on their own imagination. Brother Yi, I'm glad you're okay. I have to thank you for what you did just now, otherwise everyone would have told me about this. Li Xinghai is also a free and easy person. After what happened just now, he feels that Yifeng is a trustworthy person. You're welcome. As long as you don't hold a grudge against me for taking your contribution points, I'll be satisfied, haha. Yifeng said with a smile. No way, we were not as skilled as our opponents just now. We have to accept the defeat and let's be fair, said Li Xinghai. Now that everyone is safe, we need to discuss where to go next. I think we should stay in the deserted city. I just killed some man-eating rats. The bloody smell will probably attract some ferocious beasts soon. As long as we wait and see, we might be able to gain a lot. Brother Yi, 3 or 2 dead bodies of man-eating rats won't attract too many prey. Isn't it inappropriate for so many of us to just wait here? Li Xinghai said. 3 or 2 are not enough, what if there are hundreds? Yifeng asked back. What? Brother Yi, you mean you just killed hundreds of man-eating rats? Upon hearing this, Li Xinghai was so shocked that he even stuttered. Brother Yi, you are not kidding, are you? At this time, the woman among the 6 people was a little bit unbelieving and thought that Yifeng was joking with everyone. Everyone, just follow me back and you'll know. Yifeng didn't waste any more words and led everyone back to the deserted city. However, as soon as everyone walked to the edge of the deserted city, they smelled a very strong smell of blood. After they walked forward a few hundred meters, they finally saw the shocking scene. There was blood plasma everywhere, just like a cemetery in hell. Because there was nothing to block it, the blood plasma was constantly flowing everywhere. The bodies of hundreds of dead man-eating rats lying in the blood plasma were particularly conspicuous. Brother Yi, did you do this? Li Xinghai's face was full of disbelief. If this scene was created by a master, he could accept it, but the key point was that Yifeng was just a young man of 17 or 18 years old. I did some of it, not all. Yifeng replied casually. He didn't dare admit everything, after all, this kind of thing was too horrifying. If I tell the truth, I don't know what everyone will think. The bloody smell here is very strong now. It will probably attract nearby ferocious beasts soon. We just need to hide in the nearby buildings and then sneak attack and kill them. Yifeng directly expressed his thoughts. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. After all, everyone came here to earn contribution points. If a ferocious beast could come forward on its own initiative, it would save a lot of trouble. Yifeng chose a 6-story building nearby, then asked everyone to clean out a few rooms on the top floor and hid inside. Because the smell of blood was so strong in the deserted city, 60 or 70 mountain wolves were attracted here in just a dozen minutes. Seeing the prey coming, Yifeng prepared to lead everyone to launch a surprise attack on these ferocious beasts. Lu Mengchen, Yi Jun, Yi Ting, the three of you go around from the right side and find a shelter nearby to wait. Zhang Sini, Li Yanran and brothers Zhaolong and Zhao, the four of you go around from the left and find a shelter nearby and wait. Li Mingyang, Zhao Xiaomao, Zhao Jiawei, the three of you go around behind the wolf pack, and if any of the wolves try to escape, you should entangle them in time. Yifeng was arranging the plan for this battle. Boss, what about you? Li Mingyang asked. Among their group, Yifeng has the strongest fighting power. If he hadn't participated, these 10 noobs would not only fail to hunt the mountain wolves, but might also be eaten as snacks by the wolf pack. At this time, everyone else also looked at Yifeng. After all, he was the backbone of this team. Li Xinghai and other 6 people on the side did not fight this time. They also wanted to see the fighting strength of this group of special recruits. Of course, I will kill most of the mountain wolves first before letting you take action. Otherwise, with your strength, how many mountain wolves can you kill? Yifeng said it quite bluntly. It wasn't that he looked down on everyone, but that was the fact. Hearing the boss say this, everyone felt a little embarrassed, thinking that there are outsiders here. Can't you give us some face? Yifeng naturally knew what everyone was thinking now, but he didn't intend to indulge them. You still know how to blush? Then hurry up and improve your skills. In fact, I don't want to do this kind of babysitting job. If anyone doesn't make any progress next time, just don't come out. When everyone heard that they would have a chance to follow out next time, they immediately smiled. As for what the boss said later, no one was worried at all. With contribution points, why would they be afraid that their strength wouldn't improve? No more talking, take action now. Yes. Everyone agreed and immediately started to act according to the plan. Yifeng also carried his spear on his back and went downstairs quickly. Li Xinghai, do you think they will succeed this time? Asked the woman named Fu Xinrui. I don't know, but I feel that brother Yifeng is not simple. Let's just wait and see first. Li Xinghai replied directly. A few minutes later, everyone had arrived at the designated location according to Yifeng's instructions, and now they were going to see how the boss performed. What no one expected was that Yifeng suddenly had 6 more daggers in his hands. As soon as he appeared, he threw out 6 daggers, and those 6 daggers seemed to have eyes and hit the necks of the 6 wolves in front of him at the same time. The dagger made of sea-grade alloy was extremely sharp. The moment it hit the mountain wolves, they fell to the ground, apparently dead. Chapter 38, Violent Harvest. Fuck, is this even possible? By a window upstairs, Li Xinghai and others were preparing to watch how Yifeng would attack, and happened to see this scene. At this point, they were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Could it be that brother Yifeng has also learned flying knives and hidden weapons? This was everyone's first reaction. However, the next scene was a bit outrageous. After Yifeng shot and killed the 6 wolves, he rushed directly towards the wolf pack. On the other hand, the group of wolves seemed not to have seen Yifeng. They remained where they were without making any movement. When Yifeng arrived at the wolf pack, he had already swung his spear and stabbed it directly at the chest of the wolf closest to him. The mountain wolf fell down directly without making any screams the whole time. After a successful move, Yifeng began to rush left and right among the wolf pack. In just over 10 seconds, he had fired more than 20 shots, and every shot hit the wolf's vital points. What's going on? Are those wolves puppets? Why didn't they react at all the whole time? Not only Li Xinghai and his team noticed it, but Li Mingyang, Lu Mengchen and others also noticed it. But how is this possible? If they were not at the scene, no one would believe it. Could it be that the old man knows some secret method? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Damn it, the performance was too much, and the confinement time was too long. Yifeng reacted and immediately withdrew his mental power. Only then did the group of wolves begin to react as if they had awakened from a dream. However, they were also surprised when they saw that there was a human in their team. Perhaps it was the instinctive attack reaction of the ferocious beasts. After discovering Yifeng, some mountain wolves pounced on him without thinking. Want to attack me? You're looking for death. Yifeng performed a gunflower, then retracted the spear to one side, turned his palm outward, and struck out with a palm. Suddenly, a giant palm shadow 6 meters high and 3 meters wide appeared out of thin air, carrying a force of 15,000 kilograms, and quickly bombarded the most densely packed wolf pack. Boom! There was a loud bang, and more than a dozen wolves were blown away more than 20 meters like broken sacks. When they fell to the ground one by one, many of them turned into meat patties. Damn, isn't the boss too powerful? I feel like he can easily kill this group of mountain wolves by himself. Li Mingyang and the others were shocked to the extreme as they watched the scene in front of them. With this kind of strength, even if a martial artist came, the boss would be able to kill him with one slap. What are you all doing standing there? Come on together. Can't you see I can't hold on any longer? Yi Feng shouted, making up a lame excuse. After that palm strike, there were only a dozen or so wolves left alive at the scene. It would be a good time to let everyone jump out and practice. When Li Mingyang and others heard the boss had spoken, they naturally knew that he was giving contribution points to everyone, so they rushed over without any hesitation. A few minutes later, all the wolves fell in a pool of blood. Everyone was panting and looking at the wolf corpses on the ground. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just now, when fighting with the remaining dozen or so mountain wolves, everyone had used all their strength. Although some people suffered some minor injuries, they finally gained some experience in fighting ferocious beasts. Boss, I've gained 3 more contribution points this time. I'll definitely treat you to a meal when I get back. Li Mingyang was as excited as a child. After following Yi Feng out today, he had already earned 7 contribution points. Don't think that 7 contribution points are few. According to the current market price, this is equivalent to 70,000 federal coins, and there is still no demand for them. Yi Feng, thank you. I have gained 2 more contribution points this time. I will take care of your laundry after we go back. Lu Mingchen also ran over with a happy look on her face, and promised to help Yi Feng wash clothes. Naturally, the others did not want to be left behind and followed suit by promising Yi Feng some benefits. Now that everyone knows how powerful Yi Feng is, they naturally also know how rare this kind of training opportunity is. Of course, what everyone cares more about is being able to integrate into the circle with Yi Feng as the core. After all, with the talent he has displayed, perhaps in the near future, he will shock the entire martial arts world. Everyone knows that a rising tide lifts all boats, and this is an opportunity for everyone. According to statistics, in this battle, their team killed a total of 62 mountain wolves, of which Yi Feng killed 47 alone, and the others also had their share. Boss, the fur materials on these mountain wolves are also very valuable. If we take them back, it will also be a considerable income. How about we deal with it? The person who spoke was Yi Jun. As a person from a family of animal trainers, he had naturally studied the materials on ferocious beasts. Just the fur, wolf claws and wolf fangs of these 62 mountain wolf carcasses are worth hundreds of thousands, and these are all federal coins. When Yi Feng heard his reminder, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Jun's reminder is correct. It is not easy for us to make money. We must maximize the profits. Leave 2 people to guard nearby, and the rest of you follow Yi Jun and his sister to collect materials from the mountain wolf corpses. Yi Feng gave the order directly. Yes, boss. Everyone agreed and started to work on the scene. At this time, Li Xinghai and others had also arrived at the scene. They looked at the results of this group of teams and were extremely envious. Although the overall strength of the 6 of them was much higher than Yi Feng's team, they could only hide when faced with so many mountain wolves. Brother Yi Feng, do you think the 6 of us can join your team? The person who spoke was Li Xinghai. Although it was a bit shameful to say this to a freshman who had not yet entered Wuhan University, he was willing to do it for the sake of contribution points. Who can blame them for having such a monstrous student like Yi Feng in their team? Do you want to join too? Yi Feng asked after glancing at a few people. Yes, we all want to join your team. Before Li Xinghai could speak, Fu Xinrui and others nearby took over the conversation. It seemed that they all had the same idea. Well, there are some things you may not know yet. Our special recruits will often stay in the special training base to practice, and they may not come out to gain experience very often. Yi Feng said hesitantly. It doesn't matter. You have 2 months of special training, so you will come out a few times. When you are not here, we will go out hunting by ourselves. When you are ready to come out, notify us. Anyway, we will stay in Wuhan town for these few months. Li Xinghai said. Well, this is also a solution. However, your cultivation is higher than the overall strength of our team. If we bring you along, the contribution points that the other members of our team may get will be much less. If you agree to share half of the harvest with everyone, this is feasible. What Yi Feng said was not unreasonable. After all, he would always take the lead every time he encountered a ferocious beast. Once the danger was under control within a certain range, he would let others come out to complete the final harvest. Okay, that's no problem. The 6 people just had a brief discussion and agreed. After all, in addition to obtaining contribution points, they can also obtain valuable materials from the corpses of ferocious beasts, so it's a good deal no matter how you look at it. Chapter 39, The Beast Tide is Coming? With the joining of Li Xinghai and 6 others, Yifeng was much more relaxed in personnel deployment. After all, they were all 2nd or 3rd level warriors, and could protect Li Mingyang and others to a certain extent. In the next 2 days, this deserted city became a slaughterhouse for ferocious beasts. More than a dozen groups of ferocious beasts came and were all killed on the spot by Yifeng and others. I now have 73 contribution points in my smart bracelet. How about you? I have 7 fewer contribution points than you, only 66. I have 63. I have 59. Everyone hid in a 6-story building, sharing their gains from the past 3 days, all with smiles on their faces. Boss, now that our backpacks are full of collected materials, should we go back? Yi Jun asked as he looked at everyone's bulging backpacks. Well, it's almost time to go back. Yifeng used his spiritual sense to scan the spiritual space in his body and nodded. In the past 2 days, he has killed more than 700 ferocious beasts, including more than a dozen intermediate-level ferocious beasts. Now his experience value has reached 18,745 points. It's a pity that the level of the man-eating rats I killed last time was too low, so the system only judged them as low-level beasts. Otherwise, just those 8,000 man-eating rats alone would have increased my experience points tenfold. Yifeng muttered with some regret. Fortunately, the smart bracelet was quite humane and converted half of those man-eating rats into contribution points for him, which brought his total contribution points to an astonishing 5,327 points. Li Xinghai and the other 5 people have made good progress following Yifeng's team over the past 2 days, with each of them gaining more than 100 contribution points. Not only that, they also harvested a large number of ferocious beast materials. If they brought them back to Wuhan town, it would be estimated that each person would make a considerable income. Use 10,000 experience points to exchange for 200 points of mental power. Yifeng operated the system panel with his mind. When he looked at the system panel again, the content on it had changed to Name, Yifeng. Level 6 mid-level warrior, level 47 magic master. Qi and blood, 651 calories. Spirit, 10,200 Hz. Martial arts, secret magic intermediate 0-20,000, Dharma giant demon palm intermediate 0-20,000. Experience points, 8745. The improvement of mental power has expanded Yifeng's spiritual awareness range from the original 30 kilometers to the current 35 kilometers. The range of his spiritual power has also increased from 300 meters to 350 meters. Although the improvement in attack distance is not very obvious, the speed and power of attack have been greatly improved compared to before. The most important thing is that the improvement of his mental power this time also allowed him to form a battle zone within the attack range, which could trap the opponent and prevent him from escaping, and also suppress his mental power. Seems extremely domineering. As for the HP, let's wait and increase it. After all, if you upgrade too quickly, people will target you. It's better to stay low and grow. This is Yifeng's life creed, and also the secret to his long life in the future. There are a large amount of experience points stored in the system, which may save lives at a critical moment. It is much better than consuming them all at once. After turning off the system panel, Yifeng was about to take everyone away from the deserted city, but unexpectedly the ground suddenly shook violently. Ha! What's going on? Could it be that the man-eating rats are out again? Yifeng quickly opened his spiritual sense and began to check the surroundings. When he saw a large group of ferocious beasts chasing the free warriors in the wilderness dozens of miles away, he was also shocked. Because judging from the number of ferocious beasts, there are at least tens of thousands of them, and there are even more groups of ferocious beasts from farther away that are constantly gathering here. Oh my god, who has disturbed the beast's lair or what? Why are there so many beasts here? And many of them are very large, perhaps they have reached the level of demon beasts. This is not going to form a beast tide, right? Yifeng was already horrified to the extreme at this time. At this time, thousands of free warriors were fleeing frantically in the wilderness. Some of them were caught up by the ferocious beasts and were dismembered on the spot, leaving not even a complete bone. At this time, the people around Yifeng, who didn't know what was happening, were already frightened out of their wits by the vibrations coming from the ground, and they all looked around in horror. What's going on? Could it be that a beast tide is coming? Li Xinghai, who had some experience, also reacted at this time. He hurried to the window and looked into the distance. However, the ferocious beasts in the wilderness are now quite far away from here, and one can only vaguely see the massive dust rising in the distance. The scene was like a sandstorm erupting in the distance. The rising dust covered the sky and looked a bit scary. Oh no! It's a herd of ferocious beasts, and a very large number of them. We have to leave here quickly and return to Wuhan town as soon as possible. Yi Feng explained, and then quickly asked everyone to pack up and get ready to leave. What a joke! This deserted city is filled with a heavy smell of blood. If the group of ferocious beasts noticed this place, who knows how much trouble they would cause. When everyone heard what Yi Feng said, they were all shocked to the extreme. Without any hesitation, everyone picked up their backpacks and ran towards Wuhan town. After a while, everyone was exhausted and panting, their faces flushed. I really can't run anymore. Lu Mengchen had stopped, bending over and holding onto a big tree next to him. The same was true for the others. Although they were still running, their speed was not much faster than a normal person walking. Only Li Xinghai and a few others were slightly better because they were all level 2 or 3 warriors. If you don't want to die, run quickly. A large group of ferocious beasts are chasing us. We are only 5 kilometers away from Wuhan town. We must not give up until the last moment. Yi Feng stopped and turned to say to Lu Mengchen. But I really can't run anymore. Lu Mengchen said somewhat desperately. Ah, women are such a hassle. Come, let me carry you on my back. Without saying anything, Yi Feng threw Lu Mengchen onto his back and quickly chased after him. Lu Mengchen was also shocked by Yi Feng's strong side, but now escaping was the most important thing, so she did not resist at all. But I don't know if Yi Feng did it on purpose. This guy's hand happened to be on my butt, which made me feel a little embarrassed. Lying on Yi Feng's back, Lu Mengchen's face blushed slightly. She didn't expect that one day she would be lying on the boy that Mu Qingqing liked. Why do I feel like Yi Feng's hands are not being honest? Is it psychological or an illusion? I don't know why, but Lu Mengchen always felt that Yi Feng's hand was always swinging on her and she even felt that this guy's hand pinched her but twice. But now they are all running for their lives, so they don't have time to worry about these details. Chapter 40, Life and Death. In the core monitoring room of Wuhan town, there are hundreds of computers, each of which closely monitors a nearby area via satellite. It can be said that they provide the first layer of security for more than 300,000 soldiers and civilians in Wuhan town. Once a group of ferocious beasts attacks, an early warning will be given immediately. The jobs here are usually idle because the chance of ferocious beasts invading is too small. As an important military town, Wuhan town has amazing defensive capabilities, and there are several masters stationed here. Some powerful beasts are relatively smart and naturally rarely come to cause trouble. The last time a large-scale invasion of ferocious beasts occurred was at the beginning of last year, and that time more than 25,000 people were killed or injured in Wuhan town. If Grandmaster Chen Guozhong had not led a large number of high-level warriors to arrive in time, there might have been even greater casualties. It is lunchtime now, and the staff here are eating and chatting. Lao Shang, why aren't you eating? A man asked his middle-aged colleague next to him. The middle-aged colleague did not answer. At this moment, he was staring at the computer screen in front of him with a frown, as if he was thinking about something. What are you looking at? The man walked over and casually glanced at the middle-aged man's screen. He saw that the area monitored by the screen was full of dust and almost nothing could be seen. Isn't this just a sandstorm? What's there to see? The climate in the wilderness area is relatively dry in April, and it is normal for such large-scale sandstorms to occur under extreme weather conditions. Of course, if someone encounters this kind of bad weather in the wild, it is better to return to the city as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very dangerous to get lost in the wilderness. Wrong. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened and he immediately enlarged the computer screen. Then, after a closer look, he actually saw a number of huge black shadows in the sandstorm filled with yellow sand. It's a group of ferocious beasts. Both of them were shocked. The group of ferocious beasts were moving towards Wuhan town where they were, under the cover of the dust. There are also alert levels for invasions by ferocious beasts, but this time the beasts were under the cover of the sandstorm, so it was impossible to determine the alert level. However, for safety reasons, the two of them quickly reported the matter, and soon the military issued an order to seal off the city. At this time, Yi Feng was running fast with Lu Mengchen on his back. He had already seen the giant beasts in the sandstorm through his spiritual sense. One-horned giant rhinoceros, saber-toothed tiger, spotted leopard, earth bear, giant black wolf. Among them, there were even more than a dozen monsters that were 7 or 8 meters tall and weighed over 10,000 kilograms. Yi Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he couldn't name many of these ferocious beasts and monsters, he could tell from their size that they were not easy to deal with. The army of ferocious beasts is coming in large numbers. And in front of them, there were still a large number of embarrassed free warriors running back. Of course, there are some powerful ones among these free warriors, but when faced with such a situation, they dare not look back, because looking back would mean seeking death. It's over, the army of ferocious beasts is heading for Wuhan town. Yi Feng swallowed hard, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Although he was able to protect himself, that would require a lot of mental energy. What's more, he had no experience in fighting large groups of ferocious beasts, so he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was not careful, he might end up dying of exhaustion. What he had to do now was to rush back to Wuhan town as soon as possible. After all, there were a large number of troops guarding it. Without time to think, Yi Feng released his body's qi and blood value to the maximum. In just a moment, his running speed more than doubled. Yi Feng's idea was good, but what he didn't know was that Wuhan town had been sealed off at this time. Now the soldiers on the city wall are ready for battle, and the soldiers inside the city are also rapidly mobilizing, and everyone is constantly sending reinforcements towards the city wall. Boom! The ferocious beasts ran at an extremely fast speed, and their footsteps were like earthquakes. The slow-running free warriors were directly caught under the iron hooves of the ferocious beasts. They didn't even need to attack deliberately, the ruthless iron hooves were enough to trample and crush these people to death. Some high-level warriors are well-equipped, and some even drive pickup trucks and motorcycles, allowing them to leave the herds of ferocious beasts behind. At this time, the importance of travel equipment can be shown. Yi Feng and his group had no travel equipment, but their advantage was that they were relatively close to Wuhan town. But even so, everyone needs to use all their strength and run for their lives. Boom! A burst of fire suddenly appeared on the top of the city wall in the distance. Damn it! The soldiers on the city wall are firing. Yi Feng was shocked. The last time he went to the border wall, he had only seen this kind of cannon, but had never seen them firing. I saw black dots flying overhead, then drawing an arc and heading straight towards the center of the sandstorm behind. Boom! Boom! A huge flame exploded in the group of ferocious beasts. The beasts that were hit were killed directly, and the airwaves also knocked many beasts away. In this round of artillery attack alone, the casualties among the ferocious beasts exceeded 100. However, these casualties are nothing to the huge group of ferocious beasts. After all, the beasts in the front are just cannon fodder, and the really powerful ones are the big guys at the back. Behind almost all the ferocious beasts attacking the city, there are high-level monsters. Their intelligence level is comparable to that of humans, and some smart monsters can even use strategies. The power of the explosion shocked Yi Feng deeply. Although he had just experienced an attack by ferocious beasts in Anyang not long ago, he was only in the city at that time and did not see the battle between humans and ferocious beasts. Run fast. If you run too slow, you will really die. Yi Feng had already caught up with Li Mingyang and others in front, and then he gave everyone an urgent reminder. Due to the difference in equipment, many free warriors have surpassed everyone else and arrived under the high wall first. Open the door quickly. The warriors shouted loudly upwards. However, the soldiers on the city wall were attacking a group of ferocious beasts in the distance and had no time to pay attention to them. At this time, an officer on the top of the city wall also discovered the warriors below the city. However, it took time to open and close the gate. If it was not closed in time and a group of ferocious beasts rushed into the city, the consequences would be something he could not bear. He looked at the warriors and strange beasts running towards him from afar, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of free warriors outside the city, as a soldier, he still has to consider the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in the city. Fuck, are you all deaf? Are you just going to watch us die? When the free warriors below saw that there was no instruction from above to open the door, they all jumped up and started cursing. I'm sorry, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of people in Wuhan town, we can't open the door. The officer said in a low voice. What? After hearing the officer's words, the warriors instantly fell into despair. Only then did they realize that they had been abandoned. Oh shit. A group of free warriors were furious. They didn't expect that returning to the city would lead to a dead end. Captain, we can't waste time like this anymore. Why don't we go around to the north side of the city wall first and then find a secluded place to hide? When we have a chance later, we can let the Warrior Alliance settle this matter with them. Someone at the scene immediately suggested. Brother, you are right. It is important to save your life first. After this is over, I will report today's incident to the Warrior Alliance. If they cannot give us a satisfactory answer, we will post this matter online. I will see if there are any warriors who dare to come to Wuhan town. The man also knew what was important and what was not, so he immediately led everyone to the north of the city. Watching the group of free warriors leave, the officers on the city wall fell silent. After all, it would not be good if this matter got out. General Qin, we still have dozens of flying motorcycles in the tower. Why don't we send some people down? Even if we can't save many people, we can still silence some people. A junior officer beside him suggested. Qin Guanglia turned his head to look at the junior officer, then pondered for a few seconds and finally nodded. Whoosh! 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 Flying motorcycles spewing blue flames flew rapidly towards the city. Seeing this, the newly arrived warriors immediately swarmed over. This flying motorcycle is a high-tech product that is powered by energy stones. However, its takeoff load capacity is only 160 kilograms. If the pilot's own weight is added, it can usually only carry one more person. However, for the sake of safety, these pilots still try to choose those warriors with lighter weight first. Originally, Yi Feng and the others were filled with despair after seeing the first batch of warriors being rejected, but they did not expect that there would suddenly be a turn for the better, which instantly surprised everyone. However, there are too few flying motorcycles and there are a lot of warriors under the city, which is a big problem. Fuck you, you are a level 3 warrior and you dare to compete with me, you are blind. I saw a big guy knocking a warrior next to him away with one punch, and then quickly sat on the back seat of the flying motorcycle. In this moment of life and death, there is no need to talk about first come first served. The one with the bigger fist has the final say. The pilot didn't say anything when he saw this scene. After all, time was limited and they couldn't rescue everyone. Some people were destined to be abandoned. Boss, the group of warriors in front seem to be quite strong. We can't defeat them at all. Now everyone has basically arrived at the city, but the current situation is simply beyond the control of these weaklings. Yi Feng looked at the scene. There were at least 300 free warriors here, and many of them appeared in the form of small teams. If it were their turn, the army of ferocious beasts would have arrived long ago. If we compare the size of our fists, who can beat me? Everyone follow me, I'll see who dares to compete with us. As he said that, Yi Feng strode straight towards the crowd. With his current strength, let alone high-level warriors, even a martial artist would have to stand aside. He rushed forward and knocked all the dozen or so people in front of him away. Anyone who tried to stop him was slapped away by him. Who the hell are you? You dare to attack people from our hunter guild? Someone got beaten and immediately revealed his identity. That's right. People from our manufacturing company were also beaten up. Do you know what the consequences of beating us are? Get out of here. No one is allowed to get on the motorcycle before our people get on, or I'll tear his head off. Yi Feng didn't have the time to argue with these people. The army of ferocious beasts was about to arrive, and it was hard to say how many of these people could survive. Author's message: Dear readers, this book is participating in the ranking of Brainhole Supernatural Literature, please support it. Follow, comment, leave a message, vote for must read, recommend, and collect it. The author would like to thank you all here. Chapter 41, Escape. Wuhan Town, Special Training Base. A dozen special recruits hid in a dormitory and plotted something. Boss Du, I heard that Yi Feng took 10 special recruits to the wilderness area and they haven't come back for several days. Now a beast tide has broken out outside again. I guess they are dead this time. The speaker was Zhao Daong. Ever since they were attacked by Yi Feng in the bathroom last time, they were unable to participate in the Wuda special recruitment on the third day due to injuries. Fortunately, they all used money in Du Haitao's family connections to get the special admission quota to Southeast Wuhan University. Now the 13 of them, along with Du Haitao, Qin Mengyao and others, have also arrived at the special training base, but 1 week later than the first batch of special recruits. Now Du Haitao has become the boss of this group, and everyone follows his lead. Even if Yi Feng doesn't die this time, I have a way to kill him. Du Haitao's eyes showed a sinister look. The last time he was defeated by Yi Feng in the ring, his reputation was greatly damaged. In the past, his schoolmates would lower their heads and look at him with a respectful look when they saw him, and some would even come up to him and curry favor with him. But now, he has become a laughingstock among everyone and a topic of conversation during dinner, which makes him extremely angry. This time, Du Haitao brought 5 masters from his family, intending to find an opportunity to kill Yi Feng while he was out for training. Now these people are living in a hotel in the city. If he just moves his fingers to send a message, Yi Feng will probably die outside. Qin Mangyao, who was standing aside, listened to what everyone was talking about. Every word they said was about Yi Feng, and she felt very complicated. Yi Feng, perhaps our previous acquaintance was also a mistake. Qin Mangyao sighed in her heart. Now that she has boarded the Du family's big ship, she can only follow Du Haitao till the end. There was no other way. After all, only the Du family could give her what she wanted. At this time, under the high wall, dozens of free warriors who dared to challenge Yi Feng had all been knocked to the ground by Yi Feng. As for the remaining hundreds of people, they were angry but dared not speak out. What a joke! Even several peak level 8 warriors were knocked out by the young man in front of them. How could low-level warriors like them have the courage to go up and cause trouble? Now they just hope that Yi Feng's team can get on the flying motorcycles as soon as possible so that they still have a chance to compete for the next batch of flying motorcycles. 2 minutes later, Yi Feng and his group of 17 people all climbed onto the city wall. We are finally safe now, boss. This time it is all thanks to you, otherwise we would not be able to come back this time. Li Mingyang looked excited. During this trial, Yi Feng brought too many shocks to everyone, and each time was enough to make them remember it for the rest of their lives. Now even Li Xinghai, Fu Xinrui and others cast grateful glances towards Yi Feng. After all, if it weren't for Yi Feng, they wouldn't have gained so many contribution points and ferocious beast materials this time, and it would have been even more impossible for them to climb the city walls safely. Perhaps the biggest gain from their experience this time is getting to know this monster, Yi Feng. Hello, my name is Wei Xianwu, and I'm the captain of the guard under General Qin. Do you have time? Our General Qin wants to see you. Just as everyone was standing on the city wall and sighing about this trip, suddenly a middle-aged man's voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw that the man was tall, with a square face, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and looked particularly heroic. General Qin? Looking for me? Yi Feng was also a little confused. He has only been in Wuhan town for more than a week, and it seems that he doesn't know any general named Qin? But since the other party said so, Yi Feng did not refuse. Everyone, go back first. It's quite dangerous here. I will go back soon. Before leaving, Yi Feng gave everyone some instructions, and then followed the captain to the command room in the middle of the city wall. Everyone looked at Yi Feng's departing back with great curiosity. General Qin? Could it be General Qin Guangliai? I heard that he is the chief of the military department of Wuhan town, and he is also a master of the 8th level. Li Xinghai naturally had more knowledge than the others, and he had already guessed the person just by his surname and title. In the Federation, there are generally 2 sets of habits for referring to cultivation levels. Of course, this has to start with the names of warrior levels. According to the Qi and blood levels currently formulated by the Federation, a warrior's promotion path generally goes through 8 major realms: warrior, martial artist, great martial artist, grandmaster, grandmaster, extraordinary, top, and martial god, and each major realm is divided into 9 levels. A great master at level 8 grandmaster level can also become a level 37 warrior or a level 37 grandmaster. The former is divided based on the realm level, and the latter is divided based on the overall cultivation level, which are actually the same thing. This is like the level 47 grandmaster of magic in Yi Feng's system, which is equivalent to a level 2 master of the extraordinary realm. But one is about the spiritual level, and the other is about the Qi and blood level. When they heard that the person looking for Yi Feng was actually the general manager of Wuhan town, and also a master at the grandmaster level, everyone was envious. If I could get some guidance from such a great master, I would definitely benefit a lot. When Yi Feng arrived at the command room and saw that the bald old man opposite him was carrying a general star on his shoulder, he also knew the identity of this person. Hello, General Qin, I heard that you have something to talk to me about? Yi Feng asked very politely. Yi Feng also has great respect for this hero who silently fights against ferocious beasts on the front line to protect the people. Well, it's just a little thing I want to ask you. Qin Guangliai was like a kind old man when facing Yi Feng. General Qin, please speak. Yi Feng said directly. Just now I saw that you were so young, but you can easily knock down dozens of high-level warriors. I wonder what your current level of cultivation is, how old you are, and what your identity is. Qin Guanglia did not beat around the bush, but directly asked the question in his mind. When Yi Feng heard the other party ask this, he hesitated for a moment. To be honest, these questions were not difficult to answer, and he could answer them, but he was worried that the old man would ask some deeper questions next, which would be difficult to answer. After all, that would involve his own secrets. Don't worry, I just want to know these simple questions. As for your secrets and adventures, I won't ask. The old general seemed to see Yi Feng's concerns, so he set a scope for the problem. After all, he was also a warrior and knew what he could ask and what he could not ask. Chapter 42, The Art of Concealing Your Aura. Hearing the other party say this, Yi Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. General Qin, my name is Yi Feng. I'm 17 years old. I'm currently a mid-level 6 warrior, and also a special recruit of Beijing North University of Martial Arts this year. Yi Feng answered truthfully. Snap! Qin Guanglia suddenly trembled, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. It was obvious that the old man was also shocked by what Yi Feng had just said. You said you are a mid-level 6th level warrior? And you are also a special recruit of Gingbei Martial Arts University? The old man didn't pay any attention to the cup on the ground. Instead, he stood up in shock and checked again. Looking at the old man's surprised expression, Yi Feng was not surprised, so he repeated what he had just said. This time Qin Guanglia finally lost his composure. A special recruit in the 3rd year of high school actually reached the middle stage of the 6th level of warrior. This has never happened in the entire Southeast province, let alone the entire history of the Federation. This can no longer be described as genius, it's simply a monster. With his talent for cultivation, perhaps in a few years, he will be able to add a new grandmaster to the Federation. Qin Guanglia's eyes had turned fiery as he looked at Yi Feng at this moment, but in order not to scare Yi Feng, he suppressed his excitement and quickly calmed himself down. Yi Feng, your talent for cultivation is unique in the entire Federation. As long as you don't die prematurely, you will definitely become a pillar of the Federation in the future. However, for your future safety, I advise you to try not to show off your strength in front of others, so as not to be targeted by cult members and hostile forces. I have a technique that can conceal your aura, created by my master Chen Guozhong. I will give it to you today, hoping it can help you at a critical moment. As he spoke, Old Man Qin handed over a thin booklet. Warriors are a valuable asset to any country. Especially for students like Yi Feng who have extraordinary aptitude in cultivation, as long as they do not die prematurely, they will definitely become the pillars of mankind in the future and protect the peace of the human world. This is also the main reason why Qin Guanglia gave Yi Feng this set of concealment skills. Yi Feng was also very excited when he heard that this set of secret aura skills was created by Grandmaster Chen Guozhong, and that he was going to give it to him. You should know that Chen Guozhong's name is well known in the Federation. When Kyoto was hit by a beast tide, he fought against 3 level 4 monsters at the same time without losing the upper hand. When the coastal area of Southeast Province encountered a beast tide, he killed 2 deep-sea monsters and directly resolved the threat. When Wuhan Town encountered a beast tide last year, he led a group of high-level warriors to rush to the rescue and drove all the attacking beasts to the Shirwan Mountains. His stories were all written into the federal textbooks. Yi Feng didn't expect that today he would actually obtain a set of skills created by Grandmaster Chen. This is equivalent to inheriting his mantle in disguise. According to the rules of the martial arts world, Yi Feng could at least be considered half a disciple of Grandmaster Chen. Thank you General Qin for the gift of the technique, and thank you Grandmaster Chen. Yi Feng thanked General Qin in front of him, then bowed towards the southeast. Seeing that Yi Feng was calm and polite, Qin Guanglia looked up to him. Well, today the beast army is coming, and it's not safe here. You should go back to the special training base first. When you have some free time, you can come to my place for a cup of tea. Qin Guanglia directly had Yi Feng sent back to the special training base, and also dispatched a team of 100 people to guard the place specifically, for fear that someone would take advantage of the chaos to destroy the special training base. The news of Yi Feng's return quickly alarmed the entire special training base, especially after Li Mingyang and others came back. They had already boasted about it in front of everyone in advance. Now when everyone sees that they have a large number of contribution points in their smart bracelets, their eyes have already lit up green. Even the 2 instructors did not expect that this group of students would gain so much in just a few days. TSK, you guys seem to have never seen the world. What are our contribution points? Compared with Boss Yez, they are not even a fraction of his. I estimate that Boss Ye's contribution points are at least in the 4 digits. Li Mingyang boasted to everyone. 4 digits? Oh my goodness, how many contribution points are these? If converted into federal currency, this would be equivalent to more than 10 million. Everyone looked shocked. Is more than 10 million a lot? It's as easy for Boss Ye to kill those ferocious beasts as chopping melons and vegetables. In the Battle of Desolate City alone, Boss Ye killed more than 700 man-eating rats. Everyone was shocked again after hearing this. Seeing everyone's mouths wide open, Li Mingyang was even more excited. Not only that, when the city gates were closed, we were all trapped outside. Later, the city sent flying motorcycles to rescue us, but there were too many free warriors trapped outside, and they were all middle and high-level warriors. Some people even fought for seats. Later, Boss Ye knocked down dozens of high-level warriors and managed to get seats on the flying motorcycle for us. Only then did we return to the city safely. One person defeated dozens of high-level warriors? This is unlikely, right? Everyone was skeptical. The more this guy talked, the more outrageous it became. After all, Yifeng was only a level 2 warrior. Yifeng, what is your current strength? Instructor Du finally lost his composure. Although he felt that Li Mingyang's words were a bit unreliable, seeing that everyone had so many contribution points, he still planned to ask Yifeng. Well, Instructor Du, I don't know what my current strength is. After all, I haven't taken a test in many days. Yifeng wanted to vaguely avoid this topic, but the 2 instructors directly pulled him to the testing area on the underground first floor. Come, take a test, there's no one else here. The 2 instructors stared at Yifeng and said. Yifeng had no choice but to put his hand on the blood and chi tester. Following a flash of light, a number finally popped up on the screen. 651 cards. It actually reached 651 cards. The 2 instructors looked at the numbers on the screen and were horrified to the extreme. A slight inhalation sound was heard in the testing room, not coming from Yifeng's mouth, but from the mouths of the 2 instructors. I thought Yifeng's 288 cards during the special recruitment assessment was already incredible, but I didn't expect that in less than 10 days, this guy's health value increased by more than 300 cards. Even TV dramas don't dare to shoot like this. Even riding a rocket can't get you there that fast, right? Is this guy still human? Student Yifeng, how did you do it? Instructor Du got rid of his previous shock and asked Yifeng seriously. Student Yifeng, if you really have a method that can quickly improve your chi and blood, I hope you can share it. Maybe it can directly change the fate of our human race. Do you know how important this is to the entire human race? At this time, even Instructor Mu looked at Yifeng with eagerness. After all, this matter was too important. Hearing the 2 instructors' serious questions, Yifeng also realized the seriousness of the problem. Ever since the dark world merged with the human world, humans have been attacked by ferocious beasts, and demonic plants. Although the rise of human warriors helped to resist the decline, due to the small proportion of warriors and the slow promotion speed, they have no ability to restore their former glory. In order to change this situation, some seniors continued to study the secret techniques of martial arts, developed elixirs to improve physical fitness, and even took the initiative to share their results, so that batches of warriors could grow as quickly as possible. However, this road is long and the path is tortuous. Well, instructors, I don't actually have any tricks to increase my chi and blood. It may be because of my special physique. Yifeng didn't dare tell anyone that he had this system. If he was targeted by someone and taken directly to the laboratory for slice research, he would suffer a great loss. After all, I am just an individual example and have no value for popularization. Author's message: Dear readers, this book is participating in the ranking of brainhole supernatural literature. Please support it. Follow, comment, leave a message, vote for must read, recommend, and collect it. The author would like to thank you all here. Chapter 43: The Little Princess was kidnapped. After hearing what Yifeng said, the 2 were a little disappointed, but they thought that if such a heaven-defying method really existed in the world, it might have been researched by those big guys long ago. The 2 instructors adjusted their mood and soon changed their expressions. After all, Yifeng is the Federation's #1 genius and the future pillar of the Federation. As long as he can grow up, it will be of great benefit to the human race. Yifeng, we don't know how long this beast tide will last. During this time, you should stay in the special training base and practice well. Instructor Du said. Okay, instructor. Yifeng agreed immediately. Although he also wanted to take advantage of the beast tie to gain some experience points and contribution points, considering that there were many people outside, he did not dare to expose his strength too much. General Qin is right. I must learn to hide my weaknesses. Otherwise, I will be targeted by others before I grow up. Maybe this is why he gave me that set of concealment skills. Thinking of the set of concealing skills, Yifeng suddenly became interested. If he really had the ability to hide his aura, perhaps he would not be noticed by others. Yifeng took out the booklet and started practicing in the training room. At this time, a battle was breaking out on the city wall of Wuhan town. The group of ferocious beasts continued to attack the city walls, and each impact caused extensive damage to the walls. The technological weapons on the top of the city walls were also constantly spewing out flames, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the ferocious beasts below. More than a dozen huge monsters stood not far away to supervise the battle. They watched the battle between the two sides and exchanged a few words from time to time. It seemed that they were discussing how to break into the city. General Antelope, the human city wall is very high and thick. We can't attack it like this. Can we send some flying beasts to attack? An 8-meter-tall rhino monster said to an antelope monster. If they could be mobilized, they would have been sent here long ago. Those flat-haired beasts have always been at odds with us. Last time General Kuehu went to discuss this matter with them, he was humiliated. This is not going to be easy. The antelope demon sighed. Well, what should we do? We can't just wait here like this, right? If we can't find the little princess, we won't be able to explain to Master Qinghu when we go back. A mountain wolf monster also interrupted. The reason they launched this attack on the city was because a little princess of the fox tribe was abducted by a human. Judging from the smell, the little princess was brought into this city by someone. You know, the little princess is the apple of Lord Green Fox's eye, and how could it let it go after knowing this? In a rage, he summoned all the big monsters within 1,000 miles and launched a surprise attack on Wuhan town. But they couldn't capture the city in a short time, and now they could only pray that nothing happened to the little princess. A shop in the city that buys and sells baby animals. A middle-aged man was holding a cage containing a white fox and bargaining with a shopkeeper. Boss Qian, even though this fox is just a cub, it's quite intelligent. I feel like it can understand human language. If I hadn't tricked it into eating food with anesthetics, we might not have been able to catch it. This little thing has intelligence? Who are you kidding? I told you it's worth 2,000 yuan, no more. Shopkeeper Qian obviously didn't believe what the middle-aged man said. He had been managing a shop in Wuhan town for several years, and almost everyone who came here to sell goods said the same thing. Seeing that the shopkeeper was determined not to raise the price, the middle-aged man had no choice but to accept the price in the end. However, what shopkeeper Chen didn't know was that although this white fox was a young beast, its cultivation had already reached the level of a level 2 demon beast. As the anesthetic effect gradually wore off, the cub opened its eyes. The moment shopkeeper Qian looked into its eyes, it was as if his soul had lost control and he involuntarily opened the cage for the white fox. Taking advantage of this moment, the white fox jumped out of the cage and quickly disappeared into the night. The next morning, Yifeng walked out of the training room. After one night of study, he had mastered all the techniques to conceal his aura. Now when he walks outside, he is basically no different from ordinary people. Even if someone investigates him, he will not reveal any trace of a warrior. Everyone look, the boss is coming out of the training room. As soon as Yifeng arrived at the restaurant on the first floor, Li Mingyang, Lu Mengchen and others surrounded him. What's the situation outside the city now? Has the army of ferocious beasts retreated? Yifeng asked everyone. No, they attacked in several waves but failed to break through the city wall. Instead, many people were killed and injured. Now the army of ferocious beasts has retreated to the dense forest several kilometers away. Li Mingyang replied. Yifeng had expected this result. After all, there were no flying birds in the army of ferocious beasts this time. But now is not the time to be happy. These ferocious beasts are lurking outside the city and will become a threat sooner or later. I don't know whether General Qin has requested external assistance this time. If we cannot repel these ferocious beasts, there may be changes. Just when Yifeng was deep in thought, Lu Mengchen suddenly pushed his arm and motioned him to look to the left. Yifeng turned his head and saw more than a dozen familiar figures coming into his sight. They were Du Haitao, Zhao Daon, and others. There is also a woman next to Du Haitao who is quite eye-catching, because she is his ex-girlfriend Qin Mengyao. To be honest, some of these people are quite strong. If they hadn't missed the special recruitment assessment last time, they could have become special recruits based on their own chi and blood values. Now, although this group of people have come here and enjoyed the treatment of special admission students, they have been saddled with the reputation of using backdoors and have become the outliers among the special admission students. They attributed all the causes of all this to Yifeng, and even planned to take revenge on Yifeng when the opportunity arose. These people came to the restaurant, drove away a few students who were left alone, and then chose a better seat to sit down. When the students saw that it was them, they were angry but dared not say anything. There were a few students who thought they were quite capable and couldn't stand their behavior. They were ready to unite and teach them a lesson, but they never expected to be beaten up by this group of people instead. The old students of Anyang No. 3 Middle School were not surprised by this result. After all, Du Haitao and his classmates are students in the elite class of Anyang No. 3 Middle School. There are many of them whose chi and blood values are above 180 calories. In terms of combat power, they are not inferior to those top students in the special enrollment. That battle made Du Haitao and his team famous, and also allowed all the students to see their strength. In addition, this group of people were usually arrogant and had an aura about them, so they had become the object of everyone's fear. Because Yifeng and the others had been out training for the past few days, they naturally had no idea that such a thing had happened after they left. Yifeng, you have beaten these people before, and they probably still remember your hatred, so you'd better be careful. Lu Mengchen whispered a reminder to Yifeng. Li Mingyang, who was standing by, also became interested when he heard about this. I didn't expect that this group of people had been beaten by Boss Yi. This is interesting, but don't worry, with the boss's fighting power, dealing with this group of people is not like dealing with chickens. You are the only one who talks too much, hurry up and eat. Yifeng scolded Li Mingyang and then ignored the group of people. After all, those were things that happened in school before. As long as Du Haitao and the others didn't provoke him again, he had no intention of dealing with this group of people. However, just because Yifeng thought so did not mean that Du Haitao and the others thought the same. Somehow, someone on Du Haitao's side saw Yifeng, and soon this group of people surrounded him. Chapter 44, just follow me from now on. Hey, isn't this Yifeng, the genius student from our No. 3 middle school? I didn't expect that we meet again. Du Haitao looked at Yifeng with a condescending expression, but there was hatred in his eyes. So what if it's me? What's the matter? Don't disturb me while I'm eating if there's nothing wrong. When Yifeng saw this group of people coming, he instantly lost his appetite. Yifeng, remember this, our business is not over yet. Don't think that we can't deal with you just because you entered the special training base and became the monitor of Class 1. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Now the students from Anyang No. 3 Middle School in your class have turned against us. Even if you speak up, no one will dare to help you. Zhao Daong said this while slapping the dining table. The students who were eating nearby were instantly attracted by what was happening here, and many of them even started discussing it secretly. They also didn't expect that this group of people actually had a grudge against the evil student Yifeng. They just didn't know how Yifeng would deal with the arrogance of this group of people. However, before Yifeng could speak, Li Mingyang stood up first. He pointed directly at Zhao Daong's nose and cursed, "What the hell are you yelling about here? You think this is your home, and you want to touch Boss Yi? Ask us if we agree or not." At the moment Li Mingyang was speaking, a group of people suddenly gathered from all over the restaurant. They were none other than Zhao Xiaomao and others who followed Yifeng out of the city for training. Du Haitao and others did not expect that there were so many people at the scene who dared to support Yifeng. This surprised them very much. Is there anyone who doesn't know that our group beat up those top students a few days ago? Someone became suspicious for a moment. This scene was somewhat embarrassing for them. They had originally wanted to come over to intimidate Yifeng, but they didn't expect it to turn out like this. On the other hand, Yifeng still looked calm and composed, and didn't even show any intention of getting up. The current ratio is 15-11. Although Du Haitao still has the advantage, this is not what he wants to see. You have to know that they are all special recruits and their strength is not that different. Even if they fight, they probably won't gain much advantage. Instead, it will increase Yifeng's fame. Du Haitao is very good at calculating, otherwise he would not have been noticed by the family and become the seed cultivated by the Du family. In just a few seconds, he analyzed the pros and cons. Pa. Du Haitao suddenly clapped his hands. I didn't expect that everyone from Anyang No. 3 Middle School would be so outstanding. We are all warriors, and fighting and infighting are unwise. Since you also have a team, how about we have a hunting competition next time we go out of the city for training? Hunting competition? Yifeng glanced at Du Haitao, wondering what he was up to. It's very simple. We just compare who kills more ferocious beasts and gets more contribution points. Du Haitao said directly. Now Du Haitao has changed his mind. He must first suppress Yifeng's momentum and then find an opportunity to kill him. As for when to kill him, it would definitely be after I become famous in the special training base. You have to know that the more than 800 students in the special training base are all special recruits from major federal universities. If you can establish prestige in the hearts of this group of people, you will definitely become famous among the entire young generation, which is very attractive to you. Yes, I agree to this. When Yifeng heard what the other party said, he agreed without thinking. You have to know that this is my strong point, and it is much better than a group of people fighting here. It's not that he was afraid of Du Haitao and his group, but he didn't want to engage in infighting among martial artists in front of so many students. Of course, Yifeng still had reservations about the character of Du Haitao and Zhao Daong. If they dared to do something out of line, he wouldn't mind sending them to the Western Paradise. Okay, that's great. It's settled then. When this beast fight is over, we'll agree on a time to leave the city together. Seeing that Yifeng had agreed, Du Haitao laughed and left with everyone. Boss, this group of people still want to compete with us? It's not that I underestimated them, but they can't catch up with us even if they try their best. Li Mingyang on the side said directly with disdain. Don't underestimate anyone. Du Haitao and Zhao Daong are both geniuses of the younger generation. And I saw that the aura they exuded just now is much stronger than before. I estimate that their qi and blood have exceeded 200 calories. Yifeng said. That's right. Du Haitao is a talented young man in the Anyang Du family. He must have no shortage of cultivation resources. I just heard someone say that he has been practicing in the paid training room on the -3rd floor these days. I guess the family has prepared a lot of contribution points for him this time. Lu Mengchen also interjected. There's nothing we can do about it. He's from a big family and enjoys the benefits of his elders. Ordinary people can't compare to him. After all, training as a warrior is a very expensive thing, which is why it is easier for geniuses to emerge among the children of aristocrats. After finishing his meal, Yifeng planned to go to the city wall to take a look. After all, this was a major matter concerning the safety of the entire city. If necessary, he didn't mind helping out a little. After leaving the special training base, Yifeng first found a store to deal with the ferocious beast materials in the space. Unexpectedly, he exchanged them for more than 5 million federal coins. Now he was also somewhat amazed at the speed at which warriors made money. No wonder everyone wanted to be a warrior. With this ability to make money, it was difficult not to become a privileged class. However, Yifeng did not notice that shortly after he left the store, he had been targeted by a little guy. Ha! Why do I feel like someone is watching me from behind? Yifeng looked back at his surroundings, but didn't find anything unusual. However, after he walked a distance, the feeling of being stared at came back. Is it an illusion? Yifeng asked suspiciously. But this time he didn't look back, but directly activated his mental power. He was ready to see who was targeting him. Yifeng soon discovered the murderer. He didn't expect that the one targeting him was actually a white fox cub. I saw the little guy hiding in a corner of the roof, staring at me, looking very cute. Hey, what a pretty little fellow, did you escape from the cub shop? Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Yifeng looked at the beautiful fox cub and couldn't help but praise it. However, seeing its pitiful appearance, Yifeng felt a little sympathetic for a moment. After all, he loved small animals very much in his previous life. I don't know who brought this little guy here. He left his mother at such a young age. I don't know how sad his family must be. Perhaps the little guy felt Yifeng's kindness and actually took a few steps towards Yifeng. Come on, little one, jump onto my hand, I won't hurt you. This time, Yifeng tried to use his mental power to communicate with the fox cub. After all, language is universal in the spiritual world. The little fox seemed to understand Yifeng's words. After hesitating for a moment, it jumped up and jumped directly from the roof towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't expect that this little guy could not only understand his voice transmission, but also be so brave. As soon as he waved his hand, the fox cub was already in his hands. Yi Feng looked at the fox cub. It was about the size of a palm, with snow-white fur and a pair of big amber eyes. It looked silly and cute, and extremely adorable. What a pretty little fellow, we are destined to be together. Just follow me from now on. I won't hurt you. Of course, if you want to return to the wilderness in the future, I will give you your freedom. Yi Feng used his mental power to communicate with the little guy again. Woo woo! The little guy responded quickly and seemed very happy. Chapter 45, Spatial Superpowers? However, just as Yi Feng was looking at the little guy, the little white fox suddenly jumped directly into Yi Feng's eyebrows and disappeared in an instant. Yi Feng was also shocked by this sudden scene. This is actually a monster cub? Only now did he realize the seriousness of the problem, but fortunately the little guy had only entered the spiritual space in his body, and he could easily pull it out. Wait, this. Yi Feng suddenly screamed, because he found that since the little guy entered the spiritual space, his spiritual space was expanding rapidly. The original 2 cubic square meters of spiritual space expanded to more than 20 cubic square meters in just a few seconds. 30 cubic meters. 40 cubic meters. 50 cubic meters. It didn't stop until the space inside the body reached 200 cubic meters. Little brother, your spiritual space is so comfortable. Suddenly the white fox cub made a little lowly voice. Although it was just mental transmission, it already shocked Yi Feng greatly. Who are you? Why can you instantly make my mental space larger? Yi Feng no longer had the worry he had just now, but instead showed a look of surprise. My name is Bauer, and my mother gave me the name. As for why I can make this space bigger, I don't know. The little white fox spoke in the voice of a little lowly. Could it be that this little guy has awakened some kind of space-related supernatural power? Yi Feng guessed. Before Yi Feng could figure it out, he saw that his spiritual space suddenly had a lot of things, just like magic, a gentle little bed, pink curtains, cartoon wallpaper. As for the original things in his space, they have been separated by the little guy and placed in the warehouse next to it. Looking at the little guy making random changes in his own spiritual space, Yi Feng was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know where these things came from. Could it be that this little guy also had a similar spiritual space in his body? What's that? Yi Feng was soon attracted by a basin of crystals in the little guy's room, because he could feel that these crystals contained powerful source energy. What is this? Energy stone? Yi Feng quickly thought of something. Legend has it that energy stones are solidified from source energy and contain powerful energy. They are only formed in certain special places and their output is extremely small. In the Federation, this kind of thing is calculated in grams, which shows its value. I didn't expect this little guy to take out a basin. For a moment, even Yi Feng was shocked on the spot. Since this little guy has so many energy stones, it shouldn't be too much to charge him some rent. This idea suddenly came to Yi Feng's mind. But he is not in a hurry now. After all, he just met this little guy. After he gets familiar with him, he will. At this time, Yi Feng's heart was already blossoming with joy. Although Yi Feng was very excited now, he did not delay his business after all, so he quickly walked towards the city wall again. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng had arrived at the city wall. Originally, no one was allowed to come here casually, but Yi Feng knew General Qin and his guard captain Wei Xianwu, so he just simply reported his identity and he was allowed to come in. Brother Wei, what's the situation here? As soon as Yi Feng climbed onto the city wall, he saw Wei Xianwu and asked him a question. Alas, the army of ferocious beasts are now entrenched in the dense forest in the distance, as if waiting for reinforcements. Who knows what will happen in the future? Wei Xianwu pointed to a dense forest in the distance and said. Following the direction he pointed, Yi Feng immediately activated his mental power and radiated it. I saw a large number of ferocious beasts lying in the dense forest in the distance. At this time, the beasts were divided into dozens of areas according to their populations. They were clearly divided and very orderly. No one knows why, but it is surprising that these herbivorous beasts and carnivorous beasts do not attack each other. Why did the big monster in front invade our human territory? Is it because it is tired of living? Yi Feng released his mental power and tried to communicate with the other big monsters. With his strength as a level 47 magic grandmaster, he was able to rival a martial arts grandmaster. He thought that the other party would definitely be able to feel it. As soon as Yi Feng's words reached the other side, the group of ferocious beasts in the dense forest immediately became agitated. Several of the other side's demon leaders were so scared that they stood up and kept looking towards the city wall. Yes, it's the Grand Master? Could it be that a strong man from the human race has come? The great antelope monster said with some fear. The strongest of them this time is only a peak level 3 monster, which is about the same strength as a peak human master. I didn't expect that the human race would send a grandmaster so quickly. How can we fight them? You should know that a strong man at the grandmaster level can deal with 5 or 6 level 3 monsters at the same time. If you disperse them, you can even kill them all directly. This is a powerful man who can change the situation of the battle, so they can't help but be wary of him. Fortunately, the other party only asked questions and did not attack them, which made many big monsters feel a little relieved. The strongest man of the human race, we have no intention of offending you, but someone from your human race has captured the little princess of our fox demon king, and we are here to take her away on orders. Please understand. After a few seconds of silence, the antelope demon finally spoke. Someone captured the little princess of your fox demon king? Do you have any evidence? Yifeng pondered for a moment and then asked. Your Excellency, our little princess of the fox tribe was young and was abducted and captured by a warrior of the human tribe. Many beastmen saw it at the time, and we followed the little princess's scent all the way here. Now the little princess is in the city. If your Excellency can help us find the little princess, we can stop fighting immediately. The great antelope monster reported the truth. After hearing what the other party said, Yifeng suddenly had a guess. Could the little princess that the Minotaur was talking about be the little white fox in his spiritual space? But Yifeng didn't dare to confirm it yet, so he asked again, what does your little princess of the fox tribe look like? Tell me about it. When the great antelope demon heard that there was a chance, he immediately became excited. Report to the Lord, our demon clan's little princess is snow white all over, and her body is small, about the size of a human palm, but her cultivation has reached the realm of a second-level demon beast. After hearing what the Minotaur said, Yifeng had already concluded that the little white fox should be the little princess of the demon clan that it was talking about. But now the little white fox is in his spiritual space. If it is taken away by this group of big monsters, how can he get those energy stones? Should we just take it by force? Yifeng was a little conflicted at this time. It was a bit shameless to snatch something from a child. However, when he thought about the army of ferocious beasts besieging the city, which might cause heavy casualties to the human race, he hesitated. What a coincidence! The little demon princess you mentioned might be the little fellow I rescued on the road today. She is with me now. You can send a representative to claim her. Yifeng thought about it and said directly. Oh? Are you serious, sir? If that's the case, that would be great. But, can we go through? Although the antelope demon was happy, the thought of sending a larger demon forward made it hesitate. After all, these level 3 monsters are as weak as a chicken in front of a great master of the human race. If the opponent wants to kill them, they have no ability to resist at all. The key is that the demon race can't trust the human race. When Yifeng heard what the other party said, he immediately understood what he meant, so he turned around and asked Wei Xianwu for a flying motorcycle. He planned to go to the meeting alone and force these big monsters to retreat. Chapter 46, Going to a Meeting Alone. When Yifeng had previous conversations with the big monster opposite, he had used his mental power, so the people around him didn't notice anything. It was not until the army of ferocious beasts on the opposite side was suddenly frightened and moved unusually that everyone began to notice. What's going on? Is the army of ferocious beasts going to attack again? Everyone around murmured. Brother Yi, I wonder what you want this flying motorcycle for. Do you want to leave the city? Wei Xianwu asked with some confusion. Brother Wei, you guys want to repel the enemy, right? I have a method to repel the enemy, let me try it. Yifeng said seriously. This. Wei Xianwu hesitated for a moment. Because he knew that General Qin was good to the young man and would never watch him die, so it would be best to report this matter to General Qin first. However, just when Wei Xianwu went to report to General Qin, Yifeng had already taken out the flying motorcycle and went directly down the city wall. Seeing a blue flame heading straight towards the army of ferocious beasts, the soldiers on the city wall were all shocked and puzzled. The Grand Master of the human race is here. Everyone should be respectful and not do anything offensive. If anyone disobeys, watch out for his head. Several leading demons immediately gave orders to their subordinates. How come it's a young man from the human race? And there's not even a trace of a warrior on him? Could we be mistaken? Could it be that he is some old monster of the human race who has cultivated to the point of returning to his original state and restraining his aura? Several big monsters looked at each other and made some guesses. Don't worry, that's right, it's me. Yifeng came directly to the vicinity of several big monsters and then stopped in an open space. Are you the great master of the human race who just communicated with us? Asked the great antelope demon respectfully. Why not? Let me show you. Before the many big monsters could reply, Yifeng suddenly released his mental power. In just a moment, the surroundings were enveloped by a powerful pressure. Several big monsters had no time to react and were instantly pinned to the ground. Sir, please put away your magical powers. We believe it, we believe it. Several great monsters pleaded directly. Now these big monsters are all scared. Just look at the pressure that Yifeng just displayed. Not to mention Lord Green Fox of the monster clan, even Lord Hebei, the dog king who is more powerful than him, is far inferior to him. It seems that the situation within 1,000 miles is about to change. Seeing that all these big monsters showed pleading expressions, Yifeng immediately withdrew his mental pressure. This must be the little princess of your demon tribe. Yifeng directly pulled the little white fox out of the spiritual space. The little guy, who was lying on the bed and snoring, suddenly felt the surrounding environment change and woke up immediately. It opened its cute big eyes and looked around, a little confused for a moment. It's the little princess. It's the little princess. The monsters around saw the little guy in Yifeng's hand and immediately recognized it. Sir, can you return our demon clan's little princess to us? The antelope demon asked demandingly. They came here originally for the little princess, and it looks like everyone will be able to complete the mission soon. I can give it back to you, but you attacked our human city and caused so much damage, so you should at least give me some compensation, right? Yifeng glanced at a few big monsters, then said lightly. The reason why Yifeng said this is that he still wanted to get more things. After all, this is an exchange business, and it can't be that only one party pays. When several great monsters heard that the human leader actually made this request, they were a little troubled for a moment. My lord, what do you want? The antelope demon thought for a moment and then asked. When Yifeng heard that there was a chance, he immediately said excitedly, whatever you want, it can be natural treasures, magical herbs, energy stones, etc. The great antelope demon felt relieved when he heard this. After all, his demon clan still had some of these things. I saw the antelope discussing with several other big monsters, and then they brought several large boxes from the back. My lord, here are 20,000-year-old ginsengs, 15 precious spiritual fruits, 1,000 grams of plant essence, and 500 grams of energy stones. These are all things that can quickly increase your cultivation. Please accept them. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He didn't expect that not only could he make the army of ferocious beasts retreat this time, but he also got so many good things for free. It seems that this trip was worth it. Yes, I'll take these things, and your little princess can take them away. Yifeng made a move with his hand, and several boxes of things all entered the space inside his body. When the little white fox saw that the group of big monsters were about to take her away, she actually started to whine. Big brother, can I stay with you? I'll tell mother about this when I get home, you must wait for me. In fact, what Yifeng didn't know was that the little white fox had already set its eyes on the spiritual space in his body. After all, that place was transformed from Yifeng's spiritual origin, which is very compatible with the awakened spatial ability of the little white fox. If it practices here for a long time, it will definitely allow its cultivation to improve rapidly. Seeing the little guy's reluctant look, Yifeng felt uncomfortable, but when he saw that there was still a pot of energy stone of the little white fox left in the spiritual space in his body, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. These things were given to me by Xiao Bai. Yifeng muttered shamelessly, not admitting at all that he was the one who pulled the little guy out while he was snoring. But Yifeng didn't care about these details. Following the loud shouts from several great demons, all the teams of ferocious beasts stood up and began to retreat. In just over 10 minutes, the army of ferocious beasts had completely disappeared from sight. The army of ferocious beasts has retreated, the army of ferocious beasts has retreated. On the city wall, many soldiers couldn't help cheering when they saw this scene. I didn't expect that Yifeng was so capable that he actually made the army of ferocious beasts retreat. On the city wall, Xin Guanglia couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw Yifeng flying back on a motorcycle. Although he didn't know what Yifeng had said to those big monsters, the fact that he was able to go alone to meet the group of big monsters showed this kid's courage. Xianwu, go and send a telegram to the federal headquarters, telling them that the ferocious beast army in Wuhan town has retreated, so don't worry. Yes. At night, in a private room of a luxurious restaurant in Wuhan town, several masters were drinking with a young man. They were none other than several masters from Wuhan town and Yifeng and others. Today, Yifeng went to the meeting alone and made the army of ferocious beasts retreat. This is something to be proud of. For this reason, General Qin personally hosted a banquet for Yifeng today, and the other 3 masters in the city were also there to accompany him. This was quite an honor. After General Qin's introduction, Yifeng also learned the identities of these 3 grandmasters. The short, fat, bald one was called Lu Qingfeng, a mid-level 6th-level grandmaster. The sloppy-looking old man with a red nose was called Bei Fengchen, a beginner-level 5th-level grandmaster. The tall, thin man with glasses was relatively young, only in his 40s, and his name was Mo Shangyo. Brother Yifeng, I heard that you went to meet the group of big monsters alone this time. I wonder how you persuaded them to retreat. Bei Fengchen was very curious, so he asked. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, I could tell from the way they looked at me that they wanted to know too. Actually, there's nothing to hide. The reason why the army of ferocious beasts attacked the city this time is because a free warrior abducted Xiaobai, the daughter of the Qingshan Fox King of the demon tribe. Today, on my way to the top of the city, I happened to meet this little guy, so I used it as a bargaining chip to make the other side withdraw their troops. Yifeng explained. Oh? Is there such a coincidence? But you are going to the meeting alone, aren't you afraid that the other party will kill you directly? This time it was Lu Qingfeng who spoke. Actually, I am also gambling on this, but I have a secret method that can release the pressure of a high-level strong man in a short period of time, which is enough to make a 3rd-level monster afraid. Yifeng said half-truthfully. Oh? A secret method of disguising yourself as a strong person? Can it make a level 3 monster afraid? Several people were shocked when they heard this. You know, in order to subdue that group of level 3 monsters, one must at least release the pressure of a high-level grandmaster. It seems that this is a talented person. Author's message: Dear readers, this article is participating in the ranking of Brainhole Supernatural articles. Please support it. Follow, comment, leave a message, vote for must read, recommend, and collect it. The author would like to thank you all here. Chapter 47, A Deceptive System. As they drank and chatted, they became much more familiar with each other. Brother Yifeng, I wonder if you are interested in joining the military in the future. With your talent, I believe you will become a master-level expert in a few years. Mo Shangyo asked tentatively. I can't be sure about this right now. After all, I haven't entered Wuhan University yet. I'll decide on this after I graduate from Wuhan University. Yifeng gave an ambiguous answer. In fact, most graduates from Wuhan University enter the military, hunter unions, or pharmaceutical companies. Of course, some students choose to join some business groups because of the high benefits. In any case, these high-end talents are very sought after and the future is basically bright. After leaving the restaurant, Yifeng returned to the training base. At this time, everyone already knew the news that the army of ferocious beasts had retreated. But what everyone didn't know was that the hero who resolved the attack of the ferocious beast on the city was actually their classmate Yifeng. After chatting and laughing with everyone for a while, Yifeng went directly to the training room on the negative 3rd floor. He planned to try to practice with the treasures given to him by the great monsters. Try some herbal essence first. Yifeng poured out a small cup and then drank it in one gulp. However, what he didn't expect was that the essence of this plant contained extremely huge energy. As soon as he swallowed it, he felt a very violent energy beginning to flow through his body. If he hadn't used his mental power to suppress it, he would have probably been blown up by this energy. It was a close call. I was almost killed by those big monsters. No, this must be blamed on them. Yifeng said indignantly. In fact, it's not the monster's fault. This thing is used by drops, but Yifeng just drank it directly as a beverage. If those martial arts masters knew about this, they would probably want to kill him. After all, this is such a waste of resources. To be honest, Yifeng did not have a comfortable night. The feeling of having tremendous energy quickly flush through the meridians and making every cell in the body extremely excited is like riding a roller coaster all night. It is simply impossible to describe it in words. The feeling slowly subsided until the next morning. At this moment, Yifeng looked extremely tired and exhausted, as if he had done 800 exercises in bed. Fortunately, the changes that the essence of plants and trees brought to him were real. Yifeng used his spiritual sense to open the system panel and saw the changes. Name, Yifeng. Level 1 high-level martial artist, level 47 magic master. Qi and blood, 1080 calories. Spirit, 10,200 Hz. Martial arts, secret magic intermediate 0-20,000, Dharma giant demon palm intermediate 0-20,000. Experience points, 8745. Damn, I didn't expect that just a small cup of herbal essence could increase my qi and blood value by more than 300 calories. It seems that this thing is very precious. Yifeng realized belatedly. This cannot be blamed on Yifeng, after all, this involves his blind spot in knowledge. The essence of plants and trees can generally only be produced by demon plants that have reached the king level, and their annual output is very small, only a few hundred grams. This shows how precious this thing is. After his cultivation reached the level of martial artist, Yifeng's opponent in the virtual combat training room directly became a martial artist level expert. However, this time, by defeating an opponent of equal skill level, I gained more experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated the level 1 virtual martial artist Wang Su, the system rewards you with 1,100 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated the level 1 virtual martial artist Lu Ming, the system rewards 1,100 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just defeated the 3rd level virtual martial artist Yang Wei, the system rewards 1,100 experience points. During the day, Yifeng defeated a total of 7 virtual martial artist level opponents, and the system rewarded him with 7,700 experience points, bringing his total experience points to 16,445 points. Originally, this was a very pleasant thing, but when he looked at the system panel, new exchange instructions popped up. Remind the host, after reaching the martial artist level, the exchange ratio of experience points to blood points will be adjusted to 50-1, and the exchange ratio of experience points to mental power will be adjusted to 250-1. I hope the host will maintain a good attitude. Come on, Ali Gu. When seeing this explanation, Yifeng was almost furious. This damn system. I have accumulated so much experience points, but I am reluctant to redeem them. Now you just give me a statement and my experience points are devalued 5 times. But no matter how angry he was, he had no way to deal with the system. The only way now is to accumulate more experience points before upgrading to a great martial artist, then exchange them for more mental power, and by the way, improve all your skill levels. Looks like I have to go to the wilderness area again. Yifeng muttered something, then walked out of the training room. Boss, you finally came out. Now most of the students are going to the wilderness area for training. When are we going to? As soon as he arrived at the 2nd floor below ground, Yifeng was surrounded by Li Mingyang and others. Is everyone ready to go out for training? Yifeng thought he had heard it wrong, so he confirmed it again. Yes, if they don't go out to practice, they won't have any contribution points. Over time, the difference in practice will become apparent. Now everyone is ready to take action. This time it was Lu Mengchen who spoke. She opened her beautiful big eyes and stared at Yifeng, as if she was afraid that he didn't believe her. You still have contribution points in your hands, so why are you so anxious to gain experience? Yifeng asked with some confusion. Yifeng knew that everyone had a lot of contribution points. If the training room's charging standards were followed, those contribution points would be enough to support everyone's training in the charging area for 1 month. Hee, aren't you worried that you won't have the chance to earn contribution points after you go to Wuhan University? Li Mingyang said somewhat embarrassedly. In fact, the reason why everyone is so worried is that they will go their separate ways in 2 months, and then they will no longer have the opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts with Yifeng and earn contribution points. However, the 3 people in the team who are least worried about this problem are Zhao Xiaomao, Wang Zhaolong, and Wang Zhaowu. Because they, like Yifeng, are special recruits of Beijing North University of Military Science, they will have many opportunities to follow Yifeng in the future. Just when everyone was discussing preparing to go out for training again, Du Haitao and Zhao Deong suddenly came over. Yifeng, now that the beast tide has retreated, it's time for our competition to begin, right? The speaker was Du Haitao. He just looked at Yifeng and others with a joking expression, and even kept looking at several girls unscrupulously. Okay, as long as you don't regret it. Yifeng said lightly. Regret? How is that possible? Do you think our team are all vegetarians? Du Haitao was obviously very confident. During this period, he has been practicing in the training room on the third underground floor with the contribution points given to him by his family. His chi and blood have exceeded 200 calories, and he is confident that he can win this game. Oh? Really? How about we make a bet? At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Yifeng's lips. When Du Haitao saw Yifeng's expression, he was also stunned for a moment. Could it be that this kid has some other trump card? But he felt relieved in a moment. Yifeng was just a poor boy and he didn't have the support of his family like himself. Even if he had some martial arts skills, could he beat himself by cheating? In fact, Du Haitao had already made plans. He would ask the 5 high-level warriors sent by the family to participate in this trip out of the city, and the contribution points they could obtain would be directly transferred to himself at that time. If he still can't defeat Yifeng like this, then he can only get rid of this guy secretly. Chapter 48, 1,000-year-old ginseng, a bet. What are you betting on? Just tell me. At this moment, Du Haitao was also full of confidence. Just bet the contribution points in our smart bracelets, do you dare? Yifeng said slowly. This time he planned to trick Du Haitao into giving him a big trick, and even make them give up all the contribution points. Oh? That's interesting, but since it's a bet, you have to put up the corresponding stakes, right? Du Haitao thought that Yifeng was eyeing the contribution points provided by his family. After all, he had more than 300 points in his smart bracelet, which was enough for him to practice on the third underground floor for several months. As for gambling money, I have plenty, I'm just worried that you can't afford it. As he spoke, Yifeng directly showed his smart bracelet. With a flash of light, a number appeared clearly on it. 55321? How is this possible? Du Haitao was stunned when he saw this number. This means that when Yifeng went out for trial last time, he at least killed the corresponding ferocious beast, but how is this possible? Now not only Du Haitao, but also Zhao Dayong and others behind him opened their eyes wide. If these contribution points were given to any one of them, it would be enough to support them to practice in Wuhan University until graduation. Boss, you actually have so many contribution points. Li Mingyang, Lu Mengchen and others were also dumbfounded when they saw this number. They thought that the boss only earned more than 1,000 contribution points last time, but they didn't expect it to be 5 times higher than they expected. What? Don't you dare to gamble? Or you can't afford the corresponding gambling money? Yifeng said jokingly. At this moment, Du Haitao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. There was nothing he could do, he really couldn't take it out. Seeing the other party so embarrassed, Yifeng directly put away his smart bracelet. It's okay, if you can't take it out, just bet less, just bet as much as you can take out. Du Haitao's face turned red and white. He didn't expect that the other party had so many contribution points. However, he had already started to formulate another plan in his mind, which was to take advantage of this training trip to get the contribution points from the other party. Yifeng, don't blame me for being cruel this time. When we get to the wilderness, someone will definitely deal with you. It's your fault that you don't understand the principle of not showing off your wealth. Du Haitao sneered in his heart. Small gambling brings joy, but big gambling hurts the body. I have a sword made of B-grade alloy in my hand. My family spent 300,000 federal coins to make it for me. I'm going to gamble with it today. Du Haitao thought for a moment and immediately found a way out for himself. When everyone heard Du Haitao say this, they all looked at him with disdain. This guy is so shameless. He just complained that others couldn't come up with the gambling money. When others came up with the gambling money, he said that small gambling is fun, but big gambling is harmful to the body. Yifeng also knew that the other party would definitely not be able to come up with the corresponding gambling money, so he just smiled and took out something from his arms. Since your sword is worth 300,000, I'll use this 1,000-year-old ginseng as a bet. What? This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng? When everyone heard this, they all gathered around. You know, 100-year-old ginseng can be sold for millions, so this 1,000-year-old ginseng must be worth tens of millions, right? Everyone looked at the ginseng and saw that the overall color was dark yellow, the head was long and solid, the main root was thick and full, and if you looked closely, it looked like a human figure. Its fibrous roots are numerous, slender, and intact, with evenly distributed clear pearl dots on them, like dancing dragons and snakes. Boss Yi, when did you get this ginseng? How come it is preserved so intact? Li Mingyang asked in shock. He was also the young master of the Anyang Li family. Being from a big family, he had naturally seen a lot of good things. He only took a few glances and knew how precious this thing was. I got it when I went out for training a few days ago. Yifeng naturally would not tell the truth to everyone. After all, there was no way to tell it. He couldn't tell everyone that this thing was compensation from the monster, right? When Du Haitao saw this ginseng, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Yifeng had such a good thing in his hand. If he could give this thing to the family, it would definitely be a great achievement. Okay, Brother Yi is straightforward. Since the bet has come into effect, let's sign a document to prevent anyone from regretting it. Du Haitao was scheming and was prepared to gamble his sword worth 300,000 yuan against Yifeng's ginseng worth tens of millions yuan, and he even had to sign a document. Ha, forget about signing the agreement. No need to go through so much trouble. I think neither of us will cheat. After all, no one can afford to cheat on this result. Yifeng said with a chuckle. Brother Yi is right. If anyone dares to break a bet, we will make him famous on the internet and bring reporters to his home to ask for the money in person. Du Haitao said with a wry smile, and it was obvious that he was very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. However, Du Haitao's words did provide Yifeng with a very good suggestion, which might really be useful in the future. This time the bet between the two will last for 10 days, and at that time they will directly compare the newly added contribution points in their smart bracelets. Great, we can finally go out and train again. Seeing that Yifeng had agreed to the bet, Li Mingyang and the others naturally knew that they would soon be able to go out and gain experience again with Yifeng, so they all seemed extremely excited. Everyone please prepare more supplies this time. I plan to be out for a few more days. If you feel uncomfortable, you can always choose to come back with other teams. Yifeng reminded Li Mingyang and others. Don't worry, boss. We won't hold you back. Several people agreed readily. While everyone was preparing their travel equipment, Yifeng went outside specifically. This time he not only purchased a large amount of food and drinks, but also bought 12 C-grade alloy throwing knives. When he came back, Li Mingyang and others had already packed their equipment and were waiting for him. Set off! Yifeng waved his hand and everyone followed. Just when Yifeng and others were leaving, they didn't know that behind them, Du Haitao was staring at them and making a phone call. Is what you said true? If that's the case, it's worth sending 2 martial arts masters over there. An old man with full energy on the other end of the phone spoke. This time, Li Xinghai and his 6 companions also came out of the city for training. Yifeng led a group of 16 people and went directly to a place farther than last time. Now he is no longer satisfied with hunting those lone ferocious beasts, but according to the markings on the map, he goes directly to the areas where the ferocious beasts are more densely populated. Chapter 49, Bloody Valley. 3 hours later, Yifeng and everyone arrived at a valley. This is a good area. There is a lake the size of a playground in front. There must be many ferocious beasts coming nearby to drink water. There are also trees and bushes around to provide cover. It is an excellent hunting place. Yifeng said. This time they planned to continue using the hunting method from the last abandoned city. They would first kill a few ferocious beasts, then let the bloody smell spread around, thereby attracting more ferocious beasts. As long as everyone waits nearby, they can hunt enough prey. Everyone was very excited to hear Yifeng say this, so they found a natural cave on a nearby hillside and settled down. The entrance of the cave is 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, but the space inside is over 100 square meters, enough for everyone to set up tents. Yifeng casually threw a few pieces of fluorite on the stone wall inside the cave. This is a kind of luminous stone. Although the light is not as bright as that of an electric lamp, it can at least bring some light to the cave. After everyone finished setting up the tent, they built a fire at the entrance of the cave. The reason for doing this is to scare away any ferocious beasts that are approaching, and at the same time to provide everyone with some hot water and cooked food. Boss, a group of ferocious beasts are coming towards the lake. It's a group of hundreds of antelopes. Li Mingyang reminded, pointing to the lake not far away. After being catalyzed by source energy, the antelopes in this world have become as big as adult horses. Not to mention 800 kilograms, they weigh at least 600 kilograms. Although they are still herbivorous beasts, they don't mind taking a few bites of small creatures when they encounter them. Okay, everyone, get ready. Try to hunt as many as possible this time. With these antelope carcasses as a base, it will probably attract more ferocious beasts soon. Yifeng made a simple assignment for everyone, and then quickly headed towards the group of antelopes. Seeing that everyone had arrived at the designated location according to the deployment, Yifeng rushed forward first. He first threw out 18 flying knives in succession, directly killing 18 antelope beasts. Then he pulled out the iron spear on his back, rushed into the herd of antelopes, and waved at them. By the time the antelopes realized the danger, more than 50 of them had died at his hands. Everyone, get started. Seeing that some antelopes were preparing to retreat to the periphery, Li Mingyang, Li Xinghai and others rushed out directly from the bushes. They brandished swords, guns and spears and hacked at the oncoming herd of antelopes. In just a few seconds, they killed more than a dozen. The herd of antelopes were frightened and suddenly ran towards Yifeng's direction. This time, Yifeng directly used the Dharma giant demon poem. With just one slap, he killed more than 20 antelope beasts. 5 minutes later, the herd of hundreds of antelopes had been killed or injured, with only a few escaping by chance. Hee, boss, I killed 3 antelope beasts this time and got 3 contribution points. Zhao Xiaomao said with a smile. What are you bragging about for killing 3? I killed 5 this time and got 5 contribution points. Li Mingyang scolded with a smile. Everyone, hurry up and collect the materials for the ferocious beasts. We don't have much time. The bloody smell here will spread soon, and it may attract carnivorous beasts at any time. Seeing this group of guys still fighting there, Yifeng quickly gave them a reminder. 20 minutes later, everyone returned to the cave with a large amount of ferocious beast materials, and some people did not forget to bring back a few antelope legs. It's more comfortable to follow the boss. Not only can I easily gain contribution points, but I can also drink beer and eat barbecue. Li Mingyang tore off a piece of golden and greasy roasted antelope meat and said happily. You don't even need to tell me that. It's a pity that after the special training, we won't be able to live such a good life. Lu Mengchen interrupted. In the future we can hang out with the boss more often. After all, we are all in the same Wuhan University. This time it was Zhao Xiaomao who spoke. Among these people, only he and the Wang brothers and Yifeng were studying in the same Wuhan University. Hearing this topic, they were all so happy. Fortunately, Kyoto Wuhan University and Beijing North Wuhan University are in the same city, and the distance between them is not far. We can often visit your Beijing North Wuhan University when we have time. Of course, if you plan to go out for experience, you must tell me. Even if I have to ask for leave from the teacher, I will go. Li Mingyang added. But others were not so lucky. The siblings Yijun and Yiting are special recruits of Beijing South Wuhan University, while Zhao Jiawei, Zheng Sini, and Li Yanran are special recruits of Southeast Wuhan University. As for Li Xinghai, Fu Xinrui and others, they are students of Southeast Wuhan University, so they have even less chance. While everyone was eating, drinking and chatting, another pack of mountain wolves came over following the smell of blood. This was a large pack of mountain wolves numbering up to 300 individuals, which was far beyond the ability of this group of students to deal with through an ambush or surprise attack. Leave this pack of mountain wolves to me. You guys hide on the periphery first. If you see a mountain wolf that has been injured by me, just go over and give it a finishing blow. Yifeng deployed. When everyone heard what Yifeng said, they instantly became excited. It seemed that the boss was going to directly distribute benefits to them and others. Yifeng, it seems that we are still holding you back. Lu Mengchen said somewhat embarrassedly that in fact, she was not the only one who had such thoughts. With everyone's current strength, it is indeed difficult to deal with a ferocious beast like a mountain wolf, not to mention that there is such a large pack of mountain wolves in front of them. This is simply not a battle they can participate in. If you know you're sorry, then hurry up and improve your strength, otherwise I won't be willing to bring you out in the future. Yifeng was right. To be honest, not many people were willing to do this kind of job where they could be a nanny and also provide benefits. After all, Yifeng didn't owe anyone anything. Okay, let's go. Yifeng picked up his spear and left the cave first. Upon seeing this, the others immediately raised their spirits and prepared to respond with all their might. This time, Yifeng simply concealed his breath and pretended to be an ordinary person as he rushed towards the wolf pack. The pack of wolves were also amused by the sudden appearance of the human in front of them, and they rushed towards Yifeng without any hesitation. However, what they didn't expect was that the young man on the opposite side only threw out a dozen throwing knives, and all the mountain wolves rushing towards him fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the group of wolves were stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifeng rushed into the wolf pack and started his killing mode. During the fight, some wolves wanted to flee out of fear. But they soon discovered that this area was blocked by an invisible wall and they could not escape at all. Some wolves tried desperately to hit the invisible energy, but were directly bounced back. As for why this happened, they simply couldn't understand. Kill. Yi Feng continued to charge among the wolf pack. Every time he fired a shot, a wolf would fall down. As the battlefield space shrank, the mountain wolves were pushed by invisible energy to Yi Feng's vicinity. In order to survive, these mountain wolves had no choice but to fight back. Everyone can come out now. Yi Feng shouted towards the nearby bushes. Seeing this, Li Mingyang and others rushed over immediately. At this time, more than 220 mountain wolves had been killed directly by Yi Feng at the scene, and the remaining 70 or 80 were all injured and had lost most of their combat power. Go ahead, kill these beasts. Li Mingyang shouted loudly, but in fact, at most he just rushed forward to make another attack. Everyone blushed when they heard what this guy shouted. But no one wanted to give up the opportunity to increase contribution points, and everyone's speed was even faster than usual. 5 minutes later, the wolf pack was completely wiped out. The valley at night became the most terrifying battlefield within 100 miles. Dozens of ferocious beasts started fighting each other in order to get a piece of the pie. The sounds of biting and screaming could be heard for dozens of miles. The happiest person at the scene was Yi Feng. In the dark valley, Li Mingyang and the others did not dare to leave the cave, and Yi Feng took this opportunity to work outside all night. Chapter 50, Killing the Vultures. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just killed 78 intermediate level beasts, saber-toothed tigers. The system rewards you with 7,800 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just killed 30 high-level beasts, violent black lions, the system rewards 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you just killed 493 primary ferocious beasts, the spotted hyena, the system rewards 4,930 experience points. The beasts killed by Yi Feng overnight had piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. And his experience value quickly reached 60,000 points. When daybreak came, everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them. Because there are so many corpses of ferocious beasts, the number is at least thousands. Boss, this couldn't be you who did it, could it be you? Li Mingyang asked with some stammering. At this time, even the others looked at Yi Feng, obviously they also wanted to know the answer. Yi Feng didn't know what to say. This was the disadvantage of bringing them here. If I say I killed it myself, I will be treated as a monster. But if I say I didn't kill it myself, will they believe it? Yi Feng touched his nose and said, last night, many groups of ferocious beasts attacked each other. I took advantage of this opportunity to kill quite a few of them. I guess I killed half of them. Yi Feng found an excuse to explain. Half? That would have to be more than 2,000, right? Oh my god. Everyone opened their mouths wide when they heard this. Wow, many of these beast corpses are high-level beasts. If we had driven here this time, the beast materials alone would be worth tens of millions. The one who spoke this time was Yi Jun. He had done a lot of research on materials related to ferocious beasts. He recognized them after just a glance at the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Why don't we hurry up and collect the materials of the ferocious beasts? Who knows when those ferocious beasts will come again? When Yi Feng heard him say this, he quickly changed the subject. When everyone heard this, they acted quickly. After all, this was all money. After working for a while, everyone found that their backpacks were quickly filled up. There was nothing they could do about it, because the backpacks were too small. Oh no! Fierce beasts and birds are coming. Let's go back to the cave. Yi Feng saw a group of dense black shadows flying towards this side in the distant sky, so he quickly reminded everyone. These black shadows were moving very fast. When everyone just entered the cave, this group of black shadows had already arrived above the lake. Yes, it's a giant vulture. Damn, how can there be so many of them? There must be at least hundreds of them. Everyone was also shocked by the scene before their eyes. Each of these giant vultures weighs more than 200 kilograms, and their wingspan can reach 8-10 meters. They circled in the air like small airplanes. What is surprising is that these hundreds of giant vultures circled back and forth in the sky within a radius of several kilometers without any collision occurring. It seems that they are also attracted by the bloody smell here. Yi Feng looked at the other person and then guessed. As the first giant vulture landed by the lake, its peers in the sky also began to land. In just a few minutes, the entire valley was filled with giant vultures. After these birds of prey landed on the ground, they began to pace without recognizing any relatives, slowly approaching the corpses of the ferocious beasts. But soon, the scene became chaotic, and it seemed that these giant vultures were about to start eating. As a kind of large bird of prey, the giant vulture prefers fresh blood rather than carrion in this world. Sometimes when they encounter lone mountain wolves and antelopes in the wilderness, they will swoop down and grab the animals, which shows how much they have evolved. As Yifeng watched the many vultures begin to enjoy the feast, his eyes slowly lit up. If I can keep all these high-level beasts, wouldn't my experience points easily exceed 200,000 points? Yifeng thought secretly, and the spear in his hand unconsciously became tighter and tighter. Yifeng, what are you doing? Lu Mengchen, who was standing by, saw the change in Yifeng's expression and looked suspicious. Is this guy trying to hunt down these high-level beasts? He's really too bold, isn't he? You guys wait here, don't come out, I'm going to meet these vultures. As soon as he finished speaking, before everyone could react, Yifeng had already rushed out of the cave. Hey, boss, aren't you a little too confident? These are hundreds of high-level beasts. Even a master wouldn't dare to rush over like this, right? Li Mingyang was a little frightened by Yifeng's behavior this time. In fact, everyone now has some inferiority complex in their hearts, and there is even a faint voice in their hearts that it is better not to follow the boss to gain experience in the future. Everyone is not on the same level as him. Apart from holding others back and making them act as babysitters, they are of no use at all to help. Towards the lake, Yifeng was crouching and moving through the bushes. Soon he came near the giant vulture, and as he threw out a dozen throwing knives, all of them cut off the neck of the target vulture. In just a moment, the dozen or so vultures could only lie on the ground and flutter their wings. However, the behavior of these dozen vultures did not arouse the vultures' vigilance. After all, the scene of these creatures fighting for food is so chaotic. After succeeding, Yifeng looked back in the direction of the cave. It felt like a few hundred meters away. Even if he used his spiritual power to control the flying knife, he estimated that no one would be able to see it clearly. As soon as he changed his mind, the 18 flying knives instantly floated in the air. Then the flying knife attacked the other vultures again with lightning speed. Basically, wherever Yifeng looked, there were groups of vultures whose necks were cut off in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of vultures that lost their heads did not die immediately, but continued to struggle on the ground relying on their body nerves. Yifeng hid nearby and observed for 10 minutes, but he had killed no less than 200 vultures with his flying knife. The area within a radius of 350 meters is his battlefield. It was not until he had killed more than 300 vultures, and some vultures had eaten their fill and were ready to leave, that Yifeng rushed over with a spear in hand. Battlefield cage. Yifeng let out a low shout, and instantly the invisible spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings. Even the vultures that had eaten their fill and had already flown high into the sky were knocked back by the invisible energy shield several hundred meters away in the air. They were hit so hard that they felt dizzy and fell down one after another. They didn't expect that they would lose their lives just for having a big meal. Yifeng on the ground was like a killing god, constantly harvesting the lives of giant vultures. There is an alloy spear in his hand, and there are 18 flying knives flying around nearby. There is also an invisible but tangible energy shield within a radius of 350 meters. This basically sealed the doom of this group of vultures. Even if some vultures wanted to fight with Yifeng, with their speed of landing like sand sculptures and their somewhat stupid reactions, they were no match for Yifeng at all. The entire battle lasted for a full hour, and all 678 giant vultures were killed here. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have just successfully killed 678 high-level beasts, giant vultures. The system now rewards you with 135,600 experience points. When Yifeng heard the prompt sound from the system, he was so happy. MMP, the experience value has reached 225,600 points. Let's start the redemption service now. Yifeng was so excited that he started swearing. Chapter 51 Skill Improvement. The secret of magic and the giant demon palm of Dharma have all been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Yifeng directly operated the control panel. In just an instant, the experience value in his system decreased by 40,000 points. However, the changes brought to him by the two martial arts techniques were also obvious. The upgrade of secret magic to the advanced level instantly increased the attack range of his spiritual consciousness from the original 350 meters to the current 500 meters. Name, Yifeng. Level 1 high-level martial artist, level 47 magic master. Qi and blood, 1080 calories. Spirit, 10,200 Hz. Martial Arts, Secret Magic Advanced 0500000, Dharma Giant Demon Palm Advanced 0500,000. Experience points, 155,600. As his understanding of magic deepened, he found that the formation he had not paid much attention to before had become another magic weapon on his future path as a warrior. The barrier is set up, the source of energy gathers, the illusion is lost, the trap is strangled. Thinking that he suddenly had so many magical skills, Yifeng was overjoyed. After seeing the changes that the secret of magic brought to him, he looked at the giant demon palm. According to the data, the height and width of his giant palm shadow have doubled, but the strength has increased fourfold, reaching 60,000 kilograms. Looking at the giant palm shadow that was 12 meters high and 6 meters wide, Yifeng had a feeling that he could rival the world. A palm with 60,000 kilograms of force, I wonder if it can kill a demon king. While Yifeng was excited, this idea suddenly popped into his mind. However, he didn't dare to practice it foolishly now. After all, his blood and body were still very weak. Maybe he could give it a try after he reached the master level. Everyone come out, these giant vultures are all dead. Seeing that everyone was still peeking out from the cave, Yifeng shouted to them. However, when they saw that the scene was even bloodier and more horrifying than before, everyone was so shocked that they could not express it in words. This is the difference. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Hurry up if you want to collect materials about the beasts. We will leave here in half an hour. Yifeng said to everyone. The reason I say this is because I'm worried that the bloody smell here will attract big creatures like monsters. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to expose his secrets in front of so many people. Boss, how about we set up a business directly after we go to Beijing North Martial Arts University? This way we can specialize in selling materials of fierce beasts. Zhao Xiaomao suggested. To be honest, he felt very distressed seeing so many ferocious beast materials thrown in the valley. After all, transporting these things back would cost money. Yes, this is a good idea. We will set up a trading company in Kyoto. No, the trading company is too small. We should set up a beast material company and cooperate with weapon stores, medicine companies, and major commercial companies. That way, we will be rich. When Li Mingyang heard this, he quickly interjected. Even Lu Mengchan's eyes lit up when he heard this idea. If I can be tied together with Yifeng in the future, I want to become a famous figure among the younger generation, but my future will definitely be bright. When Yifeng heard everyone say this, he felt a little moved. Since I have the spiritual space in my hands, I can transport ferocious beast materials on a large scale, which is something others do not have. If you rely on a backpack or pickup truck to transport goods every time, how much can you carry with you? The same line is forbidden. Reprint this article 6dy file Lexus 2JM8MB0YED3CGVD73 plus DS7F5Y DMH02L5 BDCT6YDD3ZAFR3GXH9 or 8 88D0Y4 at 70 CAFB8Q9G7D and 5FK1CF.5. Everyone was very interested, but Yifeng did not reply. In fact, Yifeng thought very clearly that even if he planned to do this business in the future, he would not rashly cooperate with everyone. After all, everyone's strength is too weak, and they are not as familiar with each other as they think. Take Li Mingyang and Lu Mengchen for example. Can you say that you are very familiar with them? Perhaps Fatty San and Mu Qingcheng are a good choice. Yifeng instantly thought of his two friends. Mu Qingcheng has now been specially recruited by Kyoto Wuda University, so Yifeng is not worried. But the fat guy is still just a student in an ordinary class in Anyang No. 3 middle school. Maybe I can help Fatty San. At worst I can give him 2 qi and blood pills. Yifeng had an idea instantly. After leaving the valley, Yifeng took everyone to an abandoned town 30 miles away. But this place was obviously even more dilapidated than the deserted city they visited last time. Many houses had collapsed and only their frames were left. Fortunately, there are still many concrete houses in the town, and they are still standing strong today. This is Tieshi Town, a small town that was developed from an iron mine. 30 years ago, it was attacked by ferocious beasts, and everyone moved away. Lu Mengran had obviously done his homework. As soon as he arrived here, he told the origin of the town. A small town developed from iron mines? Why do we come here? Everyone looked at Yifeng with confusion. There is a kind of ferocious beast here that likes to eat ore, also known as the iron-eating beast. It is not big, only a few dozen pounds, but it is a primary ferocious beast. We are here to hunt them. Yifeng explained. When everyone heard this, they knew that the boss chose this place because he took everyone's strength into consideration. Then how do we find this ferocious beast? Lu Mengchen asked. This is easy. We just need to make some noise and these iron-eating beasts will come to our door on their own initiative. Yi Feng replied. The iron-eating beast is a social creature that usually lives underground, similar to the man-eating rat. However, this kind of ferocious beast is very sensitive to sounds and is very curious. Even if there is a ferocious beast passing by, they will come out from the ground to take a look. Of course, the reason why this creature is called a ferocious beast is that it naturally has a bloodthirsty side. They also prefer to gnaw on animal bones, which allows them to obtain trace elements necessary for the body and thus accelerate the evolution of their body. Therefore, if they encounter a lone ferocious beast, they will generally attack it in a group until the opponent is killed. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, everyone finally understood. However, considering that everyone's strength is relatively weak, Yifeng plans to take the lead himself. After the danger is controlled to a certain extent, he will let everyone take action to earn contribution points. Everyone chose a relatively intact building, stored all their backpacks in one place, and then started making noise according to Yifeng's instructions. Some people used steel pipes to hit the road, some used stones to hit the glass of nearby houses, and some even sang folk songs at the top of their lungs. Yifeng opened his spiritual sense and kept paying attention to the movements around him. In just a few minutes, the iron-eating beasts emerged from the sewers and the inconspicuous holes around them. Damn, I didn't expect there were so many iron-eating beasts hiding here. Will there be a beast tide? Li Mingyang and others also discovered the figures of many iron-eating beasts at this time, and they all screamed in surprise. At first, those iron-eating beasts were just checking the source of the noise, and then slowly began to gather towards the direction where Yifeng and others were. In just a few minutes, hundreds of iron-eating beasts gathered around. Boss, should we retreat? Li Mingyang said timidly. Wait a minute, the quantity is too small, this is not enough for everyone to share. This. Everyone looked hesitant, but since the boss had spoken, they dared not disobey. 3 minutes later, there were already thousands of iron-eating beasts. Everyone was extremely scared, and some even had cold sweat on their heads. Boss, this is enough, right? If there are more, it will turn into a beast tide. When Yifeng saw everyone's expressions, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought to myself, I wanted to give you more contribution points, but you guys didn't seize the opportunity. I guess I shouldn't bring this group of people out again in the future. If you are afraid, go upstairs first and come out when I call you. Yifeng said helplessly. When everyone heard this, they knew that the boss was not satisfied with their performance, but that was just the level of their strength and there was nothing they could do, they were just afraid. Everyone wanted to hold on for a while, but in the blink of an eye, hundreds of iron-eating beasts appeared around them. This time they finally stopped hesitating and ran upstairs directly and quickly. Chapter 52, The Gap Between People. It seems that from now on, we should stop following Yifeng and holding him back. When they came upstairs, Lu Mengchen was the first to speak out his thoughts. When the others heard this, they looked at each other in bewilderment, but they all felt the same way. They only hated themselves for being too weak and unable to see such a good opportunity. Maybe this is the difference between people. In the past, everyone claimed to be the genius of the younger generation, but in front of Yifeng, they were like a baby who only knew how to howl, nothing. This time, it was a huge blow to everyone. They can't drag Yifeng down like this anymore. Lu Mengchen is right. After I go back this time, I will definitely practice hard. Otherwise, I won't even be qualified to follow the boss. Li Mingyang spoke very bluntly this time. To be honest, it is a blessing for everyone to be able to meet a monster like the boss. Such people are destined to become the pillars of the Federation in the future. They only hope that this experience can continue to motivate themselves, and even if they can only become the boss's followers in the future, they will be satisfied. Look outside, the boss has already started fighting with the group of iron-eating beasts. Someone shouted from the window. Upon hearing this, everyone came to the window and looked downstairs. At this time, Yifeng was like the god of death by Qi, holding a spear and constantly charging into the group of iron-eating beasts. Every time he fired his gun, several iron-eating beasts were hacked to death, and every time he swept his gun, several iron-eating beasts were knocked flying. The iron-eating beasts were also overwhelmed by the bloody smell at the scene, and they kept swarming towards Yifeng. In the distance, there were a large number of iron-eating beasts approaching. Oh my god, this is going to form a beast tide. Li Mingyang screamed. Because when looking from the upstairs, there were iron-eating beasts everywhere. The scene was just like the tide of man-eating rats that the deserted city encountered last time. We won't die here, right? At this time, some people at the scene were already sobbing, and it seemed that they were frightened by the scene. No, with the boss here, we'll be fine. Some people comforted those who were crying. But even though I said this, I still don't have much confidence. I didn't expect so many iron-eating beasts to come. I think there must be more than 5,000 of them. While Yifeng was fighting with the iron-eating beast, his spiritual sense had already clearly seen the situation within a radius of several kilometers. I didn't expect the wilderness area to have deteriorated to such an extent. There are so many ferocious beasts hiding underground in just a small town that has been lost for a long time. Yifeng sighed in his heart, but he swung the spear in his hand even faster. Bang! Yifeng seized the opportunity and slapped out with his palm. Then, a giant palm shadow 12 meters high and 6 meters wide appeared out of thin air in front of the palm and quickly slapped the group of iron-eating beasts. The giant palm shadow carried a force of 60,000 kilograms and instantly knocked away dozens of iron-eating beasts. Holy shit, what did I see? Did you guys see it? Someone standing by the window screamed. This seems to be more powerful than what we saw in the deserted city last time. Someone murmured to himself. The last time Yifeng used the Dharma giant demon palm in front of everyone, his palm was just a big palm print that was 6 meters high and 3 meters wide. Unexpectedly, it has now expanded by 4 times. This has to shock everyone. Is this the set of skills we all learned? Some people have already remembered it, but they have never seen anyone who can practice that ordinary set of skills to such a level like Yifeng. Is this the difference between people? Someone said this again. As more and more iron-eating beasts gathered, Yifeng began to change his strategy. His 18 flying knives began to quickly kill the iron-eating beasts in a place where no one could see. In a short period of time, the corpses of the iron-eating beasts in the area controlled by the flying knives had piled up into a small hill. Boom! The whole town suddenly erupted with a loud noise. Everyone was shaken by the noise and fell to the ground. What happened? What happened just now? Was it an earthquake? Everyone was in a panic. However, when everyone got up and looked out the window, about half of the iron-eating beasts around had disappeared and turned into a bloody mist. What are you looking at? Come down and reap the spoils. Yifeng looked towards the small building breathlessly, then shouted to everyone. When everyone heard this, although they didn't know what had just happened, they immediately went downstairs with weapons in hand. Everyone knows that when the boss says this, it must mean that there is not much danger outside. If everyone still can't seize the opportunity now, it only means that they are really useless. When everyone came downstairs, they saw a large pool of muddy blood and a large number of severely injured iron-eating beasts that could only twitch and wail. They are now like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, without even the strength to resist. Perhaps as long as the knife falls, they will get those contribution points. Thank you, boss. When everyone saw this scene, they naturally understood what Yifeng meant. He was giving contribution points directly to everyone. Of course, maybe this is the last time that the boss will be a babysitter for everyone. While everyone was killing the iron-eating beast, a sense of loss arose in their hearts. An hour later, everyone returned to the building. Everyone checked their smart bracelets and found that almost everyone's contribution points had reached more than 200 points. This was equivalent to the boss giving everyone 2 million federal coins for free. However, everyone also understood that the reason why the boss was so powerful was that he must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Just like the explosion just now, about half of the iron-eating beasts instantly turned into blood mist. But no one dared to ask about this kind of thing. After all, we are all warriors and know what we can ask and what we cannot ask. Let's pack up and go back. Yifeng said lightly. He has gained a lot in the past few days. By killing the iron-eating beast this time, Yifeng's experience value soared to 179,800 points, and his contribution points soared to 14,350 points. It took everyone nearly 5 hours to get back to Wuhan town. It was already dark at this time, but it still did not stop everyone's enthusiasm for selling ferocious beast materials. The amount of materials sold by the 16 of them this time almost made the shop owner drop his jaw. If it wasn't nighttime, it would have definitely caused a sensation in the whole city. However, the matter could not be concealed from some of the Chamber of Commerce's top executives. In just a few minutes, all 16 people in the group received gold membership cards from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. With this membership card, everyone can not only get an additional 10% sales premium at any Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce store in the Federation, but also enjoy a 20% discount when purchasing items. It can be seen how much importance Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce attaches to such big customers. It seems that this gold membership card is also due to the boss's help. Li Mingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly, and everyone echoed him. There is no way, this is the real benefit that the boss brings to everyone. But whether this benefit will still exist in the future depends on everyone's future performance. Chapter 53, The Other Side of the School Beauty. When everyone returned to the special training base, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. It's just that today's special training base is a little special, and it doesn't seem as noisy as in the past. After asking around for the reasons, I found out that more than 20 students who had participated in the wilderness trial in the past 2 days had died, and now many students dared not go out again. For these young men and women whose minds have not yet fully matured, who have lived in a stable environment since childhood, and who have only seen ferocious beasts on TV and at the dinner table, battlefields, fighting, life and death, these words are really too far away. When they saw with their own eyes those huge and ferocious beasts tearing apart their companions, most people were frightened to death on the spot, let alone rushing forward with weapons to rescue them. Some people were even so scared that they wet their pants, and their legs and feet became uncontrollable. In fact, Yifeng could understand the fear of these students. After all, most of them were facing ferocious beasts for the first time. To be honest, the feeling of being on the verge of life and death is difficult for most people to bear. The best way to overcome this psychological barrier is to let them defeat or kill a ferocious beast themselves, which is more effective than any preaching or encouragement. The reason why Li Mingyang and his men dare to fight the ferocious beasts now is because they have experienced this process. That kind of psychological suggestion is the basis of everyone's self-confidence. Now the two instructors are also troubled by this matter. This is a process that all special recruits have to go through. The training of a warrior cannot be completed overnight. Of course, the Federation does not want to train warriors who are cowardly and useless. In fact, the current situation of the Federation is very bad. Large tracts of territory in the 7 continents are occupied by ferocious beasts and evil plants, and the living space for humans has been compressed to the point where it is unsustainable. Not only that, since the dark monster world merged with this parallel Earth, some strange humanoid monsters often emerge from the space cracks. If it weren't for the protection of powerful warriors and supernatural warriors, the world might become even worse. After separating from everyone, Yifeng went straight back to his dormitory. He had been out hunting in the city these days and his body was covered in blood. Now he had to clean it up. He took a comfortable hot bath in the bathroom, but before he could put on his clothes, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Wait a minute," Yifeng asked casually, then hurried to open the door wrapped in a scarf. When he opened the door, he found that it was Lu Mengchen who came in. "Why are you here?" Yifeng was a little surprised to see the person coming, and thought, "We just separated, why are you coming to me?" Lu Mengchen didn't expect that Yifeng was taking a shower in the room at this time. Looking at his naked body with only a small towel wrapped around him, the little girl blushed with shame. But she still pretended to be nonchalant. I'm here to help you wash your clothes." "Didn't I promise before? I can't go back on my word." As he said that, Lu Mengchen pushed Yifeng, who was standing at the door, away and walked straight into the dormitory. "Hey, this little girl is quite courageous. Isn't she afraid of falling into the tiger's mouth? Will I turn you into a woman in a moment?" Yifeng thought to himself as he watched the little girl twisting her waist sexily, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Although Lu Mengchen is not as pretty as Mu Qingcheng, it depends on who you compare her with. She is 1.75 meters tall, weighs 108 kilograms, has a straight nose, and a sexy and smooth oval face. She looks exactly like Yifeng's favorite teacher, Hatano Yui. Even in the entire Anyang No. 3 middle school, she is one of the few school beauties. Lu Mengchen seemed to be aware of Yifeng's naked gaze, but she did not reveal it. As for women, the purpose of their existence is to attract men, especially when there is a phoenix man with unlimited potential behind them. "Where are your clothes? Which ones need to be washed?" Lu Mengchen walked around the dormitory and found that the room was quite clean. Thinking of the purpose of his visit, he asked Yifeng again. You really plan to do my laundry?" To be honest, Yifeng was a little uncomfortable with such a beautiful woman washing his clothes. In the past, his sister would wash his clothes when he was at home, but he would do some underwear, socks, and the like by himself. Since we have agreed on it, I will naturally not go back on my word. Besides, you have helped me a lot during this period of time, and you saved me during the last beast tide. So, doing this is nothing. Lu Mengchen looked back at Yifeng and said. However, when he saw that Yifeng was still covering his private parts with a towel, Lu Mengchen pretended to glance away casually. Although the little girl acted extremely calm and casual, she was actually very panicked inside. Seeing Yifeng's handsome face and his body, which was not very strong but had clear and smooth muscle lines, she actually felt a little dizzy unconsciously. This also made her unable to help but recall the time when Yifeng carried her on his back and ran away for his life, and how this guy dragged her but with both hands, and she had the illusion of being touched by him from time to time. Well, here are a few. Hearing the little girl say this, Yifeng was no longer polite and took out 6 or 7 pieces of blood-stained clothes in a row. When Lu Mengchen saw so many clothes, she did not show any disgust, so she went directly to the balcony and started to collect water in a basin. Aren't you going to do my laundry in my dorm? Yifeng saw the little girl's actions and asked with some confusion. What's the matter? Can I wash it here? I'm washing your clothes, and you're so nosy. The little girl pouted, pretending to be angry. Seeing that Lu Mengchen had such a lively and cute side, Yifeng was stunned for a moment. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what she said. The water bill here is quite expensive, and we can't let others pay for their own water. Do you have laundry detergent? Lu Mengchen looked around and asked. No. Where's the laundry detergent? Lu Mengchen asked again. No. So what do you usually use to wash clothes? Lu Mengchen was also confused this time. Soap. Yifeng said as a matter of course. Soap? Isn't soap used for bathing? The little girl actually frowned this time. I use it for washing clothes and taking a bath. Yifeng explained. Hey, you men are such a jerk. I'd better go back to the dormitory and get it. Oh, by the way, I suggest you put on your clothes quickly. Your bottom is bulging. The little girl actually dared to make fun of herself. Aren't you afraid that she will come back and eat you? Is this still the legendary cool school beauty? Is she pretending to be cool? Chapter 54, Spiritual Appearance. When Lu Mengchen came back again, Yifeng was already dressed. I'll go to the underground training room first. Just lock the door after you finish washing your clothes. Yifeng said to Lu Mengchen. He always felt a little awkward here. After all, he had no experience in getting along with girls. It would be bad if he couldn't help but do something out of line to this beautiful woman. Coward, you don't know why Mu Qingcheng likes you? Is it just because you're handsome? Lu Mengchen muttered to herself, then went back to washing clothes. You have to know that when Mu Qingcheng left Anyang, Yifeng was just an ordinary student who was not even a warrior, but the current Yifeng is completely different from the past. This is enough to show that the girl has a very sharp vision. Now Lu Mengchen is a little envious of that girl. However, not long after Yifeng left, there was a knock on the door. Lu Mengchen thought that Yifeng had returned, so he shouted towards the door, Yifeng, why did you come back so soon? Did you forget? But she stopped talking halfway because she suddenly saw an acquaintance standing at the door, a woman she didn't have a very good impression of. Xin Mengyao? Why are you here? Are you here to see Yifeng? Didn't you break up? Why are you still pestering him? Lu Mengchen didn't have a good impression of this woman, so he asked her a series of questions. I am indeed looking for Yifeng. What are you doing? Xin Mengyao looked a little flustered. She didn't expect that there was a woman in Yifeng's dormitory, and she was her classmate in the elite class. What's wrong with us? We just washed clothes and slept, and didn't do anything else? Lu Mengchen started talking nonsense. She was also standing up for Yifeng. You broke up with such a good man, but he ended up staying with Du Haitao. Is that guy's bottom made of gold? Xin Mengyao saw that Lu Mengchen was the only one in the dormitory, and she also knew that this woman had a bad impression of her, so she directly explained her purpose. I'm here to remind Yifeng that Du Haitao has invited experts from the family to deal with him. It's best for him to be careful and not get into trouble with others. Please tell him when you get back. Hey, are you trying to rekindle your old love or something? Why are you acting like a good person? Humph. You don't have to worry about Yifeng's affairs. He is not someone that anyone can easily deal with. I don't want to see you now. Get out of here. Lu Mengchen didn't know why, but she got angry when she saw this woman. She was always aloof, but now she was like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex and started yelling at Qin Mangyao. Qin Mangyao also looked aggrieved, and even her eyes were filled with tears. However, she didn't dare to stay here for long. If she was discovered by Du Haitao and Zhao Daong, she might not even be able to keep her place in Southeast Wuhan University. What bad luck! Seeing that Qin Mangyao had left, Lu Mengchen was still very angry. She kept hitting the clothes in the basin and almost exploded with anger and tore the clothes into pieces. What's wrong with me? Why do I care so much about this brat? Could it be that Lu Mengchen calmed down and thought about his actions just now. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. At this time, Yifeng, who was silent in the training room, still had no idea what was happening upstairs. Exchange for 700 points of mental power. Yifeng ordered the system. Okay, host, the exchange is complete, and you now have 4,200 experience points left. The system soon sounded a prompt. Yifeng took a look at the system panel. Name, Yifeng. Level 1 high-level martial artist, level 54 magic master. Qi and blood, 1,080 calories. Spirit, 10,900 Hz. Martial arts, secret magic advanced 0500000, Dharma giant demon palm advanced 0500,000. Experience points, 4,200. As his mental power increased, Yifeng's mind instantly felt much clearer. He checked his spiritual sense and found that the coverage distance had expanded from the original 30 kilometers to 50 kilometers. Even the attack range of spiritual consciousness has instantly increased from the original 500 meters to the current 800 meters. What's that? When he looked inside his own mind, he discovered that in the chaotic mist, there was a human figure sitting cross-legged. Although he couldn't see the man's appearance clearly, with his many years of experience, he knew at a glance that the man must be himself. What is this? A nascent soul has been condensed? Yifeng is not sure now, but having experienced the information explosion in his previous life, he still guessed in this direction based on his own experience. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully condensed the soul form. If necessary, you only need to use your mind power to activate the true body of the soul form to leave the body and go into battle. However, due to energy limitations, it will consume 1,000 points of the host's mental power every minute. Just when Yifeng was puzzled, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Holy crap, the spirit and soul form? I'm going to be awesome. Hearing the system prompt, Yifeng was extremely surprised. He was not worried about the consumption of mental energy, as it would take a few hours to recover at most. But with this thing, he would be like a cow riding an airplane in the future, so awesome. Just when Yifeng was feeling proud in the training room, the whole training room suddenly shook. Yifeng thought there was an earthquake, so he quickly ran out from underground. When he came outside, he saw many students standing in the yard looking at the northwest sky. Yifeng followed everyone's gaze and saw a strange celestial phenomenon taking place in the distant sky. The originally dark night sky was now being invaded by a large surging orange-red light curtain, with rays of fire constantly falling from the light curtain, like countless meteorites falling to the ground. You can vaguely see purple lightning flashing around, and every time a ray of fire hits the ground, it causes a tremor on the earth. The whole picture is like the prelude to the end of the world, full of unknown fear and oppression. No wonder I felt like there was an earthquake just now. It turned out that this thing was causing trouble. Yifeng didn't know what was happening in the distance, but in just a moment, the entire Wuhan town became lively. There is a strange phenomenon in the northwest. It must be a treasure that has appeared. Quickly gather everyone and let's go over there and take a look. It shouldn't be a treasure. This thing came from the sky. Maybe it's a meteorite or energy stone that landed from outer space. No matter what it is, let's grab it first. Things that fall from the sky are definitely not ordinary things. Who knows, if we can get just a little bit, it might be enough for us to eat for a lifetime. Outside, the streets were noisy and bustling with people talking about the strange sight in the distance. Some people had even started packing their equipment to go and check it out. Author's message: Dear readers, this book is participating in the ranking of Brainhole Supernatural Literature. Please support it. Follow, comment, leave a message, vote for must read, recommend, and collect it. The author would like to thank you all here. Chapter 55, Good People Can't Do It. Listening to the comments of the warriors on the street, Yifeng was also somewhat moved. Although I don't know why the strange phenomenon occurred, it doesn't hurt to explore it. What if there really are treasures and opportunities as everyone says? Wouldn't I make a fortune? However, judging from the location of this strange phenomenon, it should be in the 10,000 mountains where ferocious beasts gather, which is a troublesome matter. It is said that the 10,000 mountains is a forbidden area for ordinary warriors. Only some powerful warriors dare to go deep into this place. After all, it is a gathering place for monsters. The reason why monsters are so powerful is that they have awakened their spiritual intelligence. Some of them have even awakened their bloodline inheritance and gained certain magical powers. They can either breathe fire or emit electricity. Its combat power is far beyond that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Some monsters are so powerful that even powerful humans have to avoid them, which shows how terrifying they are. However, dangerous places are often accompanied by opportunities. According to legend, some people have found priceless treasures in the 10,000 mountains, while others have gained sudden enlightenment through training there, greatly improving their cultivation. Some warriors with extraordinary knowledge know that behind this phenomenon there must be some opportunities that can rewrite their destiny. As a result, the warriors of Wuhan town took the lead in taking action, and soon afterwards, warriors from several neighboring provinces also began to respond. They came in groups of 3 or 5 or in large groups, driving pickup trucks and flying motorcycles, heading towards the direction of the strange vision. However, the moment everyone stepped into the Shirwan Mountains, a creepy and terrifying aura hit them in the face. In the dark night, the forests are like ferocious beasts sitting there quietly, making people involuntarily think of some terrifying scenes. What is most frightening is the roars of ferocious beasts that can be heard everywhere. They seem to be declaring their sovereignty, making people dare not move forward in the dark. At this time, a man with a slender figure and a very young and handsome face was moving quickly through the forest. The young man took a step forward and was already more than 10 meters away. With a tiptoe, he even crossed several huge rocks. If someone didn't know him, they would think he was some powerful warrior who was able to survive in the pitch-black forest without being affected by his vision. However, if someone knew that he was just a senior high school student who had not yet entered Wuhan University, many people would probably be shocked. That's right, he is Yi Feng. Just a few hours ago, he followed a team of more than a dozen warriors out of the city gate, just to try his luck in that strange land. However, they did not expect that the group of warriors were too timid. They were afraid that it was too dangerous to walk in the Shirwanda Mountains at night, so they suddenly stopped at the entrance in a moment of impulsiveness. Yi Feng naturally had no concerns in this regard. His mental power was like an invisible net that spread out in all directions. He could keenly sense the movements of the surrounding ferocious beasts, thus allowing him to cleverly avoid groups of ferocious beasts. On the way, he also encountered some scattered warriors. Among them was a powerful warrior, exuding a cold aura. He was waving a long sword in his hand and engaging in a fierce battle with a group of ferocious beasts that were besieging him. The warrior was agile and strong, and every time he swung his sword, he did so with tremendous force. The ferocious beasts retreated under his attack, and for a while it was difficult to get close to him. Yi Feng knew at a glance that this man must be a strong man above the level of a martial artist, so he just took a glance and passed by not far away. However, there are also some warriors who are lucky enough to think they can easily get opportunities in this dangerous forest. Among them was a group of warriors who were poorly equipped and not particularly strong, yet they rashly went deep into the 10,000 mountains. When a group of ferocious beasts surrounded them, the confidence on their faces instantly turned into fear. Although they fought hard, they were soon in desperate situation under the fierce attack of the beasts. Screams pierced the night sky, and in just a moment, these warriors died tragically at the hands of the ferocious beasts. The blood dyed the land red, and they became another group of victims of the terrorist rule of the Shirwan Mountains. Yi Feng witnessed all this, but he did not step forward to help. After all, some people will eventually pay the price for their actions. He is not a good person, nor does he want to do good deeds. After all, he suffered a lot because of this kind of thing in his previous life. I remember that at that time Yi Feng was just a college student who had just entered society. He saw an old lady in her 60s fall down at a bus stop, so he helped her up and sent her to the hospital. However, he never imagined that in the subsequent lawsuit, the old lady actually accused him of being the culprit and demanded compensation. What is most incomprehensible is that the judge who tried the case, without any evidence, actually said in astonishing logic, if you didn't hit him, why would you help him? Just because of this sentence, he was ordered to pay 100,000 yuan in compensation. How sad and lamentable. So, you can't be a good person. After walking for more than 100 kilometers, Yi Feng felt a little tired, so he came under a big tree and prepared to rest here for an hour. The nights in April are still very cool, especially in this densely wooded mountain forest. Yifeng found a few dry branches and lit a bonfire under the tree. With a wave of his hand, he took out a set of tables, chairs, and tea sets from his spiritual space. 10 minutes later, a pot of steaming fragrant tea was placed on the table. Yifeng sipped the fragrant tea and sat in a leisurely rattan chair, just like a tourist on vacation in the mountains. Yifeng was not afraid of whether there was any danger around him. Just now, he used his spiritual sense to check the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers and found that the strongest cultivator was a creature similar to the great antelope monster. With my current mental pressure, as long as it dares to appear within 800 meters of me, I can kill it instantly. This is the confidence that his strength brings him, and it is also the reason why he dares to come to the Shawandishan mountains to search for treasure. Just as Yifeng was dozing off beside the fire with his eyes closed, he didn't know that not far away, there were several people closely watching his every move. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all around 20 years old. However, they were covered in wounds, their clothes were tattered, and they looked extremely miserable. Senior Sister Chi, we have been observing here for quite a while. I see that the man in front of us is very calm and relaxed. He must be a strong man to have such a demeanor in the 100,000 mountains. How about we go over and rest here for a while? A tall and thin man said to the woman next to him. Yes, Senior Sister Chi, we were just chased by that level 2 demon beast, the spirit-feathered demon chicken, for more than 10 miles. I can't run any longer. Now that we have the protection of the great god, I don't think that demon chicken would dare to chase us here. A burly young man also advised, breathing heavily. Okay, I'll listen to you, but when you meet that senior, remember to be polite and don't offend him. After hearing this, the woman pondered for a few seconds, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, Sha Chang and I still have some sense of propriety. When the thin man heard this, he immediately agreed. The 3 of them made up their minds and prepared to walk towards where Yifeng was. Unexpectedly, a giant rooster as tall as 5 meters suddenly fell from the sky, which scared the 3 of them. Oh no, it's the spirit-feathered demon chicken! The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Chapter 56, Spirit-Feathered Demon Chicken. The arrival of the spirit-feathered demon chicken instantly made the 3 of them extremely nervous. It's just that I stole a few of your eggs. Is it necessary to chase you for more than 10 miles? Is it so endless? I'm telling you, silly chicken, we've already arrived at that great god's territory. Aren't you afraid of angering him and killing him in a rage? The woman surnamed Chi knew that the monster had intelligence, so she was ready to use Yifeng to scare away this stupid chicken. Cluck, cluck. When the demon chicken heard the woman's words, it turned around and looked at Yifeng. Instead of leaving, it showed a sneering expression that only humans have. It's as if to say, a piece of trash who doesn't even have the aura of a warrior, and you still want to use him to scare me? How ridiculous. The woman was also a little surprised when she saw the demon chicken's expression. Huh? Isn't this stupid chicken afraid of the great god? Senior Sister Chi, it looks like we are really done for this time. Perhaps that person is not a strong person at all, otherwise this monster chicken wouldn't have such an expression. The tall and thin man seemed to understand at this time, and suddenly showed a look of despair. Cluck, cluck. The demon chicken had a smug look on its face, but it didn't intend to waste time with these ants, so it flapped its wings and began to make an attacking gesture. Don't want. When the 3 saw this scene, they knew they had no way to escape. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Where did this idiot come from? You actually came to my door when I was hungry. Well, I'll use you to fill my stomach today. Yifeng had been awakened by the clucking of the spirit-feathered demon chicken. He squinted his eyes and spoke to the big guy who was 5 meters tall and weighed 2,000 kilograms. However, just this one sentence made this second-level monster, which was so arrogant just now, fall to the ground in an instant. That's right, Yifeng used mental pressure on the demon chicken. At this moment, the spirit-feathered demon chicken was like a lamb to be slaughtered, lying on the ground without any ability to resist. Its eyes were full of fear. At this time, Yifeng was not idle either. He was holding a half-meter-long dagger in his hand and walking slowly towards the direction of the demon chicken. When he got close to it, Yifeng also uttered a spell that he would only recite when killing a chicken in his previous life. Little chicken, don't blame me, you are a dish in the world of the living, leave early this year, and come back early next year. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng chopped off the head of the monster chicken with a knife. The 3 people nearby were shocked when they saw this scene. They would never have thought that this arrogant level 2 demon beast, the spirit-feathered demon chicken, would be killed by the man in front of them with just one blow, like a little chicken. After killing the demon chicken, Yi Feng completely ignored the 3 days people and directly dragged the huge body of the Lingyu demon chicken and walked back to the fire. Now he was going to gut this guy and have a barbecue dinner. Senior Sister Chi, am I dreaming now? Hit me now. The thin man asked in disbelief. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and the woman looked at her hand and said, "It seems that I am not dreaming, otherwise my hand would not hurt so much." Sister Chi, why are you hitting me so hard? My face is almost swollen. The thin man covered his cheek and said with a look of grievance. I was helping you test whether you were dreaming or not, and now it's confirmed. After the woman finished speaking, she walked straight towards where Yi Feng was. I've never heard of anyone making such a request in my life. It seems that you are even more stupid than me. Sha Chang stood with his burly figure, looking very proud. You are such a fool, you actually dare to make fun of me. When I get back, I will tell her about you stealing the underwear of the female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant. The thin man threatened directly. TSK, do you think Mu Kaiyun will believe you if you tell her? Don't dream. She might get so angry that she will accuse you of insulting her reputation. And then beat you up. Sha Chang retorted as if he had suddenly realized something. In fact, the 3 of them are students of Beijing University of Warsaw, and they came here specifically for training. The woman's name is Qi Mingjiao. She is the daughter of Qi Bingchen, the president of Beijing North Martial Arts University. She is the one that her father used to betray Yi Feng when signing the contract with him, saying that he was going to introduce her to Yi Feng. She is currently at the early stage of level 4 warrior. The other 2 men, the tall and thin man was named Lu Haifeng, and the burly young man was named Li Jianxiang. Both of them are Qi Mingjiao's classmates. Their cultivation levels are quite similar, both are level 2 peak warriors. It's just that one of them likes Qi Mingjiao and the other likes Mu Kaiyun. Since these 2 girls are good friends, Lu Haifeng and Li Jianxiang have become close friends who argue with each other every day. Originally, the 3 of them were training in the wilderness area outside the Shirwan Mountains. Today, they saw a strange phenomenon suddenly occur here, so they wanted to come in and take a look with a lucky hope. However, not long after they came in, they got lucky and came across the nest of the spirit-feathered demon chicken. They then stole the eggs from the nest, and were then ruthlessly hunted down by the demon chicken. Hello, my name is Qi Mingjiao, and I'm a student from Beijing North University who is training here. May I ask who you are? Seeing that Yi Feng was just a young man, who even looked younger than herself, Qi Mingjiao did not call him senior but introduced herself directly. When Yi Feng heard that the girl's name was Qi Mingjiao, he was stunned for a moment. Because this reminded him of what Principal Qi Bingchen said on the day of the signing, "Student Yi Feng, I have a daughter named Qi Mingjiao, who is only 3 years older than you. She is a school beauty in our Beijing North University. If you can come to our college, I will introduce you to each other. You know what I mean. So this is the school beauty of Beijing North University? Principal Qi's daughter?" Yi Feng took a look at Qi Mingjiao. Although the girl looked extremely disheveled now, from her delicate facial features, tall figure, and the pair of big breasts that were no less beautiful than Mu Qingqing's, it could be seen that this girl should have reached the standard of a school beauty. I wonder what kind of expression this girl would have if she knew that I was also a special recruit of Beijing North Wuhan University, and that her father promised to introduce her to me when signing the contract? Yi Feng laughed secretly in his heart. Of course, Yi Feng had no intention of telling Qi Mingjiao about this. After all, he already had a girl in his heart, and that girl was very nice to him. My name is Yi Anyang. Yi Feng casually gave himself a name and did not give a detailed introduction of himself. Yi Anyang? You look so young, are you also a student of Wuhan University? Qi Mingjiao was obviously curious about Yi Feng's origins. The fact that he could easily kill a second-level demon beast, the spirit-feathered demon chicken, was enough to show that this person's cultivation was very strong. Either he was hiding his strength, or he had some very special means. Qi Mingjiao doesn't know which one it is. Chapter 57, The Complicated Relationship. No. Yi Feng replied indifferently. These 3 people had such low cultivation bases, yet they dared to enter the 10,000 mountains. I don't know who gave them the courage. Along the way, he met many brave low-level warriors, but their end was always very miserable. Yi Feng had no intention of having an in-depth exchange with these people, in order to avoid being attached to them, so his attitude towards Qi Mingjiao was neither cold nor indifferent. However, by killing this spiritual feathered demon chicken just now, Yifeng gained 400 experience points, which made him happy. Yifeng took out the demon gall from the demon chicken and put it away directly. This is the most valuable thing on the demon beast. This item alone is worth hundreds of thousands. Its gorgeous feathers are also a rare treasure. If seen by some noble ladies, they will certainly be willing to pay a high price for it. After collecting the monster materials, Yifeng cut a piece of the fattest chicken breast from the monster chicken and roasted it on the fire. Qimengjiao felt relieved when she saw that Yifeng did not show any hostility towards the three of them. So a few people came to the fire and began to bandage their wounds, change their clothes, and swallow pills. At the end, he imitated Yifeng, took a piece of chicken breast from the demon chicken, and roasted it next to the fire. Yifeng didn't care about the actions of the few people. After all, this demon chicken weighed several tons and he couldn't eat it all. He also couldn't put it into his spiritual space in front of them. Brother, why are you here alone? Aren't you afraid of encountering monsters? Seeing that Yifeng was very young, Lu Haifeng was no longer reserved and asked. I just came here for tourism. I heard that the scenery in the mountains is beautiful and there are natural treasures, so I wanted to try my luck. Yifeng said nonsense casually. Oh? Did you find anything good in this mountain? Qimengjiao knew that this person must be talking nonsense, but she did not point it out. Instead, she asked directly according to Yifeng's words. It's not bad. I found a ginseng after searching for 2 days. I don't know if it's worth much. As he spoke, Yifeng took out a large 1,000-year-old ginseng from his arms, the same kind that the antelope monster had given him last time. Fuck, is this a big ginseng? When the people saw the ginseng, they were so shocked by its size that their mouths opened wide. This is a ginseng as thick as a beer bottle. The trunk and roots are about 70 to 80 centimeters long. It weighs at least 3 kilograms. I don't know how Yifeng could put such a big thing into his arms. Why didn't anyone notice it just now? Brother, are you selling this? I'm willing to pay 100,000 yuan for your ginseng. How about that? Lu Haifeng reacted and spoke directly. He didn't know whether the young man opposite him knew the value of the ginseng, so he decided to give it a try. Lu Haifeng, how can this ginseng be bought with just 100,000? Do you think this brother doesn't understand the market or something? If you really want to buy it, take 10 million. Qimengjiao couldn't stand Lu Haifeng's self-righteous face, so she exposed it on the spot. That's right, a stingy person like you who wants to cheat others when buying something, and you want to pursue senior sister Qi with this kind of character, I can't stand it. Li Jianqiang on the side also said with a look of contempt. Silly Chang, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Don't think you can argue with me every day when Mu Kaiyun is not around. Wait until she comes in a few days and see if I will say something bad about you. Lu Haifeng retorted and started to curse at Li Jianxiang. Mu Kaiyun? The Mu Kaiyun from Anyang City? Yifeng asked casually when he heard the name. I remember Mu Kaiyun once told me that she was a student of Beijing University of Warsaw. Could it be that this girl knew these people? You know Mu Kaiyun? Qimengjiao also realized that something was wrong, so she asked Yifeng. If the Mu Kaiyun you are talking about is from Anyang City, her online name is Female Overlord, and she is also a student at Beijing North University of Martial Arts, then they are probably the same person. Yifeng explained directly. Oh? It seems that you are the same person. I didn't expect that you actually know that girl. It seems that we are really destined to meet. Qimengjiao had not expected that all these twists and turns were actually related to the young man in front of her. However, Yifeng still acted indifferent. How dare you three come to the Shirwan Mountains with such low cultivation? I saw a lot of corpses on the road, probably all of them are those of low-level warriors, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible, so as not to become food for ferocious beasts. Boy, I see you don't even have the aura of a warrior, you dare to come, why don't we dare? Hearing Yifeng say this, Lu Haifeng on the side was the first to become unwilling. Lu Haifeng, shut up. Qimengjiao knew that the person in front of her must be no simple person. The fact that he could travel through the 10,000 mountains alone and drink tea and barbecue so comfortably here was enough to prove this. When she saw that Lu Haifeng wanted to provoke Yifeng, she scolded Lu Haifeng without thinking. Senior Sister Qi, is there anything wrong with what I said? Why are you yelling at me like that? Lu Haifeng was still a little indignant, but he was still somewhat timid when facing Qimengjiao. You keep calling me stupid. I don't think you're that smart, either. Li Jianxiang on the side seemed to be gloating. Seeing Lu Haifeng suffer a setback, this guy was so happy. I can come to this place, but you can't. With your fighting power, you can't even deal with this stupid chicken. Do you still want to venture here? Yi Feng glanced at Lu Haifeng and said. Hearing this, Lu Haifeng's expression froze. Yes, this spirit-feathered demon chicken is a level 2 demon beast. It doesn't even have the slightest ability to resist this guy. Could he be a warrior at the level of a martial artist? But thinking about it, it seems impossible. After all, this person's age is there. The Federation has never heard of a martial artist who was 17 or 18 years old. Looking at the change in Lu Haifeng's expression, Yi Feng knew that this guy must have realized something, so he didn't say anything else. After eating and drinking, Yi Feng saw that the few people had not left, so he ignored them and sat down on the chair and took a nap again. As the sky brightened, the forest gradually became lively. Some huge pheasants and mountain rabbits were constantly moving around nearby, and when you looked up you could even see a few huge wild boars grazing on the grass not far away. What should we do? This guy is still sleeping. Should we go up and wake him up? Lu Haifeng glanced at Qi Mingjiu and asked. No need, this is his territory. Didn't you see that the surrounding ferocious beasts dare not come here? Qi Mingjiu replied in a low voice. To be honest, the three of them were very tired since they entered the Shirwan Mountains last night, but they did not dare to rest in the forest as recklessly as Yi Feng did. Everyone knew that Yi Feng definitely did not come here to collect rare treasures as he said, so they also wanted to see if this guy was like the others and also came here for the strange phenomenon that fell from the sky. It was not until noon that Yi Feng woke up from his sleep. He looked around and saw that Qi Mingjiu and the other two had not left yet. He was immediately puzzled. Why don't you leave? Do you want to continue eating barbecue here? Several people suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Okay, since you guys want to keep eating, I'll leave this stupid chicken to you. I'm leaving now. As he said that, Yi Feng began to pack up his things and prepare to leave. Brother Yi, you are alone in the Shirwan Mountains. How about we find a companion? This way, even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Qi Mingjiu said a little embarrassedly. No, I like being alone. If you guys follow me, you'll be a burden. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Yi Feng said it very bluntly. He didn't want to be a free babysitter for these people. Well, Brother Yi, as long as you can lead us to train in the 100,000 mountains, you can ask us to do anything. What do you think? Qi Mingjiu finally came up with an idea, so she spoke. Oh? Any conditions are acceptable? Yi Feng suddenly stopped and deliberately looked at Qi Mingjiu. As long as the conditions are not excessive. Qi Mingjiu looked at Yi Feng's fiery gaze and suddenly felt a little nervous, so she quickly added another sentence. I knew this would be the result. Well, I'm not in the mood to play with you. You better leave quickly, or else some monsters will come and treat you as food. Yi Feng did not stop, but appeared dozens of meters away in a flash, and then he flashed again and disappeared without a trace. The three of them looked at Yi Feng's disappearing figure, and their expressions changed. This body movement speed is too fast. It seems that this person is at least a master of the martial arts level. But he is so young, why does he have such a high level of cultivation? Just as the three were shocked, they didn't know that 30 kilometers away, several strong men were in a tense confrontation, and among them there were actually two acquaintances Yi Feng knew. They were the two masters of Wuan Town, Bei Fengchen and Mo Shangyou. Chapter 58, each has his own agenda. Bei Fengchen, don't hurt your friends. We have already entered the territory of Lunan province. I advise you not to cross the border. A middle-aged man with a full beard said unkindly. What nonsense! This is the Shirwan Mountains. There are ferocious beasts and monsters everywhere. If your Lunan province can manage this place, you should deal with those ferocious beasts and monsters first. Bei Fengchen said disdainfully. Although this area already belongs to Lunan province on the federal map, it is based on human division standards. And now, which province doesn't have large areas controlled by ferocious beasts and monsters? The two of them knew very well in their hearts why the people on the opposite side said so, that is, the warriors from their Lunan province wanted to monopolize the benefits of the strange phenomenon from the sky. For a warrior, opportunity is something that can only be encountered by chance but not sought after. Many warriors have made great progress in their cultivation and strength by breaking through the bottleneck due to an opportunity, which is sometimes even equivalent to more than 10 years of hard training. As a high-level martial artist, he is well aware of this truth. So when they learned about the strange phenomenon from the sky, they braved the danger and traveled through the 10,000 mountains, just to try their luck and get some fortune. Now if someone dares to block their way and exclude them, Bei Fengchen and Mo Shangyo will definitely not accept it. Bei Fengchen, don't hurt your friends. I advise you to go back to where you came from, so as not to hurt everyone's harmony. We have 3 level 5 masters and 2 level 4 masters here. If we really fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover from your injuries for a year or so. The bearded man started threatening directly. The reason why they in Lunan province went so far this time was because some people speculated that this strange phenomenon might be a meteorite falling from outer space. If we could find meteorite iron or suitable for making weapons, and then refine it into weapons, it would be several times harder than humanity's strongest A-grade alloy. This kind of case has happened many times before and it is not groundless at all. Since the warriors from their Lunan province have the advantage in numbers this time, they will naturally not allow warriors from other provinces to participate in this matter. As for face, how much is it worth? As long as everyone gets what they want, what does it matter if someone reports it to the higher authorities? In the world of warriors, everything is determined by strength and martial arts is respected. If you don't have the strength and can't compete, who can you blame? Bei Fengchen and Mo Shangyo looked at each other. With their years of tacit understanding, they naturally knew that they were preparing to force their way in. However, at this moment, several strong men suddenly arrived at the scene. It's Huang Daiyou and Lu Xiener from Subei Wuda. I didn't expect them to be here too. When the bearded man saw the person coming, his expression suddenly turned a little unpleasant. Huang Daiyou is the vice president of Subei Wuhan University. He is in his 50s and has reached the peak of level 6 Grandmaster. Lu Xiener is a martial arts teacher who possesses the ability of teleportation and has reached the peak of level 3 Grandmaster. Her combat power is no less than that of a level 5 Grandmaster. The arrival of the two instantly changed the strength of both sides. Haha, interesting. Do you think that Lunan province wants to monopolize this opportunity of a strange phenomenon from the sky? Huang Daiyou looked at both sides, and then quickly stood on the side of Bei Fengchen and Mo Shangyo. Yes, this heaven-falling phenomenon is an opportunity for everyone in the Federation. It should be obtained by those who are capable. Why don't we each rely on our own abilities? Lu Xiener stepped forward to smooth things over, but her words clearly put her against Lunan province. The bearded man's face turned pale and blue. He knew that they couldn't continue making trouble today. If they offended the masters of 2 provinces at the same time, they would definitely be in trouble. Forget it, then let's do as Fairy Lu says. The bearded man shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right. We are all working for the Federation, so why should we be so clear about the differences? Let's rush to the area where the meteorite fell as soon as possible, and don't let those monsters get the upper hand. Bei Fengchen said with a chuckle. Nonsense, what do the monsters need those meteorites for? Can they refine some kind of weapons? The bearded man grumbled in annoyance, but no one paid any attention to him. However, what they didn't know was that at the site of the meteorite fall, exactly what the bearded man said was happening, because there were quite a few monsters there collecting the scattered meteorites. Master Qinghu, these things are very hard. If they were made into swords by humans, even a level 3 monster like us wouldn't be able to withstand a few blows. The great antelope demon transformed into a half-human creature with a human body and a bull's head, and said while touching a few meteorites he had found. Yes, I heard that this kind of thing has appeared in other regions. It is indeed very powerful when made into swords. But since humans can refine it into weapons, why can't we? The green fox also transformed into a beautiful human-shaped woman at this time, but judging from its body shape and appearance, it was much more beautiful than the great antelope monster. It was seen holding a little white fox in one hand and a black meteorite in the other, deep in thought. After the monsters developed their intelligence, they also developed towards higher humans on the path of evolution. I heard that in the dark world, the monsters there are basically humanoid creatures, but their physical appearance still bears the characteristics of monsters. This is somewhat similar to the game Yifeng played in his previous life World of Warcraft, except that they also have the ability to transform into their original monster form at any time. Let the little ones expand the search area and see if there is anything else around besides meteorite fragments. The green fox thought for a while, and then suddenly seemed to remember something and gave instructions to the antelope monster again. Yes, Lord Qinghu. The great antelope demon took the great rhinoceros demon, the great mountain wolf demon, and the great tiger demon and left after receiving the order. As expected, the antelope monster returned again after more than 10 minutes, and this time it brought something similar to a flying saucer. This thing is 3 meters high and 6 meters in diameter. There is a layer of metal on the surface that is made of unknown material, and it is impossible to tell how it is started and works. Fortunately, the UFO had already created a gap, giving them the opportunity to enter. However, when the big monsters saw that the humanoid creatures in the flying saucer were dead, they immediately lost interest. Awesome, the contents of this UFO look quite advanced. What on earth are these dead guys? Yifeng was still on his way 20 kilometers away, but he saw through his spiritual sense the scene of several great demons searching for meteorite fragments and checking UFOs there. If we bring this flying saucer back, I wonder how much it can be sold for. It should be more valuable than those meteorite fragments, right? Yifeng looked at the big guy and started to think in his mind. With his current spiritual space of 200 cubic meters, it seems to be more than enough to accommodate this flying saucer with a volume of less than 85 cubic meters. On the other side, 9 masters were also rushing towards the direction where the monsters were searching for treasure. However, their whereabouts were very conspicuous in the 10,000 mountains. After all, they were not like Yifeng, who had learned those skills that could conceal the aura of a warrior. So when they were still dozens of kilometers away from Green Fox and other monsters, some little monsters had already reported their whereabouts to Lord Green Fox. It seems that humans are coming very quickly. But can you 9 masters really overturn the world in these 100,000 mountains? Ha ha! Lord Green Fox laughed strangely. Go and inform Master Yao Yuan and Master Yunjiao to prepare for battle. The demon ape and the cloud dragon are both demon beasts at the level of the demon king of the 100,000 mountains. Their status is the same as that of Lord Green Fox, and they each control an area. The only difference is that the demon ape evolved from a silverback gorilla, while the cloud dragon was evolved from a 1,000-year-old giant python. Chapter 59, In Danger. Damn, it seems these monsters are well prepared. I hope the 9 masters of the human race don't fall into their hands. Yifeng prayed in his heart, but he had no intention of participating in the battle. I'm here to reap the benefits, not to fight with you. He muttered something and continued running towards the direction where the meteorites were scattered and the UFO was. At this time, a gorilla 8 meters tall, covered with white hair and holding a wolf tooth club in his hand was looking towards the east. Next to it stood a beautiful woman with a human body and a snake belly, looking very strange. I say, old bye, are these few human grandmaster level trash worth our efforts? Isn't that Xinghu guy making a big fuss out of nothing? Yun Jiao spoke in human language, and his voice was very pleasant to the ear. In its eyes, the human Grandmaster realm is only about the same combat power as the level 3 great demon of the demon race, while their level 4 demon kings are equivalent to the human Grandmaster. Using the strength of a Grandmaster to fight against a Grandmaster, isn't this almost like an adult bullying a child? Yun Jiao, you can't say that. These human warriors dare to step into the Shirwan Mountains, which means they don't take us, the demon race, seriously. If we let them come and go as they please, won't this place become their backyard in the future? Since they dare to come, we must make them pay the price. Only by killing the chicken to scare the monkey will these people become timid. The demon ape glanced at Yun Jiao and said, Well, after this battle I will go into seclusion. I feel like my bottleneck has loosened recently. Maybe in a few months, I will be able to step into the realm of the great demon king, huh? Hearing Yun Jiao say this, the demon ape showed an envious look. It is extremely difficult for these monsters to break through each level. Not only do they have to practice hard for many years, but they also have to frequently consume various mountain elixirs. If one could awaken the ancestral blood remaining in one's bloodline and acquire some of the magical skills of one's ancestors, perhaps the probability of breaking free from the shackles of cultivation would increase. But the probability is too small, and it has now become a major problem in the evolution of monsters. Alas, if this Black Widow's cultivation level improves greatly, perhaps the balance of power in these 100,000 mountains will be broken again. The demon ape sighed again in his heart. Just as the demon ape was sighing, the Green Fox Demon King led several big demons and arrived. Are the 2 demon kings ready? If we can keep all of these human masters in this battle, in the next 10 years, the human race within 1,000 miles will not have the power to pose a threat to our 100,000 mountains. The Green Fox Demon King's current cultivation has reached the peak of level 4 Demon King, and is even closer to the great Demon King realm than Yun Jiao. Therefore, among the 10,000 mountains, she is still respected. Everything is ready. This time I brought 5 great monsters from the ape tribe, and Yunjiao also brought 3 great monsters from the python tribe. With so many monster tribe masters here, we will definitely be able to keep all these human race masters. The demon ape patted his chest and said confidently. That's good. These human masters are now about 7 or 8 kilometers away from here. Everyone, prepare to fight. As the green fox spoke, he put the little white fox into the space inside his body. This is the unique space secret method of the Green Fox clan. Ever since she awakened this magical power, she has passed this method into the little white fox's mind through mental imprint. A few minutes later, 9 human masters had arrived at the location where the monsters were previously. However, the demon aura here has not dissipated yet, and these people found something wrong as soon as they arrived here. Everyone be careful, there may be an ambush nearby. Huang Dao immediately reminded everyone. Could it be that the demons have discovered the land of anomalies and arrived here ahead of time? Everyone looked confused, but the weapons in their hands were already revealed. However, before anyone could think about it, a giant wolf tooth club came crashing down on everyone. Everyone be careful, it's the demon ape's wolf tooth club. Everyone dodged when they saw this, but 2 masters were a bit slow to react and were smashed into meat patties by the giant stick. But before everyone could catch their breath, a group of demons came from all directions with weapons in hand. The Green Fox Demon King casually released an energy shield that completely covered an area of 1 kilometer in radius, making it a luxury for the human race's masters to escape. The Cloud Dragon Demon King held the N-I-Lin sword in one hand and the Dragon Scale shield in the other and rushed directly into the battlefield. Her cultivation is comparable to that of a human grandmaster. In just one encounter, a human grandmaster had his head chopped off. The other dozen or so great demons also transformed into their original forms of demon beasts, constantly charging towards the human masters, frequently distracting them from dealing with them. It's bad. We are surrounded by the demon clan masters. What should we do? Find a solution quickly. Seeing that the situation was critical, the bearded man quickly shouted to everyone. What else can we do? The Green Fox Demon King has already locked the area within a kilometer radius with an energy shield. Even if we send out a distress signal, I guess no one outside will hear it. Bei Fengchen shouted from not far away. It seems that this group of big monsters want to keep us all here. There is no choice but to fight them. Lu Xiener, the weakest one, has already understood the intentions of this group of monsters. She dodged the attack of an ape demon with a teleportation, then went directly behind a mountain wolf demon and chopped it away with a sword. Before the antelope demon rushed over, she disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bei Fengchen rolled over like a lazy donkey to avoid the sharp horns of the rhinoceros monster, and then immediately threw the diamond gourd in his hand, hitting a tiger in the face. However, he still couldn't avoid the wolf tooth club swept across by the demon ape, and was finally knocked dozens of meters away. Emo Shangyo, holding a spear weighing 100 pounds, charged left and right in front of a dozen big monsters, but facing the attacks of so many monsters, he had more than a dozen cuts on his body, and now his entire armor was stained red with blood. In this battle with completely asymmetrical strength, the human warriors have fallen completely into a disadvantage and the situation is precarious. At this time, Yi Feng had picked up more than a dozen meteorite fragments with his powerful spiritual sense-searching ability. That was not all. He took advantage of the battle between several great demons and the human master and not only collected the flying saucer into his spiritual space, but also massacred all the small demons around. He even did not let go of the hundreds of meteorites collected by the demons and snatched them all away. While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman gains. He. Yi Feng's mood was extremely good at this moment. After doing all this, he swept his spiritual sense over the 2 warring parties and found that the 4 masters brought by the bearded man had all been killed in the battle, and even the remaining 5 were covered in wounds. The worst off was Bei Fengchen. This guy was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. He must have been injured in the vital parts by the demon ape's wolf tooth club. Now he can no longer fight. Should we help them? After all, it's not a good thing for the demon race to become stronger. Yi Feng suddenly hesitated. You human cultivators have finally come to this day. Think about how pitiful I was when I was locked in a cage by you. You would never have thought that one day things would turn around, right? Ha ha. The rise of demon beasts is unstoppable. In the future, humans should refrain from coming to our Shirwan mountains. Today, I will use the 9 of you corpses to warn the human cultivators, lest there are any more ignorant humans harassing us. The surrounding big monsters have stopped attacking at this moment. Now they are enjoying the feeling of looking down on the human strongmen. Some great monsters even thought of how some humans had treated them in the past, and couldn't help but curse the human master. Okay, let's kill them quickly. We'll have the little demons send their bodies to nearby human cities, so that the humans can know how powerful we demons are. The Green Fox Demon King gave the order directly. Are we going to die? The remaining masters all had looks of despair on their faces. They didn't expect that during this trip to the 10,000 mountains, they not only failed to find opportunities, but also lost their lives. At this moment, they all felt somewhat unwilling in their hearts, but it was a pity that there was no regret medicine in the world. There was only the wanton ridicule and cold swords and guns of the monsters before them. At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out in the sky above the battlefield. Who is so bold as to dare to humiliate our human cultivators here? Don't you want to live? Who is it? All the monsters looked up in surprise. It seemed as if a great monk from the human race had arrived, which could not help but shock them. However, the next second, a loud bang was heard. The energy shield set up by the Green Fox Demon King exploded instantly, and then a tremendous spiritual pressure swept over. Puff! The Green Fox Demon King was the first to be severely injured and spurted out blood. The energy shield was set up by it using its spatial ability and the origin of life, and its instant explosion caused her to suffer backlash. The other big monsters were directly pressed to the ground. Even the two monster kings, Monster Ape and Cloud Dragon, were no exception. Chapter 60, Shocking the Monsters. The strong men from the human race have arrived. It looks like we are saved. Huang Dao and others were naturally overjoyed when they saw this. They didn't expect that in the critical moment, there would be a powerful human being to come to the rescue. Being able to suppress this group of big monsters here by just using his imposing manner, he must be a very powerful person with profound cultivation. Could it be that a senior from the human race has arrived? Huang Dao, Bei Fengchen and others cheered up and wanted to see which powerful human being had come here, but they waited and waited but never saw anyone. Several demon kings and many big demons also realized that something was wrong. They all lay on the ground and looked around with horror on their faces. They also didn't expect that there were powerful human beings hiding around. If not, even if they were given 100 courages, they would not dare to attack this group of human masters. At this moment they even felt the danger of death, but the situation was stronger than people and they had no way out. The Shirwan Mountains have been our human race's territory since ancient times. You beasts, you think you have gained some opportunities and luck, so you dare to do whatever you want here. Who gave you the courage? Don't you know that hundreds of years ago you were just a plaything of our human race? The sound of thunder continued to be heard from the sky. I'm putting it this way. The Shirwan Mountains are the back garden of our human race. You can come and go as you please. If I hear that there are monsters harming human cultivators again in the future, I don't mind eradicating all of you monsters. Okay, you human monks present here, you can leave now. With me here, no one dares to hurt you. Yi Feng hid a few hundred meters away and continued to speak to the battlefield. Thank you for saving my life, senior. I wonder if you could tell me your name. We will remember your kindness in the future. Huang Dao took the lead and bowed, wanting to inquire about the identity of the powerful man. After all, they also wanted to get to know the powerful man who possessed such power. My last name is Yi, just call me Yi Wudi. Yi Feng covered his mouth and laughed secretly from several hundred meters away, but the feeling of pretending to be cool was really good. Surname Yi? Is there anyone with the surname Yi among the powerful people of the human race? Several masters looked at each other, as if to confirm whether everyone knew this person. However, they recalled the names of all the powerful people in the human race, and did not know of any powerful person with the surname Yi. Could it be some powerful hermit who was not on the list? Everyone nodded slightly, and it seemed that they had all thought of this answer. Okay, thank you for telling me, Senior Yi. If you need us in the future, just let us know. We will definitely serve you wholeheartedly. The 5 masters bowed and saluted again. Everyone is naturally willing to work for a powerful human being. Maybe just a few pointers from that powerful person can help everyone improve their cultivation and increase their strength. You're welcome. Please leave as soon as possible. Take this thing with you and hand it over to the Federation for research. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly threw the flying saucer out from the spiritual space. There is no point in him keeping this thing. If he could let the scientists in the Federation study it, perhaps they could discover something more valuable. Of course, Yifeng also left behind a few things, such as some metals of unknown material and several books on cultivation techniques from the outside world. He had a vague feeling that the purpose of this UFO coming here was not simple. Perhaps an outside civilization had already discovered this world, and this was also a reminder for the Federation to make preparations early. Several masters were very surprised when they saw an object similar to a flying saucer suddenly dropped from the sky. It seems that this powerful person also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky, so he came here. With this thing, the purpose of coming here has been achieved. Maybe if they hand it over to the Federation, they can get a handsome reward in return. Several people are now very happy. Senior Yi, how do we deal with these monsters? The bearded man pointed at the group of monsters around him and asked. This time, all 4 masters he brought with him were killed in the battle, which greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the human race in Lunan Province. If these big monsters launch a beast tide again, I am afraid that Lunan Province will not be able to withstand it. If we can use the senior's hand to get rid of these big monsters, we can resolve future crises. As for these big monsters, let's keep them for now. If they dare to step out of these 100,000 mountains, I will definitely kill all the monsters here. After hearing what Senior Yi said, the bearded man still felt a little uncomfortable, but after all, the hidden dangers for the future were eliminated, so he didn't say anything more. A few minutes later, the 5 masters collected the body, said goodbye to the great god who had never appeared, and then left with the spaceship. At this time, many big monsters were still suppressed by Yifeng's mental pressure, but they were no longer worried. After all, this powerful human had already revealed his intention to let them go. Master Qinghu, I feel that this great human is the one we met when we attacked Wuhan Town earlier. His voice sounds similar. The great antelope demon at the side whispered to the green fox demon king not far away. Oh? Are you talking about the one who saved Xiaobai? When the green fox demon king heard what the antelope demon said, he immediately thought of this person. That's right, Lord Qinghu, he also used this method on us at the scene, but he didn't hurt us. The antelope demon nodded and said. I didn't expect this man to be more terrifying than I imagined. With this strength, I'm afraid it's more than enough to destroy our entire Shirwan Mountains. But why would he let us go? The green fox demon king muttered softly. Antelope, do you still remember me? At this moment, Yifeng had already arrived from behind the tree to the scene where the monsters were suppressed. Sir, it is you. I didn't expect we would meet again. The great antelope demon had a respectful look on his face. Although the man in front of him did not have any warrior aura, his strength was unfathomable, which made him have to respect him. At this time, Yifeng had already withdrawn his mental pressure, and many big monsters crawled up from the ground. But after what happened just now, these monsters were very afraid of Yifeng. They stood obediently by his side like pugs, with their heads lowered and their eyes submissive. It's the big brother, Mom, it's the big brother. The little white fox in the body of the green fox demon king sensed Yifeng's breath and immediately popped its head out of the space. Her talent is even stronger than that of the green fox demon king, which is the main reason why the green fox loves this daughter so much. Seeing the little white fox jump directly towards the young man opposite and even crawling all over that person, even the green fox demon king was frightened and his face changed. Fortunately, that person did not do anything to harm his daughter, which made the green fox demon king feel relieved. Xiaobai? I didn't expect to see you again. Yifeng stroked the little white fox and liked it very much. He also didn't expect that the green fox demon king in front of him was Xiaobai's mother. It seemed like what a coincidence. Big brother, are you here to see me? The little white fox made a whimpering sound, but she could communicate with Yifeng through her mental power. She had been hiding in the space inside her mother's body just now, so naturally she knew nothing about what was happening outside. Well, yes. Have you listened to your mother these days? Yifeng hesitated for only a moment before deciding to keep what had just happened a secret. After all, the little white fox is just a child and doesn't know the many conflicts between humans and monsters. Mom, I knew that Big Brother would come to see me, you see, I was right. The little white fox kept whining at the green fox demon king, as if it was showing off. The green fox demon king was somewhat helpless towards his daughter, having spoiled her since she was a child. Fortunately, this young human did not kill the demons, otherwise there would be a river of blood today. Senior Yi, please come with me to my house for a chat. It's not far from here. The green fox demon king invited directly. Now that such a great god has appeared in the 10,000 mountains, the life and death of all monsters are in his hands. It would not be too much to be polite to him. Okay, then I'll go and see with you. Yi Feng now has some understanding of his own strength, so he is naturally not afraid of any tricks played by these monsters, so he agreed immediately. The two demon kings, Yao Yuan and Yunjiao, also knew how powerful this man was, and naturally wanted to make friends with this great human god, so they decided to join in the fun. More than 10 minutes later, everyone came to a cave. It didn't look big from the outside, but it was a different world inside. I don't know how they learned from humans. Not only did they polish the ground as flat as a flat ground, they even divided the cave into dozens of rooms, each of which is fully furnished. Yi Feng even wondered whether this green fox demon king had lived in the human world before, otherwise why would he arrange his cave like this? Ha! How can this stupid ape transform? Yi Feng didn't notice how the demon ape came in. He only saw that this guy had turned into a burly man with white hair all over his body and a gorilla head on his neck. But when he looked at the cloud dragon demon king again, he didn't see much change. She was still the woman with a human body and a snake belly, but now she was more charming.